palace before? The treasures in the heavenly palace have all been plundered by us. He shouldn't have gained anything new. Even if he found spirit stones elsewhere, aren't the human Than still waiting to exploit him? How could he bring back as much as 5 or 6 million spirit stones without any suspicion? In my previous life, I already sensed that Long Tianming was very unusual. The Wutentong was divided and collapsed, only he benefited and won everything, showing that this person is extremely scheming. Moreover, relying solely on his own strength, he might not be able to achieve this, but if he colluded with the people of the demon god sect, then his secret departure from the illusory image divine palace and the ability to take the treasure could be explained. Cowboy at this moment analyzes the situation. If Long Tianmin takes out that much spirit stone, it will be very hard for us to fight him. Recently, they have been recruiting experts vigorously. Luke Fu dismissively responds, "It's just wealth and resources. The 3 major powers forming an alliance. Do you still think we can't fight Long Tianming?" Kobe just dismissively thought it was too simple. Long Tianming has built his strength over many years, and his power is even greater than the combined forces of the Demon and Heavenly Path alliances. Luke Fu, after hearing that, asked in disbelief, "So what if he fights us?" Nie Li replied that there's no need to worry about the finances. "Soon I will give you 10 million spirit stones. Just go and seize people from their side. Be bold with your money. If it's not enough, I still have more." Nie Li calmly continued, "The demon realm task will be handed over to you," Guobei confidently said. "Don't worry, with so many spirit stones, if we can't do it well, we might as well just rush in and get it over with." Nie Li also nodded in approval and said, "Yes, I am in a hurry to cultivate, and I also need to thoroughly investigate Long Tianmin's resources. If we want to deal with him, confronting him directly might not be successful. If we can find his tail, it will be easier to handle. I'll take you to a place first, but you must keep it secret and absolutely not reveal anything." Gubai asked in surprise about a place. "Where is this?" Lu Piao also confirmed, "Rest assured, we definitely won't reveal it." Nie Li took out the Van Lai Hassan map and said, "Good." The 2 boys looked confused and asked, "Isn't this the one?" But before they could get their bearings, they were trapped inside the painting. The 2 stared blankly at the divine springs above. Moreover, the power of the heavenly way here is extremely dense, several dozen times stronger than spiritual eyes. The 10,000 miles mountain and river map, it turns out that the divine route Nie Li obtained has reached this place and condensed into a divine arrow. Is this the inside of the 10,000 miles mountain and river map? It's so big, like a small world. That's right, where's Nie Li? Nie Li is now putting away the 10,000 miles mountain and river map and says that hiding inside will be safe. "Luckily, I rented enough villas. I'm going in." "So," Nie Li jumped in. Cowboy happily exclaimed, "Ah, you've arrived." Luke Fu marvels at how much divine stone Nie Li produces in a day. Does Nie Li answer properly? I'm not really sure, probably around a few million to hundreds of thousands. The power of the heavenly way in the 10,000 miles river mountain map is much stronger than outside, so the amount of spiritual stones produced is also enormous. Luke Fu was stunned by hundreds of thousands to millions, and Cowboy was amazed, rivaling the wealth accumulated over decades by an elder. So this time, if we gather fewer divine roots, wouldn't the output of divine stones be even higher? A year has passed, and our wealth might now rival the martial god sect, so money is no longer a concern. Ha ha! With so many spirit stones, have you ever thought about recruiting some experts from the Heavenly Origin Divine clan? Nie Li nodded and said, that's not a bad suggestion. Luke Fu wondered what the Heavenly Origin Divine race was, and if it was edible. Cowboy had no choice but to explain to this guy that the Heavenly Origin Divine clan is a race living in the endless wilderness, because their bloodline is too powerful and they were sealed by the Saint Demon clan in the endless wilderness. They want to leave the endless wilderness but must sign a master-servant contract with outsiders. Every day, the Celestial Origin Divine clan has to swallow a large amount of spirit stones, but the endless wilderness is resource-limited. Many strong fighters of the Heavenly Origin Divine clan come here to find someone to sign a contract so they can survive, but the price they pay is extremely high, at least 50 to 60,000 spirit stones each. Luke Fu wondered, so it means as long as you have money, you can hire a large number of experts. Cowboy explained that although expensive, the experts of the Thian Nguyen Divine clan are at least at the Longdao stage. Luke Fu also understood. Okay, Nie Li continued. After we finish here, we will go to that town. Cowboy asked in surprise, so what do we do now? Luke Fu also said the same. What's the point of coming in here? Nie Li replied, I will arrange a 9-leaf heavenly dragon secret technique formation that can activate the demon spirits within you and make you grow longer. But from now on, you must obey my commands. Cowboy agreed, but Luke Fu looked confused and asked, what is the heavenly dragon? Nie Li here has already summoned the heavenly vein divine thunder sword. Then he placed the sword on his hand and boldly cut his palm. Then he threw the sword aside and took a large bowl, dripping the blood from his hand into it before handing the 2 bowls of blood pudding to the 2 of them. Cowboy blankly asked what you are doing, while Luke Fu shouted loudly at you. Nie Li told the 2 of them to drink it up, to suck it out. Be brave, because only then could I obtain the blood sacrifice. This blood contains the vitality of the Tai Ko bloodline. Cowboy and Luke Fu looked at each other, secretly wondering if Nie Li was crazy. No one dared to drink his blood. But after thinking it over, the 2 of them shouted really loudly. So Ko2 gulped it all down in one go, then the 2 of them clutched their stomachs, one complaining of a hot throat, the other coughing and hacking. And Nie Li here has been channeling spirit stones, summoning a bunch of them to fly up, and then the stones shattered all over the sky. The power of the heavenly way, under Nie Li's control, poured into the bodies of the 2 boys. Cowboy exclaimed in amazement that the power of the heavenly way from hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones was flowing into our bodies. Then the divine force turned into dragons that curled and soared into the sky. Qiling was shocked to see this formation. With my thousands of years of knowledge, I couldn't recognize what it was, but I could tell it was extremely powerful and dangerous, and a slight carelessness could cause the 3 people inside to explode and die, yet he still dared to use it. Could it be that his control over the formation has reached such a profound level? At this moment, Nie Li silently thought that her cultivation hadn't increased, and the 3 demon spirits inside her refused to stop, having risen to the 6th transformation of the celestial cycle, becoming extremely volatile, so she must not lose control. A messenger then arrived at Lai Hanvan's villa and reported, Sir, where have Cowboy and Luke Fu gone? We have no news at all, Lai Hanvan asked in surprise why, then turned to his subordinate and said, Li Ho, stay here and wait for Cowboy and Luke Fu to return, and immediately inform them. Li Ho immediately obeyed and then looked at Lai Hanvan's back, thinking that at this moment the 2 elders and young master Luke Fu are absent, truly worrying for young master Hanvan. Inside the great world, Lai Hanvan is being hunted, and it turns out to be Lai Ngufeng, who has led his team to chase after his younger brother. Li Hanvan angrily thought to himself, are you still following me? Li Ngufeng must have some divine weapon that can break through my armor. A young master Li Tiang, suddenly they have so many experts, it's really tough. Li Hanvan sighed, just like when he fought Kohang before, his subordinates suddenly had hundreds of heavenly transcendence realm powerhouses. Only 2 young people from Wutantong had such strength, Tuo Bei Yan and Long Tian Ming. The other guy immediately asked the young master who he thought it was. Long Tianming, though arrogant, has no good relations with Kohang and Lai Ngufeng. The forces of Long Tianmin and them also have conflicts, so their chances of helping are not very high. Li Hanvan's subordinates are also Tudu Kongtu. Lai Hanvan's response only makes it more unreasonable to expect Lai Nufeng to help us. Damn it, who the hell is it? The crowd is still relentlessly chasing Li Hanvan and his men, shouting run quickly, while the others keep shouting, kill, kill, mocking Li Ngufeng. Lai Hanvan, you only have this little skill, just running around like a rat. Yeah, you only rely on that to become the head of the Thongvium family. Lai Hanvan thought to himself, damn it, I only have 30 people left, I can't even run now. This time I am truly at a disadvantage against Lai Ngufeng, but it's just one failure. Lai Ngufeng is too proud too soon. My family doesn't value me and even suppress me to the point where Li Nufeng steals my own spirit. But I will not submit. I will never submit. One day I will take back everything that belongs to me. Even the Thongvium family cannot keep me here. I will also rely on myself to conquer the world. No one in the family elders can make me bow my head. At this moment, the shouting rings out again. They are coming after us. The loyal subordinate stopped and said, young master, you go ahead. We'll hold them off and then turn back to fight Li Ngufeng. Seeing the momentum of the Thien Han Min group, they shouted angrily, "Kill Li Han Van!" Wow, wow, he's wearing armor, he's stabbing wildly. Lai Ngu Fong, holding his heavy weapon, thinks this guy has lost his mind. I thought it would be easy to take his armor, but it seems hopeless now. If I can't get it, then I'll just destroy it. Lai Han Van's remaining arm was cut off. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself that Lai Ngu Fong's weapon was at least a 7th or 8th grade treasure. A few worriedly looked over and called the young master, Li Ngu Fong, angrily saying, "Ha, Li Han Van, I hate you. My strength is clearly greater, but everyone in the family favors you. It's all your fault I became an outsider. Even my closest brothers have turned to rely on Li Han Van. I will tear you to pieces." He kicked another guy in the mouth and then declared loudly to Li Ngu Fong, "No matter who covers for you, one day I will take back everything that was stolen from me." With your strength, do you think you can dominate the Thuong VM family? Your tone is full of arrogance. How can your family control the Thuong VM clan? Everything you have is just gained through scheming and fighting. Who among the Thuong VM descendants will ever submit to you? Before the opponent could react, Lai Han Van, furious beyond words after hearing the arrogant words of the defeated enemy, clenched his teeth and declared that whatever tactics he used, what was his, and from now on, if you dare to step out of the Wushen sect, I will kill you. Die now. With those words, he swung his spear and struck, causing Lai Hang Van to be sent flying in fury. Time passes, and with the Yu Min's involvement, the scale of the battle between Thien Han Min and Lai Nu Fong becomes increasingly fierce. But ironically, at Thien Lin Institute, Lai Nu Fong's side starts to insult and curse each other. All of the Heavenly Han Min and Demon Mins were beaten so badly by Fong Min that they didn't dare show their faces, making Li Han Van feel headache and dizzy, while a bunch of turtles kept provoking him from outside. "You guys only have this much ability if you dare come up here and fight." The brothers watching the chaos couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Everyone rushed to the door of the Heavenly Spirit Institute to scold, and an informed person explained, "Someone needs to give this guy a wake-up call, don't you know? Recently, Tianqing Ming and Feng Ming have been fighting desperately, and Yu Ming has always been supporting Tianqing Ming, but Tianqing Ming and Yu Ming were beaten so badly they couldn't lift their heads." Hearing that, the brothers immediately argued that they couldn't fight back at all. Yu Min is a new force that has just risen, with many members but lacking a solid foundation, which is quite normal. But with Thien Han Min so powerful, how could they be beaten to the point of not being able to lift their heads? That guy can only sigh and wonder. It seems Fong Min still hides many experts. The battle between the two most outstanding juniors of the Thuong VM family, it looks like Li Ngu Fong is holding the advantage. As the successor to lead the family business for many years, how could Lai Han Van compare? Hearing the filthy insults outside, Lai Han Van suppresses his anger and says to everyone, yes, I can't take it anymore." But then, he dismisses it as a joke. Recently, during battles, their fighting strength has been increasing. Last time, even a Long Dao realm expert appeared. Now stepping out would be asking for death. Everyone obeyed the order and was not allowed to leave the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. The subordinates were angry, but still had to follow the command. Yes. Seeing Lai Han Van retreat, the others outside took the opportunity to push forward. Mocking? Li Han Van's group has left. Wow, they curse so harshly, yet Lai Han Van can endure it. Truly shameful. Another guy who once mocked him for being all talk now looks a bit embarrassed. So what else can be done? Isn't it just that we can't win? I originally wanted to join the demon sect, but it turns out he's a coward. The shouting still echoes in my ears, making Li Ngu Fong proud, but Li Han Van walking away drives him crazy, thinking, "Damn it, he's retreating again. It really pisses me off." After several clashes, Li Han Van skillfully minimized his side's losses, which only made the enemy hate him more. If I had someone to help me, this would be even more annoying than Li Han Van. I thought he was just a peer like me, but with such a powerful force, I suspect his goal is to target the Vuthan Tong sect master, and the Long Huyet Yu Lin divine-level beast that grew with him is so different. It's all because of the person who harmed me. He muttered to himself about Lai Han Van. If it weren't for Lai Han Van constantly confronting me and causing the young members of the Thuong Viam family to lean towards him, how could I have fallen into this situation? Do I have to rely on external forces even for small matters? He chuckled cunningly and said, maybe I will also have the capital to compete for the position of patriarch. In an instant, all the news about Tianjingming and the Demon Ming being suppressed spread throughout the Wuxian sect, but no one has stepped forward to mediate. It could be a struggle among the younger generation, and the sect's attitude remains consistent. The scene shifts inside the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram, where Nie Li's formation continues to absorb the power of heaven and earth. His soul sea expands, and the vines grow endlessly, with each root containing a fate crystal. For 3 consecutive days, Nie Li's cultivation didn't make a breakthrough, but his mental state underwent a great change, and his aura seemed to merge with heaven and earth. He opened his eyes in surprise, wondering what was happening. What kind of aura is this? It's so powerful, and there might be some hidden secret within these vines that could shake everything, but I still don't know it yet. Just forget it for now, and gradually uncover its secrets later. At this moment, Luke Few's 6th fate crystal also lit up, and he smiled broadly with great joy. Ha 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 ha! I have condensed 6 fate crystals, Nie Li. Your formation is truly powerful. Cowboy nearby also looked stunned, thinking that when we entered here our cultivation levels were clearly the same, but now I only have 3 fate crystals while he has 6. Seeing Cowboy's concern, Nie Li quickly reassured him. Cowboy, you don't need to worry. I have already established a connection with Luke Few's soul sea, which is why it can grow so quickly. On the other hand, your cultivation level is only secondary. As long as you keep practicing sword intent to the extreme, you can surpass my cultivation limit. Cowboy nodded and confirmed, yes, in sword intent cultivation. I am not inferior to anyone, only to you. Non Sam and Fich Thu Duong, Kai also nodded. Nie Li confirmed the next plan. Let's go back now since we've been in the 10,000 miles river mountain map for a few days. So everyone went outside together, and as soon as they appeared, a group approached to visit Elder Nie Li. Elder Cowboy, Elder Luke Feu, you've finally returned? Nie Li asked in surprise. What exactly has happened? Li Han Van calmly replied that for the past few days, I have been to ABC and that guy brought people to X, Y, and ZD. Now we can't leave those 3 behind. Feeling that Li Nu Fong was a bit strange, and wondering where so many experts had come from, based solely on his business skills and influence, it was clear someone was behind the scenes pulling strings, but he didn't know who. Nie Li marveled at where all these experts had come from and secretly guessed that recently Long Thien Min had been recruiting people. Could it be him behind it? Since the past life, I have never been able to see through Long Tianming's true background. He is part of the Long Yin clan, not even the eldest son, yet he rose to become the sect master of the martial god sect, showing extraordinary methods. What we see now is only a small part of his true strength. I can't be sure how much power he's hiding, so it seems we need to find a way to deal with Long Tianming. Right now, based only on our current strength, we are probably still far from enough. Nie Li analyzes the situation. Even if we go out now, we might be blocked by Li Nu Fong's people. We don't have many trump cards to deal with them. I think you should focus on maintaining the overall situation inside the Heavenly Spirit Institute, while I go check out some small towns along the V limitless wilderness border. Cowboy was very surprised to hear that, and Li Han Van also asked if you were going alone. You don't need anyone to follow you. As soon as you go out, the Fongmin group will definitely attack. Nie Li confidently replied, It's fine, I almost forgot I am now at the peak of the celestial spirit stage, and with the sacred blood I possess I can fight against a transcendence realm expert, and even if I can't win, I can still escape. Cowboy also agreed. All right, you must be very careful, Nie Li reassured them. Don't worry, it's just small outposts, not particularly dangerous places. Liu Piao pointed and said it would be best to recruit a powerful Long Dao realm expert, so our strength could increase significantly. Nie Li scratched his head and said, I'll scout first. Whether I can recruit someone from the Tianyuan divine tribe is still uncertain. Recruiting powerful experts from the heavenly origin divine tribe is not an easy task because they are very cautious when choosing their masters. If they sense distrust, they won't easily sign a contract. The next reason is the price. If not, I could bring everything back for them. Li Han Van agreed. Nie Li should go explore the way first. After a moment, Nie Li stepped forward and said, Then let's go, and what are those guys gossiping about over there? But a figure suddenly appeared in front of Nie Li. It was Long Vu Am. Nie Li didn't look and just hit her breasts. Luckily they were soft, or else that guy's mouth would have been broken. Nie Li startled and instinctively grabbed Long Vuam's arms. Long Vuam was also caught off guard. Cowboy and Lai Han. Van stared in shock, Long Vuam blushing and panting heavily, her bosoms bouncing with each tremor. Seeing this, Lai Han Van and Luke Few turned away, pretending not to notice. Cowboy looked confused and stared at her feet. Nie Li cheerfully asked, "Why are you here?" Long Vuam softly reproached his master for not even informing him when he returned. Lu Shu echoed, "Why didn't you tell me when the master came back?" Cowboy opened her mouth wide and shouted, "What's wrong with Long Vuam? Is this still the same fierce tiger? Master, are you about to go out now?" After saying that, blushing shyly, Nie Li replied, I need to go somewhere." Hearing this, Long Vuam asked if he could come along. Nie Li replied immediately, "I am just going out for a short while and will be back soon. I can go alone." Seeing Long Vuam look displeased, Nie Li asked sternly, "Don't you even listen to what your master says?" Long Vuam was stunned for a moment, then obediently listened. "Yes, master," Nie Li instructed during this time. "Long Thien Min is now under your watch. You must pay attention to every move he makes. I sense that Long Thien Min has a connection to the demon god sect, maybe even one of their members, but there is no solid evidence yet." This statement is meant to scare Long Vuam, making her panic. Lai Han Van and Cowboy both look serious. Long Vuam agrees and says, "I will send people to monitor Long Thien Min." Nie Li agreed and said, "Yes, just monitor him. No need to act. Everything can wait until I return." Long Vuam nodded in understanding, and Nie Li waved goodbye again. "Then I'll go ahead. You guys stay here." While Long Vuam sighed in frustration, Nie Li soared into the sky. He smoothed his face to change his appearance, then sped away. So Nie Li changed his appearance and calmly walked on, until suddenly 2 guys blocked his way, forcing him to stop. The guy pointed at Nie Li and said, "Stand still for me, I've never seen you before. You're the rotten dish dung kid, right?" Nie Li secretly thought that big brother was joking. There are so many disciples in the Heavenly Spirit Institute. How could he possibly know them all? "I've never met you before. How can you talk like that when that guy is threatening the kid with a fist?" Big brother, let's find a place to talk." The other guy followed and asked, "What are you up to?" Nie Li found a corner, took out a spirit stone, and said, "This is a small token of my sincerity. Please kindly accept it. My journey is on behalf of Lord Vo Diem. I humbly ask you to be gentle." That guy sighed, thinking to himself that Liar's inner strength was transmitted from his hand, and judging by his aura, he was clearly at the celestial spirit realm. Just based on his ability to conceal his aura, he was definitely not an ordinary person, so he said, "If you are someone from Vo Diem Tongjia, then you may go now." Nie Li also showed respect, "Then thank you, big brother." The other guy waved his hand and ordered him to pass. Nie Li passed by and chuckled softly, thinking that all these powerful experts at the heavenly transformation stage had already been bought. Just now, I used the power of heavenly Tao to sense their aura, and it's clear they are practicing the Long Yin family's cultivation technique. They are people of Long Tian Ming. I don't know when Linengu Fong and Long Thien Min started cooperating, but it seems they have been working together for a long time. Long Thien Min helped Ko Hang, and regarding Ko Lam being poisoned, Long Thien Min is definitely involved. Unlike Ko Hang, who only had a few elders backing him and the head of the Ko clan along with the Grand Elder standing on Ko Lam's side before she was poisoned, Long Thien Min unexpectedly pushed Linengu Fong onto the stage. And as the son of the head of the Thongviem family, with talent not as good as Lai Han Van and less reputation among the younger generation, he is also the heir to the family head position, making him much harder to deal with than Ko Hang. To bring Linengu Fong down, either his father must step down from the family head position, or Linengu Fong must commit a grave mistake that Vuthantong cannot forgive. Long Thien Min chose to push Linengu Fong forward to pressure us, which was very clever. No matter how strong our forces are, it's very difficult to suppress Linengu Fong. If Linengu Fong suffers any loss, his father will definitely intervene. This is really troublesome. Meanwhile, Long Vuam quietly followed Nie Li, watching her with a lovesick gaze. She secretly thought that her master had been hit by her heavenly soul-pursued incense, so no matter how far he ran, she could find him. Suddenly, a few people stepped out and blocked Long Vu Am on her right arm. "Stop right there." Long Vu Am glared, snorted, and shouted in anger. "Those guys are terrified. Wait a moment. She is Long Vu Am. Even I dare to stop her. You blind fools." Then two figures appeared behind Long Vu Am, both rushing forward at once, and those guys were so scared. They shouted that she was a master of the Longdao realm. Then this group of roadblockers was beaten so badly that they were covered in blood, screaming in agony. Ah. Ha. Even the others saw and couldn't help but pee their pants. They whispered among themselves that Li Ngu Fong's subordinates from the heavenly transformation realm are truly lawless. Ha ha. Unfortunately, I met someone even more arrogant than them. I met Long Vu Am. The villain must be dealt with by villains. Soon, everyone from the heavenly shift scene here was defeated. The two Longdao realm experts stepped forward and said, "Miss, you went that way?" Long Vu Am confirmed, "Yeah, let's go." Then, the three of them sped off. Half an hour later, in the great world, Long Vu Am and the others descended into a forest. Long Vu Am sighed that the smell of the heaven's soul-tracking incense disappeared as she arrived here. The woman guessed that perhaps the young master had discovered the scent on herself. With Nie Li's sharp senses, she might have already known, but she still firmly said, "I must find him." The two women nodded in agreement. Then they soared into the sky, following Long Vu Am. Soon after, Li Ngu Fong's group appeared. He asked Long Vu Am's subordinates and those two women, "Do we go this way?" The subordinates replied, "I just saw them stop here for a moment, then they headed in that direction." Li Ngu Fong told the two behind to go that way and asked if they were planning to do something, but they replied that there was no need for him to worry as they had been assigned to handle it and needed to return and report. Young Master Li Ngu Fong bids farewell. After saying that, these two guys rush away. Li Ngu Fong's subordinates scream in agony. Ah. What is the background of those two young masters? Li Ngu Fong angrily asked, "Is this your business to ask?" After hearing that, the guy knelt down and begged for forgiveness, saying it was my fault for meddling. Li Ngu Fong reminded him to get up and said that some things are better left unasked in the future. In his heart, he thought that even a normal Longdao realm expert is more than enough to be a senior elder or worshipped within the family. As the heir of the first family and with only the heavenly transmission stage as his strongest subordinate, he has two subordinates, including Li Ngu Fong, who is considered a valuable asset by others. Yet I want to borrow his strength, which really doesn't make me happy. I wonder how Long Thien Min plans to deal with Long Vu Am and his people. So he turned around and left, saying, "Let's go." The subordinates obediently followed. The scene shifts to the border region of Manhwa, where Nie Li peeks in, and a man begins to recount how for thousands of years the Thien Nguyen Than Tok has been imprisoned in this wasteland, suffering and struggling to survive in the endless wilderness. The ancestors of the Thien Nguyen Than Tok once were powerful beings equal to the Saint Emperor, but ultimately they were defeated and suppressed within the endless wilderness by the Saint Emperor. All his descendants are forever sealed in this land. Anyone from the heavenly origin divine clan who wants to gradually leave the endless wilderness must bow their heads and become servants to others. This is the most humiliating treatment from the Holy Emperor towards the celestial origin divine clan. Many members of the celestial origin divine clan would rather die than step out into the endless wilderness. Now the celestial origin divine clan, once a great race with over 10 million people, has dwindled to only a few million, with no resources here, and most of their members have become slaves. After exchanging some spirit stones to buy food to sustain their people, the weakest in the celestial origin divine clan, the Longdao realm, costs at least 30,000 spirit stones. Truly powerful, or they wouldn't survive here. Niepling is Song Thi Noi. I see. So that guy asked again, "What did you find out?" Niepli Traloi So Noi Kong Biet Sao. That person explained that the master-servant contract of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan was established by the Holy Emperor. The powerful of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan could not break the contract, so once they became a servant, they had to obey absolutely. Even if it meant letting him die, he would not show a single expression. It was at this moment that the slaves of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan became particularly valued. Nie Li asking so weakly, "Are they all from the Dragon Dao realm?" That guy explained that there is no food here. Even a slave can be sold for 30,000 spiritual stones, but food supplies transported from elsewhere are extremely expensive. The members of the Heavenly Origin Divine clan can only barely exchange for enough food to keep them from starving. But when he turned back, Nie Li was no longer there. He wondered, "Where did you go?" Nie Li walked and thought, "They are all merchants, so there are probably merchants doing business with the Heavenly Origin Divine clan nearby." He looked around and heard the noise, wondering what was going on over there. Just going to see what's happening. Nie Li immediately went to eavesdrop, only to see a crowd of people making noise and a few members of the Thien Nguyen clan arguing over something. A fat man, probably a merchant, no, a trader, responds to the other guy with "your conditions, we can't agree. We've traded many times before, always based on cultivation level. Are you not selling now? Just go away and don't waste my time. That guy told us he's from the princess tribe of the Celestial Origin Divine clan. Our clan members are all the most outstanding warriors of the Heavenly Origin Divine clan. These are the top young talents of the Heavenly Origin Divine clan, and we cannot determine their value based solely on their current cultivation level. Those guys really think the people of the Heavenly Origin Divine clan are disgusting, not satisfied with 30,000 spirit stones per person? Honestly, if they keep acting like that, the prices for buying and selling Heavenly Origin Divine clan slaves might end up even higher in the future." The others also agreed. Yes, after all, there are so many slaves in the Long Dao realm first layer, not everyone can casually take out 30,000 spiritual stones. Nie Li silently thought that they used to be the strongest fighting race in the entire Long Ku universe. Now they had fallen into such a state, fighting over their own people's lives for money until their faces turned red. Their once glorious past, a mighty empire, had now decayed to this point, and they no longer carried the glory of the past. The Celestial Origin Divine clan, in opposition to the Saint Emperor, has suffered calamity and now lacks respect from other clans. Only able to sigh as Saint Emperor Feng seals the endless time and space to refine all realms, while those inside the long wilderness remain confused and fighting among themselves. They asked each other what the two merchants' backgrounds were. They are from the Long Tuk Trading Guild. They hold more than half of the slave trade quota. Did you see that middle-aged man with the horse face? He's the vice president of the Long Tuk Trading Guild, and someone from the Heavenly Origin Divine clan wants to negotiate with them. That simply isn't possible. The small border towns here, ordinary people don't want to offend the Long Tusk Trading Guild. Nie Li thought to himself, well, this is a good chance to buy powerful experts from the Heavenly Origin Divine race. Those young Heavenly Origin Divine race youths are already at the Long Dao stage first level, and their talent looks promising. So Nie Li decided to push forward, with one person stepping up to negotiate. Our President Lin just wants a fair price. These young men are all geniuses of our tribe. If they weren't in this difficult situation, we would never let them become slaves. The horse-faced man replied impatiently. We have already set the fairest price. If someone offers more, you can sell to them. The other guy also agrees. That's right. Nie Li remained silent, and the kids started shouting at each other loudly. He insults me. I insult him like some fishmongers in the market. The young people of the Heavenly Origin clan are also damn stupid. No one nearby wants to offend the Long Tuk society, especially over some slaves of the Long Dao realm first layer. The clan leader glanced around, everyone avoiding his gaze, and they all thought to themselves that after Long Tuk's declaration, no one dared to bid any more. What now? Suddenly a voice said, I bid 50,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones per person, I will buy as many as there are. After hearing that, everyone was stunned. The man from the Long Tu Trading Guild's face darkened. The Heavenly Origin clan also looked stunned and said to each other, 50,000 is better than 30,000. Nie Li silently thought there were 6 young men, looking unenergetic but with very strong auras, so he threw out the token and said it was 300,000 spirit stones. The clan leader over there blankly took the ring, then nodded to his companions before presenting the documents. These are their master-servant contract papers. Nie Li nodded in satisfaction. The horse-faced leader looked displeased and said to Nie Li, This, brother, what you did is really not good at all. A group of subordinates rushed forward to show off. Nie Li silently thought that they all must be at least third-tier Longdao realm experts. Those guys saw and said, "Oh man, this kid is doomed, daring to steal someone right in front of the Long Toot Guild. He's asking for death." Traveling through this world, those who don't know the danger often end up dying terribly. The gang leader waved his hand, and the others prepared to kill Nie Li. The others cover their mouths and laugh because a good show is about to start. Nie Li remains calm, and the leader's tone is stern as he speaks in this vast, wild borderland. The dignity of our Long Toot Guild cannot be challenged by others. Boy, do you have anything to say before I decide your fate? I wonder inwardly how someone with such cultivation can remain so calm. Probably has someone backing him up. He immediately threw out 300,000 spirit stones, indicating his identity is not simple, but the Long Toot Trading Guild here would never easily start a fight, or their prestige would be lost. So he ordered his subordinates to arrest him first. The guys outside are whispering, is this little brat really talented or just stupid? He's about to be killed. Seeing those guys approaching, Nie Li glanced over and then lowered his head, loudly saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't know this place was under the control of the Long Tusk Trade Guild, and what just happened was a bit reckless. I apologize for that." The guys were stunned, and the guild leader secretly thought, your apology is useless. You dare to steal someone from my hands. But he still hasn't signed those 6 contracts. A punk threatening and apologizing, what good does that do? Is there anything else you want to say? If you can't speak, you'll definitely die. Nie Li calmly responded, with the reputation of the Long Toot Trade Guild ringing in her ears. I wonder if President Lam agrees to do business with me. The guild leader was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, business. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Nie Li pouted and asked, "What's so funny about this? I came to this borderland because of Long Toot Trading Guild. They wouldn't refuse a sincere customer like me to do business here, right?" The chairman began to consider, does this guy really want to do business with us if there's a chance to make money? The troublemaker looked at the chairman, then asked Nie Li, "Kid, do you really think you can trade with us?" Nie Li sneered and replied, "If a business opportunity is right at the door, does the Long Toot Trade Guild have any reason not to take it?" This left the troublemaker speechless. It's just 6 young men. There's no need for Leader Lam to worry. I hear that the Long Toot Trading Guild controls all the business of the boundless Demon King, so they wouldn't reject major clients over this. If that's the case, I might start to look down on Chairman Lam a bit. The guys angrily shouted, "What do you mean?" Chairman Lam waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment," then thought to himself if these 6 young members of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan were sold elsewhere, they would fetch at least 500,000 spirit stones. Yet they dare to say they are just 6 youths. Their tone is too arrogant. The subordinates respectfully obey and answer yes. Chairman Lam continues, "I wonder what business this young brother of yours has with our Long Toot Trading Guild." Nie Li replied calmly, "It's nothing big, just asking Long Toot Trading Guild to help me recruit 200 strong warriors from the Celestial Origin spirit race. Even if each person is 30,000, it's still acceptable. Those guys are idiots. 20 people times 30,000 each makes 300,000. Leader Lam was surprised and asked, "Are you kidding me, little brother?" "Are you joking? What's in it for me?" "Brother Tu just spoke and asked for 200 slaves. How can I believe you?" Nie Li sighed, then threw the ring and said, "This is the deposit of 500,000 spirit stones." Those guys looked at the ring and were so stupid. The guy asked again for 500,000 spirit stones. Chairman Lam thought to himself, daring to come alone to the wild origin land, and immediately took out 500,000 spirit stones as a deposit. It seems his background is not simple. Chairman Lam saw the money and immediately asked with a flattering smile, "Ha ha, I wonder what kind of background this young master has. If there really is a 6 million deal, then these slaves are not worth mentioning." Nie Li waved his hand to refuse, saying, "You don't need to ask Lam Hoi Trong about this. Even if he knows, it probably won't be good for him." Chairman Lam chuckled and said, "I was just asking casually if the young master wants to cooperate with our Long Toot Trading Guild. Of course, we would warmly welcome it. You said you need to buy 200 powerful beings from the Heavenly Origin spirit race. Is that true?" Nie Li calmly responded, "Let's see how sincere Chairman Lam is." I have already offered 300,000 spiritual stones in the previous deal, and now another 500,000 spiritual stones. I wonder how many heavenly origin spirit race experts Chairman Lamb can provide for me. Chairman Lamb's face darkened. Then he looked at the group of heavenly origin spirit race members bowing and coughed. Cough, cough, Nie Li. Produce the contract and say, your slave contract is here. The young men all bowed their heads in silence. Nie Li saw this and reassured them, if you are willing to follow me, I will definitely not treat you badly. If you do not want to follow me, you can go back and I will consider the initial spirit stones as my gift to you. After hearing this, the group exchanged glances and then all knelt respectfully, saying, Thank you, young master. Our heavenly origin divine clan values trust. Once we decide to follow, we will give our all, and no member of the clan will break their promise. Nie Li continued, Rest assured, I will take good care of these 6 young men. Over there, they cried like a river, saying thank you. Thank you, for years our people have been treated like animals. No one has ever promised us this. Nie Li sighed and continued, From now on, you can follow me, just for 2 years. In 2 years, if any of you no longer wish to follow me, you can leave at any time. And then he bit his finger, letting his blood drip into the contract. Nie Li silently thought that her soul seemed to be connected to them. This is a soul contract. Once activated, it can freely kill these young men. A slave contract this powerful means that once the heavenly origin divine clan leaves the endless chaos, most outcomes are not good. Chairman Lamb praises the young master for his tolerance and generosity, secretly thinking that these 6 young men have fallen into his hands. He hasn't gained anything, but he can only let it go and absolutely cannot lose this important client. At this moment, they are also discussing this strange event. Just now they were ready to fight with swords and guns, almost getting killed. Who would have thought this young man actually has some skill, making Chairman Lamb treat him so politely in such a short time? Another guy offering so much money, how could he not be courteous? At this moment, someone ran over to inform the leader. Chairman Lamb, after hearing this, told Nie Li that among the members of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan, Longdao Realm's 2nd tier, no one is pretending to be weak. We don't know if the first transaction will satisfy the young master. The other man respectfully saluted. Are the members of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan Longdao Realm 2nd tier satisfied, young master? Nie Li happily replied, Yes, not bad. There will be other deals in the future. I hope Chairman Lamb will take care of us more. Chairman Lamb happily said. Of course, everyone laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Scene shifts to 7 days later. Nie Li appears inside the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram. He landed on the ground and sighed, finally having signed everything. Nie Li counted 360 soldiers, with 2 at the 5th layer of the Dragon Path, 6 at the 4th layer, and 50 at the 3rd layer. They were in the boundless wilderness, a place with extremely weak heavenly force, yet they still managed to break through to the Dragon Path. Nie Li removes his disguise. Having entered the vast distance mountain map, his cultivation will surely grow stronger and stronger, possibly even reaching the martial sect. Otherwise, the Holy Emperor would not have been seriously injured and would have sealed off the celestial origin spirit race at all costs. Seeing Nie Li change his face, the group of Nie Li were all stunned. Nie Li looked at a young man with a shaved head and asked, Young man, what's your name? The other person respectfully said, My lord, my name is Von Triet. Nie Li approached and asked Von Triet, then placed his hand on Von Triet's shoulder and gently touched him. Von Triet was stunned, unsure of what the other guy intended to do. Nie Li closed his eyes to sense and then declared like a sage, You are the Szechvan body of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan, and the suitable cultivation techniques are the Phoenix and Martial Spirit Secret Technique and the True Sun Spirit Technique. Which one do you want to cultivate? Hearing this, Van Triet was stunned and then asked about the Phi-Vu Than Quiet and Thuk Nat Than Quiet, while a bald guy reminded him that washing his face takes longer than shampooing his hair. Hurry up and thank your master. Both the Phi-Vu Divine Technique and the True Sun Divine Technique are among the strongest cultivation methods of our Heavenly Origin Divine Clan. But these 2 techniques have been lost in our clan, so being able to cultivate either one is a great fortune for anyone. Van Triet widened his eyes in surprise and shouted, Ah! Then he knelt respectfully and said, Van Triet does not know. Please bestow your grace, master. Nie Li decided to proceed with cultivating the real sun divine technique. Then Li took out some paper, kept writing and drawing on it, handed the scroll to Van Triet, and then checked each of them. Nie Li nodded and said, "Yes, you, all of you are suitable to practice the real daily divine technique for an entire day. I have already arranged the appropriate cultivation techniques for your new subordinates based on their physiques. I have transmitted all the suitable techniques to you." The guys looked at the cultivation techniques and discussed among themselves. Then a man named Huyen Vu, who was at the Longdao stage 5th level, spoke up and asked, "Master, I have a question that I'm not sure if I should ask or not." Nie Li happily replied, "If you don't understand something, just ask." Huyen Vu wondered, after all these years, our clan no longer has the glory of the past. Thank you, Lord, for the descendants. We can once again see the divine secrets left by our ancestors, but the 36 high-level divine secrets of the entire heavenly origin divine clan are lost and incomplete. Why do you possess all the divine secrets of the heavenly origin divine clan? Nie Li hesitated and thought, in his previous life, when opposing the Holy Emperor, I truly received help from the heavenly origin divine clan. But afterward, the entire clan was slaughtered by the Holy Emperor, not even sparing the newborns. Nie Li firmly said, "Why I have it, you don't necessarily need to know. Just know that I have a connection with the heavenly origin divine clan, and I won't make things difficult for you in the future." Huyen Vu was momentarily stunned, then knelt respectfully and said, "Master, give us the chance to witness these lost divine techniques once more. We are immensely grateful to see them again in the sunlight, and whatever instructions you have, we will do our best, even if it means breaking our bones and flesh, dying 1,000 times without hesitation." Nie Li calmly said, "I want to teach you a long-lost battle formation of the heavenly origin divine clan that requires practitioners with different levels of divine decision comprehension to use. This is the heavenly origin divine formation." After hearing this, everyone looked blankly like a cross-eyed dog. The heavenly origin divine formation. Nie Li announced that the heavenly origin divine array is divided into 3 talents: 6 harmonies, 8 wildernesses, 10 extremes, and 36 killings, with transformations within. Any 3 individuals forming a team can unleash over 5 times their combat power, and any 6 can combine to surpass 10 times. In the heavenly origin divine clan, those who cultivate the divine will are already few and even fewer now. This divine formation requires many talented members of the celestial origin spirit race to cultivate the high divine decision to activate it. If you've never heard of this celestial origin divine array, it's not a strange thing. In short, you can start cultivating now, as the power of the heavenly path here is endless, and you will progress very quickly. The subordinates respectfully listen and obey. Nie Li believes she is just one step away from the heavenly shift. With so many people at the Haolongdao realm, as long as she doesn't encounter a martial saint, she won't be in danger. While practicing the divine formation on one side and cultivating in the great world of transition on the other, continuous battles unfold, and the members of the Yinming faction have been beaten to a pulp. Transitioning within the Heavenly Spirit Institute, you guys mocking that Min are also trapped here, ha ha ha. Inside the main camp of the Yin Min, a few hurriedly ran to the young lady. Long Vuam frowned and asked, "What happened?" The person respectfully said, "Our Yin Ming was attacked by a mysterious group, suffering heavy losses. All 3 divine towers have fallen, and the rescue armies from the Demon Ming and Heavenly Movement have been wiped out. Now the situation is extremely critical." The person reported that the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion has been strictly sealed off. Anyone who tries to leave will face death. Long Vuam couldn't help but be surprised. How could they have defeated us completely in just a few days? Did Long Tianming take action then? The other person still responded respectfully. "My lady, at the moment we cannot confirm, but Long Tianmin's subordinates have shown no signs of movement. His top experts are all here." Long Vuam frowned again, wondering if it was Tudo Bak Viem. The other side immediately replied, "Tudo Bak Viem also hasn't shown any signs. The young lady has something she's unsure whether to say or not." Long Vuam said frankly, "Just say it directly if you have something to say." The woman then revealed that there is a powerful dragon realm expert among us now during the battle, and the cultivation technique he practices seems to be somewhat similar to the Yu Than Tong. Hearing the words demon god sect, Long Vuam couldn't hide his surprise. How confident are you that they are from the demon god sect? The woman honestly replied, I don't have much confidence either, I just have a feeling that the opponent's aura seems a bit off. This group is very strange, only targeting us and acting extremely cautiously, as if trying to avoid something. Long Vuam thought for a moment and then ordered, You go back and continue investigating these people's background. I will return in a few days. The other person respectfully salutes. After a while, the door of the room opens and two of Long Vuam's guards rush in to report. Miss, we have news about your old master. He is currently staying at an inn in a small town, having recently hired over 100 experts from the Heavenly Origin Divine clan. It's truly astonishing. I doubt even the legendary idols could produce that many spirit stones at once. As expected, the lady has a keen eye. Miss, if you can marry the young master, it would be a great advantage for you to hold the Long Seal family in your hands. Hearing this, Long Wuyin immediately stood up and asked eagerly, Which inn is he staying at? Take me there quickly. The two guards immediately responded respectfully, Yes, miss. Suddenly their faces changed, sensing the danger approaching, and they hurriedly warned, Be careful, miss. Immediately after, the three of them broke the window and flew out. As they rushed out, the room behind them exploded into 100 pieces. Long Vuam was stunned in shock for a moment before quickly giving the order, Hurry up and go. So the three of them shot forward like arrows, with smoke and flames billowing into the sky behind them. From the sea of flames, a group of black-clad figures rushed out, shouting orders to each other, chasing after them. Don't let them escape. Kill the old man and woman, leave them to me. Amidst the thick smoke and fire, Long Vuam and the two guards were all exerting their full strength to fly away. Behind them, dozens of figures relentlessly pursued and fought. Long Vuam was secretly terrified. So fast, and there were so many of them, all at the Long Dao stage. Then she turned to the two guards and said, Tadi, you two run quickly. Long Vuam silently thought that both of them are powerful Long Dao realm experts. If they die, they will never come back to life. But Tadai firmly opposed, No, we must take the young lady with us. We promised the madam that we would protect her carefully. Long Vuam hesitated, but at that moment a blinding light erupted along with a cold shout. You think you can leave without our approval? Humph, none of you should even think about escaping. Immediately after, a devastating explosion occurred. In the center of the town, the roar of a dragon echoed through the sky, and Tadi transformed into the crimson flame-winged dragon. The powerful Long Dao realm expert sneered coldly and launched 3 sharp yellow sword energy attacks at Tadi. She roared fiercely, Don't even think about hurting the young lady. The black-clad man just waved his hand a few times and sneered, Hey, who would bother to let your lady be hurt? 3 other purple sword energies shot out from his hand. Tadi felt the terrifying power, but before she could react, the 3 sword energies pierced through her body. Hit by this fatal blow, Tadi immediately lost contact with the Yulin. Long Vuam shouted in panic, Tadi! But the woman had already fallen to the ground, powerless. Miss, the attacker is at least a 6th-level Dragon Realm expert. No matter what, we are no match for him. He said that and then pulled Long Vuam to speed up and fly away. The man in black coldly ordered, Chase after them, yes. Then everyone started chasing after them again. Luckily, Nie Li was nearby and witnessed everything. Seeing the familiar figure of his disciple, Nie Li silently thought of Long Vuam. Then he saw a whole group of people chasing from behind. Lam Day saw that there was no way out and immediately turned back and said resolutely, Miss, take care of yourself. I will hold them off. After saying that, he threw Long Vuam forward, while himself merging with the demon spirit. He turned around to face the battle and rushed toward the group of powerful Long Dao realm experts chasing after him, but before he could strike, a sword energy cut straight down, causing his body to vanish into the air. Long Vuam screamed in horror. It's no surprise that Nie Li appeared, blocking Long Vuam's path. Then he embraced his disciple, reproached him, and ran back there. What are you thinking? Long Vuam exclaimed in shock. Nie Li, Tadi, and Lamdi are all dead. Nie Li quickly warned, Let's get out of here first and talk about other things later. The man in black now sneered, Ha ha, there's one more, kill him now. Nie Li sensed the murderous intent from the pursuers behind and thought to himself that he didn't know their background. For now, he couldn't openly use the 10,000 miles mountain and river map, so he had to speed up. With that in mind, he flapped his wings and shot forward, leaving behind two faint yin-yang streaks in the air. The powerful experts of the Dragon Path realm kept chasing blindly, confusedly asking each other, "What's going on?" This guy is indeed at the celestial spirit stage, so why is he running so fast? He's just a young celestial spirit, yet he dares to snatch someone from my hands. He's asking for death. What? The cold air is really strong. Long Vuam also anxiously calls out to Nie Li. Nie Li now firmly said, "I can't die." Long Vuam also did then from his soul sea aura of shadow demon burst out, leading the power of heaven and earth into the vine that was strengthened. Nie Li immediately shot out at full speed. The tiger, panda, and bear also roared, and the sacred blood flames blazed fiercely. All three demon spirits poured their power into Nie Li. He shouted loudly, "Ah! Ah!" Sword energy charged at Nie Li to strike, but he had already burst forward, then continued to accelerate, his speed skyrocketing into a blur of yin and yang light streaking away. The opponent's flying sword couldn't keep up and had to stop. What is this kid's background? With only a heavenly spirit stage cultivation, yet his speed is so fast that even his own flying sword can't catch up. Guys nearby poked their heads in and asked, "Boss, what do we do now? That kid is too fast, and this one ordered us to keep chasing." "I don't believe he can maintain that speed. His cultivation level can't last that long, he's just at the Heavenly 10 stage." Could he still be avoiding the pursuit of many of our powerful Long Dao realm experts while carrying a woman with him? Nie Li continued to speed forward at supersonic velocity. Long Vuam hugged Nie Li tightly and sighed. That was too fast. What kind of speed is this? I could only hear the sound of the wind. Nie Li continued at full speed, thinking to himself that although his burst of speed was impressive, the consumption of the heavenly Dao power was also over 10 times greater. If he kept going like this, he would probably have to stop soon. Nie Li looked around and realized they had reached the border mountain range of the wilderness origin. So he decided to find a hiding spot first, or use the terrain to escape into the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram, or summon the powerful beings of the celestial origin divine race inside the diagram to fight alongside him. He began descending into the mountain crevices. Long Vuam still holding Nie Li tightly, when suddenly Nie Li froze, realizing a surge of purple energy was rushing toward him, but it was already too late to dodge. The purple energy force continues to explode. Nie Li shouted in horror, "What is this?" Then a purple light burst out, covering the entire area, and the mountains returned to their original state with no sign of disturbance. Half an hour later, the pursuers finally arrived. They looked at each other in confusion and asked what had happened. The others reported that they had searched around but found no trace at all. The leader angrily said, "Damn it, I can't believe they got away, let's go." So, they all left together. The scene shifts to a dimly lit space as Nie Li gradually regains consciousness. He opened his eyes, his hand suddenly squeezing something soft. Then his face turned blank like a dog's, and he looked around. It turned out Nie Li was resting his hand on Long Vuam's buttocks. Long Vuam feels someone squeezing him and groans softly. Then the two of them stare at each other in surprise. Long Vuam blushed and stammered, "Nie Li pretending to be innocent is so guilty." Long Vuam asked in confusion, "Where are we? In front of us is a solid black area." Nie Li replied, "I don't know either. If we follow normal circumstances, we should have stopped in a mountain forest. I guess we might have entered some kind of mystical space." But you're still sitting on Nie Li's lap in a very provocative pose." Nie Li looked down at Long Vuam's chest and then pretended to say, "Long Vuam, get up first." Long Vuam suddenly remembered and awkwardly stood up. Nie Li also got up and said, "I feel like this space has a mysterious energy wave, let's look for an exit." Suddenly a voice echoed throughout the space. "Do not look for an exit. You are inside my mind. If I want to let you go, you can leave now." Long Vuam asked in surprise, "Are we inside the mind?" Nie Li deduces that the one thought void silver technique, and the voice echoes again. "Oh, this kid. You actually know who you are? Usually with your current cultivation levels, you basically have no chance of reaching such a powerful divine technique." Long Vuam wondered silently, What exactly is the one-mind void spirit technique? Could it be a cultivation technique only powerful enough for martial saints to practice? Nie Li then said, I really do know a little about what senior is. But the other person burst out laughing and said, I can see what that girl is thinking. It seems she's very loyal to you, but I can't tell what you're thinking. Your soul sea is deep beyond measure, and your cultivation is only at the heavenly transmission stage. How is this possible? Moreover, with your strength, you can still use the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram. Nie Li thought to himself, it's strange that he can see through. Maybe he can't guess how I got here. The voice spoke again, ignoring that. Little one, I ask you, why did you buy so many people from the heavenly origin divine clan? I respectfully ask the senior to understand that I have always admired the members of the heavenly origin divine clan and wish to take some of them away from this endless wilderness. That voice sounded annoyed and said, You're young and you're lying. Nie Li was silent for a moment, then said, I know it's hard for you to believe, senior. Let me explain. I and the celestial origin divine tribe share the same enemy, so I can lead their members to break through their limits and then help me fight against that person. The other person sneered with contemptuous laughter. Ha ha ha, it's laughable that you all share the same enemy. Nie Li replied, I don't care if you believe it or not, what I said is the truth. His voice suddenly stopped. I also remained silent for a moment before asking, What is your honorable title? The other replied succinctly, Thien Nguyen, people call me the great emperor Thien Nguyen, Nie Li asked in surprise. Emperor Tianyuan? He wondered silently. That legendary Emperor Tianyuan is actually here at the border. No, Emperor Tianyuan died long ago. The one you're talking to is likely just his lingering consciousness. The one who killed him is the Holy Emperor. Nie Li then said, If I told you that we share the same enemy, the Holy Emperor, would you believe it? Emperor Tianyuan then asked, The Holy Emperor, the young man, do you think I would believe this? You are just a teenager. You haven't even seen what the Saint Emperor looks like. If the Heavenly Emperor wants to kill you, it's just a thought. Is the space-time okay? Are you saying that you come from the prehistoric era through time? Powerhouses from the prehistoric era, I know everything about them. Nie Li replied, If I said I am from the future 100 years ahead, returning to this moment, would you believe me, Elder Tianyuan? Elder Tianyuan hesitated, 100 years ahead returning, but now, the river of time always flows forward, never back. Except for this point, Emperor Tianyuan fell silent. Long Vu Am also had a sky full of questions. She had uncovered Nie Li's secret. All right, I will find someone. I fought the Saint Emperor in the final battle and ultimately failed. Then I went back to when I was young. I started practicing the heavenly Tao divine technique, acquiring many treasures, but breaking the endless time and space seal of the Holy Emperor is still too difficult. I didn't expect to meet Senior Tianyuan here. Emperor Tianyuan asked again, I know a little. Why did you lose in the past? Nie Li replied, After the destruction of the divine ancestor land in the past, the Holy Emperor broke the seal and escaped, beginning to slaughter powerful beings across the realms, causing a great annihilation cycle. How are you able to oppose the Holy Emperor? Even if another 100 years pass, you will only be over 100 years old at most. What level of cultivation can you reach? Nie Li replied, My cultivation time is not just 100 years because I obtained a treasure that can stop or even reverse time, giving me the chance to confront him. Emperor Tianyuan frowned, even though he no longer had eyebrows, and asked, Time and space do not favor spiritual herbs. Nie Li let out a sigh. The Celestial Origin Emperor said to Nie Li, If you want to deal with the Holy Emperor, I can help you, but you must agree to one condition. Nie Li immediately asked, What condition? Emperor Tianyuan replied, You must lead the entire Tianyuan spirit race out of the boundless wilderness. If you win, the Saint Emperor must set them free. The position of the supreme ruler who wouldn't drool over it? I believe you can keep your true heart now, but the future is uncertain. Now I want you to swear that if you dare break your oath, you will be cursed by heaven, and your cultivation will never advance again. Nie Li silently thought that Emperor Tianyuan was trying to plant a demon in his heart. If he broke the oath, the demon would influence him, and his cultivation would never advance. As a righteous person, he didn't care about these things. Then he raised a finger and swore, I can wait until I defeat the Saint Emperor to free the Tianyuan divine clan. If you break this vow, the heavens and earth will perish and your cultivation will never advance again. Long Vu Am asked in surprise. Saint Emperor, Emperor Tianyuan continued, I am reassured with your words. When I was alive, I left behind many treasures. These may be useless to great emperors, but for you they can maximize your cultivation. Nie Li thought as the space around here seemed to shake, suddenly emitting light and rumbling sounds that shook the two of them. Right now, in front of the two of them are divine weapons, armor, elixirs, and various treasures from heaven and earth. Nie Li was dazzled by the wealth, and these treasures were probably never seen even by mighty martial saints. Emperor Tianyuan proclaims these treasures are too powerful for your current level. Without knowing the basics, you can't use them, but consider these gifts from me. I will tell you everything about how to use them when the time comes. Nie Li shook his head and laughed, ha, saying, Senior Tianyuan, you underestimate me too much. I am from 100 years in the future. I don't need you to teach me how to use these things. Emperor Tianyuan also burst out laughing. Ha ha. If that's the case, it will save me a lot of trouble. I will accept these items. Thank you, Senior Tianyuan, for your kindness. He thought to himself, this is perfect. Hundreds of void talisman gods, hundreds of divine weapons, and countless heavenly treasures. All of these are useful. With my current strength, it's hard to level up quickly, and it's largely related to the lack of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. With these, I might not find the basic treasures at all, and my cultivation could possibly progress even faster. How to make better use of them, I need to think more before returning, since our current cultivation level can't withstand these treasures. Emperor Tianyuan then said, there seem to be a few people outside hunting you. Once they leave, I will take you out. Nie Li respectfully thanks, thank you, Senior Tianyuan. The two of them then start talking about the Saint Emperor. This holy emperor, this kind of holy emperor, and that kind of holy emperor. After a moment, Emperor Tianyuan finally concluded with a loud sigh. So that's how it is. You truly have a chance to defeat the Saint Emperor even coming from the future. I've been waiting all these years for the chance to take revenge. Hey kid Nie Li, you still call yourself a kid. Besides this treasure, I also have a valuable document to give you. Then he produced a formation table that floated around before returning to Nie Li's hand. He exclaimed, this is the 10,000 Spirit Sword formation. Emperor Tianyuan confirms that it is indeed the 10,000 Spirit Sword array. During the previous life's battle against the Sacred Emperor, many powerful beings hid throughout the realms, and some of the most treasured warriors even displayed divine illusions and evil spirits. The 10,000 Spirit Sword array is also one of them. Although it is just a relic in the form of a document, it caused 5 of the Thande's subordinates to die. That item still retains a fragment of my consciousness, which is under my control. Your current ability cannot activate it. When you face insurmountable trouble, you can use your mind to unlock it. I can activate the 10,000 Spirit Sword formation for you, but you must understand that it requires accumulating the essence of heaven and earth to unleash its power and must never be used recklessly. It's best to use it when facing the Saint Emperor. Nie Li firmly said, I understand how to use it. Elder Thien Nguyen, rest assured. The 10,000 Spirit Sword array needs to absorb the power of heaven and earth to activate. The area with the cheapest heavenly Tao energy in the 10,000 miles mountain and river map is just there. Nie Li suddenly remembered something and said, yes, I want to ask you something, Senior. Does Emperor Tianyuan want to ask about that? Nie Li replied, I don't know if Senior Tianyuan knows this person, but he claims to be the great Emperor Wu Ming from the Shaolin Lung world. Emperor Tianyuan suspects that this person is very likely the one. Nie Li wondered, that person? Emperor Tianyuan explained that a once-in-a-millennium genius appeared a few hundred years ago, whose background remains unknown, possibly a transmigrated expert. His divine sense once exchanged a few words with me, and such a prodigy naturally attracted the attention of the Holy Emperor. Did the Holy Emperor also target him? Apart from that saying, he also has a training method for disciples like raising venomous snakes, which others find troublesome. Emperor Dien Nguyen continued, this person has extraordinary talent, reaching an astonishing cultivation level in just 300 years. If he truly is a powerful being reborn, his strength must be even greater than mine. Nie Li asked in surprise, is it that powerful? Could it be the reincarnation of the ancestral master of the Taoist sect? Emperor Tianyuan continued. I had hoped he could lift the seal and break through the Saint Emperor's time and space. But unfortunately, over the endless and 5 victory years, even the infinite time and space inside kept expanding. The chance to challenge the Saint Emperor is truly rare, taking 200 or 300 years to grow strong enough to do so. In that sense, Emperor Wu Ming can be considered one person, and my past self also counts as one. There must be some connection between me and Emperor Wu Ming. Are you also from the world of Little Spirit Realm? Nie Li confirmed. Exactly, Emperor Tianyuan suddenly said. Yeah, I understand now. I understand now. There were some things I kept thinking about but couldn't figure out before, but now everything is clear. The laughter of Emperor Tianyuan drove Long Yuyin crazy. Seeing this, Nie Li quickly asked to stop that old man's nonsense. What did the senior figure realize? Tianyuan Emperor replied, the answer to this matter must be uncovered by you yourself. The great way of heaven and earth has a destiny. One day you will understand. If there is someone in this world who can fight the Saint Emperor, it can only be you. The fate of all living beings is in your hands. After hearing this, Nie Li was stunned, chuckled, and secretly thought that Emperor Tian Nguyen understood. But he didn't reveal what hidden mystery was ultimately contained in this matter. Emperor Tianyin continued, I can only tell you one thing. Your cultivation method and inheritance are all based on me, so you need to explore your own potential and unleash it. Your current speed of cultivation is still too slow to contend with the Saint Emperor, and your time is running out. Nie Li firmly said, I will do my best. Emperor Tian Nguyen changed the subject. I can't help you anymore, but there really aren't many people who die for you in this world. This young girl has deep feelings for you, but her talent is too poor. If things continue like this, she probably won't be able to help you at all. I will give this girl a chance. Long Vu Am was stunned instantly after hearing that. Then suddenly a vortex surrounded her body, and Nie Li also jolted and leapt aside. Inside the vortex, Long Vu Am looked up with her neck arched, only to see a blinding light rushing toward her, then piercing straight into her head. Long Vu Am's entire body was transformed from her foundation and bones, and she sighed, unable to move anymore, determined to help her master and endure the purification of Emperor Tianyuan. Then her clothes gradually disappeared, and soon nothing remained on her body. Nie Li stared in shock, then froze in place. Long Vu Am glanced over, then blushed and muttered to Nie Li, Don't look anymore. Nie Li looked stunned and said, then turned away with a sly smile. Hey, that was good. As the vortex gradually disappeared, Long Vu Am panting heavily, then suddenly stunned as he felt the new power flowing through his veins. This is my strength. My cultivation directly jumps past the heavenly transmission stage into the Dragon Path stage, at least the 6th level of the Dragon Path stage, and I still have immense and powerful strength within my body. If I absorb all this power completely, my cultivation could increase by several levels, making it not too difficult to reach the martial saint level. Long Vu Am was so happy she forgot to put on her clothes. It's okay. That guy has already seen enough. No harm done. Long Vu Am suddenly froze, her mind filled with nothing but words. Then she thought, so this is the technique of Emperor Tian Nguyen. Turns out that's the case. Time has passed and Long Vu Am is now dressed neatly. Emperor Tianyuan said to Long Vu Am, I have completely changed your destiny and your divine vein, so your cultivation will progress extremely fast from now on. I have never accepted disciples before, so consider yourself my first apprentice. Hearing this, Nie Li widened his eyes and turned to look. But Long Vu Am changed into a different outfit. Long Vu Am sighed. Nie Li saw everything just now. He also has to take responsibility. Nie Li thought to himself, she's no longer the violent girl Long Vu Am used to be, right? So he pretended to cough and then respectfully said, Thank you, Senior Tianyuan. Thank you, Master. What I can do is only that. As for what happens next, it's up to you. If the Saint Emperor revives, the entire timeline will be dissolved, and whether human or demon, all will turn to dust, so defeating the Saint Emperor is an absolute must. Now that those guys have left, I will send you off from here. My 10,000 spirit sword formation is also a treasured inheritance of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan. Seeing the item is like seeing a person. If the young members of the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan cause trouble and don't listen, Just activate the 10,000 spirit sword formation, and they'll obediently behave. Kid, I will wait until the day you defeat the Saint Emperor. Don't let me down. The voice echoes as they are pushed out. Nie Li looked in surprise and asked, so, we're outside now? Long Vu Am remained silent at this moment. Nie Li suddenly remembered something and asked, where did your senior die, Long Vu Am? Take me there. Maybe I have a small chance to bring them back to life. First, absorb their remaining souls into my soul mirror, and once my cultivation breaks through to the divine realm, I can save them all. Long Vu Am was surprised and asked, really? Let's go there quickly. In her heart, she thought that after meeting Emperor Tianyuan, she realized who had a higher cultivation level than the martial sovereign. As time passed, the two of them built 2 tombstones for each other. Long Vu Am knelt down to pay respects. Nie Li sighed. Their remaining souls had been absorbed into the soul mirror, and with Diep Tong it's unknown when they will be revived. My strength still isn't enough. Long Vu Am stood up, then turned around and hugged Nie Li tightly, saying, Nie Li, thank you. Nie Li opened her eyes slightly, then sighed, seeing Long Vu Am whining and crying. Nie Li pats Long Vu Am's back to comfort her. After a while, seeing that Long Vu Am still hadn't let go, Nie Li asked, are you done? I'm about to be suffocated by you. Long Vu Am blushed shyly, then pushed Nie Li away and flew into the sky, disappearing from sight. Hey, young lady, you run so fast I can't catch up. Don't you realize your current cultivation level is much higher than mine? Long Vu Am suddenly snapped out of her surprise. Let's go. Back to the Heavenly Spirit Institute. So the two of them sped off. Cutting to the entrance of the Heavenly Spirit Institute, the kids are chatting animatedly. Nie Li and Long Vu Am have survived and returned. You've heard enough. Be careful, Ling Ngufang's people don't overhear, and at the same time, at Ung Noon Guyet's thatched house, she continues her fortune-telling. Bat Quiet's hand kept drawing Min Van, then he withdrew his hand and said, it's almost time. Should I go see him again? Forget it, forget it. Better not meet than meet again. Applying the hat and speaking, a stranger suddenly entering her world and becoming her disciple is truly hard to accept. But what happened in the previous life is as real as this, and your current reputation must quickly reach the heavenly transmission stage, as the Saint Emperor will soon come for you. If I don't leave now, even the Vuthan sect will be hard to escape the calamity. Diep Tu Van, Tio Ngung Ni, Du Trach, Luke Phao. Since I know each of your fates, I might as well give you a little guidance as my final help to you. Nie Li, what are you doing? Nie Li arranged a bunch of herbs and ingredients, laughing heartily. I want to refine pills, Cowboy asked in surprise. What kind of pills? Lai Han Van and Long Vu both stared in shock. Although they had seen many strange things Nie Li did, they were still surprised. Nie Li then pierced the Vo Tuong Than Qua with the Han Thia Than Cham, creating a small incision and extracting some of the fruit's flesh. Then he carefully placed it into a jade bottle. Lu Piao looked at Nie Li with curiosity as he explained to everyone. This bottle originally didn't contain any water. First you shake it, then evenly distribute it into 100 other bottles, and afterwards take out smaller bottles to divide again into another 100 bottles. Li Han Van looked surprised and asked, it needs to be diluted 10,000 times. Luke Fio asked curiously, what kind of spiritual medicine is this? Even if it's an immortal pill or divine medicine, diluting it 1,000-fold probably wouldn't have any effect. Gubai also said the same. This is a dilution of 10,000 times, and it's soaked with a little bit of fruit meat. Nie Li explained to them that you haven't encountered the Void Templar fruit before and don't know its power, so you speak like that. Li Han Van was surprised and asked, I have never heard of the Void Talisman Divine Fruit. What kind of treasure is it? Even when diluted 10,000 times, it still works. Nie Li patiently explained, this Void Talisman Divine Fruit is probably beyond the reach of the 4 words, spiritual pill miraculous power to describe. I just use the cold iron divine needle to extract a small amount like that. If a martial tonic consumes it all, they will instantly explode and die because they can't withstand its power. Nie Li asked them again, have I ever lied to you? This Vo Tuong Than Qua belongs to Emperor Thien Nguyen, and its potency is beyond what a martial ancestor can imagine. Even diluted 100,000 times, drinking just 1 drop would cause us to explode and die. So, what do you plan to do then? Nie Li replied. After diluting its potency 10,000 times and using dozens of methods to soften its effects, I will refine it into a pill, and when it's finished, it will be truly astonishing. Li Han asked further, I wonder if this pill can help our group reach the peak of the heavenly transmission stage. Long Vu Am was also very curious, and Hiep Lai firmly continued, don't mention the peak of the heavenly transmission stage. Even breaking through to the Longdao stage is completely doable. Li Han was stunned and asked the Longdao realm. Quoboy also looked stunned and asked, how could breaking through to the Longdao stage be so easy? If that's the case, can you help me break through to the peak of the Dragon Path stage? Our Long Yin clan must immediately choose a successor. If I can break through to the peak of the Dragon Path stage, I will be completely certain that even the family head cannot stop me. Li Han wondered, how exactly does Long Vu Am cultivate to reach the peak of the Dragon Path stage? My current cultivation has surpassed what we can reach. Nie Li replied calmly, to break through to the peak Dragon Path stage. One pill might not be enough, but 2 pills are definitely sufficient. This pill is enough to help your bodies shed their mortal shells and transform, but it takes at least 3 days to fully absorb 1 pill. Long Vu Am asked again. 3 days, even Cowboy butts in. For an ordinary person to go from the heavenly transmission stage to the Longdao stage would take at least several decades, but this elixir is just too heaven-defying. Nie Li brainwashes his companions. This is the item of a divine-level expert. In their eyes, the Longdao realm is just a tiny ant hill. This treasure is probably even more valuable than the martial god sect. Next, just wait for me to refine the pills. So Nie Li sang a song, Ignite the Fire, my dear. But you absolutely must not sing when you go to karaoke. They will beat you to death. More than 10 days later, Nie Li had refined 500 pills. He thought to himself happily, this is great. With these pills like giving wings to a tiger, I must thank Emperor Thien Nguyen and have someone deliver some to Tu Van and the others. So, Hiep Lai called out the Heavenly Origin Divine Clan brothers. They flew off into the sky and disappeared. Meanwhile, Lu Fu fanned the pill in his hand and looked at him curiously, asking, is this the immortal pill you mentioned? Nie Li happily replied, you can try it once. Lu Fu looked at it again, then simply put it in his mouth and swallowed. Immediately, a fierce aura erupted from Lu Fu's stomach, his whole body blazing with fire, his face turning as red as the midday sun. Then 2 streams of smoke billowed from his ears like train engines. Lu Fu sighed. The medicinal power was truly terrifying. The flames directly surged into his soul sea. Lu Fu's soul sea showed signs of cracking. He worried silently, is his soul sea about to shatter? My little life is gone. What use is this cultivation? Then the soul sea begins to heal itself. It's restored. Then the cracking and healing process kept repeating itself several times. Lu Fu screams loudly. Seeing Lu Fu's appearance, Li Han was stunned. 9 lives of the heavenly shift. Guoboy almost dropped his jaw and said, heavenly shift. First stage, second stage is still leveling up. Time passes, and Lu Piao sits exhausted. His cultivation level is now at the 5th stage of the heavenly transformation. Cowboy watched and swallowed hard. Li Han broke out in a cold sweat before firmly saying, Nie Li, give me one quickly. Nie Li finished preparing the pills and distributed them to everyone, then entered the 10,000 miles mountain and river map, also giving pills to many powerful beings of the celestial origin divine race. After receiving the pills, everyone began to focus on cultivation. Transition to somewhere else, a few people are discussing, He Yuan, aren't we doing this the wrong way? That Han Yuan guy snorted, that's not right. What was the reason we joined the Demon Clan before? Wasn't it to see the potential of the Demon Clan and also because they offered relatively generous conditions? So what now? Look at Yumin. Important members probably already ran away or are hiding, so why are we still here? That guy looked sad and said, but we leaving might not count and we're bringing over 200 brothers with us. Hanuan burst out laughing. Haha, those who go higher, water flows lower. Even if Yumin sees it, they can't do anything. Kohang's conditions are not bad. If we bring a few more brothers, we can negotiate better terms with him. If only the two of us go, will Kohang pay attention to us? He asked in surprise. So Kohang's entire power has already been bought off by Koboy? Then we are going back again. The two of them stood in silence for a while. Then Ha Yuan said, Lai Nu Fong. The conditions he offered for betraying Yu Min are quite generous. Let's go quickly. Staying here all day will only make others mock us. The other guy agreed. Yeah, let's go. Then it led away with 200 men and disappeared. At this moment, Nie Li peeked out from the nearby bushes to watch. He muttered, more than 200 people have left again, and over 1,000 demon followers have gone. Even though many have left, there are still many remaining. After this upheaval, trust the remaining people to observe a bit. Lu Piao and the others, along with the Celestial Origin Spirit Clan, are all cultivating with elixirs, and this time is perfect for dealing with the Demon King, eliminating spies and nurturing the clone. Of course, it must remain hidden from others. As time passes, the wind is calm and the waves are quiet, but beneath the surface, turbulent undercurrents are surging fiercely. The atmosphere around becomes unusually tense. Since he has never been involved in managing forces before, the crowd speculates that he will immediately take over the Thuong VM family head position. What about Long Tianming and Tu Dobak VM? They are whispering and scheming among themselves, thinking that the current temporary sect leader is just a placeholder, and there's no major movement. After all, the outcome is much greater than Li Yufeng. Someone in the crowd sighs. The Wuthan sect has long been shrouded in darkness. After finishing, he slurped his noodles, and at that moment a question was raised. Where is Nie Li? Who is that? So it turns out that it was Tian Yun Shenzun's disciple, Loi Ko Thang. In response to the question, Nie Li honestly admitted, Nie Li, you said you want to compete for the position of sect master of the Wuthan Tong? Without hesitation, he affirmed, yes, right now the Yuthan sect is gradually closing in. And if Long Tien Min takes control, I fear the Wuthan Tong will face even greater danger. That is why I want to step forward and compete for the position of sect master of Wuthan Tong. Hearing that, Heavenly Cloud. God Lord replied pensively, your chances are basically non-existent. Your foundation in the Wuthan sect is too shallow, and many disciples there don't even know who you are, so how can you compete for the sect leader position? Although you are my disciple, I am willing to support you, but a sect as large as the Wuthan sect requires more than just my backing. However, Nie Li still firmly believed that although he understood the other person's grand plan, it was indeed a fantasy to take control of the Wuthan Tong. He confidently asserted that if he held the Wuthan Tong, it would undoubtedly welcome a completely new Hui Huang. I just want to know if my master still intends to support me or not. Tianyun Shenzun was momentarily stunned, then lowered himself to the ground. He sighed. I'm afraid even I cannot fully support you. The other divine lords probably can't either. With that concern in mind, Nie Li said, if only my master helps me, I will be sure to succeed. Tianyun Shintan asked again, so? Then he sighed and continued, from a moral standpoint, I value you more. You are much stronger than Long Tien Min, but that kid Tudubak VM is not bad either. Tudubak VM is the son of the sect master, but unfortunately he lacks the determination to win. If you can prove yourself you truly have the ability to lead the martial god sect to Hui Huang, then there is hope to compete with Long Tianming. In Nie Li's mind, Tuo Dubeyan was betrayed and died unexpectedly in his previous life for unknown reasons. If Tudubak VM couldn't defeat Long Tianmin in the previous life, letting him become the sect leader in this life probably isn't a good thing either. Thinking this, Nie Li took out the pill bottle and said, I will prove to my master that I have the ability, but I still ask for his support. This is the elixir I prepared for my master. Take this and I believe he will understand my intentions. I can help the martial spirit sect achieve the glory it lacked back then. The God Lord asked in surprise. For the warrior sect, ordinary pills probably have no effect at all. However, upon receiving the pill, Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord was immediately stunned, then marveled at its medicinal power. At this moment he opened his mouth, snatched the pill, and suddenly a surge of energy erupted within his body, causing his cultivation to suddenly break through. He thought to himself that his cultivation had been stuck at the 3rd stage of the warrior realm for 5 years. But after taking this pill today, he immediately broke through to the 4th stage and was still advancing. I've lived to this age and my strength has been waning, but now just one pill can directly cause a breakthrough. What kind of divine medicine is this? The medicinal power is so terrifying. The strong warrior of the martial sect is the foundation of the divine sect, and pills can promote a martial artist to a higher level. So the old man sighed and said to Nie Li, a small pill with such terrifying potency, "Master, you are overestimating me. I have good things, and respecting my master is what I should do." He secretly thought that Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord was definitely trustworthy, and asking him for help might be the right decision. Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord also had his own plans. After helping him break through to the 4th level of the martial sect, there would still be a large amount of medicinal power remaining in his spiritual sea, which might require him to retreat for a few months to fully absorb. At that moment, I might be able to directly break through to the 6th level of the martial sect. Truly miraculous. If I had 5 or 6 of these pills, the Wuxin sect would welcome a completely new era of glory. This pill is so powerful and valuable that even my master asking a junior like me for it is a bit too much. So he nodded in agreement with Nie Li. All right. Nie Li lifts the pill bottle again and continues, "Sire, there are more than 30 pills inside this bottle, and I ask you to help me go to the sect leader and the other elders for a little activity." This made Tianyun Shensun look completely stunned. Huh. I am confident in my abilities, and I believe my master already knows this. In his heart, he thought that if he was entrusted with the position of sect master of the Webtoon sect, he would devote himself completely to bring the sect into a new glorious era. Tianvan Thantan sweatingly asked his disciple, Nie Li, do you know what these more than 30 elixirs represent? Are you truly willing to dedicate yourself to the Wuthen Tong? Nie Li respectfully confirms. That's right. Tian Yun Shen Tan continued. If you are willing to dedicate these precious elixirs to the Wuthen sect, then for the sect, you are a great hero in their eyes, and they will also be willing to entrust the position of sect leader to you. In a few years, the old sect master will begin secluding himself to cultivate and will relinquish the position of sect master. After some time, the Wuthen sect will arrange a selection for the successor sect master. First, make some preparations. I don't know how many supporters you can gather. With this pill of yours, I estimate that at least 3 martial gods in the demon god sect will support you. But being the strongest supporter is not enough. You need to have enough strength to dominate everyone. Otherwise, when you are promoted to sect master, many people won't recognize you and you won't hold your position firmly. Nie Li confidently replied, "Rest assured, master, if I wanted to compete for the position of sect leader, I wouldn't be unable to handle such a small matter. I wouldn't bother competing at all." Tian Yun Shintan nodded with a narrow smile as time passed, marking the usual process of selecting the successor to the sect leader. Inside Long Tianming's villa, he angrily shouted, "What do you mean? Why is Tudi Bayan still alive?" Long Tianmin looked furious, like minced meat in a hot pot. His subordinates, afraid they would get into trouble, nervously replied, "Yes, young master. We're not quite sure either. Every time we try to poison him, someone always thwarts us, and once we ambushed Tudubak VM, he was rescued by his people." Tudubak VM is the son of the sect master, and there are still many supporters within the Wuthen Tong, posing a great threat. But right now, 8 out of 10 elders support me. Most of the top elders at the Longdao Peak also support me, and at least 3 of the 5 great elders do as well. The sect master is about to go into seclusion and won't favor Tudubak VM. I don't believe Tudubak VM can win. If I can't kill him, then let him go. No matter what, I want to control the entire martial god sect. Then he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Go all back now. Those who are allowed to retreat should be happier than a dead father, immediately obedient and then scram." Alone in the villa, Long Tianming's face darkened as he muttered, "Tudibei Yan with their help. I don't believe you have a way to defeat me." Then Long Tianming took out the token, gazing at this blackened token for a while, probably from the demon god sect. Time has passed. Tudobak VM told Nie Li that, indeed, as you said, Long Tianmin wants to use all kinds of tricks to harm me, and on that point I consider myself indebted to you. But if Long Tianmin wants to kill me, it's not that simple. Nie Li, I think Brother Tudu already knows about this, but this time I come to ask Brother Tudu to help me with something. Tudobak VM reaches for the teacup, then blows on it to cool and asks, "Help with what?" Nie Li, I understand how Tudu Huing treats people. He wants Wu Thentong to truly become stronger. Now that it's time to find a successor for the sect leader, I want to ask Tudu Huing for help to rise to that position. Ha ha. Nie Li, I admit I owe you a favor. Your request is really funny, not to mention I am also a candidate. Even if I don't participate in the selection, I wouldn't have the ability to choose you because you have very little experience in the Wuthen sect. You've only been in the sect for a short time and already want to become the sect master, but the position of sect master definitely won't be handed to someone whose background is so unclear. Nie Li replied calmly. If you compare me to Long Tianming, do I have a bit more qualification? If you have the ability, send someone to investigate Long Tianming. Start from his early trials. He has long since relied on the demon god sect. Tudubak VM was stunned after hearing this, then cautiously asked, "That can't be said without proof. Do you have any evidence?" Nie Li calmly replied, "I don't have proof, so I need you to investigate. Whether you believe it or not depends on yourself. I just hope that if Brother Tudu can't defeat Long Tianmin, he will turn around and support me." Tudubak VM exclaimed in surprise. "Ha ha." Cowboy also looked serious and said, "Tudu, big brother, I absolutely support Nie Li." Li Hanvan added, "I am also here." Long Vuam agreed, and so did I, which made Tudubak VM even more surprised. "Huh." Nie Li stood up and said, "All right, Cowboy Hanvan and Long Vuam, let's go. I believe Brother Tudu will make the right choice." Luke Few at this moment wondered why she wasn't called. Nie Li replied, "I don't know. Maybe the author forgot about you." After the group of Nie Li gradually left, Tudubak VM was left muttering to himself, "Long Tianmin, if he really is from the demon god sect, then he must never become the sect master of the martial god sect." Months passed, and after acquiring countless divine medicines and treasures, the demon king, Thien Han Min and Am Min, were no longer suppressed. Instead, they began expanding at an astonishing rate. Nie Li's cultivation was now at the peak of heaven transcendence. One day, Cowboy grinned widely and announced to his friend, Nie Li, "I must immediately take the position of steward of the Heavenly River Hall of the Ko clan." Nie Li asked in surprise, "What is the steward of the Heavenly River Hall?" Cowboy explained, "It's like this. In the Ko family clan, the heir has no real power, but as the first heir, he has the right to take the position of steward of the Heavenly River Path. The Heavenly River Path may not be large, only a few hundred people, but it's related to the affairs of the family. Once you can stand firm and stable in the Heavenly River Hall, you can then manage the entire family." Nie Li asked, "So is it difficult to take control of the Heavenly River Hall?" Cowboy grinned and said, "If I were the only one managing it, it would be difficult, but isn't there also your older sister?" Nie Li remembered Kolam and exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, I wonder how your sister is doing now." Cowboy happily said, "With the divine medicine you bestowed upon my sister, her cultivation has greatly improved. We have already reached the second level of the Dragon Path realm, and besides guiding me to handle clan affairs, most of her time is spent cultivating. She wants to use those medicinal powers to break through to the peak of the Dragon Path realm within a few years." Nie Li praised, "Your sister's talent is truly astonishing. My sister often talks about you, saying you are her destiny changer who can reverse fate, and she let me follow and assist you." Suddenly, a strange change occurred in Nie Li's soul sea. He stared wide-eyed, then clutched his head and cried out painfully, "Ah, Nie Li, what's wrong with you?" Long Vu Am and Luke Few hurriedly rushed over, worriedly calling out to Nie Li, who then fainted completely. Afterwards, he was taken into a room by his companions. Long Vuam was crying uncontrollably, while Lai Han Van anxiously asked, "What happened? Did he suffer from a dangerous backlash during cultivation?" Nie Li is still gritting his teeth and groaning in pain. Li Han Van begins to focus, checking his pulse, then reports, "The pulse shows no issues. It's likely a problem with the spirit sea. We shouldn't interfere recklessly. It's best to set up a barrier and give him some calming incense." Cowboy ordered his subordinates to quickly find a good doctor, and they hurried over, checking pulses and diagnosing, but each one came out shaking his head and sighing. Cowboy looked worried, having just drunk its blood pudding not long ago, and now it was lying there like this. Could it be Sita? Nie Li continued to appear painfully suffering. Suddenly, Nie Li woke up, but he was in a completely different space. In front of him was Ung Hung Guyet, still gentle, graceful, and elegant as before. Nie Li softly called out, "Master." Then he continued walking through the endless space. Meanwhile, Liu Fu looked worried, tears streaming down his face. Nie Li, you must not be harmed no matter what. Long Vuam sighed. He's been lying like this for 2 hours. Seeing Nie Li start breathing steadily, Cowboy concluded, "Everything's fine. I knew it. There probably isn't a problem. Nie Li might have hit a bottleneck in his cultivation, and when he wakes up he might have reached the Long Dao realm." Lai Han Van concluded that it was quite different from a breakthrough in cultivation. If it had been a cultivation breakthrough, the meridians would have trembled and become stronger with each stage. But there probably wasn't any problem. Long Vuam happily asked again, "Really?" Li Han Van reassured him, "Don't worry, if he's asleep, let him sleep a little longer." Nie Li is still lost in his dream. Yingru Yu calls him Nie Li again. But he remains asleep in his dream, as Yingru Yu continues to call him. After hearing that, Nie Li sat up and called out again, "Master! Master, where are you?" He thought to himself that although Long Vuam had changed, the master still faced many dangers. If I become the sect master of the martial god sect, I can protect my master. Ngong Hu Nuyet replied, "Nie Li, I am now communicating with you through the divine sound of heaven and earth using my thoughts. Your fate is reversing the universe with immense power. If I do not intervene, once your cultivation reaches the heavenly transcendent stage, the Saint Emperor will also detect it, so I use the heavenly Tao method to transfer your destiny onto myself." Nie Li asked in confusion, "Why is that possible, and what about my master?" Nguyen Nguyet replied, "Nie Li, before your cultivation level advances to the heavenly transcendent stage, I also left the martial god sect. I gave some guidance to your other friends in the major divine sects, and they will definitely support you in the future. As for me, I am being hunted by the Saint Emperor's divine messenger, and although I hide my aura with the mysterious shadow secret array, I probably can't hold out much longer." Nie Li pleaded, "Master, I've done so much just to keep you safe. As long as you're unharmed, I can do anything." Idiot disciple, every celebration in the world eventually ends. If you have something to do, you must go do it, so go ahead and do it. No need to think about anything else. If defeating the Saint Emperor means saving all living beings, I would gladly sacrifice my life without hesitation. Over the long years, countless top geniuses who mastered the celestial art and knew that fate was to oppose the Holy Emperor had fallen one after another. If my death has any value, then why shouldn't I do it? After hearing this, Nie Li was completely stunned. Before him appeared the image of his past life. Then Yingru Yu also appeared in front of him, gazing at him affectionately. Nie Li sighed, unable to move, realizing this was a dream. Now dark clouds gather in the sky as Nie Li glares up at the enormous divine envoy of the Holy Emperor who has appeared. He grits his teeth and says, "Ong Nu Nuyet, your life is over. The Emperor's Lord has ordered me to take your life." Nie Li was furious and thought to himself, that servant of the Holy Emperor. That servant had reached out his hand. "Nie Li hurriedly shouted, "No, master, run." Quickly, Yingru Yu calmly said to that guy, "Tianyan Wuji, the Holy Emperor can kill me, but he better not dream of cutting off the fate of heaven and earth. Once the heavenly way feels that the Holy Emperor threatens all living beings, someone will definitely come for the great heavenly punishment." The divine envoy burst into laughter after hearing this. "Ha ha 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 ha. What a great divine punishment. Yingru Yu, you should consider your own fate. The Holy Emperor once said, 'If heaven's way opposes me, I will destroy it.' The Holy Emperor seals off endless time and space, and in just 200 years the heavenly way will be completely refined. What vast heaven and earth, supreme and unmatched, are just illusions created by you, cultivators, to deceive yourselves and others." Yingru Yu calmly replied, "The heavens and earth are benevolent, nurturing all things. We cannot repay them, yet you seek to destroy heaven and earth. Doesn't the Holy Emperor feel any guilt?" That demon god sneered angrily. "The heart of the Saint Emperor Lang Van, how could you insects understand it? Singuyet Nu, you should go on your way." Then he grabbed Yingru Yu. She looked at her disciple one last time before being caught by the hand of the temple deity. Nie Li cried out desperately, "No." Yingru Yu said to Nie Li, "Who in this world can understand the karma of life and death? Fate comes and goes. There's no need to compete. Nie Li, do what you must do, and I should go where I need to go." Nie Li gritted his teeth and said, "Saint Emperor, I will never forgive you for the hatred of 2 lifetimes." Then he shouted loudly, "Ah, ah, ah." Cowboy, Luke Few, Lai Han Van, and Long Vu Am all stared blankly at Nie Li's current expression. Long Vu Am thought he was very heartbroken. Cowboy sighed and said it might just be a dream. Time passes quickly, the crowd keeps growing, everyone is chatting, and it's really lively. Isn't that right? The elders outside have already returned, and Luke Few's group has also arrived, each of them sighing heavily. What do we do now? The selection is about to start, and Nie Li still hasn't woken up. Long Vu Am has always taken care of him. Are we just going to watch Long Tien Min climb to the position of Grand Master of the Alliance? Cowboy also sighed and asked, "So what can we do?" Lai Han Van exhaled deeply, and Cowboy then proposed, "Even if we can't compete for the position of the sect master of the Alliance, we must not let Long Tien Min succeed. It's better to start supporting Tudo Bak VM. Let him do it rather than let that petty man Long Tien Min take over." Li Han Van immediately agreed after hearing this. Just do it like that. It's about to start, and seeing many people flying into the sky, soon the sky turned dark. Luke Few began counting. 1, 2, 1 million, 2 million, so many participants. Does our sect really have that many people? At this moment, a barrier suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone stared in shock. Yes, it was the 5 Divine Lords, from left to right. Long Min Divine Lord, Tian Yun Divine Lord, Tian Wu Divine Lord, Ling Yu Divine Lord, and Shang Yan Divine Lord. Today, I have gathered all the disciples of the sect because of a matter you all probably already know. Recently, my cultivation has reached the 7 layers of martial sovereign, and I need to retreat to break through to a higher level, so everything within the sect will be managed by the deputy sect master. Today is the day to select the new deputy sect leader. A person stepped forward respectfully and said, "Please tell us, sect leader." Tian Vu Divine Lord replied, "The position of acting sect leader must still be chosen from within the sect. Who do you think is suitable?" Long Min Heavenly Templar turned to ask the old man why Nie Li hadn't come. "I don't know either." Long Min Than looked surprised and asked, "I think you know more about this than I do. Doesn't Long Min Than know?" Long Vu Am, that child has feelings for Nie Li. Someone said that Long Vu Am's mother wants to marry him off to him. If this marriage proposal succeeds, that child will be Long Min Than's son-in-law. Long Min Than looked surprised and asked, "Weish, what do you mean by that?" "Is that so? I guess I need to check this Nie Li more carefully. Then the other gods just talk nonsense with each other." The selection of the sect leader will now begin, with 200 elders starting to call out names. Anyone whose name is mentioned by more than 50 elders is eligible to compete for the position of sect leader. Who could it be? After discussing among themselves, the gods nodded in agreement. Tian Vu Divine Lord sighed. Only 2 names were mentioned, which truly surprised others, but the ones truly qualified are indeed only 2. Long Tien Min, with 61 elders named, and Tudo Bak VM, with 53 elders named. The others below are whispering and discussing. Lin Ngoch Than Ton continued. "The 2 nominated candidates have appeared, so we can wait a moment to see if there are others competing. Also, Long Tien Min, Tudo Bak VM, according to last year's rules, you lead your respective forces and determine the outcome." Tien Van Than Ton looked worried. Nie Li still hadn't arrived, and during this time I had always been covering for him. The other gods were also discussing and considering, and so far he hadn't shown up, nor did we know what kind of trouble Nie Li was causing, but at least it would take a few hours, so there's no rush. Stenton Tien Vuralen, Dokroy, Bagyolaluk Kiem Tratukluk, Vakanang Lan Dauk Wakachngoi, But Daudi, Nung de Tukach Diu Daroidi, Nan Lane, Nuang Chochota. Above the sky, Long Tien Ming's and Tu Dao Beiwin's teams have assembled their armies. The others below are discussing who should be the acting sect master of the Vuthan sect, and besides their strength, each person's leadership ability must also be among the best. Only by building a power capable of leading tens of thousands of people can one qualify to become a sect leader. No young person can lead such a large group, so no one competes with them. If you win this battle and gain the approval of the 3 above, you can inherit the position of sect leader. The term Nie Li literally means to represent and to handle affairs. At this moment, Tu Dao Beiwen glanced around but couldn't see Nie Li anywhere. He sighed, wondering if Long Thien Min had already attacked him, then issued orders for his subordinates to move out. Tudubak VM silently thought, that's right. Absolutely cannot let Long Thien Min take the position of clan leader. Then a troop of Tudubak VM charged in, and the kids started to chatter excitedly. Tudu has sent a small team to attack. Who do you think is stronger? Of course, Tudo Daka. Tudubak VM is the son of the sect leader, but Long Thien Min is not weak either. After all this preparation, now we can only watch Long Thien Min and Tudubak VM fight, and it's none of our business. Over here, Long Vuam glared at his cousin. Humph, Long Thien Min, come here and take a look. You still need to go back and take care of Nie Li. The battle in the sky above continues fiercely, with both sides seemingly evenly matched, and suddenly Long Thien Min waves his hand, causing a group of people behind him to surge forward, startling Tudubak VM's men. But before he could finish speaking, only hear desperate screams and shouts. Ah, ha, ha. Tudubak VM was sweating now, secretly wondering how Long Thien Min could always recruit so many experts, even after the Longdao realm and with at least 3 more experts still to ascend. Tudao Beiyan turned around and ordered his subordinates, "You 5, go!" The 5 subordinates immediately obeyed clearly. Then the 2 sides clashed fiercely, with explosions shaking the sky and earth. Long Min Than Ton laughed out loud. Ha! It looks like Tudubak VM will lose, and the position of the sect master of Dali will still fall into our Long Yin clan's hands. Heavenly Marshal Saint Lord calmly said, "The position of Great Reason sect leader can be taken by anyone, so what if it's given to the Long Seal family?" Long Min Divine Lord burst into laughter. "Ha ha, sect leader, what you say isn't quite right. The Long Yin clan clearly earned their position through strength, so how can it be called a gift? On the contrary, Nie Li arranged so many things and gave us so many divine medicines, so why didn't he come to compete, which makes people very disappointed." Shangyan Shentuan Tuan spoke up. "If Nie Li comes, isn't he trying to seize Long Tianming's position as the sect leader of the alliance?" Long Min Divine Lord retorted, "How could I be that petty a person? The medicinal pills Nie Li gave us are enough to raise our cultivation level by 1. But that is much more important than the sect master of the Dali. If he comes, what will happen if the position of the Alliance sect leader is directly handed over to him?" The others said in surprise, "Long Min, you said it yourself. You shouldn't regret it now." Long Min Thien Ton calmly said, "That's only natural. Each time the martial sovereign realm advances a level, it's as hard as reaching the sky, and their cultivation also multiplies. Every time our cultivation level increases, it can determine the fate of the martial god sect, and Nie Li's contributions to the sect surpass everyone else. Even though Nie Li is an unknown young man, he definitely has the qualifications to become the head of the alliance. The battle here is turning in favor of Long Thien Min. This guy fights recklessly, continuously taking down Tudubak VM's subordinates. Tudubak VM roars in anger. Long Thien Min, ah, ah, ah. Then he fused with the divine blood fury dragon. A huge dragon appeared. The people below exclaimed in shock, "Ah, ah, it's the divine blood fury dragon again, a divine level mature beast." Long Thien Min saw him smile faintly. Then the guy also merged with his own spirit beast. This spirit beast is also an adult divine level bloodline dragon. Seeing this terrifying spirit beast, Tudubak VM was also shocked. The guys below whispered to each other, "How could this be?" Long Thien Min has changed his spirit beast to the dark holy dragon. Long Thien Min said in a stern voice, "Tudubak VM, admit defeat. You cannot be my opponent. You cannot be my opponent." He suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, charging straight at Tudubak VM and knocking him back. Tudubak VM thought to himself that Long Thien Min's strength used to be weaker than his, but in such a short time he had surpassed him and even changed his beast spirit. Nie Li's words might very well be true. He has long since allied with the demon god sect. If I lose today, no one will be able to stop Long Thien Min. So Tudubak VM gathers all his strength and strikes back. Ha ha! But the punch from Tudubak VM was easily blocked by Long Thien Min, who sneered, "Whether you accept it or not, you can't be sure of winning. Your forces are far weaker than mine, get out of here." And then he punched Tudubak VM in the stomach. This time, Tudo Back VM was sent flying far away, and the people below were stunned and shouted. Tudo Back VM is no match for Long Thien Min at all. Kun Tianfang is also being slaughtered. Tudo Back VM stops and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Coughing and gasping, he tried to speak louder again, but Tian Wushenzun had already transmitted a voice message to his son. Back VM, you've lost. There's no need to fight again. The crowd is still fighting each other, and the announcement is immediately made. Long Thien Min wins this match. He dispels the evil spirit and then snorts twice. His subordinates started to celebrate. Ha ha ha. Ola, ola, ola. Long Thien Min is thinking to himself, just declare it already. Tudo Back VM silently wondered if Vuthan Tong was really going to fall into his hands. The worried subordinates called out to him, while young Master Long Thien Min secretly thought, Vuthan Tong is mine now. Luke Fu at this moment clutching his head, crying out in distress, ah, ah. Tian Wu Divine Lord announced, then suddenly Tian Wu Divine Lord was stunned, and he huffed, huff, huff. Why is that? I clearly won, so why haven't they announced my position yet? Could it be that the sect master wants to protect Tudu and cover up the debt? Suddenly Nie Li's voice rang out loudly, saying, Wait a moment, I haven't joined yet. Why is it over? It's over. The stunned guys all opened their mouths wide and stared. Ah, fate. They looked up at the sky and saw only a sea of people. Then Nie Li appeared. It's Nie Li. The old folks, Lu Fei shouted excitedly. Hiss, hiss. Long Vuam looked on as if he wanted to cry. He has woken up and the demon clan on this side is shouting loudly. Nie Li. The boss finally stepped onto the field and charged forward. Nie Li declared boldly, Our demon clan hasn't even fought yet, so the selection process isn't over. Long Thien Min at this moment wondered, isn't he still not part of the Central Institute? So he said, Nie Li, you Min haven't even participated in the preliminary selection. What right do you have to join this competition? After hearing that, the others were stunned. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Long Thien Min kept talking, especially since you just joined the Vuthan Tong not long ago and your background is unclear. Maybe you're actually sent by the Jiante Yuthan Tong. Normally being an ordinary disciple is fine, but if you want to compete for the position of sect master of Vuthan Tong, you're not qualified yet. The others below were also shaken by Long Thien Min's words. This guy is a bit suspicious. Does he really fit? Did you hear that? Get out of here, you have no right. Does Nie Li respond calmly? Whether he has the right or not? Is it true what you said, Long Tianming? You can ask the 5 great Tians of our Vuthan sect if I really have the qualification or not. Furthermore, Yu Ming did not participate in the preliminary selection, so he has no right to join the final decisive battle. Please, esteemed Templar Lords, understand. The Celestial Martial Saint Lord let out a surprise sound before declaring straightforwardly that I, Nie Li, can be assured of my good character. I allow you Min to participate in the final decision, but my word alone doesn't count. Several other divine lords must also agree. Long Thien Min was stunned, secretly thinking that the sect master is Tudo Back VM's father. Perhaps because he was dissatisfied that Tudo Back VM lost to him, which is why he was willing to push Nie Li forward. Let's see what the other divine lords have to say. Nie Li chuckled to himself, thinking, what evidence is there? All these divine lords are just fruits of my labor. These gifts can significantly boost the strength of a martial arts master with pills like these. Not to mention buying the position of the Great Reason sect leader, even the entire Vuthan sect could be bought. Who can oppose? Longmin Divine Lord was the first to speak, and I also agree that you Min should participate in the final showdown. Everyone below was staring with wide eyes. Isn't Longmin Thintan also a member of the Longan clan? Why isn't he helping Long Tianming? Heaven Cloud. God Sovereign agrees, I also agree. Spirit Jade God Sovereign agrees, I also agree. Finally, Lord Fireflame also agreed, saying, I also agree, which left the guys below opening their mouths and staring at Nie Li in shock. They shouted out that all 5 divine lords acknowledged the students, something never seen before. Does it really matter if he becomes the sect master of Dali or not? Nie Li asked if Yu Min could join the fight, now that all 5 divine lords agreed, while Long Thien Min thought to himself, what? Given Nie Li's status, he probably hasn't even met the 5 divine gods. Long Tianming turned to Nie Li and said, if the 5 divine gods have all agreed, I have nothing to say. But even if Yu Min can participate in the final battle, I will make you lose badly. Nie Li confidently declared that whether he lost or not was his own business. Then he flew up alone to face Long Thien Min's subordinates. Long Thien Min looked at him and cursed under his breath. What the hell is he doing? Do you want one person to deal with us? Those guys on the ground below are also confused, wondering what Nie Li is really thinking about, facing both the Heaven Transition Realm and the Six Dragon Path Realm. Nie Li looked disdainful and said to Long Thien Min, "Right now, there's not a hint of challenge. It's really too bullying." Long Thien Min pondered for a moment after hearing this, then asked, "What do you mean? You really don't know your place. Call your people quickly if you want to give up. Just say, 'So early.'" The guys below also look angry and say, "Kid, if you want to surrender, do it quickly. Wasting our time standing here. You men, stop hiding and be careful, or our 6 senior Longdao realm experts will kill you without leaving a piece of armor," Nie Li said calmly. "All right then." And with that, he waved his hand, and everyone saw Nie Li raise his hand, immediately summoning a group of people. "What? Over 200 people and none of them have the aura of a heaven transmission realm? Is that all you've got?" "I think 200 people are enough. But if you still feel it's not enough, I can find a few more." The others were also surprised to ask. "Yu Min only has a few people like that. How can they fight Long Thien Min? What are you doing?" Everyone here remained silent. Thuong Viem Than Tan burst out laughing, saying, "Ha ha ha, they're still holding back their aura." Long Min Divine Lord also laughed and said, "Ha ha, this young man is quite interesting. He has found more than 200 experts at the Longdao stage. Where do you think he found so many top fighters? Our Vuthan sect has only about 100 at this level. If he can produce such divine pills and elixirs for us, he can certainly do the same for his subordinates," a Divine Lord asked. "Sect leader, do you mean these experts were all trained with divine medicines by him?" At the Longdao realm, Long Tianming's tragic defeat seemed inevitable, as the other venerables all agreed. Nie Li was now smug and immediately ordered her subordinates to retreat. At that moment, countless shadows suddenly rushed from behind, revealing a group of heavenly origin divine clan members, causing those below to gasp in surprise. "What? The celestial origin divine tribe? All over 100 of them are at the Longdao realm. Oh my God, the divine gods here are all speechless." Witnessing this scene, Lord Long Min couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid even runs to the endless wilderness to recruit these heavenly origin gods. I heard that recruiting each member of the heavenly origin god clan costs a huge price, especially for those at the Longdao realm, but this young brat managed to gather over 100 experts at the Longdao realm in just a moment." Another person immediately explained, which is very understandable. If he has so many sacred medicines, selling just a part of them could bring him enormous wealth, but we still know too little about him. Looking ahead, someone estimates over 300 Longdao realm experts, which is definitely a force not to be underestimated. If Nie Li takes control, it's hard to imagine how Hui Huang would welcome the Vuthan sect. Hearing that, Long Thien Min froze, his face quickly twisted before he shouted loudly, "He is cheating, the 5 great divine lords, he is cheating." Cheating. I also want to ask, how did I cheat? Is there a rule in this competition that says the Heavenly UN Divine Clan cannot participate? These mighty warriors of the Celestial Origin Divine Clan are all my subordinates. Surely they can participate in the battle. The crowd below nodded in approval after hearing this. Nie Li is right, but with only 6 of Long Tien Min's over 100 Longdao realm subordinates, how can they fight? At this point, Tian Wushintan also confirmed that Nie Li bringing followers to fight does not count as cheating. Long Tien Min secretly wondered what trick Nie Li had used that made all 5 divine lords side with him. "I've been in business for so long, sacrificed so much, almost there. Could I really lose now? That damned fate, I get it now. The 5 great sovereign gods are wise. Which disciple of the divine martial sect could have such power and recruit so many heavenly origin divine clans? This person must be supported by some heretical outsider. He is definitely an infiltrator within our divine martial sect." Nie Li listened and felt disgusted by the opponent's stupidity, while Long Tianming kept talking confidently, absolutely not allowing him to become the Grand Sect Master of the Martial Spirit Sect, or our sect would face unimaginable dangers. The people below, after hearing this, also found it reasonable to discuss. An ordinary disciple with such great talent and so young indeed aroused suspicion. Nie Li calmly said to the other person, "What more do you doubt? Just say it." Long Tianming then knelt down and respectfully continued, "The five great gods are determined not to hand over the power of the Wu and Tong to this person." The five divine lords all fell silent, secretly thinking that the elixirs given to them were worth much more than the position of sect master, and that nurturing many powerful cultivators of the Long Dao realm was more important than secretly destroying the Wu Than sect. Tianwu Divine Lord reminded him, "Long Tianming, if you have no evidence, it's wrong to accuse and suspect your fellow disciples like that." Long Tianmin continued to talk back, saying, "Sect leader, please give me 1 month. I will definitely find evidence that he colluded with the enemy." Tian Yun Shenton angrily replied, "Long Tianmin, Nie Li is my disciple. Are you implying that even I should doubt him for colluding with the enemy and betraying the sect?" Long Tianmin immediately changed his tone and said, "I absolutely do not dare to doubt you. I just hope you are not deceived by treacherous people." In his heart, he wondered why the two divine lords supported Nie Li so much. Could it be because Nie Li's strength is simply greater than yours? Long Min Than Tan reminded him, "Long Thien Min, you are a descendant of my Long En family, so show some restraint. If losing the competition for the position of Dali sect leader means Nie Li should take it." Long Tien Min thought to himself, how could that be? Even the old matriarch is helping him? So what else can I do now? Can I only hand over the position of the deputy sect leader to someone else? I've done so much. Why is fate treating me like this? Nie Li looked at the other person and snorted coldly, thinking to himself that based on the trajectory of his previous life, Long Tianming's scheming truly secured the position of acting sect leader, pushing the entire Wu Shen sect toward destruction. This time, it won't happen again. No matter how clever the calculations, how could anyone compete with me across 2 lifetimes? Long Min is just a servant. He is no match for me. I want to deal with the demon god sect. Nie Li respectfully bows to the 5 influential figures. "Thank you, esteemed deities, for your trust. As soon as I become the acting sect leader of the divine martial sect, I will make it stronger with more martial arts experts and lead it to true glory." Ha 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 ha. What right do you have to take the position of acting sect leader and to help the Vuthan sect rise to true glory? Who doesn't know how to speak well? Who would believe these lies? Tianwu Divine Lord warned, "Long Tianming, you are too arrogant." The crowd below was noisy and chaotic. "Sect leader, I just don't want you to be deceived by this petty man." Nie Li sneers inwardly, thinking, do they really think I got to be sect leader just because of these words? Even if I want to give up on this acting sect leader, the 5 divine lords will still ask me to return. Tien Vuthantan angrily said, "Nie Li's subordinates have so many powerful experts in the Long Dao realm, can't they prove his strength? What else do we need to worry about?" Long Min Divine Lord coldly shouted, "Long Tianming, look down on your superiors. Now erase all the titles you hold." Having been confined in the family for half a month, Long Tianming fell into despair. No, that can't be true. How could I possibly lose? Then 2 guys came to lift Long Tianmin by the arms and dragged him away, while the subordinates anxiously called out to the young master. Tien Vuthantan glanced over and announced, "I declare that from today onward, I, Tien Vu, will step back and hand over the position of sect master of Vuthantong to Nie Li." The guys below looked confused and asked, "Clan leader, huh? So you're not just acting as the sect leader, but actually taking on the role directly?" Then everyone looked at each other before bowing respectfully. "We bow to the first sect master. We bow to the first sect master." Nie Li thought to himself, is this heavenly martial god lord supporting me? Then I will take over. Nie Li declared confidently from above, "From now on I will hold the Vuthantong, and in a month I will establish new rules for the sect. All the disciples of the divine martial sect listen to my command. Nie Li, I will undertake the mission to revive the sect, to lead the Vuthantong towards Hui Huang." Hearing this, everyone gasped and stared in shock. "Oh, oh, oh." Then the crowd cheered in unison, "Neep, sect leader. Nie sect leader. The grand ceremony of inauguration quickly took place. Lanterns and flowers everywhere. Everyone was talking happily. The celebration for the new sect master is truly joyful, but I don't even know the new sect master. Does someone with no foundation really deserve it? The other guy retorted after hearing this. You don't know the old sect master either. Criticizing someone like that. What talent does Nie Li have? Even Tudobak VM is more suitable than him. If all 5 of the great elders spoke up, it could only be accepted. The other guy also said, I want to see how a young person like him can possibly hold the Vuthan sect. Nie Li has already instructed the elders, and all disciples of Vuthan sect can receive 50 pills according to their cultivation levels. 1 pill can help ordinary disciples reach the celestial spirit stage, and within that stage, their cultivation can advance several levels. Additionally, each realm of the heavenly transmission can obtain a mature divine-level dragon blood spirit beast, and in the dragon path realm, everyone can acquire a mature divine-level dragon blood spirit beast. With such incredible rewards, everyone was overjoyed and cheering loudly. The entire sect buzzed with excited discussions. I just took a spiritual pill, and after years of stagnation, I finally broke through. My cultivation suddenly surged. Others also said my level is directly advancing to a new stage, and a guy who just merged a new beast spirit was amazed. This is the bloodline of the dragon race. Ha ha, our Vuthan sect is unbeatable now. Others are asking each other, have you used it yet? Already used it. Everywhere in the sect, there are cheers of joy. By breaking through to the 3rd level and obtaining a spiritual pill, then advancing 1 more level with additional spiritual pills to reach the heavenly transmission realm, you can acquire the blood of the mature divine dragon and reach the dragon path realm, allowing you to obtain 3 stronger saints and the divine grade blood of the divine dragon. As for the traitor collaborating with the enemy, they will be killed without mercy. I don't know what the saintly medicine of the sect master is, but as long as you cultivate, you'll get it. In summary, the sect master of Tienthu Vandai unifies the world. The faster you cultivate, the more spiritual herbs you can obtain, and the quicker you can improve. Don't abandon the evil. In the following days, the Vuthantong secluded themselves, and the people outside began to talk. Their sect's gates have been closed for a long time, and our spies have gone silent. What exactly are they up to? Inside the main hall, Luciu informed his friend, Nie Li, based on your instructions, I sent 100 Longdao realm experts to Duzha, 200 to Ningni and Zivan, and over 600 elites from the Vuthan Tong, along with many elixirs and demon spirits. To help them improve their strength, our forces will dominate the major sects in the future. Nie Li calmly replied, I know. How much have your cultivation levels increased? Cowboy happily said, your sacred medicine is really powerful. We have all broken through to the Dragon Dao realm. Nie Li praised, not bad. Lai Han Van stepped forward and asked, when are you planning to attack the demon god sect? Nie Li asked in surprise, when did I say I would fight against the demon god sect? Hearing that, Li Han Van was stunned and said, wait a minute. For years, the Yuthan Tong has been thinking about how to destroy our Vuthan Tong. Now that we are strong, how can we tolerate the Yuthan Tong? Everyone else is really looking forward to it. Seeing their faces slacken, Nie Li said, what are you in such a hurry for? Our Vuthan Tong is a peaceful sect. If you don't offend us, we won't offend you. We won't just ignore them, but also send all external disciples back to the sect. As long as the Yuthan Tong doesn't come to trouble us, we won't care. Let's first close off the sect for 5 years, Gubei asked in surprise. 5 years, and we have so many spiritual herbs and sacred objects like this? After 5 years, he won't just be smirking. Time is even more precious to Vu than Tong. Besides continuing to cultivate the heavenly Tao divine technique, Nie Li also begins to crazily teach top-tier martial arts to the elites around him. The terrifying power is still surging wildly within the Longku realm, completely unknown to the other major sects. 6 months later, all divine energy around the Void Spirit sect had been absorbed by Nie Li. Now, the Void Spirit sect had become an extremely mysterious sect. All the sects have been unable to obtain any news about the Void God sect. It seems that all the trading guilds in the Long Void realm are still frantically searching for rare treasures and divine spirit dragon's blood for the Void God sect. And no one knows what Vuthan Tong is using these for. How does Vuthan Tong have such incredible financial power? Nie Li's cultivation has broken through to the third stage of the Dragon Path realm, with over 10,000 disciples under his command reaching the Dragon Path realm. Vu Diem, the goddess of fire, has reached the third stage of the Void Sect realm. As for Kim Dan, his food intake is increasing rapidly, and even Nop Lai cannot sense his cultivation level. Niep Lai crawled into the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram and thought about how the 5 great elders took the divine artifacts from his place to refine them. He also didn't know how much their cultivation had increased. The 5 great leaders are still the protectors and pillars of the martial god sect. Their strength is what allows the sect to develop peacefully. At this moment, Lu Piao happily rushes in and says, "Niep Li, du trach." Nyang Ni have replied to the letter. Then she handed a stack of letters to Niep Li. Seeing Niep Li open them, Luke Fu asked curiously, "Yeah, how are they doing?" Niep Li replied, "They're doing quite well." Luke Fu casually said, "That's natural with so many good things and your full support I could also become the leader of a sect in those sects." Lai Yi sneered. Hey, don't worry. The opportunity is coming. Of course you'll be allowed to leave the sect. Just be patient a little longer. Ningni may not be the successor to the sect leader, but she has gathered a group of experts and has become an unstoppable force within the heavenly sound divine sect. The other brothers, though not showing it, also possess formidable strength. How long until our Vuthan sect can rise to prominence and show its true strength to the world? Niep Lai reassured him it won't be long now, just focus on your training. Lu Piao anxiously said, "Fine, as you said, after I finish my seclusion, I want to lead my brothers to show off our strength at the evil sects." Niep Lai replied, "You should forget it. The sect masters and elders here are all martial saints." Luke Fu was stunned for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, soon we will also be able to challenge the martial saints." Niep Lai thought to himself, "Yes, with our resources, reaching the martial saint level isn't impossible, but the martial saint isn't the end. If the divine sect is destroyed, it will surely alarm the Holy Emperor, and the Master, old enemies and new, will settle all scores." Outside Vuthan Tong, a group of people is approaching and stopping in front of the main gate. Enro, one of the subordinates, asks the leader, "Young master, this is the Vuthan Tong sect. Should I go and knock on the door?" "Sir, Vuthan Tong doesn't know what to do. It might be that the internal turmoil within the sect has led to a 6-month closed-door meditation. Inside Vuthan Tong, not a single piece of news got out. We suspect that a powerful martial king might have died, shaking the foundation of the sect, which is why they are in seclusion." The leader let out a sigh and said, "His name is Lang Kong, the young sect master of Lang Van sect." "What about the others who are following? What's happening to the Vuthan Tong?" "Oh dear. Our Lang Van sect is also a subordinate sect of Vuthan Tong. Due to Vuthan Tong's dominance, our territory has always been invaded by Vuthan Tong. Maybe it's time to find a new backing." Ling Kong thought to himself, during this period, the Ling Van sect was in great danger. Originally, they wanted to seek help from the Vuthan sect, but now it seems even the Vuthan sect might not be able to hold on. Then he ordered his subordinates to put up our banner. Enghim Tam obediently obeyed. "Yes, young master." So this guy approached the door to put up the notice when suddenly a guard appeared and said hello. Nahim Tam immediately screamed in fear. Ah. The guard looked surprised and asked, "Is it the Cloud Mountain sect?" "You guys wait here first. I will go immediately to ask for instructions from our sect leader," Nahim Tam asked with a flattering smile. "It's been half a year since our Langvan sect last visited the martial god sect. I wonder how Elder Tudu is doing now. Perhaps you haven't heard. Grandmaster Tutu has gone into seclusion. Now the new sect leader is in charge." Ling Kong suggests, "Do you think you can mention the given name of your new sect leader?" The person respectfully said, "Our new sect master is Nie Li." But inside he thought, they definitely wouldn't expect how powerful sect master Nie really is. Lang Kong said to Nghiem Tam, "The Vuthan sect really is in trouble. Letting someone unknown become the sect leader, the damage to our strength must be severe." Nghiem Tam, worried, asked, "What should we do now, young sect leader?" Then Lang Kong and the others were allowed into the main hall to see Niep Lai. Sitting on the high throne was the sect master of Vuthan Tong, with cultivation at the Longdao stage. Lang Kong sighed, noting that even though the young man's cultivation had reached the Longdao stage and his aura blended with the environment, it was not an easy feat. But to have a Longdao realm expert sit on the throne and become the sect master, where did the strong warriors of the Wuthan sect go? Could it be that all the powerful martial artists of the Wuthan sect have already decided not to let Lang Kong think any longer? Nie Li said, "Perhaps this is the young head of Lang Van sect." Long Vuam glanced over. Lang Kong marveled, thinking it was her, the girl he always thought of, who seemed even more beautiful and captivating than before. Though her thighs were now covered, less fierce than before, more gentle, with limbs that exuded irresistible charm, her body incredibly alluring. Long Vuam saw the guy staring at her and started to feel uncomfortable. Luke Few then stepped forward and asked, "What do you want from Lang Van Tong? Just say it. Don't waste time here." Heap Tom angrily shouted, "You are so rude." However, Lang Kong raised his hand to stop him, and then respectfully said to Heap Li, "It's been half a year since I last visited the Wushan sect, and I don't know how the old sect master has been recently. This is our first time meeting sect leader Nie Li. It's an honor. Today, we truly have something to ask for." His gestures are rude, clearly reflecting the intentions of the new sect leader. What exactly is he up to? My brother Liu Piao spoke a bit recklessly. "Please forgive him, young sect leader Lang, but what exactly is the matter that requires you to go in person?" Lang Kong explained it like that. "Our Lang Van sect has always maintained a good alliance with Wuthan sect." Wait a moment, young sect master Lang, I need to clarify something. Lang Van sect has always been a subordinate sect of Wuthan sect. Lang Kong secretly wondered if he still dared to speak like that. Could it be that the weakness of Wuthan Tong is fake? Or is he still showing off his power? The followers are shouting loudly, but Ling Kong waves his hand to stop them, and then respectfully says, "I misspoke. Lang Van sect is indeed a subordinate sect of the Wuthan sect." Nie Li nodded, secretly thinking that Lang Kong is truly calm. His purpose for coming here is probably for this reason. So Lang Kong then moved on to the main topic. This time, Lang Kong came to Wuthan Tong because he had something to ask for. Nie Li asked again, wondering what the young sect master Lang Tu had to say, secretly thinking that after being closed off for so long, it's not surprising that the outside world doubts the strength of Wuthan Tong, and now is the time to show some real power. Lang Kong and Kin said, "It's like this." Previously, Lang Kong had visited Wuthan Tong and accidentally glimpsed a young woman, and since then he has been longing for her day and night, unable to forget. "This time I came to Wuthan Tong to seek an alliance through marriage," Nie Li asked in surprise. I wonder which young lady it is that made young Master Lang so eager." Luke Few couldn't hold back anymore and started to pretend to vomit. Ugh, ugh, ugh. As expected, a cunning fox stirring trouble for the chickens. Whether my Wuthan Tong girl is beautiful or not, what does it have to do with you? Let me tell you, benefits are not shared with outsiders. If you come to Wuthan Tong to steal money, that's fine. Stealing a beautiful girl is not going to work. Nie Li still didn't react, and Lang Kong respectfully said, "Sect leader Nie, the one seeking to propose this time is Long Vu Am from the Long Yin family." Long Vu Am here is furious and blushing. Luke Few shouts angrily, "You dare to eye Miss Long again? Don't look at yourself in the mirror, a toad wanting to eat the sky." Lang Kong, after hearing this, is so angry he almost vomits, but still doesn't dare to confront Luke Few directly. Then he respectfully asks Nie Li, "I don't know who this person is, or why they are here so casually." Nie Li replied, "He is my brother. His name is Luke Few." Lang Kong looked displeased and said, "Even if he is the brother of Tong Chun Heap, it is still too rude." The followers also started to get excited. "Young sect leader, if we had known earlier that the Wuthan Tong was under their control, we shouldn't have come to escape from the Wuthan Tong." "Break away!" Lang Kong angrily shouted at his subordinates, stepping back and warning them not to speak carelessly. The guys immediately shut up. Yes, Luke Few secretly thought that just now you were accusing Hiep Li, and now you're pretending again, truly a hypocrite. Lang Kong continued, saying that it is a subordinate sect, and Lang Van sect has always been cautious and responsible. This time, they didn't expect Wuthan sect to change its sect master. It seems that Master Niep is not on friendly terms with Lang Van Tong. After hearing this, Niep Li calmly replied, "Lang young master, you speak too harshly. Treating outsiders generously is a fine tradition of our Wuthan Tong. As the acting young master of Lang Van Tong, you come to our Wuthan Tong and do not show any courtesy, nor do you bow when meeting the sect master. So is it that our Vuthantong is unfriendly, or that you are being rude? Lang Kong stammered. He secretly thought that bowing to the heavenly martial god lord wouldn't be a problem, since this new sect master was even younger than him. How could he kneel? Nie Li burst out laughing. Ha ha. Young Master Lang, Lang Van sect is still a subordinate sect of my Vuthan sect. I just took control, so it's normal for you to be a bit courteous. I don't want to pursue this further. After a short while, I plan to declare war on the Yuthan sect, and I will need Lang Van sect's help. I wonder what young Master Lang Thu's opinion is on this. Are you crazy to want to go to war with the demon god sect? Nie Li burst out laughing. Of course we're not crazy. Lang Kong silently thought that during the era of the celestial martial god, the strength of the martial god sect was far inferior to the demon god sect. Now, with the celestial martial god missing, and a new sect leader wanting to attack the demon god sect with the martial god sect, Nie Li then proposed, why not take a walk inside the martial god sect together? Lang Kong, after hearing this, immediately showed hesitation and said, then obedience is better than courtesy. Nie Li happily replied, good, young Master Lang, please. Lang Kong's subordinates were all puzzled. What exactly is Master Nie's scheming? Who would have thought that suddenly those guys would be stunned? Why is the spiritual energy in this forest so dense? It truly surpasses the heavenly Tao that even 100 times the spiritual eyes outside cannot see. How is this possible? The guys on the tree immediately bow respectfully as they see Nie Li passing by. Sect leader, sect leader, sect leader. Nie Li nodded in satisfaction and said to them, yes, 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 keep practicing. The subordinates immediately bowed respectfully and obeyed. Yes, yes, keep training. Lang Kong's men started whispering among themselves. These people all seemed to be at the Dragon Dao stage. Wow, Vuthantong, did you deliberately arrange these people here for us to see? A few experts at the Long Dao stage? What's there to boast about? Our Lang Van Tong also has plenty. Suddenly, someone dazed said to his companions, look over there. At this moment, loud booming sounds echoed as they marveled, using spirit stone essence to set up the formation. Vuthantong truly knows how to invest. Nie Li quietly smiled, and Liu Piao thought to herself, with our current strength, why should we care about the Cloud Mountain sect? There's really no need to bring them here. Are those of Lang Kong's subordinates starting to discuss among themselves, wondering where we're really going? Do we want to leave the forest? As he took a few more steps, Lang Kong suddenly froze, feeling dizzy and wondering what kind of formation this was. The terrifying aura blows like a sea breeze. Within these mountains there are tens of thousands of Longdao realm cultivators, and even a powerful Wutong expert would be easily killed in an instant by this formation. Where does Vuthantong get so many experts in Longdao Khan? Under normal circumstances, a small sect like Lang Van Tong having more than 20 Longdao Khan experts would already be considered quite good. The great divine sects only have a few hundred Longdao experts, but here there are tens of thousands, including 13 martial venerable auras. Lang Kong thought to himself, I thought the Vuthantong's strength had weakened over time, but it turns out they are not only not weaker, but much stronger than before. Nie Li said, going to war with Vuthantong is no joke. Nie Li thought to herself that although Vuthantong only has 5 martial monarchs, under the stimulation of her sacred medicine, many Longdao realm experts have begun to surge forward. Having entered the realm of martial kings, it won't be long before more Longdao realm experts reach that level. At that point, the Vuthantong will rise to its peak, and the stronger the Vuthantong becomes, the closer I am to unifying the entire Longku universe. Only by uniting the entire Longku universe can I have the qualification to oppose the Holy Emperor. Nie Li turned back and asked the young man, if you like Longvu Am so much as the leader of Vuthantong, I naturally wouldn't want to break up this couple, or should we call Longvu Am over here to see what she thinks? After hearing that, Lang Kong cursed himself. Huh. This guy pondered for a while, originally planning to come and force a marriage today, but now seeing the true strength of the Vuthantong, how dare I even mention it? We simply cannot compare ourselves to the Vuthan sect. Luke Fu suddenly spoke up. Cowboy, I heard that Longvu Am publicly declared that if the sect leader doesn't marry her, she will never marry anyone in her life. Cowboy sighed, the sect master's face is thin, still ambiguous about this matter. Luke Fu raised his voice. This young man really is asking for death. He dares to steal the woman from the Wuthan Tong sect master again. After hearing this, Lang Kong swallowed nervously, then looked at Nie Li with fear, thinking to himself, damn it, I really am brainless. Hearing them say that, Long Vu Am probably already belongs to Nie Li. From his expression, he seems fine, but inside he is probably furious. If he makes a move, won't our Lang Van Tong be shattered in an instant? So this guy shows a respectful attitude. Sect leader, Nie. I don't know about the relationship between young lady Long and sect leader Nie. Nai Ping waved his hand and sighed. Long Wu Yin is the eldest daughter of the Long Yin family and is our closest confidant. Such a major matter naturally requires Long Girl's opinion. Nie Li thought to herself, lately Long Vu Am has been searching everywhere for me. My head is getting bigger. I'm worried I have no way to handle it, and then Lang Tiu Tong Chu comes knocking at my door. Lang Kong nervously said, Sectmaster Nie, let's just forget about this marriage and not mention me apologizing to Sectmaster Nie here. Nie Li then replied, how can we just say it's over and done with? I still consider myself a very wise person. Long Vu Am remained silent and still after hearing this. At this moment, some people were gossiping that a sect leader once teased someone from the Demon God sect, then went to apologize at the sect's door, and the Demon God sect's leader agreed. The next day, that sect was completely annihilated. Hearing this, Lang Kong also feared that his own sect might be destroyed. Nie Li patted this guy on the shoulder, making him jump in surprise. Nie Li looked sympathetic and said, Lang Young Tong Chu. Lang Kong fearfully shouted, Heap Sect Master. My Lang Van sect is absolutely the most steadfast ally of Wuthan sect. Just one word from Heap Sect Master. Even if it means going up the mountain to breathe the wind or down to the sea to bathe, my Lang Van sect would never hesitate. Nie Li nodded in response. Well, I wasn't talking about that either. Lang Kong nervously said, I didn't realize young Lady Long was so important to the first sect master. If that's the case, I would never dare to have any other thoughts. But the members of Lang Van Tong are willing to obey Nie Tong Chu's orders. Nie Li asked again, so what about fighting the Yuthan Tong together? Lang Kong cursed inwardly at this moment, then respectfully said, Xiai, according to the Tong Chu's instructions, Lang Van Tong, I am willing to follow you. Ha ha. If young Master Lang is willing to help, that would be perfect. As long as Lang Van sect agrees to follow the Wuthan sect, we will definitely treat you well. Lang Kong happily replied, Thank you, sect leader Neep. Inside, he thought, as long as they don't deal with us. I hear that recently the Cloud Mountain sect has been facing some trouble. If the Lang Van sect is a subordinate sect of the Wuthan sect, how could I just sit back and do nothing? Nie Li said with a pat on his shoulder. If our Wuthan sect has countless experts, and we can't even handle the troubles of our subordinate sects, how can we be worthy of respect? Luke Fio, send 2 top-tier martial kings and 500 peak dragon realm experts to Lang Van Tong. Luke Fio also looked dumbfounded and asked, Master Neep, if I have offended you in any way before, I beg for your forgiveness. My Lang Van sect is just helping you, not fighting against you. Our Wuthan sect is a righteous sect. How could we casually destroy another sect? Lang Kong, after hearing that, became even more afraid. He himself had admitted to destroying our sect. Nie Li reassured him. You can rest assured in the future there will be many things for the Wuthan Tong, and Lang Thieu will need to cooperate. Lang Kong hurriedly wiped his sweat and replied, Yes, of course. All future matters of Lang Van Tong will be under your full responsibility. Nie Li turned to his friend and said, Luke Fio, help move everyone from Lang Van Tong to Vandao Mountain. Luke Fio confirmed he understood. Upon hearing these 3 words, Ling Kong thought to himself that Vandao Mountain isn't more than 100 miles away, and the people of the Martial God sect could arrive in at least 2 days. Nie Li reminded him that we must immediately declare war on the Demon God sect and that the Lingvan sect is also important. Once you move to Vandao Mountain, our Wushan sect can come to reinforce at any time, ensuring the safety of the Lingvan sect. Lang Kong nervously replied, Thank you, Sect Master Neep. Nie Li advised his friend, All right, Luke Fu, get ready and go with sect leader Lang Thieu. All right, Nie Li reminds me, Luke Fu, be careful on this trip. Although Lang Van Tong fears our strength, they are still a bunch of unreliable little weeds growing at the wall. Then why do you still want to recruit them and take them to Vandao Mountain? Nie Li reassured him. As long as our Wushen sect remains strong, the Langvan sect won't dare to betray easily. Taking them to Vandao Mountain is my own plan. Luke Fu sighed in relief after hearing this, and then said to the Lang Van Tong group, "Let's go." "Yes, Brother Luke, we will set out immediately," then turn to Nie Li and bow respectfully. "Sect leader. Nie, we will take our leave now." Then he was surprised to see Lu Piao go ahead, then hurriedly follow after him. On the way, some of his subordinates asked Ling Kong, "Do we really have to take the Cloud Mountain sect to Vandao Mountain? Does the old sect master agree? Moreover, once we leave for Vandao Mountain, it means we are completely under the control of Vu Thantong." Lang Kong remained silent for a moment, then let out a sigh and finally said to his subordinates, "From now on, everyone in Lang Van Tong must not conflict with Vu Thantong. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot." "Yes, yes." After a while, the people of Langvan looked on in surprise, realizing that Long Vu Am had gone from the opposite direction. The guys stared in surprise and said to each other, "It's Long Vu Am. Why did she go from the opposite direction? You mind your own business." Ling Kong bowed his head silently. Neither of them spoke, and Long Vu Am quickly continued forward. The young disciples asked Lang Kong, "Young master, shouldn't you greet Miss Long Vu Am?" At this moment, Lang Kong also realized his own identity and thought to himself, "The daughter of the Long En family, how can we compare to her?" It's just that, deep down, I still feel a bit unwilling, so I told my subordinates that if fate is like this, and we have no destiny, then there's no need to bother. Up to now, I have only been lovesick for someone I couldn't reach. The biggest failure in my life is liking someone beyond my reach. I should understand that myself. The subordinates looked at each other again as time passed, and the floating islands moved to the gathering point. They looked on in confusion, asking each other, "Why are they still moving? Has the entire Langvan sect already transferred there?" It's not just the Lingvan sect. Many sects have already fallen under the control of the Void God sect. The disciples of the Void God sect probably can't imagine how far they've come, as they have long been the leaders of the righteous path. The scene shifts to a mountain peak where the air is thick with demonic energy, all tinged in a dull gray. Inside the grand hall, a man sits on a throne with an angry expression on his face. At this moment, someone knelt down and reported, "Sect leader, we just received intelligence that Long Tianming's plan has failed, and he has been imprisoned. The Wuthan sect is unaware of the situation and has chosen an unknown little demon as the sect leader." He is dozing off with his eyes closed, then suddenly looks angry and asks, "Have you investigated the young man's background thoroughly? He is the sect leader of the Demon God sect." VM Han Chien Ton, a martial saint, was stunned. The other replied, "According to intelligence, the new sect master of the Void Spirit sect comes from the Little Spirit world. I wonder if those 7 martial monarch-level experts are truly confirmed." That's right, the Wuthan Tong has been closed off for a long time, so it's hard for us to know what's really going on inside. When they emerge, there will suddenly be many more experts at the level of Votong. There are countless levels of the Longdao realm, and the VM Hon Qiantan side, finding the world of Tu Lin Lung quite interesting. The other side continued respectfully, "It's not just Wuthan Tong. Recently, several righteous sects have also produced new martial Tong experts. The strange thing is that these sects all recruit disciples from the world of Little Spirit Lung, and their subordinates suspect that they might have obtained cultivation techniques from the Little Spirit Lung world. The 3,000 worlds of Longku universe, known as the most miraculous place in the Little Spirit Lung world, was already sealed off by powerful experts, so only locals could enter and leave. Even outsiders with incredible strength are powerless to intervene. In the past, the world of Little Spirit Dragon produced peerless experts, all of whom have since vanished from the world. But they should never be underestimated. Wuthan Tong should do what to respond? VM Han Chien Ton pondered that the appearance of so many strong martial artists from Wuthan Tong is increasingly disadvantageous for Wuthan Tong, but their long seclusion shows they are confident in facing them. If they declare war directly, they might not be able to do anything to them. VM Hu Chien Ton respectfully asked if the sect leader had any plans. VM Hon Chien Ton snorted, thinking that Wuthan Tong could continue to seclude and strengthen. But choosing to appear now shows urgency. So first they must investigate thoroughly, and then report to Thonmatudia to send someone to save effort. VM Hu Chenton respectfully replied to the wise sect master, but inwardly he thought that the holy demon sect's territory controls the major sects of the evil path above all. The demon beast sect may submit outwardly, but secretly they are still expanding their strength because everyone wants to dominate it for a lifetime. Now that the sect master has come to this place, how can he willingly obey others' orders? The inner strength of the holy demon clan is unfathomable. At this moment, the demon god sect rises, using their hands to probe the true strength of the sacred demon sect, shifting the scene inside the 10,000 miles mountain and a river map. Nie Li keeps inhaling air inside, then mutters in hopes that the void spirit sect can withstand a single strike. Practicing the heavenly Tao divine technique is slow, but grows stronger over time, especially with experience from the previous life and divine artifacts. Now facing the Dragon Tao realm, he is evenly matched, and even if he can't defeat the martial sect realm, he can still keep his life. Suddenly, Nie Li felt something was wrong and exclaimed in surprise as her energy burst out into the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram, followed by the goddess Vu Diem. Vu Diem now calmed down and called Nie Li's name, and he hurried over to ask how his sister was doing. Vu Diem replied that she remembered many things about causes and effects. Nie Li asked what she remembered, and Vu Diem said she remembered enough about her past life and this life, which she thought she had forgotten. But in the end, she still kept hidden, deep in her memory. Then she asked Nie Li if he wanted to return to the world of Tu Lin Lung with her. Nie Li was surprised and asked about the world of Tu Lin Lung. Vu Diem confirms that the path there won't open for several more years. She has a way to break the seal, but that means the world will be fully revealed. Nie Li was surprised, thinking to himself, is it still possible to open the seal of Shaolin Lung? Vu Diem said she didn't know if it would bring blessing or disaster. Nie Li responded that even if he didn't know what the goddess wanted to do by returning, if she had made her decision, he would go back with her. Vu Diem was stunned for a moment before thanking Nie Li, as he was the only one she could trust. Nie Li wondered about the words goddess and thought that in his past life he had been lonely. No one understood the goddess's loneliness better than himself. And now he had a chance to be reborn again, with many loved ones and friends, and he would protect everyone. At this moment, Vu Diem's clothes changed into a very strange outfit, and she said she wanted to return to the world of Tu Lin Lung, either to wait for the next opening or to break the seal, but now there was no time to wait. He had to find that item quickly. Nie Li asked in surprise, "What kind of item can break the seal? I've never heard of this before." Vu Diem asked back if Nie Li had ever heard of divine weapons, and Nie Li, more confused, asked what divine weapons are. Vu Diem confirms that there are two extremely ancient and powerful divine artifacts in this world, the 10,000 Ancestors' Sword and the Holy Demon Blade. Nie Li repeats these names, saying she has heard of them vaguely but only from hearsay. Vu Diem explains that the 10,000 Ancestors' Sword is held by the Heavenly God Ancestor, while the Holy Demon Blade is held by the Holy Demon Clan. These two items helped those two powers become supernaturally powerful, but the Vanto Kiem has not been wielded for a long time and was shattered into 7 pieces during the Great War, now guarded separately by the Heavenly Divine Clan, the Vuthen sect, and 6 other Orthodox sects. Nie Li was surprised that the Vuthen sect also had a piece, and Vu Diem confirmed she had become sect leader, so why haven't the elders mentioned how powerful this treasure is? Vu Diem explains that it is a secret important treasure held by the strongest expert of the Vu Lin Tong, only passed on when they die. Nie Li looks surprised and asks, "You also know about this?" It seems that this important treasure is now in the hands of the heavenly martial God Lord. But what does it have to do with the world of Little Spirit Lung? Vu Diem confirms that the 10,000 Ancestors' Sword is the key to breaking the seal of the Little Spirit Lung world. Nie Li wondered why the world of Xiaolin Lung required such an important treasure to open. Vu Diem explained that world was sealed by a powerful expert, and inside there is a great and powerful treasure called the Time and Space Spirit Book. Obtaining it is the only chance to defeat the Saint Demon Lord. Without it, victory is impossible. Nie Li was stunned, thinking that using the sacrificial divine weapon might find the Time-Space Spirit Book. But where could he find it? Vu Diem sighed that the Time-Space Spirit Book was an extremely powerful sacred object. much stronger than the two divine weapons, which is why the world of Little Ling Lung was sealed away in hiding. Once the seal is broken, the aura of that book can be sensed. Nie Li silently thought that the disappearance of the Time and Space Spirit book had always been a knot in his heart. Emperor Than is too powerful, currently sealing and refining the Long Yu realm. Without that book, he simply cannot confront him. Nie Li raised the question again. If the seal is broken, will the Holy Emperor find the book first? Wu Diem reminded that the appearance of the book indeed alarmed the Holy Emperor, but using the power of the divine artifact can conceal its aura. Nie Li thought to himself that sacred objects with spirit, since the destruction of the brightness he has endured many hardships, in the fleeing alone and remaining Gudu Diem, but in the moment of despair entering the divine palace desert to obtain the Time and Space Spirit book. It was also because of this that he was reborn, as if there was a silent arrangement like fate. All of this must not be so simple. Without the book, he probably wouldn't find the answer. Nie Li suddenly realizes that the vine in the Soul Sea has undergone a strange change, as if it has matured. Wu Diem continues. The Holy Emperor is still in a deep sleep. His consciousness has not yet sensed the Time Spirit Leaf Book, but we must have enough means to deal with his claws. Nie Li confirms that the subordinate of the Holy Emperor also has 6 extremely powerful divine-level demon beasts guarding the 8 wastelands and overseeing the Long Vux border. If these 6 appear, we are definitely no match. Luckily, the major sects have not yet attracted them. Wu Diem remained silent, and Nie Li suddenly realized that before opening the world, Xiaolin Lung must go somewhere first. Wu Diem wondered where to. Nie Li happily smiled and said, "Let's switch to another scene. Everywhere here is filled with singing and joy." A woman with purple hair angrily scolded Diep Tu Van for being spoiled by the elder, which was truly arrogant. "Oh, I really feel sorry for Tu Ngung Ni. On what basis can she enter the Heavenly Cloud secret realm while Ngung Ni cannot?" Senior sister Huyan Nguyet said jealously, "Tu Van was only allowed into the Heavenly Cloud secret realm because of her bloodline. Tu Van is my good friend. You shouldn't say that." Huyan Nguyet still refused to stop scolding Ni for being reckless and thinking she was her friend. Tuni immediately stood up, glaring at Huyan Nguyet, then turned and walked away, saying, "Sister Huyan Nguyet, please mind your words. Speaking nonsense only lowers your own status." Huyan Nguyet's face darkened as she secretly thought that her master favored Tuongung Ni, and recently she didn't know where she got a batch of elixirs, which made her master's cultivation improve rapidly and valued Tuongung Ni even more. Now, beside Tuongung Ni, there is also a group of outstanding disciples of Thienam Thantong who have an extremely deep influence within the sect, and it's not just Tuongung Ni. Deep Tuvan is the same, and this time her cultivation has advanced even further after coming out of the secret realm, making both Tuongung Ni and Diep Tuvan extremely important figures. "I've been in the Heavenly Sound Divine sect for so long, but I haven't achieved what a few young girls who just joined recently have. How is that possible? Sister Yun, I was just a little impatient earlier, but I truly am thinking for your sake. Tu Ming, the talented son of the Vo Tong Than Tong's sect leader, is coming to our Thienam Than Tong, and you must seize this opportunity. If you have a good relationship with him and want to become the sect master of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, then you're one step closer. And Diep Tu Van's matter will no longer be an issue." In her heart, she thought, all these actions are just for becoming the sect master. If Sister Huyan Nguyet cares about Tu Min, then just build a good relationship with him, and there's no need to mention me. I don't believe that Tuongung Ni is truly that calm, not even caring about the position of sect leader. Suddenly, a female disciple entered to deliver a message, saying that they had just received news that besides the people from the Void Templar sect, someone from the Divine Spirit sect had also arrived, claiming to want to pay respects to the old sect master. Hearing this, Tuongung Ni hurriedly asked, "So the Divine Spirit sect has also come?" Huyan Nguyet thought to herself, Tuongung Ni's loss of control again shows that there must be someone in the Wu Tantong that Tuongung Ni wants to meet. The Vo Tuong Tantong is one of the 6 strongest sects, and Tu Min is the son of the sect leader, while the Wu Tantong is a bottom-tier sect. No matter who it is, they cannot compare to Tu Min, so she couldn't understand why she cared so much about that person from the Wu Tantong. "Does anyone among the people there have the name Nie Li?" Xiaoninga said she wasn't sure anymore, but she heard that the Wu Tantong might have a new sect leader, and no one knows who this Nie is. Tiun-gung-hee wondered to herself, is the sect master Hiep him? Could it be that Nie Li has become the sect master of Vuthantong in such a short time? Then Tiun-gung-hee suggested everyone go take a look, which surprised Huyen-nguyet. The Grand Hall of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect is filled with the sound of celestial music echoing everywhere. Legend has it that the first ancestor of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect was a stunningly talented woman connected to the Heavenly God clan territory, and the sect itself is extremely mysterious, only accepting female disciples and forbidding marriage. No one knows the true reason. Nie Li stepped forward and said, "My fiancé is right here." Behind him, a group of experts with horse-headed faces, powerful warriors, followed. Nie Li strode confidently into the hall, where the crowd was noisy like a marketplace. Sitting at the center was a woman, none other than Nam Kung Tien Am, the sect master of Thien Am Thon, with Tu Min Thieu, the sect master of Vo Tuong Thon, seated below her. Nam Kung Tianyan sighed. It seems that the young, talented youth is indeed the legendary sect leader Neve. Looking at Nie Li's team entering, Nam Kung Tien, Yin, thought to herself that the three of them are at the martial king level. If they are only martial kings, that wouldn't be particularly rare. Because our sect also has 8 powerful martial monarchs. In the great sects, everyone is dominant in the 8 wastelands, but I have no idea about these 3 people. Nie Li respectfully bows to greet sect leader Nam Kung. Young Master Nam Kung Tien Am smiled happily and responded politely. Then Tu Min interjected and said, "The young master of Vuthantong is also so young, it really surprises people." Of course, young Master Tu from Vo Tuong Thantong is someone everyone knows. Nie Li silently thought that in the previous life, Tu Min spent 6 years cultivating from the heavenly spirit realm to the martial sovereign realm, becoming an exceptional genius and heading to the heavenly god temple. Even Long Tian Ming's group was far behind him. Then Tu Min, in order to cultivate a technique called the Heavenly Destruction Mind Art, slaughtered hundreds of thousands of members of the Vo Tuong Divine Sect, not sparing even his own parents and kin. This person's methods are not much different from the Saint Emperor, but even after reaching the peak of the Destroying Heaven Mind technique, he couldn't defeat the Saint Emperor. There are all kinds of legends about this person. Some say that Vo Tuong Thantong sacrificed hundreds of thousands of lives to let him fully master the Diet Thien Tam Quiet and confront the Holy Emperor. Others believe that the highest level of the Diet Thien Tam Quiet is to sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires which led him to destroy the entire Vo Tuong Thantong. Tu Ming looked surprised and asked, "So Neep brother has met me?" Nie Li replied, "Of course I have met you, but Tu young sect master tends to forget things, so you probably don't remember." At this moment, Nam Kung Tien Am changed the subject and asked if there was any reason for Lord Nep Li to come to our Thien Am Divine Sect. Nep Li replied with a bitter smile, "Ha ha ha, I came uninvited, so it's truly rude. Today, I came to the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect for a few reasons. First, of course, to pay my respects to Sect Master Nam Kung, and second, to meet some old friends." Nam Kung Tien Am happily smiled and said, "Nisep Sect Master, wanting to meet old friends, must mean that Xiaoning Ni and Diet Suvan both come from the Little Linger world, right? I will send someone to bring them here." Nie Li grinned broadly, praising that Tong Chu Nam Kung truly knows the 2 old friends I came to find. Indeed, Tu Ngung Ni and Diep Tu Van. Tu Min wondered, since these 2 talented young women from the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect are so highly regarded by the great sects and many talented youths want to get close to them, and they both come from the Little Spirit Lung world and are related to Nie Li, I wonder what is the relationship between Diep Tu Van and Tiun-gung-hee and sect leader Niep. Nie Li confidently declared that Tu Van and Ngung-ni are both my beloved women. Especially Tu Van is my fiancé, leaving the others stunned. Aren't women of the Celestial Sound Divine Sect supposed to never marry? So why talk about the red beauty phenomenon? These 2 young ladies are both exceptionally talented, very aloof towards others, and don't even bother to look at any man, so how could they both like the same person at the same time? Tu Min burst out laughing after hearing this. "Ha ha, Brother Neep, you're really joking." Nie Li sighed and replied, "I am not joking." One of the guards also chimed in, saying, "Nisep sect leader, you're too sentimental for your own good." Nie Li sighed and shrugged at him. Too lazy to explain to these guys. Tu Min's face darkened as he thought to himself, it seems he doesn't need to lie after all. Diep Tu Van has been confirmed as the next generation sect master of Tianam Tan Tong. I dare not think too much. But Tu Ngung Ni, after meeting her once before, fell in love at first sight and swore to make her his wife. I used every trick to convey my feelings to her through someone close to Tu Nung Ni, but she has never been moved. If Tu Nung Ni truly is the confidant of the sect master, then Nie Li must die. Nie Li sighed in frustration and wondered what I was doing. Could it be that he has designs on Nung Ni and Tu Van? Does the rules of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect include forbidding our disciples from getting married? Nam Kung Tianam confirms that if Master Neep knows what he's saying, then there's no need for me to say more, right? She then snorts coldly, releasing a pressure that makes them all scream in fear. Nie Li remains steady without any issue, and Tu Min, seeing this, can only huff coldly. Nie Li straightforwardly declares that the rule is, kill or be killed. But today I am not here to argue with the sect master Nam Kung. Nie Li changed the subject and said, I previously entrusted Ngung Ni and Tu Van to give some medicinal pills to the sect master of Nam Kung. I wonder how effective these pills are. Tu Ming was also stunned by this, and then turned away. Nam Kung Tianam continued. Earlier, sect leader Nie said he wanted something I don't know what it is. Sect leader. Neep just say it and our Heavenly Sound Divine Sect will do our best. The guys below were surprised and asked why the sect leader suddenly became so polite to him. What kind of pill is that? What are they talking about? Tu Ming thought to himself that someone so young becoming the sect master of the martial god sect was not simple. He realized that Nie Li, now the sect master of the martial god sect, was someone worth paying attention to, and for now, he shouldn't interfere with him given Nam Kung sect master's changed attitude. Nie Li calmly said, Let's see. I want the 10,000 ancestors' sword. This made Tu Min stare in surprise. Nam Kung Tien Am also looked stunned, while Tu Min secretly wondered, does he want a piece of the 10,000 ancestors' sword? This is a sacred weapon from one of the 7 great sects. What is he talking about? Are you saying the fragment of the 10,000 ancestors' sword? I don't know what the sect master Neep needs the fragment of the 10,000 ancestors' sword for. Nie Li grinned and replied, It's nothing. Just like to play around. The broken piece of the 10,000 ancestors' sword is said to have a great reputation and be very intimidating. But what exactly is this toy useful for? Lord Nam Kung must know that besides being extremely sharp, it has no other use, right? Nam Kung Tien Am shook her head in refusal. Although it was useless, it was still a relic of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect, and couldn't be casually given to others. Nie Li calmly said, A sect as large as the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect probably has at least 8,000 relics. This made Nam Kung Tianam startle, and Nie Li burst out laughing. Ha ha! I came here not expecting the sect master to hand over the fragments of the Vanda's sword to me. I don't have such a big face. Nam Sung Tianam shook his head, showing disappointment and hoping Neep Tong Chu would understand. Nie Li continued, But it is in the hands of Nam Kung Tong Chu, and it is just a useless item. Better to exchange for something more practical for Tianam than Tong. Nie Li continued. Now the demon god sect is eager for the shard, and the demon sect cares even more about whether Lord Nam Kung can consider the interests of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect. Nam Kung Tien Am waved his hand and said, Nisip sect leader, no need to talk more. Our Heavenly Sound Divine Sect will definitely not exchange the fragment of the 10,000 ancestor sword for anything. After hearing this, Nie Li immediately suggested that Lord Nam Kung not refuse so quickly. The medicinal pills we previously gave you were only basic grade, but we have a divine herb that is 100 times more powerful. After hearing that, Nam Kung Tianam's eyes lit up, then he pondered for a long time, and Nie Li also looked expectant. In the end, Nam Kung Tianam still shook his head in refusal. We are determined not to trade the fragments of the 10,000 ancestors' sword. I'm afraid we've disappointed Master Neep. Tu Min secretly wondered what kind of thing the sacred medicine was. that even Lord Nam Kung was truly moved. Could it really be something terrifying? Nie Li proposed exchanging 2 parts, and I am willing to trade 2 parts of the sacred medicine, but I wonder if Elder Nam Kung agrees. After hearing this, anicap Li raised 5 fingers and said 5 parts of the sacred medicine. She was stunned, then thought to herself that the sacred wings effect was 100 times stronger than a 5-part spiritual medicine. So that's how it is. Now I understand why he could become the sect master of the martial god sect. So those 3 powerful Wutong experts are also determined not to sell, and Nie Li won't raise the price anymore. It's a pity. If Tong Chu Nam Kung couldn't bear to part with what she loved, then fine. I'll wait to meet Nyung Ni and Tu Van before returning to the sect. Tu Ming silently thought to refuse. It seems this holy medicine isn't worth much anymore. Suddenly, Nam Kung Tianam called back to sect leader Niep. Wait a moment. Nie Li asked, surprised if the sect leader Nam Kung still had something else to say, and Nam Kung Tianam blushed shyly, then thought to himself, I will think about it. If sect leader Niep is interested in the fragment of the 10,000 ancestors' sword, then I too must endure the pain and give up what I love. So, the holy medicine, do you still need it? Of course I do. This made Tu Min curse inwardly. What the hell is this? The fragments of the 10,000 ancestors' sword may be useless, but symbolically they are extremely important. 7 fragments, each guarded by one of the 7 great divine sects, and after thousands of years, Nam Kung Tianam hands them over like this. What's most important is that she no longer looks like the sect leader, but rather like a merchant still bargaining. What exactly is this sacred medicine? The elders below remind him, Tongchu, please think carefully, please think carefully. The fragments of the 10,000 ancestor sword may be useless, but they can't be exchanged for anything at will. Nam Kung Xianyin glanced and snorted coldly. Are you questioning me? Those 2 immediately bowed and apologized, but Nam Kung Tianam waved his hand to stop you, saying, there's no need to say more. I know in my heart how to handle this. The 5 parts of the sacred medicine are enough to protect the heavenly sound divine sect for hundreds of years from demonic sects, and we might even have a chance to win against the demon god sect. Now is the time when a useless object determines life or death. What's the point of keeping it to save face? The 2 guardians respectfully bow their heads. Yes! Nie Li happily responded to Lord Kung with a cheerful cooperation. Suddenly someone called Nie Li. Nie Li turned to look, and the 2 guardians also glanced over, only to see Tiun Yung Ni stepping inside. When Tiun Gung Ni saw Nie Li, she blushed with happiness. The others looked at her, and all had to be amazed. Tu Ming here sees the beautiful girl smiling happily and mistakenly thinks she's laughing at him. Tiun Gung Ni then approaches Nie Li. Nie Li lifts Tiun Gung Ni's face, then gestures to measure height and praises that Ngung He seems taller now and even more beautiful. Tiu Ngung He blushes shyly, feeling embarrassed that someone is so close to her in front of so many people. Huyan Nguyet also saw her frown and thought to herself, no wonder Tiu Ngung Ni was so happy. She and this man have no relation, who would believe it? Usually pretending to be like a fairy maiden, quietly but passionately involved with other men and women. Then she sticks her head out and says, Junior sister, Ki Ningi, I don't know how to address this handsome young man in front of us. Why don't you introduce him a bit? I am Nie Li, sect leader of the martial spirit sect. I don't know how to address you, senior sister. Huyan Nguyen, after hearing this, looked blank and asked the sect leader. The Loi Ho Fap angrily shouted, Huyan Nguyen, how could you be so insensitive? Can't you see the sect leader is still talking to sect leader Neep? Why haven't you quickly stepped back? Huyan Nguyet immediately stepped back and said, Yes, Protector Loi. At this moment, Nam Kung Tianam was also silent. Then she asked Nie Li, Do you mean Diep Tuvan is your fiancé? So Yuen Nung He. Even if I can never be with Nie Li, I will still protect him, even if it means risking my life. Nie Li also notices Tiun Ngung Ni's sadness and immediately thinks that she died for him in the previous life. My fate and Ngung Ni's have long been intertwined and cannot be severed. In this life, after betraying so many people in the past, I will protect everyone now. Nie Li confidently declares to sect master Nam Kung, Tiu Ngung Ni is my woman. Namkung Tianyin is stunned and asks Tiongong Ni. While Tu Min, after hearing this, glares with wide eyes, feeling bitter but unable to speak, just wondering what kind of joke this is. Are all the talented young goddesses of the six great divine sects yours? Over here, Tiongong Ni happily looked at Nie Li, and finally Nie Li and the members of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect were also happily chatting and gossiping. Nie Li suddenly turned to look at Diep Tuvan, now appearing proud and dazzling. Nie Li opened her mouth in surprise as two men, overwhelmed with joy, barked happily and yipped loudly. Nam Kung Tien Yin was stunned, and Tiu Nung Ni looked worried while the Huyen Nuit group stared in shock. But Diep Tuvan had already pulled Tiu Nung Ni away. Diep Tuvan turned to look at Tiu Nung Ni and thought, those past conflicts between us and Nung Ni. Honestly, I stopped caring about them a long time ago. From the world of Xiaoling Lung, we came together to the Long Yu realm to face life and death, and to confront an uncertain future. There's nothing we can't let go of. Only by supporting each other can we continue to walk together and fulfill our mission. Tiu Nungung He also looked at Diep Tuvan and thought to herself, she has always been my best friend since we were young. Then the two happily held hands, and Diep Li was also very surprised. The disciples in the sect looked at each other, and Tu Min was now in despair. Meanwhile, Nam Kung Tien Am silently thought that Diep Tuvan and Tio Nung Ni had no interest in male disciples from other sects in the past, and although they came from the same world, there seemed to be some grudges between them, and they no longer interacted now. Diep Tuvan respectfully bowed to the sect leader, and Nam Kung Tien Am asked Tuvan, "This is the newly appointed sect leader of the Vuthan sect. He said he is your fiancé." Diep Li here scratched his head and replied, "Sect leader, he truly is my fiancé, no mistake." Nam Kung Tien Am frowned and asked, "Tuvan, do you know you've done wrong?" Diep Tuvan respectfully replied, "I have no intention of hiding. Please forgive me." "Sect master," Nam Kung Tien Am angrily said, "Tuvan, the sect has always prioritized your training, and you were even specially appointed as the next sect master, but you should also know the rules of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect. Although the sect does not restrict interactions between female disciples, marriage with male disciples from other sects is absolutely forbidden." Diep Tuvan sadly apologized and then bowed deeply. Nie Li was startled and then turned to speak to Nam Kung Tien Am. "Master Nam Kung, your words are not quite right. The Heavenly Sound Divine Sect has indeed invested a great deal of effort into nurturing Ziyun and Ningni, but their innate talents are only at that level. Even without the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect, they could still achieve their current accomplishments." Nam Kung Tian Yin thought to herself, indeed, neither of them had ever practiced the sect's cultivation techniques. Even the entire Heavenly Sound Divine Sect doesn't have any cultivation techniques stronger than what they practice. Nearly acting as if measuring, said to Nam Kung Tien Am, "Moreover, Tu Van and Ngung Ni have made significant contributions to the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect." Nam Kung Tien Am fell into silence for a moment, then thought to herself, even if she said that, but if both Ziyun and Nhi Ni are taken away, then the future sect master. What about her? Huyen Yuyet chuckled secretly. "It seems the sect master is hesitating. It looks like they might really be taken away. And once the 1,000-year rule of the Celestial Sound Divine Sect is broken, if they are married off, they must leave the sect. If not for the two of them, I would have a chance to compete for the sect master position." Nam Kung Tien Am silently thought, once again, the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect couldn't find a third candidate. Huyen Guyet then stepped forward and said, "Tongchu Nam Kung Tien Am looks at this girl with a look of disgust." Huyen Nguyen respectfully said, "Sister Tu Van and Sister Ngung Ni both have engagements with us from the beginning, and our Heavenly Moon Divine Sect has never broken others' engagements. If they no longer wish to stay in the sect, why don't we let them go free?" Nam Sung Tien Am thought again, if Tu Van and Ngung Ni both leave the sect, then Huyen Nungyet will become the top candidate for the next sect leader. Huyen Nungyet is over 30 years old and still hasn't reached the Dragon Path realm. How can she compare? For Tu Van and Ngung Ni, and moreover, Huyen Nuyet's jealous nature. Even if she has cultivation to become the sect leader, she lacks the virtues that a sect leader should possess. If she becomes the future sect leader of Thienam Thantong, it's obvious to anyone. Namkung Tianam hesitated and asked, Niep sect leader, do you have to take both of them away, or can you leave one behind for me? Upon hearing this, Diep Tuvan and Tiun Gong He blushed, while Tu Min's blood was rushing to his head. Niep Lai here firmly replied, Nam Kung sect master, I also don't want to, but why does the Heavenly Sound Divine sect have such strange rules? I know that sect master Nam Kung cares deeply for Tuvan and Ngungni, but the only option is to let them go. Do you really want Tuvan and Ngungni to spend their lives alone in the position of sect master of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect? Namsung Tienam Hulan Ruikwatban. Nhip Livoi Wang Giaitik. Namsung Tong Chutoi Kong Noiku. He secretly thought that in his previous life, the decline of the Heavenly Yin Divine sect happened after Namkung Jian Yin resigned and left early, already having a lover, just waiting to quickly give up the sect leader position of the Heavenly Yin Divine sect, then live freely in the martial world, leaving Tuvan and Nuni to handle these difficult matters. Seeing that guy smirking mischievously, Deep Tuvan turned back to remind Niep Lai, then respectfully spoke to Nam Kung Tianam. Tong Chu Niep Li speaks recklessly. Please don't take it to heart. After arriving at Thienam Tantong, Tuvan can feel the love from the sect leader, even giving Tuvan a chance to enter the Thienam secret realm to cultivate. If Tuvan leaves like that, it would be a shame for the Heavenly Sound Divine sect. Hayat Li heard this and also thought, what the hell is going on? Nam Kung Tianam asked in surprise, Are you willing to stay behind? Van secretly thought, Indeed, the position of sect master of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect is an enchantment that ordinary people find hard to resist. Huyan Nguyet immediately let out a cry, but Diep Tuvan had already told Nam Kung Tianam that Tuvan was definitely leaving. Deep Tuvan continued, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, he naturally wanted to shoulder the responsibility for the sect leader. Namkung Tianam silently thought, everyone has left. Who will carry the burden for me now? Tiun Gung Nihi also respectfully said, although her heart was not here and she wanted to leave, she was willing to take responsibility for the sect leader. Nam Kung Tianam waved her hand dismissively and said, Forget it. If you want to go, then go. Diep Tuvan gently smiles, then turns to call Xiao Yue, Min Ni, everyone come in. Tiong Gung He happily called Tuni, Duam and the others to come in, and another group of over 10 people entered. Namkung Tianam was a bit surprised as she was staring at this group of people with wide eyes. Elder Deep respectfully reported, the sisters chosen by Zivan are all under 20, each with outstanding talent, and 16 of them have already reached the Longdao realm. Tuningungni also added, these sisters of Ngini are also under 20, with more than 15 in total, and they have also reached the Longdao realm, which made Huyan Nguyet and even Namkung Tianam stunned. Huyan Nguyet, narrow-minded, said, Longdao Khan, under 20 years old, truly a rare genius of the millennium. There are more than 30 people here now. This is impossible. The sect master and the others must have used some evil method on this world. How could this happen? This is a deception of the sect master. You absolutely cannot be fooled by these petty tricks. They are definitely deceiving you. Nam Kung Tien Am's face darkened. She shot a glance at Huyan Nguyet, then coldly said, The main hall of Huyan Nguyet can't be your place to settle down. Someone take her away, and 2 big sisters like ancient guardians of Huyan Nguyet's book escort her out, and the hall fell silent. Nam Xung Tien Am silently wondered, Yingini and Tuvan have cultivated so many geniuses, clearly relying on Nie Li's medicinal pills. What does Nie Li's nurturing of this power here mean? Are you trying to control the Heavenly Sound Divine sect? If so, can these people still be trusted? If we don't use these people, is there anyone else in the Heavenly Sound Divine sect who can be of use? After that helpless question, he finally gave up, covering his face and letting out a heavy sigh. Seeing this, Nep Lai spoke up. Nam Kung Tianam replied with a voice as cold as ice. Nep Tongchu, are you doing this on purpose? The Lord of the Southern Palace spoke harshly. I just received the latest news that the Demon God sect has obtained the inheritance of the Saint Demon clan and is recruiting troops without restraint. The 5 Thunder Demon sect and the Crimson Moon Demon sect both regard the Demon God sect as their master, and soon they might not be able to endure anymore. I also heard the rumors. Nip Tongchu's words are unwavering in their purpose. Nie Li raised a finger and said firmly, If Yushin sect were to attack the Orthodox sects, who would they target first? Namgung Tianam then asked back, who will they target first? Of course, they will start with the weakest sect. Nie Li continued to lead the story. So the weakest sect must be Namkung Tianam, definitely Vu Thantong. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized she had said something wrong. Hype Li remains calm and says, the weakest sect in the past was indeed our martial god sect, but it has long since changed. The reason for that is probably something sect master Nam Kung is well aware of. These words made Nungsung Tianam hold back her words, and a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Just a few spiritual herbs from Nie Li Tang have already helped our martial experts advance and nurtured many geniuses like Ning Ni and Tu Van. Vu Thantong must have many sacred herbs in their hands. If we exclude Vu Thantong, the Hoa Thantong is the strongest. Han Nguyen Than sect and Wu Tuong Divine sect are behind. Then it's the Heavenly Sound Divine sect and Hundred Flowers Divine sect. Only then do we have a chance of being attacked by the Demon God sect. Seeing that the opponent understood, Aip Lai then raised the core issue. First, no one has been attacked yet, and currently the sacred demon ancestor is plotting a major scheme. They want to refine the long void realm. If the sacred demon ancestor succeeds, I'm afraid the Heavenly Sound Divine sect will find it hard to protect itself. After a moment, Tu Min finally asked with suspicion, do you think this information is reliable? Nep Lai simply replied indifferently, whether you believe it or not, Vu Thantong has already prepared for battle, and we can't control what other sects do. Nam Chung Tien Am hesitated for a moment before admitting the Yaoshen sect has indeed been active quite a few times recently. Tu Min quickly objected. Neep sect leader is wrong to say that when the water is lost and the house is broken. I wonder if Neep sect leader has any countermeasures. Her only response was an indifferent attitude from Neep Lai, and she could only think of ways to strengthen herself. There was a little else she could do. Tong Chu Nam Kung faced the Demon Saint clan alone, and no one was confident they would win. If the Heavenly Sound Divine sect still has defenses and conflicts with the Void Spirit sect, then I am also helpless. Namkung Tianam pondered and replied, I will reconsider Neep sect master's words. Hearing this, Tu Min's face darkened, and he pondered in his mind, if the Vu Thantong and Thien Am Thantong formed an alliance, these two great divine sects would be safe. But what about Vo Tuong Thantong? The sacred medicine that Thien Am Thantong took from Vu Thantong, what exactly is it that makes Nam Kung Tien Am pay so much attention to it, even willing to exchange fragments of the Van de sword without hesitation? Unable to contain his curiosity, Tu Min turned to ask Niep Li directly. Sect leader. Neep, what exactly is the sacred feather of the Vu Thantong? Neep Lai replied casually, the sacred medicine is just a medicinal pill to aid cultivation, don't you have any? A thought arose in Tu Min's mind. How could an ordinary pill attract the attention of the sect leader of Nam Kung? Even though I'm furious that he stole the person I care about, the interests of the sect are what matter most. As long as I can keep the position of deputy sect master, what kind of woman wouldn't I have? Thinking that, he then approached Niep Lai. I wonder if Chief Disciple Neep can give me a piece of the sacred medicine. I can buy it from the Vuthan sect. He secretly thought that after hearing Neep Li and Nam Kung sect master's conversation, the Vuthan sect must have changed because of the holy medicine. The Thienam divine sect must also have gained enough benefits from the holy medicine. How could our Vo Tuong divine sect fall behind? Neep Lai chuckled softly and replied, Tu Min, young sect master, you're too polite. Actually, Vo Tuong Thantong and I share some origins. Tu Min asked in surprise, what kind of origins? I have a brother who is still cultivating at Vo Tuong Thantong and is usually favored by them. I don't know the name of elder brother Neep sect master, is it? Neep Lai replied, Doan Kiem, but perhaps he doesn't interact much with the outside world. Tu Young sect master. Have you heard of him before? Hearing that name, Tu Min froze and asked again. Duanjin. The image of Duanjian suddenly appeared in his mind, and he wondered, is it this perverted guy again? Duanjian didn't stay long at the sect when he first joined, usually preferring to be alone and not talking much. At first the disciples were somewhat afraid of this guy, but gradually they started to look down on him. Outsiders are often bullied. Faced with teasing, Duanjian remained indifferent and always endured patiently, which naturally made others see him as an easy target. But there was one time when dozens of young disciples with no eyes surrounded Duanjian and began to attack him. Who would have expected that Duanjian would fight without mercy, defeating all dozens of opponents brutally, with the lightest injuries being torn tendons and bones, and some nearly losing their cultivation due to the slaughter among their own disciples? Executed on the spot, the disciples punished did not cry or call for their parents. 3 days after the punishment, he was expected to stay in bed for at least half a month. But Duanjian was unharmed, leaving everyone puzzled and wondering if he was still human, especially since some of the injured young disciples had backgrounds. Soon, dozens of sect experts stepped in to face them, but the outcome remained the same. This time, no one managed to return intact. The entire Vo Tuong Than Tong was shaken, knowing that these dozens included not only seasoned experts, but also many direct disciples of the elders, yet none could stand against Doan Kia. Of course, because the attack was too heavy, Duanjian had to face a 3-day punishment. But after the previous punishment, he showed no sign of injury. When the elders discussed how to punish him, the chief elder stepped forward. And Duanjian was not punished at all, instead becoming the disciple of the chief elder. Dunjian once again stepped onto the battlefield, a battle of geniuses from the sect, where all the talented disciples of the Void Templar Divine sect fought. In the end, Duanjian took first place in a way that left everyone speechless, knocking down all opponents with a single strike, even shattering a protective weapon that was swung at his head. Monster, perhaps only this word can describe him. Luckily, he has no enmity with Nie Li, not to mention the power behind Nie Li. Just offending Duanjian would already give others a headache. Realizing the truth, two men suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! I didn't expect that Master Neep and Big Brother Duanjian are friends. Nie Li also pretended to be surprised and widened his eyes. Brother Duanjian. Tu Ming forced a polite smile and explained. Does Master Neep still not know? Brother Duanjian is now a disciple of the Grand Elder and the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Vo Tuong Than Tong. Nie Li exclaimed in admiration. So, that's how it is. He thought to himself that in the letter Duanjian had mentioned he apprenticed under the Grand Elder of the Void Templar sect, and he never expected him to have such a great reputation. Tu Ming politely smiled and said, Ha ha, sect leader Niep, if you ever have free time, you can come to Vo Tuong Than Tong to sit. When that happens, I will host and invite sect leader Niep and big brother Doan Kiem for tea. Nie Li happily threw a bottle of pill to Tu Min and said, all right, consider this holy medicine as a gift I give to young Master Tu. Tu Min quickly grabbed the pill bottle, a look of joy on his face. Seeing this, Nam Kung Xianyin was stunned and thought to herself, a whole sacred medicine directly given away like that? Meanwhile, Tu Min quickly opened the lid of the elixir bottle, brought it to his nose, took a deep breath, and the strong medicinal aroma made him tremble. Then his whole body seemed to erupt with power. Each Vo Tong powerhouse can be a strategic level strength. Thinking of this, Tu Min quickly suggested, I wonder how many pieces of sacred medicine Niep Tong Chu still has. Could we buy some from Vo Tuong Than Tong? Nie Li happily asked, what do you have to trade with me? Tu Min stammered, well, like the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, we are willing to exchange with fragments of the 10,000 Ancestor Sword. If the sect master Niep is interested in other items from the Void Templar sect, we can also consider it. Niep Li smiled happily after hearing this. In the main hall, the atmosphere became lively with conversations about the sacred medicine, and amidst the bustle, Niep Li stood and announced, I will stay at the Heavenly Sound Divine sect for a while. Nihip Tong Chu. Then I will send someone to Vo Tuong Than Tong to retrieve a fragment of the Vanto Keem. Niep Li bowed respectfully and said, Ha ha, then I'll trouble the young sect leader. In his mind, he thought that if they went to get it themselves, it would be less trouble for him. Then both of them politely exchanged greetings. Niep sect leader, you're too polite. Please don't stand on ceremony. Ha ha. Time passes, and everyone in the cultivation world is talking about it. Recently, the Vo Than Tong has become very mysterious. They've been closed off for so long, but now they're finally starting to move. I heard that recently the elders and even the sect leaders of the great divine sects have visited the Vo Than sect, but no one has met the sect master, and no one knows where he has gone. First, he secluded himself. Now he's playing hide and seek. What exactly is the Vu Than Tong sect master doing? The scene shifts to inside Thianam Than Tong, where Nie Li looks at the broken sword pieces with a troubled expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yuni asked, Nie Li, what are these broken pieces for? Nie Li just silently looked at the shards of the sword, saying nothing. Deep Tuvan also wondered if these fragments could form the 10,000 ancestors' sword. Nie Li sighed and replied, it's no longer possible. The sword soul has disappeared, so recovery is unlikely. At this moment, Wu Yan also ran out and asked, so what should we do? Without the 10,000 ancestor sword, we can't return to the Xiaoling Lung world for now. Tun Gung He asked in surprise, can the Vanda sword return to the world of Tiulin Lung? Deep Tuvan is also wondering the same thing. Nie Li, why didn't you say anything from the beginning? Nie Li explained, I actually guessed this situation. So I was worried that the greater your hopes, the greater your disappointment. So I didn't tell you, but these 6 fragments are actually too easy to obtain. Once the news about Sanduke is released, the major sects will compete to be the first. Xiao Yuni then asked, is there a way to restore it? Nie Li confirms, yes. I have a way I can use the Heaven Reversal Divine Thunder Sword to absorb the power of the 10,000 Ancestors' Sword. Vu Diem looked worried and asked again, is that possible? Nie Li guessed, maybe it is. Vu Diem sighed. I didn't expect the Vanda sword to be so badly damaged. Then try it, if not, these fragments are useless too. Nie Li didn't say anything this time. He started to act. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, so intense that Nie Li had to squint reflexively. Nie Li draws out the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword, lightning constantly emanating from it with blinding light, causing Xiaoning Ni and Diezi Yan to be stunned. Then the fragments of the 10,000 Ancestors' Sword began to tremble. Nie Li deduces that the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword seems to be different today. The fragments of the 10,000 Ancestors' Sword vibrate repeatedly, countless tiny lightning sparks dancing and crackling across their surfaces. Vu Diem deduced that the Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword seemed to still be suppressing the power of the 10,000 Ancestor Sword. How is that possible? The 10,000 Ancestors Sword is the strongest divine weapon of the Celestial Clan. What exactly is the origin of the Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword? Nie Li asked again. Is it not in your memory either? The Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword. I can feel it still devouring the power of the 10,000 Ancestors' Sword. Then the lightning gathered more and more on the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword. Nie Li was stunned and asked, what is happening? Lightning strikes increasingly more. Nie Li clenches his sword handle. Suddenly a bolt of lightning hits him directly, causing him unbearable pain and making him scream out loud. Ah, 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 ah. Vu Diem saw this scene and immediately asked Nie Li with concern. Nie Li, what's wrong with you? Diep Tuvan and Tun Gung Ni hurriedly ran over and called out. Nie Li tried to stop them. Don't touch me. You'll also be involved, he thought to himself. Luckily, the floor in the room was wooden. Diep Tuvan asked anxiously. So, what should we do now? Nie Li announced. My power is about to be unable to suppress the Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword. We must enter the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram first. After speaking, he unleashed the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram, and then transformed into a bolt of lightning to enter inside. The 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram has also rolled up and disappeared. While inside it, the bolts of lightning continue to strike down. Nie Li sighed. Van Lyson Hadu belongs to my domain. In this world, everything is under my control. My power is several times stronger than in the outside world, but the strength of the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword remains like a wild horse. Strange. Why does the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword become so powerful after absorbing the fragment of the 10,000 Ancestor Sword, completely unlike the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword itself? Could there be a secret hidden within the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword? Use your soul power to look inside. Nie Li used his divine power to check, but all he saw was a solid black screen. Nie Li sighed, unable to investigate further. Vu Diem sighed, surprised by the power of the Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword. It's stronger than he imagined. Maybe it's not a creature from this world. Nie Li asked at this moment. Where does it come from, if not from this world? Although I wasn't electrocuted, I still couldn't control it to investigate further. Suddenly, a strange sound came through. Nie Li felt as if he was in a dark place. He was stunned, and this sound was not Min Dai Day, the missing stone coffin of the Time Spirit book in Kolan City, the spatial array of the 10,000 images of the Lord's mansion, the stone stele of the dark prison world, the heavenly vein thunder sword sealed in the heavenly illusion Holy Land, or the divine palace in the endless desert, all of which had nothing to do with him. The Time and Space Spirit Book and the Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword are both objects from outside this world. Emperor Wu Ming might not even be from our universe. Who exactly is he? What is the point of leaving these things behind? I'm afraid there's no way to find him anymore in this vast universe. Right now, the entire Long Ku realm's time and space have been sealed off by the Saint Emperor, and he can sense everything in this world. No weapon, including the 10,000 Ancestors' sword, can contend with him. To defeat the Holy Emperor, it all depends on this external object, the Time Void Spirit Book and the Celestial Vortex Thunder Sword. In my previous life, I possessed the Time Void Spirit Book, which granted me power comparable to the Holy Emperor, but I still lost. This life, with the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword added, Nie Li no longer hesitated and directly grasped the hilt of the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword. Thunderbolts continuously struck him, causing him to scream in agony. Vu Diem turned back and said to the two women, "We must help Nie Li suppress the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword together." Deep Tuvan then asked, "What should we do?" Vu Diem replied, "Let's put this soul into Nie Li's body together." Then Vu Diem released her soul power into Nie Li. Nie Li showed signs of pain, constantly moaning. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Deep Tuvan and Tu Ngungni simultaneously channel their soul powers into Nie Li, adding 3 more soul energies to his body, and the sky turns dark with thick clouds. The hen panting heavily, then clucking loudly, its body growing larger after a period of eating and sleeping. Kim Dan here has jumped up. Nie Li is still controlling the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword. He sweat and assessed that the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword is still absorbing his soul power. So that's how it is. The Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword is very powerful, but it is a spiritual treasure, with a spirit. Now that the 10,000 Ancestor Sword has been fully activated, it is frantically absorbing my soul, trying to turn me into a spirit. Once I become the spirit of the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword, my body will be lost. I just barely reincarnated and returned. How could I turn into a sword like that? Nie Li cried out in pain as his soul Sia suddenly trembled, and he called out in confusion. They cry out in pain as the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword continuously absorbs their soul power. Tio Ngung and Diep Tu Van both moan in pain. You. Vu Diem sighed at this moment. It's not good. Everyone's soul power is being torn apart. The Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword is too powerful. We can only keep supplying soul power to Nie Li, but it's useless. Suddenly, the chicken appeared beside Vu Diem, soaring up and charging straight at the Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword. Nie Li asked Kim Dan in surprise. Then this one stepped onto Nie Li's shoulder, also being absorbed by the Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword, and immediately chirped loudly. The Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword frantically devoured the soul power, causing Kim Dan's large body to quickly shrink, soon returning to a chick like at the beginning. Nie Li thought to himself that the absorption power of the Celestial Vein Thunder Sword was becoming more and more terrifying. He had to form a magic array within his soul sea to be able to fight it. Then his eyes widened as the vine shot out from his soul sea, targeting the Celestial Vein Thunder Sword. The vine quickly wrapped around the sword, and then Nie Li merged the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword into his soul sea. Nie Li sighed. Although obtaining the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword didn't solve everything, at least for now he could endure and wouldn't be completely drained. But I can sense that Ningni and Zivan and the others have all fallen into endless suffering. So that's not to say I am completely out of strength to oppose the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword. Suddenly Nie Li's soul sea began to change. Who could have such a weak power flowing into his soul sea? Nie Li looked to the side and asked, "Kim Dan, it's done. Who told you to stay in the 10,000 miles mountains and rivers diagram all day just eating, so now it's time to help me." At this moment, Nie Li fell into a mysterious state. Vu Diem, Deep Tu Van, and Tu Nung Ni are still channeling their soul power into Nie Li. Nie Li looks around and suddenly sees a dark curtain. This sword comes from beyond the heavens. After obtaining it, I must create 36 moves of the Heavenly Vein Thunder Sword technique, capable of breaking all laws. It's again Emperor Wu Ming, even the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword is connected to him. The Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword technique begins to unfold directly in his mind. Emperor Qin Min, how many secrets do you really hold? The scene shifts back to the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, where the sisters are bustling and chatting, not knowing where Ning Ni is. Yes, the sect leader has been searching for days, but not only Ning Ni, even Tuvan is nowhere to be found. Have you heard? The fiancé of Ning Ni and Tuvan is the same person. They are both talented women. What kind of outstanding person could win the affection of these two sisters at the same time? At this moment, a sinister black shadow was lurking and grinning mischievously from afar. The entire Heavenly Sound Divine sect was filled with the sound of the sisters laughing and chatting happily. Hey, hey, ha, ha, ha. Suddenly a woman waved her hand and shouted, "Who dares to break into my Heavenly Sound Divine sect without permission?" The silk suddenly shot up into the air with a loud roar, revealing a figure on the roof. It was a demon clan member. He clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk. I didn't expect the girls of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect to be quite so fiery. I like it a lot, the women screamed in panic. As a member of the Demon God sect, he dares to enter the Heavenly Sound sect without permission. What is his true intention? Another person also recognizes him as a demon spirit from the Demon God sect, a peak stage dragon realm expert. But even a Longdao realm expert dares to enter our Thienam Divine sect without permission. It really makes people suspicious unless there are reinforcements behind. And indeed, there is someone on the roof, a red-haired woman commanding her subordinates. Chimi, how dare you enter the forbidden area of the evil sect on your own? Where are you? Seize him! Then a series of shadows shot up from the ground, all drawing swords to attack the demon spirit. The swords formed a sword array surrounding the demon clan member, then created a circle and shot downward. In the blink of an eye, the swords had flown toward the demon's face, but they were pushed away, and instead the demon knocked away many disciples of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect. He laughed mockingly and said, "Ha ha, the little 7 stars formation of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect is nothing special." He shook his body and then appeared in front of the red-haired woman below. He ruthlessly grabbed the red-haired woman by the neck, lifted her up, and grinned wickedly. Ha 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 ha. Her body kept emitting purple light, then she became completely motionless. The others shouted for the steward, but when the evil spirit released her, she had already turned into a cloud of black smoke. The others shouted for the steward. Ah, ah. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Demon sorcerer, how dare you attack in the Heavenly Sound Divine sect? I cannot forgive you." You are in front of Ling Hu, immortal daughter. She glared at this demon and said, "Isn't he an old friend of mine?" Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since we last met. Lin Hu Tien Tu. Lin Hu angrily said, "Stop wasting words," and then she started to fight. Thimi also carefully guarded himself. Fairy Ling Hu, your talent has never been as good as mine. Back then, I was at the 7th level of the Dragon Path, and you were only at the 1st level. Now that I am at the peak of the Dragon Path realm, do you really think you can face me just because of you? Come here and call me husband nicely, maybe I will be merciful and spare your life." Lin Hu, angry, waved her hand and said, "I want to see how long you can keep being arrogant." Then countless sword energies shot out from her hand, and Timi sneered dismissively. But this guy had not been able to laugh for long before he was terrified and shouted, "You have already cultivated to the martial sect?" Immediately, countless sword energies pierced through this person's body. Lin Hu Fairy Queen angrily said, "Go die, Thimi. Even though we used to be classmates, anyone who harms my Heavenly Yin Divine sect, I will definitely kill." After being injured, he realized he was no match for Lin Hu Fairy Queen, so he transformed into a black mist and fled. Lin Hu Tien Tu shot up quickly, chased after him, and asked, "Do you want to escape?" Lin Hu transformed into a streak of light and pursued the other, while the disciples below stared in amazement. witnessing the clash with continuous explosions in the sky as Lin Hu and Thimi exchanged blows. Suddenly, Thimi glanced to the side, and what he saw made Lin Hu panic. Turns out the youth and Tong had arrived in a dark cloud. The disciples below were terrified and said, "This is thousands and tens of thousands of people. If the youth and Tong here speaks out today, we will completely destroy the Thienam Tong and show no mercy to anyone." At this moment, Namkung Tianam also appeared, coldly gazing at the sky, carefully observing the number of the Yuden Tong army. Then she activated the formation, causing streams of spiritual energy to burst across the sky. Sect leader, the demon god. Sect wants to fight with all their might, and if we engage in a decisive battle, we're afraid of heavy casualties. Namkung Tianam asked again, "How are the heavenly stream flying sparks?" "Our faction has 16 heavenly flowing shooting stars, but all communication with other sects has been blocked. The demon god sect was prepared early. They have deployed hundreds of thunder dragon beasts." Namsung Tianam frowned and ordered the activation of the heavenly sound great array. The guardians respectfully obeyed. Yes, yes. Then they began to set up the formation. The Yuthan Tong on this side keeps arriving in increasing numbers, swarming like maggots, while countless birds keep appearing in the sky of Thienam Tong. The crowd from the demon god sect screamed in panic. "Ah!" One of them couldn't hold it and spat blood on the spot. A barrier appeared, causing the approaching demon god sect members to vanish and fall apart. The Yuthan Tong guys saw their comrades vanish and shouted, "The heavenly sound great array can gather enough martial arts sects. I really underestimated the heavenly sound sect." Namkung Tianam coldly shouted, "You let a Yuthan Tong. How dare you enter our Thienam Tong? Today I will make sure you never return." Then the heavenly sound great array continued to attack, blocking the horde of demonic gods rushing forward. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, "Are you so incompetent that you have to embarrass yourself here?" This statement made Namkung Tianam break out in a cold sweat. She appeared confused. The supreme immortal sound of the heavenly sound. Great array was easily blocked again by Yu Liet. Yu Liet is the second-ranked expert of the Yuthan Tong, usually in seclusion. So why did he come out? Although the demon god sect is much stronger than us, if they want to destroy our heavenly sound divine sect, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. Not to mention the other 5 great divine sects who will never stand idly by. Today the Yuthan Tong is full of momentum, but it actually makes others feel uneasy. Yuliet is now also revealed, continuously unleashing streams of black energy. Namkung Tianam secretly thought that recently, with Nie Li's divine wings, the strength of our heavenly sound divine sect has greatly increased, but facing the demon god sect still feels unbalanced. Yulet here swings his hand, unleashing a giant demonic claw, while Namkung Tianam snorts coldly and begins to attack. But the demonic aura of Yulit is incredibly powerful, causing the leaders of Thienam Tong to fall one after another, crying out in agony. Ah, 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 ah. The power of the heavenly sound great array has now diminished. The guardians shouted anxiously, "Sect leader, with our current strength, we probably can't hold out for long. Why has this demon lord become so powerful? His demonic aura is involved everywhere. Even our martial sect cannot completely block it. Sect leader, I wonder if the evil monster can move forward, and if that female demon, Laktam Ngyen, also arrives. The great formation is currently under fierce attack." A guardian announced, "Sect leader, it seems we need to activate the sect defending formation." Nam Kung Xianyin paused for a moment before ordering the activation of the sect defending formation. This caused Yu Liet to be stunned. Then spiritual energy shot up from the ground, forming a barrier to block Yu Liet's attack. The person tried to break through, but couldn't penetrate the barrier. Yu Liet was immediately stunned upon seeing this, and then his body disappeared. Below the heavenly sound divine sect, everything is now in ruins. Namkung Tianam believes that the demon beasts have stopped their attack. An elder sighs, saying this protective formation can hold for at least a few days, hoping the other 5 divine sects will quickly receive news to send reinforcements. It seems the members of the demon god sect are not attacking our protective formation. What exactly are they up to? Clan leader, do they just want to imprison us? No matter what, we must quickly inform the other divine sects. Relying on ourselves alone, we won't be a match for the Yuthan sect. If it weren't for the holy medicine boosting our strength, we might have already been completely wiped out. Moreover, the demonic energy of Juliet is filled with a terrifying power, with an icy coldness that pierces to the bone, unlike anything seen before. How did his strength increase so rapidly? Back inside the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram, Kim Dan had turned his back and left. Nie Li stood still, thinking to himself that the heavenly still divine thunder sword had merged with him, its form unbreakable, his body immortal, now as tough as the heavenly still divine thunder sword. So even a martial king couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Then Nie Li also descended to the ground, and Tiun Ngung Ni asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Nie Li?" Then she looked at Nie Li with wide eyes. Nie Li looked surprised and asked, "What's wrong? Do I have something on me?" Deep Tuvan chuckled and said, "When you were cultivating, Yuni's eyes never left you for a moment." Nie Li replied, "Of course Yuen Ni did that because she cares about me. But what about you?" Deep Tuvan curled his lips and replied, I don't care about you at all." Nie Li burst out laughing after hearing that. "Ha ha ha ha, let's get out of here quickly." Returning to the Wushan sect, Van Lai Son Ha Du has appeared, and Nie Li flew out from within it. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but marvel. He looked up at the sky in confusion, wondering why it was a rainbow of colors. This is Diep Tuvan, and it seems like something is off. What just happened? Nie Li Tiungung He reports that she heard the transmission from the Celestial Sound Divine Sect Master about an attack. The grand formation of the clan has now been activated, so it's temporarily safe. Our master told Tuvan and me to go there quickly. Nie Li told his two wives, "Go gather with the others first. I will check the situation and come find you later." Dip Tuvan frowned silently before showing concern and giving instructions. "All right, then. Be sure to stay safe," Xiao Yuni also reminded. "That's right, Nie Li, you should also be careful." Nie Li chuckled and reassured them, "Don't worry, right now I don't think even the Demon God sect can hurt me." After so many years, we've finally confronted the Youth and Tong face to face, and all the core members are old rivals. Then Nie Li also disappeared. The scene shifts. Now, hundreds of miles away, second elder of the Demon God sect, Feng Wu, the third-ranked expert of the sect, is standing with the other two. Elder Tu Ho said, "Rest assured, the heavenly Yin divine sect is surrounded by our tens of millions. Not a single mosquito can escape." Feng Wu glanced over and warned Tu Ho not to be so arrogant. If they escaped, it would only be on your account. Tu Ho replied, "Understood. I won't mention that around the Heavenly Sound Divine sect I have set up the Hell's Abyss and the 10,000 Water and Fire Great Array, which is over 100 miles from here, so even a martial saint cannot escape." Feng Wu replied, "I hope so." Long Tzu added, "Our brothers have never failed in their missions. Now we only wait for your command to storm the Heavenly Yin Divine sect and wipe them out completely." Feng Wu said disappointedly to the two of them, "Today, we are not here to destroy the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, but to capture someone. And you must bring them back alive." Zilong asked in surprise, Who could this be that makes Elder Fuang Vu so interested?" "I agree. That's right, we don't really understand how someone from the Heavenly Sound Divine sect could be so important to us." Elder Fuang Vu sighed and said, "Some things you don't need to know in detail." Tu Ho suggests or says, and Elder Fuang Vu explains, "In short, this person's name is Nie Li. Although young and only at the Long Dao stage, he has already become the sect master of the Vuthan sect." Tu Ho sneered and asked, "So the Vuthan Tong still let someone from Long Dao Khan be their sect leader? Ha ha, it looks like they're doomed for sure." Feng Vu looked displeased and warned them, "You'd better stop underestimating others." The strength of the Void God sect is now unfathomably deep. With martial experts as numerous as cowhair, you two going would only lead to death. Tu Long wondered why, if the Vuthan Tong had become so powerful, only that Long Dao Khan could be chosen as the sect leader. Elder Feng Vu warns us that we need to go catch him. If you fail, lead the way to meet him. Suddenly, Nie Li transmitted a loud laugh and said, "Ha ha, Elder Phoenix Vu of the Demon God sect ranked 3rd, specially came to find me. Am I really worth such importance?" Elder Phoenix Vu thought to himself, "Has he been listening to our conversation all along? It seems you've been hiding nearby for a long time, and in all that time you haven't been discovered by me. You're really not simple. Nie Li then appeared in front of Feng Wu. Feng Wu stepped closer and asked, "Are you Nie Li?" Nie Li confirmed it was correct. Seeing those two guys, Nie Li thought to himself that both a peak martial sect and a beginner martial sect were familiar faces. So he asked, "Senior sister Feng Wu isn't looking for me? I wonder what's going on, unless there are some beautiful women like Feng Hua Tuyet Nguyet I want to enjoy." Feng Wu asked, surprised, "Do you know me?" Then she looked shy and said, "It's rare for Lord Sect Leader to be interested and have an interest in blooming snow lotus, so it wasn't in vain that I came here this time." Tsuhu and Zulong immediately looked stunned. This kind of situation left both of them completely speechless. Tsuhu turned to Zulong and asked, "Is this Elder Feng Wu? Where is the usually cold and silent beauty? On what basis does she treat Nie Li like that?" Tulong also opened his eyes wide and asked, "Could it be that they want to capture him because they like him?" Then the two old men both looked disappointed. Nie Li said to Feng Wu, "If I had known Elder Feng Wu came to arrest me, I would willingly surrender even if I had to be beaten. I stand here motionless. Elder Feng Wu can take me back at any moment." Then he raised his hands, and even Fuang Wu saw it and was stunned. Then she looked around and thought, he came alone without even a guard, unless it was a trap. A clan master can't be an ordinary character. Tuho was furious and shouted, "This little brat is walking right into a trap. He's truly stupid to death. Big brother, let's go catch him." But Tulong blocked him. "Wait a moment, look at Elder Phoenix Vu's expression. This young man is not so simple." Nie Li calmly replied, "Aren't Elder Phoenix Vu looking for me? I'm here, so why not arrest me?" Wang Vu said, tilting her chin playfully. "I'm just joking. Niep Tong Chu, I didn't come to arrest you. I came to invite you." Wow, wow. To be invited by Elder Feng Vu is truly a great honor. Could I also have the chance to become close to Elder Phoenix Vu? As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled seductively, making Fuang Vu slightly stunned, and she secretly thought that his expression clearly showed he was setting a trap. What other tricks is he hiding? He still appears calm on the surface. Elder Phoenix Vu sighed. "If sect leader Neep doesn't mind, then neither do I. No matter which girl from the Demon Love sect, sect leader Neep can take her at will." Neep Li then burst out laughing and asked sharply, "Do you think your sect leader can have her?" This provocative question left Tu Long and Tu Ho stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. Fuang Vu also couldn't hide her surprise and blurted out, "Why do you know?" Seeing the old man's reaction, Tu Long and Tu Ho looked at each other in confusion and asked, "Is the sect leader a woman?" "I don't know," Feng Wu thought to herself. Since the sect leader is often in seclusion and rarely meets with elders and usually uses a clone to hide her true form unless someone is close to her, how could they know her gender? Neep Li, seeing the puzzled look on the old man's face, asked Dan, "So Neep's sect leader hasn't met our sect leader either? Why are you saying this?" Neep Li then chuckled softly. "What do you mean you haven't met her? We and your sect leader are close friends. I not only know that your sect leader is a woman, but also many of her secrets." Feng Wu burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Ha ha 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 ha. Sect leader Neep is joking. I actually want to hear what secrets our sect leader has to hide." Neep Li still replied with a bright smile. "Ha ha, I know a lot about this. For example, your sect leader likes to eat dim sum made by Elder Feng Vu." Feng Wu looked stunned and asked, "Do you have a mind-reading technique?" Nie Li smiled again and said, "Ha ha, Elder Feng Wu, you're joking. With your cultivation level, if I used a mind-reading technique on you, how could you not sense it? Moreover, I even know things that Senior Elder Feng Wu doesn't know." Senior Elder Feng Wu was surprised and asked again, "What's going on?" Neep Li then glanced at the sharp eyes of Tu Long and Tu Ho, causing them to startle. He then suggested, "Elder Fuang Vu, could we step aside to talk?" Feng Wu happily agreed. I think the old man's expression now looks very expectant. Master Tu Ho immediately intervened, saying, "Elder Fuang Vu, don't be fooled by that guy. This person looks very cunning at first glance, not a good person. Mother, does the Love God sect have any good people? Is it even a person anymore?" Fuang Vu looked hesitant, but Neep Li still said straightforwardly, Elder Fuang Vu, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not. After finishing, Nie Li turned and walked away. Fuang Vu hesitated for a moment, then turned back and said to his subordinates, I know what I need to do. You don't need to say more. Finally, the old man also flew after Nie Li. When Nie Li turned around, he saw Fuang Vu behind him, and he waved his hand, instantly creating a space barrier that covered both of them. Feng Wu announces to Nie Li that this is an acoustic barrier formation. Just say it. Nie Li looked serious and said to Feng Wu, the next thing I am going to say. Elder Feng Wu must not be surprised. Master Fuang Vu sweatingly urged, just say it directly, Hiep Tong Chu. No need to beat around the bush. Hiep Li bowed his head and then slowly said, actually, I am your sect leader's partner. Even the author would be speechless after hearing this. Nie Li's shamelessness is truly top-notch, 1 in a million, let alone Elder Feng Vu. A sword immediately shot out, directly pressing against Nie Li's neck. Are you kidding me? You're lying and daring to insult our sect leader. I will kill you. Although Nie Li had a sword at his throat and could have moved slightly to behead himself, he remained calm and replied indifferently, Elder Fuang Vu, why not let me finish speaking? Fuang Vu angrily shouted, I want to see what words come out of your dog's mouth. The sect master is pure and the supreme of the demon race. How could she be with humans? Nie Li thought to himself, after all the effort, maybe she doesn't dare to kill me. As for the sect leader of the demon god sect, the flame soul warlord Mo Yue spat dirty water on this woman, but I'm not afraid. Ha ha. He remembered that in his previous life, the demon god sect had slaughtered countless righteous disciples. If it weren't for the demon god sect's interference, perhaps he could have won the final battle against the Holy Emperor. The high-level demon beasts under the Holy Emperor's command were all ancestors of Monguyet, and if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Unfortunately, the entire demon race is just a pawn of the Holy Emperor, used until they die without even realizing it. The entire Longqiu world has been transformed by the Holy Emperor, so there's no chance for them to survive. The demon race has always been loyal pawns of the Holy Emperor. To kill the Holy Emperor, we must eliminate the demon god sect. Nie Li calmly said, do you know if there is a dragon pattern seal on Monguyet's thumb on her wrist? What does this prove? Even if you can see it, you can't prove your relationship with her. Nie Li added, Elder Phoenix Vu is one of Monguyet's closest confidants, so she must know that the Long Van An is not only in one place. There are 6 locations on her body with the Long Van An, 2 on her legs, 1 near her shoulder blade. The remaining 2, Phoenix Vu raised his hand to stop. Enough already, he thought to himself. How could this be? I used to bathe the sect leader, so I know exactly where the Long Wen seal is. What Nie Li said is completely accurate. Could it be that the sect leader is truly colluding with humans? How could that be? If it got out, how huge a shock would it cause among the demon race? Nie Li smiled softly and asked again. Don't worry, Elder Fuang Vu, just a simple explanation will make you understand. Nie Li silently thought that in his previous life, during the great battle with Monguyet on the brink of life and death, Monguyet activated the dragon mark. That dragon mark was dazzling, and even through clothes he could see clearly. Nie Li lied without blinking. Actually, I am from the demon race. Feng Wu was furious and shouted, talking nonsense, you clearly have a human body. Nie Li looked innocent and explained, Master Feng Vu, I have something you don't know. Within the demon race, there is a secret technique called sky-piercing sun transformation, which can seize a person's fleshly body. I am the seized body of a human. Actually, I am originally from the demon race. Fuang Vu asked in surprise, what would a demon like you want with a human's body? Nie Li replied, I used the celestial transformation technique to carry out a very big plan. Fuang Vu responded, I see, that explains everything. I will trust you this time. Of course, Tu Long and Tu Ho only saw them talking to each other but couldn't hear any sound. They are so stupid, they're dumber than dogs. Fuang Vu looked at Nie Li and thought, you know the sect master has the dragon pattern seal, and only a few people in the demon god sect do. If Nie Li already knows, it proves that he and the sect leader are definitely very close. His careful concealment must also have a reason. The sect leader, fearing there might be a special arrangement, then respectfully bowed to Nie Li. Ah, I humbly bow to the sect leader. Nie Li hurriedly helped Feng Wu and said, "Elder Feng Wu, please don't be so polite." Feng Wu at this moment was so admiration that she exclaimed, then clapped her hands. "I never expected to meet the sect master here. Feng Wu is also very honored. If the sect master needs, Feng Wu can serve at any time." After hearing that, Nie Li's skin crawled with goosebumps and she muttered, "What is she doing? I am the partner of the sect leader, her, and yet she dares to tease me. Is this a test or a custom of the demon race and we are different? What are you joking about? With Monguyet's personality, how could she tolerate her partner and another woman being together? Fuang Vu couldn't be unaware of that. Master, do you not have any thoughts of your own? Or are you daring to do it but afraid to admit it? Senior Sister Feng Vu, I absolutely won't tell the sect leader." Nie Li looked shocked and replied, "Don't tempt me to make a big mistake, especially now that I am human. Do you want Senior Sister Feng Vu to be with a human?" After hearing that, Fuang Vu also hesitated. Nie Li now burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha, my secret technique will take at least 10 more years to break, because the great cause of the sect leader requires such sacrifice." Feng Vu respectfully replied, "Sect leader has endured hardship. It was I who was too impulsive." Nie Li replied, "Now that I have entered the Vuthan sect and become the sect leader, I have gained everyone's full trust. The grand plan of the sect leader is progressing step by step, but for nearly a month I haven't had the chance to report the progress to him. I wonder what Elder Feng Vu is here for today. Of course, to catch someone. Sect leader, do you know if the 6 great divine sects have been acting strangely lately?" "What's so strange about that?" "Recently, the 6 great divine sects suddenly obtained some kind of divine medicine, causing a significant increase in strength, with more and more experts breaking through to the martial saint realm, but the reason is unknown. So we came to investigate the Heavenly Yin divine sect. Even if it costs us a few lives, we must find out the true cause." Nie Li burst out laughing. "Ha ha, so that's what this is about?" "Sect leader, do you know exactly what is going on?" Nie Li replied, "Of course. Elder Feng Wu, have you heard that there are medicines in this world that can rapidly increase a person's strength in just a few days, but without side effects?" "No. Why would someone from the 6 great divine sects?" Nie Li replied, "Elder Fuang Vu, you may not know that the divine medicine is called a spiritual medicine for cultivation, but in reality it is just Long Yuan spirit liquid." Fuang Vu asked in surprise. "Long Yuan spirit liquid?" Nie Li explained. "Elder Fuang Vu may not know that Long Yuan spirit liquid can also be understood this way, so you might as well investigate the Huyen Nguyet Medicine Codex. This is a type of medicine from Long Huyen, a land where countless Long Huyet beasts are buried. These corpses of Long Huyet monsters gathered together, and, after millions of years, gradually stabilized to form the Long Nguyen spiritual liquid." Fuang Vu asked curiously, "I wonder what effects this Long Nguyen spiritual liquid has. Can it really make the cultivation level of people from the 6 great divine sects increase to such an exaggerated level?" Nie Li burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! Elder Sister Feng Vu, you're overthinking it. This can indeed increase your cultivation, but it has a deadly side effect." Nie Li raised 3 fingers and said, "Long Yuan spirit liquid can temporarily stimulate potential, but its effects last only 3 years. Once the medicinal power fades, the cultivation will decrease, and by then it might not be as high as before." Fuang Vu looked doubtful and asked, "So why do they choose this method to cultivate?" Nie Li laughed and said, "Of course, because no one knew about the side effects. After 3 years, it will be too late." Fuang Vu also looked surprised and asked, "So how many people have actually used the Long Yuan spirit elixir?" "According to what I know, thousands of people have used it, including most of the top experts from the 6 great divine sects. Do we need to arrest him or not?" Nie Li affirmed, "Yes, even heaven is helping the sect master." So, the success of the sect master's great undertaking in 3 years is also thanks to the sect leader. Fuang Vu asked further, "Did the sect leader also do this?" Nie Li replied, "It's true that Long Yuan spiritual elixir comes from the Wu Shen Tong, but I didn't make it. Based on my guess, it's possible that the Saint Demon ancestor Phoenix Vu is also receiving divine guidance at this moment. So, that's how it is. If it's the layout of the ancestral land, we just need to wait." Nie Li confirms. That's right. Lord Long is still in seclusion. Such a small matter, we shouldn't bother him. Just wait 3 or 5 years and the 6 great divine sects will collapse on their own." Feng Wu agreed, saying the sect master's words made sense. Waiting for the sect leader to come out was just right, as it coincided with a significant decline in the strength of the 6 great divine sects, and at that time, the sect leader would surely be able to keep the 6 great divine sects peaceful. If we were to fight the 6 great divine sects recklessly, I'm afraid the losses would be severe. It's my duty, Elder Fengvu. You're too kind. The sect master is alone in the heavenly sound divine sect. Danger lurks everywhere. You must be careful. After hearing that, Nie Li also blushed awkwardly, thinking to himself, how could someone so shameless also blush? Fengvu continued, You are a wise and mighty lord. Nie Li suddenly realized that Fengvu was indeed not so lazy, still trying to use magic to deceive him and probing his true strength, so he decided to play along with you. Nie Li pretended to smirk. Elder Fengvu, you're flattering me too much. Heh heh. Although my strength is no longer as great as before since my rebirth, I am now proficient in the art of spiritual illusion and enchantment, and once cast, even the top martial experts of the heavenly sound divine sect cannot stop me. Fengvu blushed and asked again, Sect leader, what kind of magic is this spiritual illusion and enchantment? Why have I never heard of it before? Nie Li looked surprised and asked, Senior sister Fengvu has never heard of this technique before? It seems that Nie Li has never mentioned it to you. Fengvu looked stunned and asked, Yenai didn't expect the sect leader to address the sect master like that. This illusion spell has never been mentioned by the sect leader before. Nie Li replied, This cannot be blamed because this technique is passed down from the ancestral land and is one of the great secret arts of that land. Fengvu also realized that it was passed down from the ancestral land. Could it be that the sect leader also comes from the ancestral land? Nie Li raised his hand again and instructed that this information must not be spread outside. Fengvu obediently obeyed. Yes, Lord. Then he closed his eyes, no longer using illusion magic. Nie Li was stunned for a moment, then shook his head vigorously to snap himself out of it. Nie Li ordered, Elder Fengvu, I command you to immediately return to the demon god sect and protect it until the sect leader emerges from seclusion, as she is still in a critical period of closed-door cultivation. Be careful of potential assassinations against the demon god sect. Nie Li instructed, The 6 great divine sects can be entrusted to me. Once the sect master comes out of seclusion, we will eliminate them all again. Fengvu replied, Yes, Fengvu will take my leave now. Nie Li also agreed, Okay. Wait a moment, today's meeting with the sect leader was just a coincidence. If any of my disciples don't know the sect leader and accidentally injure him, then 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for the sin. Fengwu here has a token. Please accept it, Your Excellency. With this token, our demon god sect will have no one daring to harm you. Then, with both hands respectfully extended, she offered it to Nie Li. Nie Li carefully warned, Do not reveal my secret identity to anyone. Fengwu respectfully bowed and said, The sect master only needs to keep this token for protection. Please accept it. If that's the case, I will accept it. I won't meet anyone else anymore. The less you know about my identity, the better. As long as the sect master succeeds, even if I am misunderstood or mistakenly killed by the disciples of the demon god sect, I will not feel ashamed. Fengwu confirms, I understand now. Lord Nie Li has given the order. You can return. I want to go back to the heavenly yin sect. Then he turns and rushes away. Fengwu now returned to where Tsuhu and Tsulung were. She ordered, Tsulung, Tsuhu, relay my command. All disciples of the demon god sect retreat to me. Come with me to the demon god sect, Tsulung wondered. Elder Fengvu, how can this be? We haven't even figured out the reason behind the sudden surge in power of these sects. How can we stop here? Tuho confirms, Yes, how could we easily forgive the women of the heavenly sound demon sect? But Tsulung pressed that guy's head down and said, I don't dare. Our 2 brothers, of course, they only follow Elder Fengvu. Fengwu nodded, then the furious members of the demon god sect retreated back to their sect. Tuhu wondered, so how could Elder Fengwu so easily withdraw his troops? I don't know what Nie Li said to her either. Tsulung reminded him to trust the elder. So, the demon god sect retreated like that. Nie Li peeked out from behind a bush, watching them leave, then chuckled softly. Nie Li watched the Yuthan Tong leave and thought, the Thian Amthan Tong has struggled for thousands of years. With the strength of Feng Vu's people, today it's impossible to destroy them, but if a real war breaks out, the Thianam Tong will definitely suffer heavy damage to its vital energy, which is absolutely not a good thing. Even if the six great divine sects are not united, they are still like grasshoppers on the same string. I don't know if this can really last 3 years, but with the power of the sacred medicine, in half a year the six great divine sects can improve their strength, making it more certain to deal with the demon god sect then. I wonder how she will react when Moon Guyet breaks through the barrier and hears Feng Wu tell her everything. Haha, it's disgusting, but also amusing to see her suffer. Hopefully she stays closed off for a while, at least half a year before coming out. Right now, I can't deal with her. The martial arts sect needs at least 3 to 5 years to close off and cultivate. Inside the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, smoke and flames fill the sky. Everywhere is scenes of slaughter. Countless disciples have fallen, all fighting to defend the Soul Temple. The invading demon beasts were slain by Nam Kung Tien Yin. She ordered her subordinates not to let anyone from the demon god sect get near the Soul Palace anymore. The crowd shouted and fought at the same time. Yes. At this moment, a beast with its mouth wide open and eyes bulging, ready to breathe fire, was frozen by Diep Tu Van with a wave of his hand. Diep Tu Van glanced over, and Tu Ngung Ni also electrocuted a demon clan member. The two women fought while signaling to each other, and the remaining members of the demon god sect were pushed back. Nam Kung Tianam coughs and clears his throat while the beastmen here look at him with greedy eyes. Ha 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 ha. But suddenly they froze. Then a flare shot up into the sky. This is the signal to retreat. The demon tribe guys all looked stunned, so they just ran away. The Heavenly Sound Divine sect members shouted in shock. They want to run away now. Nam Kung Tianam stops them and says, "Don't chase anymore." The others hurriedly ask, "What happened to the sect master?" "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Nam Kung Tianam waved her hand and said, "I didn't expect the strength of the Yuthan Tong members to be so powerful. Even sending dozens of martial arts sects here, rushing straight to the Soul Temple with the intention to make others tremble. If they hadn't retreated, a fierce battle might have already begun." They said to each other, "The demon god sect is getting stronger and stronger. How could they possibly enter the sect's protective formation? We are already targeted," someone warned. It was Tia Mi, who had already sneaked in here earlier. After chasing away the Yuthan Tong, Nam Kung Tien Am was exhausted and panting. Until now, although the demon god sect and we have clashed many times, this is the first time we've faced such a fierce attack. Even though the power of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect has increased significantly after obtaining the sacred medicine, if the demon god sect comes again, we fear we won't be able to resist. You guys go check on how the other elders are doing. The subordinates obediently listen. Yes, soon after, Nie Li also managed to find his way inside the Heavenly Sound demon sect. He looked around and then quickly ran over to call Nie Li. Nie Li also called back, Ning Ni. Diep Tu Van also asked worriedly, "After traveling so long, are you all right, Nie Li?" Nie Li was overjoyed to see his two wives run out to ask about him and grinned widely, replying, "I'm fine. Good people live long lives. Humans like us can't possibly live 10,000 years, right?" This made Hao Ningni cover her mouth and giggle. And Diep Tu Van easily snapped back in an unruly manner. After hearing that, Nie Li muttered, then clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. At that moment, Nam Kung Tianam called out, "Neep sect leader. Greetings, Neep sect leader." Nie Li pretended to be surprised and asked, "Lord Nam Kung, your face doesn't look very well. Are you okay?" "Earlier I was injured by some experts from the demon god sect, but it's nothing serious." Nie Li pretended to ask, "The experts, those just now were probably just assassins from the demon god sect. I already met Feng Wu outside." Nam Kung Tien Am was startled and asked again. Feng Wen Heap Li calmly continued, "If they had fought, the Heavenly Sound Divine sect would only be afraid." Diep Tu Van gently tugged at Nie Li's sleeve and reminded him, "Nie Li, the other disciples are upset. What is he talking about?" But Nam Kung Tien Am agreed with Nie Li. "That's right. I don't know why the demon god sect suddenly stopped attacking." Nie Li replied calmly. They just temporarily got scared and retreated. They had received the order from Feng Wu, so of course they had to retreat. When Nam Kung Tien Am heard this, she was stunned and asked, Why did Feng Wu realize this later and bow respectfully to Nie Li? So it was the sect leader Nie who helped. How will the Lord of the South respond next, or what if they return? If the people of the demon god sect dare to invade again, I swear I will fight to the death for the heavenly sound sect, even if it means destruction together. Namkung Tian Am. I swear I will perish with the sect, and the other sisters will shout in unison, sharing the fate of the sect. Nie Li also looked surprised, let out a small cry and said, "The members of the heavenly sound divine sect are indeed very brave, but I have a way to solve this." "I don't know." Sect Master Nam Kung Tien Am paused for a moment, then said to Nie Li, "Go ahead." In her heart, she thought that the heavenly sound divine sect was still in danger now, as long as she could protect the sect, no matter what he asked for, even if it meant greater sacrifice, she could accept it. Actually, it's very simple. Right now, our Wu Tantong is very powerful, with countless martial experts. I will send someone back to inform so that Wu Tantong can send a few more experts into Tien Am Tantong to protect it. Nam Kung Tien Am asked in surprise. "That's all there is to it?" Nie Li happily said, "It's that simple." At the same time, because of Nie Li's divine wings, Wu Tantong now has many experts, not only disciples from our own sect, but also countless external disciples, and both sects have expanded twice as much. Moreover, these disciples are rapidly increasing their strength. The Wu Tantong now seems to be the #1 orthodox sect, but because it has completely closed its doors to visitors, the major sects are unaware of its true power. Even so, people from the major sects kept sending spies to inquire and buy the sacred medicines in full supply. At this moment, a shadow from afar spoke up. "It's really lively here." Heavenly Warrior Sovereign sighed, never expecting that after closing himself off and coming out, our Wu Tantong would undergo such a earth-shattering change. Heavenly Cloud Sovereign assessed that entrusting the position of sect leader to Nie Li from the start was indeed an extremely wise choice. Master of War also spoke up, and with the current strength of our martial god sect, it is indeed the #1 righteous sect. Nie Li truly has made great contributions. Long Min Divine Tun insists that talents like this must be kept. I, on the other hand, have a suggestion. The 5 of us will each choose an outstanding young woman from our families to marry Nie Li, so he will devote all his efforts to Wu Tantong. Long Vu Am from my clan happens to share the same mind as Nie Li, so I arranged for them to get married soon. Thuong Vm Than Ton burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, this method is good, but I wonder what Nie Li himself thinks about it." Thien Van Than Ton sighed. "I think Nie Li is not actually a lecherous person, so doing this probably won't have any effect." Thuong Vm Than Ton asked, "I wonder if Brother Tien Van has any good ideas." Tien Van Than Ton replied, "Nie Li is a man of loyalty and righteousness, full of integrity. We just need to take care of him, especially now that he is the sect master of our Wuthan sect. With his character, he definitely will not betray the sect. If we force him to marry the young lady of our clan, it might provoke an entirely opposite reaction." Tianyu Divine Lord sighed and said, "Nie Li is the disciple of Tianyun Divine Lord. Of course, Tianyun Divine Lord will understand Nie Li's character better, so follow his opinion." Suddenly, Heavenly Wu Divine Lord was startled and said to everyone, "I received a message from Nie Li." He paused for a moment. Thuong Vm Than Ton asked, not knowing what news Nie Li had sent. Thien Vu Than Ton replied, he said, "The Thien Am Than Tong was recently attacked by the Yu Than Tong, and they told us to select 50,000 warriors from Wu Than Tong to protect the Thien Am Than Tong, at least at the heavenly transcendent stage, with some being top-tier martial Tong experts in the 3rd layer." Thuong Vm Than Ton asked in surprise, 5,000 experts. I wonder what Nie Li's intention is. That's already too many. The Heavenly Sound Divine Sect may not agree, but they have already consented, though Nie Li has some demands for the chosen individual. The gods then looked at each other in confusion as Thien Vu Divine Lord continued. "The disciple sent there must be F." Thuongvium Divine Lord asked in surprise, "F what? What does that mean?" Long Min Than Tan chuckled. Hi. Nie Li is really too cunning. Still, I would like to ask for some guidance from Lord Long Min. Just try to think, what kind of people does the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect have the most of? The gods remained silent for a moment before one replied, "Immortals." Long Minthan Tan responded, "The Heavenly Sound Divine sect doesn't accept male disciples, so most likely it's women. This statement makes the other gods curse under their breath." Long Minthan Tan continued, "I think the Heavenly Sound Divine sect was probably attacked by the Demon God sect at a critical moment to let Nie Li break the siege. Otherwise, they wouldn't agree to such a request. The saying goes that no young girl dreams of love, let alone they've never even seen a man in all these years. How effective do you think the single men and women of the southern border are?" Thuong Viem Thonton asked the old man over there, "Tian Yun, didn't you say Nie Li has a righteous spirit?" Long Min Shen Tuan agreed. "A true man values loyalty and righteousness, but he shouldn't be too straightforward. Sometimes thinking a little can actually be a good thing. I like this kid's personality." "What do you all think of the proposal from Nie Li that Heavenly Marshal St. Lord suggested?" Long Ming St. Lord agreed. "I support Nie Li's suggestion. Think about it. We're not plotting against Heavenly Yin Divine Sect. This time, it's just to protect Heavenly Yin Divine Sect, eliminate the threat from Demon Spirit Sect, and help the disciples find their partners. Killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't that be good?" Vuong Viem Thonton sighed. "If 50,000 male disciples settle in the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect and form 50,000 couples, I fear the entire sect will be under our control. In a few decades, it will be hard for the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect to escape Vuthentong. Although this isn't considered a conspiracy now, isn't it perhaps not very good?" Vuthentong Kuachung, Talam Viextat Nien Lashin Dangva Ro Rang. "Does the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect need assistance? Do you think we should send troops?" Thuong Viem Thonton paused for a moment before replying. "Yes." Long Min Than Tan continued, "If we send people, who would be the most suitable to go? Some of the disciples of the Martial Spirit Sect admire the female disciples of the Celestial Sound Sect. How can a noble person not help others succeed? Thuong Viem Than Tan has a beautiful wife and concubines, but you, with your good fortune, cannot understand others' hardships. Our Vuthentong has more men than women. These disciples can't just live their whole lives like this." Thuong Viem Than Tan listened but couldn't argue, so he said, "Then I agree as well." Tien Vu Divine Lord ordered, "If everyone agrees, we will send people to select 50,000 single disciples within the sect." Nie Li transmitted the message over 1,000 miles, and the process must be extremely strict to prevent the Heavenly Yin Divine Sect from suffering another attack. We must act quickly now. A moment later, Li Hanvan's face grew serious as the FA disciples of the War God sect quickly gathered, lining up neatly and in order. A respectful disciple asked Li Hanvan, "Do you know what the deputy sect master summoned us for?" "That's right, we definitely need single male disciples. Is the deputy sect leader trying to send us to a marriage alliance?" The dozens of disciples below shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Are we really going to marry off tens of thousands of people? I love Nie Li. I love Nie Li, so I can't let female disciples go on blind dates? Ha ha ha! What kind of strange place is this? We have to attack the Demon God sect, in our world, cultivators can't get married. Since the new sect leader took over, my cultivation level has advanced several ranks. What are you doing?" All right. So where is your bowl?" My father used it to absorb energy quickly. Lai Han Van felt overwhelmed and then dismissed the managers to quiet down the subordinates. Standing awkwardly, he cleared his throat. This was the first time since the sect master entered the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect that he issued an order. "Listen carefully." The others just looked blank and said, "The sect master is the sect master. It's the sect master's order." The crowd suddenly fell silent, and Lai Han Van glared before loudly announcing to the 50,000 idle followers below, "The sect master ordered me to gather you because we are being sent to the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect for an important mission. Has the sect master encountered any danger? Let me go protect him." Lai Han Van sighed and waved his hand, saying, "What trouble could the sect master possibly face? This time you're not going to protect the sect master, but to defend the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect." The guys were stunned and asked, "Do the Heavenly Yin Divine Sect need tens of thousands of us to protect them?" Li Han Van explained, "Recently, the Demon God Sect suddenly launched a major attack on the Heavenly Yin Divine Sect, causing it to suffer severe injuries. But the Demon God Sect was immediately scared off by our sect master, as if they might return again. The Heavenly Sound Divine Sect is one of our 6 great orthodox divine sects, and we must protect them from demonic attacks. The guys shouted, "We understand, Deputy Sect Leader. Rest assured, we will complete this mission and do our best to protect the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect." Lihan Van felt a bit embarrassed, then reluctantly said, "The sect leader has also assigned a very important task. After you go there, you must bring back a child for us." Are you kidding me, guys? They're asking each other, a kid? What kind of kid? Lihan Van blushed and awkwardly shouted, "Do I need to spell it out? Just think about it. For so many years, the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect hasn't had any men appear. The yin and yang are unbalanced. The entire sect is like a dead pond. How can we possibly stand against the armies of the demon race in the future? So you guys need to actively interact with the female disciples of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect over there." Hearing this, the guys immediately drooled and asked, "Are the sect master really going on a matchmaking trip?" Lihan Van angrily shouted, "What do you mean matchmaking? Finding a partner should depend on yourselves. If you go to the female nation and can't even pursue a single girl, it will be a huge disgrace to the sect. From now on, you are expelled from the sect and will never be recruited again." The single guys immediately shouted out loud after hearing this. Ah, ah. Lihan Van continued, "It's best if you can get married and have children. If you bring a kid back here, it will be a great contribution to the sect and the reward will be 10 divine herbs. If you can have 2, then the reward is 30 divine herbs. Have you all understood?" These clueless single men finally got their brains back. They all shouted in unison, "Got it, got it!" Then each of them immediately jumped up excitedly. Lihan Van warned, "This is something you all know already. Don't let the Heavenly Sound Sect find out. Just keep it to yourselves. Understand?" The guys all shouted in unison. "Got it, got it." Then all 50,000 of them happily marched away. Lihan Van silently thought, I didn't expect him to come up with this move. That Nie Li really is shameless. Then 5,000 single men from the Void God sect soared into the sky, their formation as dense as an anthill, shouting excitedly. At this moment, Nie Li is holding a piece of paper in his hand. After reading it, he involuntarily smiles and says, "Lihan Van sending 5,000 people here to protect Thienam Thantong is completely unnecessary." Tu Ngung Ni also grew curious and stepped forward. She softly said, But she couldn't contain her curiosity, so Ngung Ni asked Nie Li, "Why is it necessary to send only single people? Could it be that others can't protect the sect?" Surprised by the question, Nie Li looked stunned, then put on a serious face and explained to Ngung Na that it's because being single allows him to dedicate himself fully. With them protecting it, the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect will definitely be safe. But it didn't stop there. Tio Nyung Ni seemed too naive and asked further, "Why do single people devote themselves entirely to protecting the world? Since I've committed to it, I have to see it through." Nie Li couldn't openly admit his original intention, so he kept clinging to that excuse to explain. In the home of a single person, there are no worries or concerns, so naturally they can focus on their work. Moreover, Nghi Ni, think about it, all the disciples of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect are female. If they send married disciples here, Nie Li would just keep creating scenarios. If female disciples from the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect develop feelings, wouldn't that cause family conflicts? Nie Li quickly summarized the issue, so only single people can be sent. Hearing this, Tiu Ngung He blushed, clearly understanding what Nie Li had said, so being single is indeed the case. She hesitated for a moment before nodding in confirmation. "Ning He, I think I understand now." Then Ngung He stood up and looked at Nie Li still sitting there. She silently wondered if all the disciples of the Celestial Sound Divine Sect would end up marrying disciples of the Vu Divine Sect. Then perhaps the Celestial Sound Divine Sect would become a subordinate of the Vu Divine Sect. Mipe, Lai, do you really need to go that far? Niplai continues to study an attack. It seems nothing is happening with the Celestial Sound Divine Sect. Should I visit another sect? Ngongni immediately interrupted his thoughts and asked, Nie Li, what are you muttering to yourself? It's nothing, really nothing. Actually, I suddenly want to discuss something with her. Nien Ni also didn't know what Nie Li would say and asked, what is it? Actually, I've already looked into this, and it's related to the Black Demon Forest. She asked again. Is the Black Demon Forest to the southwest of Guanghui City? Nie Li nodded slightly, with a confident tone. Yeah, Meanwhile, his thoughts started to surge. In her past life, Ning Ni entered the Black Demon Forest and never returned. In this life, Ning Ni has some memories of Xiaoning, which may be related to the Black Demon Forest. Maybe in her past life, after Ngung Ni entered the Black Demon Forest, she didn't die, but met herself. Tiu Ngung Ni suddenly spoke, her words leaving Nie Li stunned. I actually went through that forest a few times. Is there something there? Tiu Ngung Ni simply shook her head lightly, denying it. I didn't go into the forest, but every time I passed by I kept hearing some sound calling me, and each time I got closer to the Black Demon Forest, I would feel a very strange sensation. Nie Li's curiosity grew, and he asked, "What does it feel like?" Tiu Ngung Ni frowned slightly, trying to describe that vague emotion, as if she had become someone else, as if a tragic love had occurred, filling her heart with sorrow. Hearing this, Nie Li stood up suddenly, muttering in amazement, transformed into someone else. Really? How could such a feeling be possible? His mind was stirred. Could Ning Ni also sense her past life? But what was Ning Ni's past life? Could it be that she was also summoned from the Black Demon Forest and entered there? Who was the one that summoned her in her past life? If that's the case, the fate of time and space really makes people think. How did the time and space love Lin Chi-thu so that she could be reborn? Could it be that time is some kind of structure? Tiu Nung He looked puzzled at his confusing words and asked, "What kind of structure is that?" Nie Li was startled and quickly waved her hands, saying nothing. Nothing. That's right, Nini, I want to show you a few things. Tiu Ngung Ni nodded without hesitation and asked, "What do you want to see?" Nie Li's reply was so brief it was hard to believe, as he took off his clothes, causing Tiu Ngung Ni's cheeks to flush like the evening sunset, her voice trembling with embarrassment. "Take off your clothes, yes, I..." Nie Li didn't notice her embarrassment, but instead nodded repeatedly in a very determined manner. Tiu Ngung Ni quickly shook her head, her heart hesitant, but now it felt a bit inappropriate. Nie Li nodded in deep agreement. That's right, that's right. After saying that, he calmly closed all the windows and turned to declare that they were all shut. Tiu Ngung Ni was completely stunned, her mind only thinking that Nie Li truly, after ensuring everything was discreetly in place, turned back and caught Tiu Ngung Ni's shy gaze, her face flushing red. "Xiaoli, Nie Li, it's daytime now. Maybe it's not a good time, but Nie Li still acts so calm and indifferent. What's so bad about it? Do you still feel unfamiliar with me?" Tiu Ngung Ni lowered her head, struggling internally. Although she had already decided that this life belonged to Nie Li, it all felt too rushed. Shouldn't they wait until after marriage to get married? Yes, the one betrothed to Nie Li is Tu Van. Even if they marry, it will still be her. Even without a title, as long as I can be by Nie Li's side, I am willing. Nie Li's gaze remained fixed on her, while Tiu Ngung Ni could only silently face him, and the atmosphere grew tense. Seeing that, Nie Li took a step forward. Startled by his action, Tiu Ngung Ni quickly closed her eyes. Her innocence surprised Nie Li. "Ning Ni, why are you closing your eyes?" "Huh? Do I still have to open my eyes for this?" Then she let out a few soft moans. Now Nie Li finally understands and smiles. "Well, it's true. Ngung Ni is still a young girl, and this is still very embarrassing. I see myself that way." Thinking for a moment, he gently moved behind Yaoyi and slowly pulled down her shirt. Sensing his action, Yaoyi only dared to peek with a shy look. Nie Li gently pushed aside her long hair, revealing her smooth, bare back as Tiu Ngung Ni let out a soft breath, her eyes filled with seriousness. At that moment, he pressed down, leaving a mark on her back, and gently touched the mark, feeling the cold sensation. Surprised by the unexpected contact, Xiao Yuni blushed and let out a soft cry. "Huh?" Nie Li confirmed coldly, "It's her." He immediately asked, "Is this her pregnancy mark?" Ngung Ni quickly replied, "No." This made Nie Li even more astonished. How did he get this seal? Tiu Ngung Ni explained, "This is when the ancestor passed away, using a sealing technique to imprison a fragment of a time-space within this seal." Nie Li widened his eyes, unable to believe this time-space page. Then he reached into his chest and took out an object, asking, "Is there a time-space page like this one? Why do you have it?" "This is it." My ancestor once said, I have a great calamity in this life, and this book is my destiny. It can save my life. So, that's how it is. In her past life, Ning Ni entered the Black Demon Forest, which was the mark on her body, also the remaining page from the time when Lin Ling Chi Shu protected her. But because of that, her appearance was ruined, forcing her to wear a mask and change her name to Tiu Ning. And from then on, she entered the Longku territory to meet herself. It is this mark that allows Ngu Ni to occasionally see illusions of her past life, and in the end she couldn't even give her a proper identity, which she truly regrets. Long's emotions surged. Nie Li gently turned around. Tu Nangong Ni blushed like a ripe gotch, her breath becoming rapid. Nie Li softly called her name, Ngong Ni. Then without warning, he held her tightly in his arms. In that warm embrace, Tu Ngu Ni could only softly call his name, Nie Li. Nie Li hesitated and asked, Does this mark have a special meaning? Nie Li replied seriously, Ningong Ni, your grandfather was a wise man. We must return quickly to the world of Shaolin Lung, where some secrets are hidden that are hard to imagine. My heavenly vein divine thunder sword can now break the seal of the Shaolin Lung world. I will finish sorting things out here, and in a few days we will set off. Tiu Nung Ni looked up at Nie Li and asked, What do we do now? They looked at each other, their breathing growing more rapid. Suddenly the door swung open, and they both startledly turned around. It was Diep Tu Van. She was stunned by the scene before her. Tion Gong Ni and Hiep Li embracing each other with disheveled clothes, while Diep Tu Van stood frozen and Tion Gong Ni blushed fiercely. Niep Li again acts completely innocent and guiltless. He releases Tu Nyung Ni and grins widely. Diep Tu Van blushed and stammered, Niep Li, it's daytime. You two should keep going. I'll go out first. When she tried to leave, Niep Li hurriedly called after her, Tu Van, wait a moment. But Diep Tu Van quickly closed the door, her voice coming from outside saying, I will wait outside for you. I have something important to tell you. Niep Li could only smile slyly. Ha ha ha. A moment later, Niep Li stepped outside, trying to explain to Diep Tu Van. Van, I was only Diep Tu Van just now. I didn't come to talk to you about these things. Tiu Ngong Ni also hurried out to explain. Tu Van, earlier we really didn't do anything besides undressing. Niep Li just wanted to verify the mark on my body. Nie Li immediately protests. Of course it's an unfair accusation. Diep Tu Van snorted, coldly. I don't think you dare either. Let's get to the main point. Sectmaster Nam Kung asked me to discuss something with you. She can't come here herself, so I'll pass the message on. Niep Li looked intrigued and asked, So you finally want to negotiate with me? What did she say? Sectmaster Nam Kung said, Our Vuthan sect has sent so many male disciples it seems a bit problematic. Niep Li burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Has the Vuthan sect become ours? Diep Tu Van angrily said, Are you serious? Nie Li shrugged and asked, What did the sectmaster of Nam Kung say was not right? Diep Tu Van relayed the sectmaster's words. She said, The current heavenly sound. Divine sect has become a pretense by Nie Li. What are you pretending not to understand? The sectmaster asked if we could keep the disciples under our control. Is it really chaotic? What have they done? Diep Tu Van sighed and recounted. Because of your orders, if they couldn't find the target, they couldn't return to Vuthan Tong. So the disciples of Vuthan Tong really dared to do anything. Last night at midnight, they climbed over the wall and took dozens of people. More than 30 were hiding in the female disciple's room who was caught. By this morning's investigation, the pregnant female disciple alone was over 60. No matter how they were asked, they refused to reveal who the child belonged to. Niep Li pretended to cough a few times and replied, Cough cough Zavan, tell that to the sectmaster of Nanchang. At first she agreed for our Wushan sect to go in there to protect the Heavenly Sound Divine sect. Whatever our Wushan sect says, we will do. If she tries to back out now, I absolutely won't agree. Diep Tu Van asked further, Just say what you need to say quickly. I'll be responsible for passing the message to Lord Nam Kung. Nie Li secretly smiled to herself. Lord Nam Kung brought Zavan here because he probably thought there were some things he couldn't say in front of Zavan, underestimating her too much. He calmly walked back and forth in front of Van for a long time before speaking. Just tell the sect master Nam Kung that we cannot move them, or the heavenly sound divine sect will be in danger, and as for the disciples who were captured, it's because our Vuthantong's management was too lax. Climbing the wall again and getting caught, truly a bunch of useless trash. It's also because our Vuthan sect's discipline isn't strict enough. But climbing over the wall isn't a big deal. A few hits to teach them a lesson, and as for hiding in the female disciples' room, there might be a reason behind it. For example, if they received an invitation to go there and discuss the Tao of cultivation with the disciples of the heavenly sound divine sect, why were they captured? We need to ask to find out. Our Vuthantong will absolutely not forgive disciples with malicious intentions, nor will we wrongly accuse any good person. Van was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Lai continued passionately. If the strict rules of the Thienam Thantong require expelling them, then I have no choice but to accept them and relay the message to Tong Chu Nam Kung. I hope Tong Chu Nam Kung won't push them to the brink. This incident revealed a serious problem, as the guards of Thienam Thantong allowed so many people to enter the sect openly and let female disciples suffer humiliation. As the sect leader of the martial spirit sect, I am extremely angry after hearing this. I will send many disciples to assist the heavenly sound sect in protecting the sect, so that the disciples of the martial spirit sect and the guardians of the heavenly sound sect can eat and live together, sharing hardships together. If anyone else enters the courtyard of the heavenly sound divine sect, I will question them. After a moment, Namkung Tien Am at the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect was so angry that she slammed the table. Humph. All the guards of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect are female disciples. Do you want to send male disciples of the Void Spirit Sect to live and eat with them? That would create some interesting feelings. Moreover, the guards are all from the Vuthantong, so wouldn't it be more convenient for the male disciples of Vuthantong to come and go from Thienam Thantong? Did he really say that? Van nodded in confirmation. Yes, sect leader. If the Vuthantong doesn't want to relocate, can we send some of our disciples to another place? Sect leader, this is Nie Li's concern. He has already thought it through. Going out with just 1 or 2 people? What's the point of just sending 1 or 2 people now? Van added, Nie Li also said that if the Vuthantong has already come to Thienam Thantong, they should make their stance clear. Even if the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect desires ultimate secret techniques, top-grade pills, or even sacred medicines of this level, the Vuthan sect can supply them without limit. But these things are only for their own people. Van confirms that it is indeed the close disciples of Vuthantong. Nie Li also said that Nam Kung Tianam is getting anxious. Van continued to relay the message. Nie Li said, the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect has some female disciples pretending to be pure, but they don't look at the disciples of the Martial God Sect. The Vuthantong has no interest in associating with people like this. Nam Kung Tianam was so angry she was speechless. Then she sneered at Van and said, well, I am clearly innocent, yet he dares to say I pretend to be noble. According to his words, pure disciples like us will definitely be oppressed by them. The other female disciples say it's a secret technique and a holy medicine. Are they trying to completely wipe out my Heavenly Sound Divine Sect? That's just too much bullying. Does the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect look like a place where people can be bullied? I will train the disciples to fight against him. Van quickly said. Nie Li also asked, why does Lord Sect Leader Nam Kung have to do such a thing? Vuthantong and Thien Amthantong are not enemies. Vuthantong just wants to protect Thien Amthantong. Even if something happens to the disciples under Thien Amthantong, they will always be disciples of Thien Amthantong, and as long as Lord Nam Kung does not drive them away, they will not leave. The so-called yin and yang harmony is the great way of the mortal world. The female disciples of Heavenly Sound Sect and the male disciples of Divine Wind Sect are in harmony, they like each other, and we at Divine Wind Sect do not want to separate them. Why should Lord Nanchang split up true lovers? Nanchang Xianyun hesitated but said, but the Heavenly Sound Demon Sect has rules and traditions. Van confirms, Nie Li had already guessed this answer all along. He said, the so-called sect rules and ancestral teachings are just things created by people based on their own preferences, maybe even just impulsive ideas. The course of history is ever-changing. How can future generations be bound to follow them blindly? Thinking it over, what benefits does the Heavenly Sound Divine sect really have? Its talents are now dwindling, making it one of the weakest sects. If the Yuthan Tong were to launch a full-scale war against the Orthodox sects, the first to be destroyed would be the Thianamthan Tong. Nie Li also said that as long as the Heavenly Sound Divine sect doesn't expel people, the Martial God sect won't take anyone. As for the loyal disciples, it won't be long before they move from the Martial God sect to the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, and occasional visits are fine. After hearing this, Nam Kung Tianam bowed his head and remained silent for a long time. Deep Tavan respectfully continued. Nie Li also said that no matter what decision the sect master makes, he will always respect it. If the Heavenly Sound Divine sect truly does not need the protection of the Martial Spirit sect, he is willing to expel all the disciples of the Martial Spirit sect and not disturb the Heavenly Sound Divine sect. Sect leader, you can rest assured, based on what I know about Nie Li, he truly is someone who doesn't follow the rules and will do some outrageous things. But one thing is certain, he has a sense of justice. And with Nie Li's character, he would even risk his life to fully protect Thianamthan Tong. Nam Kung Tianam asked in surprise, "Why would you say that?" The place where we were born is called Bright Haze City, where every year we face attacks from demon beasts and could be destroyed at any moment. Only then do we realize that our world is just a small part of the long void realm. In this world, humans and demon clans are constantly fighting. Nie Li has used every trick, even actions against his conscience, just to protect Quang Huichi City. Because of Quang Huaiku City, we can abandon life and death, because it is where we grew up, our homeland. I don't know if the sect master can understand our feelings. Sect leader. Nam Kung Tien sighed and said, "I understand a little, but the Heavenly Sound Divine sect is not the same as Guanghui City, nor sect leader Niep." Deep Tavan reminded him, sect leader, if Nie Li secretly keeps the holy medicine for himself and only allows the Wushan sect disciples to use it, within 10 years the Wushan sect will definitely be leagues ahead of the other divine sects. Especially the changes among the powerful martial saints, the sect leader probably knows better. But Nie Li was willing to give out a part of the holy medicine for the Orthodox sect to use. Everything was because Nie Li wanted the 6 major Orthodox sects to become stronger, so everyone could unite and fight against the demonic sect. Nie Li did so many things for everyone. Does Tong Chu Nam Kung still doubt his intentions? If the demon god sect still comes, can Vice Lord Deep Tu Van ask again whether the current strength of the Celestial Sound Divine sect is enough to confidently drive away the enemies? If the Celestial Sound Divine sect is no longer like before, they will definitely perish. Instead of waiting for death, why not make some changes? Nam Kung Tianam frowned silently, thinking that now there was no other choice left. Even if Nie Li truly cared for the Thianamthan Tong, this approach was truly displeasing, and she could only blame her own weakness and accept it. So she waved her hand and told Diep Tu Van to pass on her message to Niep Tong Chu. The Thianamthan Tong naturally welcomes Vu Than Tong. Just don't do anything too outrageous, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Yes, I will definitely pass on the sect leader's message to Nie Li. The scene shifts to another place, where a bolt of lightning strikes brightly. Nie Li strokes the blade of the heavenly vein divine thunder sword and mutters, "That's truly terrifying." This Van Tu sword may look unimpressive, but after absorbing it, the aura within is so overwhelming that even I am amazed. I wonder how powerful the heavenly vein thunder sword will be if fully unleashed. At this moment, Diep Tu Van approached from behind. Nie Li turned around and asked, "Did the sect master of the southern palace agree?" Deep Tu Van widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" Nie Li calmly replied, "The so-called situation favors the strong. The Lord of the South Palace is not a fool. If it really ends with the Void Spirit sect, the consequences are fundamentally beyond her capacity to bear. So even though she knows we are pressuring her, she won't refuse." Diep Tu Van anxiously asked, "What if her sect leader really ends up in trouble? Then we can only change the sect leader." The Heavenly Sound. Divine sect must have quite a few people interested in the position. Relying on the sacred medicine, both strength and connections can be developed. Deep Tu Van was surprised and said, Nie Li, "It's better not to do this." Nie Li replied, "The Saint Emperor will refine the Long Ku universe." The Heavenly Sound Divine sect can't just think about itself. Instead of letting an ordinary leader destroy the sect, it's better to let go and take a risk. Dieptuvan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the sect master had agreed. Now the danger to the Heavenly Sound Divine sect was gone. Shall we return to the martial god sect? No, there isn't much time left. With the Heavenly Vein Divine Thunder Sword now, we can immediately force the broken Inhai Sword formation of Dutrak and his group to return to the Yaolin Lung world. Deep Tuvan widened her eyes, a complex emotion rising in her heart, and upon returning to see Deep Tuvan's sad face, Nie Li gently comforted her. Van, you can rest assured, we will definitely find a way to save your father-in-law. Deep Tuvan nodded, her eyes full of trust. Yeah, I trust you. Then they embraced each other warmly. Inside the Celestial Sound Divine sect, grand banquets are set up, and the prominent figures of the sect have gathered. Nancang Xian Yin, feeling troubled, notices the sect leader's expression, and a senior elder asks, "Sect leader, do you know why we were summoned today?" Nam Sung Tien Am replied, "Isn't it because of the Vuthantong?" The grand elder asked in surprise, "What about the Vuthantong?" Nam Kung Tien Am angrily said, Nie Li's sect leader now truly treats our Heavenly Yin Divine sect like a backyard garden. Today, I summoned the heads of the major divine sects here to make that guy wary. The elder responded, "Sect leader, forming an alliance with the Divine Martial sect is not necessarily a bad thing for the Celestial Sound sect. With the support of the Sacred Medicine and the protection of the Divine Martial sect, their strength has more than doubled, and we can also be more at ease." Nam Sung Tien Am glanced at the elder and said, "Don't think I don't know you've benefited a lot from that kid Nie Li. Next, do you also want to become the sect leader?" The elder hurriedly bowed and said, "Tongan, you are too harsh. My master and I risked our lives. Do you not trust me? Please understand that it was not only I who benefited from the Vuth and Tong, everyone has received their share. Tongchu, haven't you also accepted it already?" No one knows how many inside the Heavenly Sound Divine sect still refuse to listen to the people of the Martial God sect. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Lord Nipe has arrived. Hearing that, all the officials in the sect stood up to welcome him. Nie Li led the way, followed happily by Diep Tuvan and Tio Ngung Ni. Nie Li glanced around, then bowed respectfully and said, "I humbly greet Master Nam Kung." Seeing this, Nam Kung Tien Am snorted coldly in anger, and at that moment, Nie Li burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Is sect leader Nam Kung still angry about what happened before?" Nam Kung Tien Am said coldly, "You know yourself clearly." Nie Li chuckled mischievously and said, "Ha ha! To apologize to the elders of the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, I have prepared some gifts to present to you." Hearing this, the elders all looked stunned. Nie Li took out a shiny pill, holding it in his hand as he began to promote it. "This is the Long VM Dan I just developed. This is the strongest pill currently, with a concentration dozens of times higher than ordinary divine medicines. Only a martial saint-level expert can withstand its potency. And it takes a whole year to refine it. An ordinary martial saint can directly advance to the 8th level of martial saint after refining it. The mighty warriors of the 8th trance might even directly advance into the 9th heaven. This time, I will give one to the Heavenly Sound Divine sect. But remember, the long flame pill cannot be divided and eaten. If anything happens, I can't guarantee anything." The elder silently wondered if there was only one of these fruits. Then Nie Li placed the long Viamdan on the table and pushed it forward. "This long flame pill is truly extremely precious. Having just one is already incredibly hard to come by." The elder on this side quickly reminded Nam Kung Tien Am that such a powerful pill is extremely rare, and that the sect master must not disappoint Neep sect master's kindness. Nam Kung Tien Am hesitated, then looked back at the Vian Long Vm Dan. She thought to herself, why would such a precious treasure be refused? But if I accept it, who should I give it to? I've already used it myself. How will others see me then? If given to others, next year a new 8th rank martial saint powerhouse will appear in the Heavenly Sound Divine sect, and at that time I might not be able to keep my position as sect master. This Nie Li guy did it on purpose. After a moment of hesitation, Nam Kung Tien Am said to Nie Li, "Thank you, sect leader Nie Li." Then she reached out to take the elixir box. Watching this scene, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Nangsung Xianyan carefully stored the pill into her hand, while the senior elder obviously just drooled over it, then let out a sigh. The announcement sounded once again, announcing the arrival of the Heavenly General Divine Sect and the Sect Master. Nie Li looked over and saw a few people walking in behind the Sect Master, including Duan Jian, whom he hadn't seen in years, and Tu Min, the one who once fought over a girl with Nie Li. Duan Yan looked at Nie Li with tears in his eyes, and the women of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Who is this person? His aura is unlike anything they've seen before. His aura is really strong, almost on par with the Sect Master." Duan Jian calmly stepped forward, which made Nam Kung Xian Yin feel a bit uneasy. She secretly thought that although this person's cultivation hadn't yet reached the Martial King realm, the aura and intent on him were not inferior to hers. If he reached the Martial King realm, how powerful would his strength be? Duan Jian continued to move forward, glancing at the sect leader as he passed by. Nie Li also saw Duan Jian approaching and looked at him with a serious expression. Then the two exchanged glances without saying a word. The people of the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect started to discuss again. It seems like they know each other. Could there be some past grievance between them? It's hard to say. One is a top genius of Vo Tuong Than Tong. The other is the young sect leader of Vu Than Tong. Both are well-known figures among the youth, and some exchanges between them are quite normal. Suddenly, Duan Jian knelt down, then respectfully saluted Nie Li and called out, "Master." After hearing that, the sect master of Vo Tuong Than Tong was completely stunned. The others looked at each other in confusion. "Master, what did he just say?" The young sword prodigy with such exceptional talent is known by everyone. On the ranking of disciples from the great divine sects, he is truly deserving of first place. Who ranked him there? On one hand, he can rapidly progress from a novice cultivator to the peak of the Dragon Path stage in a very short time. On the other hand, the strength he displays far exceeds the Dragon Path stage, directly suppressing the Martial Venerable stage. Even the sect master of the Void Talisman Divine Sect has to be polite to him, so does he call Nie Li his master? Nie Li patted Duan Jian's shoulder and asked, "Not bad. Have you cultivated the Imperial Golden Dragon Body yet? Although you haven't yet reached the invincible Golden Body level, dealing with ordinary Martial Tongs is already effortless. Once you break through to the Martial Tong realm, even those at the peak of the Martial Tong won't be your match." Duan Jin respectfully replied, "If you are not the master, I would not be here today." Nie Li silently thought that the power of the Void Talisman Divine Fruit is extremely strong. Ordinary people need several days to fully digest it. If he eats too much at once, he could burst and die, but the Duan sword with the Black Dragon bloodline is different from others. I feed him holy wings at 500 times the concentration, and he can digest it within 10 days. It's no wonder his strength doesn't skyrocket. Nie Li calmly said, "Today's meeting between you and me is worth celebrating. Get up." At this moment, Nam Kung Tianam still had many questions in her mind. I don't know if sect leader Niep and Duan Jian are responding to Nie Li, but in our little spirit world, it's a master-servant relationship. Later I joined the Vu Than Tong, he went to Vo Tuong Than Tong, that's all. Sect leader wouldn't mind, right? Ha ha ha, of course I don't care. But deep down he was thinking, what could I possibly care about? We've taken so many sacred medicines from the Vuthan sect, and the most talented genius of the sect is actually a master-servant relationship with Nie Li. Nie Li happily smiled and said, "That's good then. Tuo Zongzhu is tolerant and magnanimous," but Nie Li's smile suddenly froze. He glared ahead, realizing that the demon lord was sitting alone in a corner. Nie Li angrily steps forward quickly, approaching the demon lord and thinking he returned from the ancestral master's treasure vault, his aura extremely terrifying. If they really fought, I might not be his match. Deep Tu Van, furious now, ran over and shouted, "You Chu!" Nie Li immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Don't, Tu Van!" Then Nie Li turned to the other man and said, "I didn't expect your cultivation to have improved so much during this time." The sect master looked surprised and asked, "Do they know each other?" The Demon Lord replied, Long Ku Realm truly lives up to its reputation as a land full of powerful cultivators with countless cultivation techniques. Becoming a top expert here is not difficult at all. Compared to the world of Xiaolin Lung, they are completely two different realms. So you are practicing the devouring spirit divine technique. The Demon Lord gently squeezed the cup and then glared, asking, That's right, you can see through this too? Nie Li replied, Although Wei Lin Than Kong can quickly absorb the souls of demon beasts to level up, it is a dangerous technique that can backfire if not careful, causing the body to explode and die. The higher the level, the greater the risk. I want to see how far you can cultivate Wei Lin Than Kong. The Demon Lord replied, I know quite a bit too, unfortunately. Nie Li asked angrily again. What a pity, the Demon Lord said calmly. What a pity that you and I are enemies, not friends. If you can help me with our combined strength, there's nothing difficult about controlling the Long Q universe. The Sisters of the Celestial Sound Divine sect looked at each other in confusion and asked, Who is this person? Talking so arrogantly like that is really very presumptuous. Nie Li responded to the Demon Lord, There are many paths to realize your ideals. Moreover, don't you and I share a common enemy that we can't coexist with? The Demon Lord asked in surprise, Is your grudge only against Diep Tong? Is a mortal from the world of Xiaolin Lung really worth mentioning? Nie Li retorted. To me, he is an extremely close person. The Demon Lord looked regretful. Unfortunately, at least for now, I don't want to become your enemy. In fact, we share a common enemy and maybe we can work together. Nie Li snapped in anger and asked, Since we share an enemy, what do you have to say? The Demon Lord slightly raised his head to look at Nie Li with bloodshot eyes, then slowly uttered two words, Saint Emperor. Those people immediately froze after hearing that, asking, Who is the Holy Emperor? I don't know. Nie Li wondered silently, since the immortal palace of illusions Dao Tang ancestor didn't mention details. How did the Demon Lord know about the Holy Emperor? Maybe he had already encountered one of the Holy Emperor's pursuers. For thousands of years, anyone who breaks through to the Martial King realm in the Long Ku world Vuk Pham would die once they reach that level. So no one knows about the existence of the Holy Emperor. No one could realize that the Holy Emperor had already begun refining the entire Long Ku realm. Initially, after Tai broke through to the martial ancestor in the time and space spirit leaf, he hid for hundreds of years to escape this calamity. In the end, I still have to face the Holy Emperor and fight a life-or-death battle with him. The Demon Lord at this moment just snorted, then raised his wine and drank it all in one gulp, saying, Good wine. Too bad there's no food to go with it. Nie Li asked again, How do I know you're not one of his people? The Demon Lord replied, If I were his, you would already be dead. Nie Li also picked up his cup, paused for a moment, then said, I can't make things difficult for you, but you killed my father-in-law, and I can't cooperate with you earlier. I found it strange. Why is your cultivation advancing so quickly? Now I understand. Maybe you have reincarnated from some ancient divine spirit, right? The Demon Lord replied, It's not hard to guess this. I only awakened a little over a month ago. You probably also know how powerful the Holy Emperor is. If you and I team up, it doesn't mean you'll be able to grasp even 10%. Fighting alone, you'll only die faster. Nie Li exhaled and said, Well, maybe not. I don't think you can use it. The Demon Lord stood up and asked, What's wrong? Are you still worried about Diep Tong? Then this guy's hand reveals a jade bottle, which he slowly raises in front of Nie Li. Nie Li takes the bottle, presses it to his nose, she inhales deeply, and then looks up in surprise, saying, Life essence. The Lord of Love confirms it's correct. The life source of the end of the universe, you must already know how to use it. At least this proves my sincerity, right? Nie Li hurriedly put away the life source potion and said, Thank you if you have given me this, even though we are not cooperating. All previous grudges are considered erased. Deep Tuvan reminded Nie Li, who then turned around and said, Tuvan, with the life source, the father-in-law can be resurrected. This left Diep Tuvan stunned. Nie Li asked, Do you give me this just to erase our past grudges? What else do you want to do? The Demon Lord gently smiled knowingly and said, I want the potion of the void, talisman divine, fruit Niep. Li asked again, How do you know I have it? The Demon Lord replied, What else could divine medicine be besides the void spirit fruit? But that kind of pill is too weak in concentration. I can't use it. I want the purest medicine. Nie Li looked surprised and asked again, "Do you really think I would definitely give it to you?" The demon lord immediately confirmed that with so many divine medicines made, you must have a void talisman fruit in your possession. Sharing a little of the medicine is just a small matter to you. Of course, I can also choose not to give it. You probably don't want another enemy, right? Nie Li immediately took out 5 bottles of medicine and said, "On the contrary, it's not that serious. Just a few bottles of Vo Tuong Thun Qua's medicine for you." The demon lord quickly stored the medicine in his chest. Nie Li calmly asked, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize whether what I gave you is real or fake?" The demon lord glanced over and replied, "There's no need. You are smart. You won't do something stupid. Ha ha." Deep Tuvan was still hesitating. Is Nie Li someone he can truly trust? Nie Li replied, "At least the life stream he gave me is real. With this, I can save the city lord. Besides, he and I will no longer have any grudges, but the Kwanghui city is still under their threat. The Dark Guild no longer considers it a threat. The only danger now is the Imperial City. If he continues to refine the Longyu realm, everyone, whether in the little Linglung world or the Longyu realm itself, will have to die. Your enemy's enemy is your friend. At least before the Holy Emperor dies, the Demon Lord and we are on the same side." In the midst of the commotion, the juniors nearby began to look at each other in confusion, asking about those unfamiliar concepts. Life Source, Holy Emperor, and Formless Divine Fruit. What do they really mean? I don't know. Seeing that scene, the Demon Lord suddenly burst out laughing happily. Ha ha ha. Right now, this world can only be called rational by you and me. Before defeating the Holy Emperor, we were allies. After he dies, we will decide who wins and loses. Hearing that, Nie Li silently calculated in his mind, "Who could be your comrade?" Then he responded outwardly, "If it's a matter of victory or defeat, it's already decided." At this moment, the Demon Lord glanced over the situation and muttered, "Tiungung ni, Diep Tu Van, Doan Kiem." Then he coldly turned to Nie Li and said, "You put effort into contacting these people, but will you really be able to use them when the decisive battle comes? My thoughts used to be like yours and my cultivation had reached the limit of the heavenly way, but I still lost to him. Do you know why?" After hearing that, the Demon Lord was stunned, and Nie Li continued to explain, "Because the subordinates of the Holy Emperor include 6 divine-level demon beasts, thousands of divine envoys, each with cultivation above the middle of the heavenly Tao, along with support from various sects and demonic clans. After I defeated many of his subordinates, we were already at a disadvantage when the decisive battle came." The Demon Lord looked surprised and asked back, "Have you also fought him before?" Nie Li affirmed, "That's right, in ancient times, when you and he fought, there were no experts by his side. But during these long 5 months, he has been operating for a very long time. If we want to deal with him, just you and I alone will definitely not be enough. No wonder you dragged all 6 great divine sects into this." Nie Li nodded in confirmation, saying, "No. I not only didn't drag everyone in, but also want to help them improve their strength and break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Only then will there be a chance to fight the Saint Emperor." The Demon Lord still looked unconvinced and told Nie Li, "It's unlikely that so many people can all reach the heavenly Tao realm." Nie Li replied confidently, "If the Saint Emperor could do it, I certainly can too." The Demon Lord turned back and said, "Then I hope you succeed. I have no interest in them. If I have obtained the Vo Tuong Thun Qua, I must go into seclusion. Hopefully next time we meet, your cultivation level won't be far from mine." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground, luckily not breaking. At the 10,000 miles mountain and river map, Wu Diem asked curiously, Nie Li, do you know what kind of reincarnation this Lin Than is?" Nie Li shook his head and replied, "I don't know either. I only know there are 6 of them, and even the sect master himself doesn't know who is the clone of whom, plus this guy has a very strange aura that makes others fear him." Duanjian then ran out and said, "Master, I was in the Void Talisman Divine sect. Even martial kings wouldn't fear. But this person's strength is unpredictable." "I'm not his match," Nie Li replied calmly. "Usually I can't see through him either. Let's just avoid provoking him." Suddenly, a clear notification sounded. The sect leader of the 100 Flowers Divine sect, Hua Tianyue, the sect leader of the Primal Chaos Divine Sect, Nie Li, and the sect leader of the Fire Divine Sect, Yan Xiang, arrived. Immediately after, Joji appeared looking handsome and neat, calling out loudly. Nie Li hurriedly ran out, tightly embraced his good brother and said, "Do track, my good brother, you're taller now." Do track also replied, "So are you." Over on the other side, Wei Nam's group, including Chu Truong Tuan and Truong Min, appeared, shouting loudly, "Ay, ay!" Then happily hugged them and asked, "Are you all well?" Duja laughed with squinted eyes and replied, "I am not doing too badly." Wei Nam laughed proudly, "Ha ha, now I am very strong." Miss Kung Tianam stood there looking surprised and asked Neep sect leader, "They are Nie Li's brothers and sisters." This is what made Nam Kung Tianam startled. She thought to herself, what is it? These talented young men are all super geniuses famous throughout the major sects, and Nie Li has also assigned his trusted followers to each sect. Over here, Nie Li happily announced that today everyone gathered together, so they must celebrate a little. Then they toasted and drank happily with each other. In another corner, the sect leaders sat together, and Nam Kung Xian silently thought that the most outstanding disciples of each sect were almost all Nie Li's people. Now all 6 great divine sects secretly regard the martial god sect as the leader. If I insist on becoming Nie Li's enemy, I will only find death, and even drag the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect into it. It seems that from now on, the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect can only rely on the martial god sect. With so many female disciples wanting to marry into the martial god sect, how can we talk about independence? From now on, we can only become more and more entangled. Nie Li raised his glass and said to everyone, "Welcome to the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect." Nie Li felt very honored. Nam Kung Tianam remained silent, while Hach Lien thought to himself, "Truly the guest's voice drowns out the host's. Let him say whatever he wants." After thinking it over, I clenched the pill bottle in my hand that had been bribed, and there's nothing left to do but sell off my own disciples. The sect master burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, you're being too polite, sect leader Neeb." An elder sect leader asked, "I wonder what the relationship is between the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect and the Martial Spirit Sect now." In his heart, the old man thought that the Heavenly Sound Divine Sect was hosting a banquet, while sect leader Niep was outside talking. Nie Li burst out laughing. "Ha ha, sect leader. Hach Lien, the Vuthan sect and the Thianam sect are as close as one family." Hach Lien looked surprised and then said, Indeed it is so." Nam Zung Tien Am remained silent, while Hach Lien thought to himself, if he doesn't deny it, then the roots of the Vuthan sect are very deep, making even Hoa Hoa and Du Trak, the most talented in our sect, his friends. Does Nie Li want to dominate the 6 great divine sects? Today I have something to say. With the current strength of the Void God sect, perhaps you all think I have ambitions to dominate. I don't know if what Nie Li said is true. This made the sect leaders feel hit right in the heart. They dared not speak a word. Nie Li calmly continued, "If such thinking is normal, the truth is completely the opposite. If the Vuthan sect really wanted to dominate, why give so many sacred medicines to the major divine sects? Just use them secretly yourself, and in a few years it will be the #1 sect. Do you deny what Nie Li said or not?" Hearing this, Hach Lien breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed heartily, with everyone in Hon Nguyen Than Tong respecting the sect master. The sect master and his son also spoke up saying, "Ever since the holy wings of Master Neep, the powerless God sect has grown stronger, and we will never forget the great kindness of Master Neep." Then all the sect masters smiled happily. Ha 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 ha. Neep Li rested his hand on the table and said, "Of course I don't help you for no reason. Everyone has their own intentions, including me." Hach Lien replied, "If there is anything you need us to do, we will do our best." Viaman also said, "Neep Tong Chu, just tell us if there is anything. We will definitely repay you." Khoisung Tianam glances at the 2 sect leaders. Nie Li straightens up and begins to speak. "Listen to me tell a story. There have been countless powerful spiritual gods in this world." 2 sect leader asks in surprise, Spirit god? Hiep Lai explained, including a powerful expert who wanted to pursue the highest existence, become the peak spirit god, and then began to refine the Long Q world. At that moment, all living beings transformed into primal force for him to use. Perhaps it was recorded in the ancient texts passed down by the major sects, or maybe it was all documented in relation to this divine spirit. This divine spirit is called the Holy Emperor, Namkung Xianyin asked in surprise. The Holy Emperor is just an ancient legend? Nie Li asked again. Do you really think your ancestor deliberately wanted to deceive you? Hochlin confirms the Saint Emperor. Our sect's records indeed mention him. Flame Shadow adds, our sect also has it, others confirm it too, our sect is the same. The sect master of two was surprised and asked, do you also have women? Could it be that this divine spirit called the Holy Emperor really exists in this world? Nie Li concludes that this Holy Emperor is not just a legend. He truly exists, and has been continuously refining the Long Q realm without pause. To oppose the Holy Emperor, other divine gods even built the celestial god Ancestral Land, sealing a demonic core of the Holy Emperor so that there might still be a glimmer of hope to defeat him. Hochlin confirmed that the celestial divine land is where our ancestor ascended. Only those who break through to the martial sovereign realm or are chosen can reach it. Nie Li nodded in agreement, saying, that's right. Over the billions of years, the celestial divine land has continuously recruited many powerful beings. United to oppose the Holy Emperor, the heavenly spirit Ancestral Land is now nearly destroyed, yet the Emperor still stands tall and unshaken. The Holy Emperor is now about to refine the Long Q world, and the day of destruction may be near, but right now, none of you know anything. Are the sect leaders questioning each other, wondering if the legendary Holy Emperor really exists and if he is capable of refining the entire Long Q world? How strong could the opponent be? Nie Li continued, if you still have doubts, just think about this medicinal pill. Is there any other place besides the heavenly spirit Earth that you can find it? The sect master of two was surprised and asked, so, Master Neep, are you one of the heavenly spirit clan? Nie Li replied calmly, I can offer many holy medicines without asking for benefits. If it weren't for the survival of the Long Q world, who would do such a foolish thing? This statement leaves VM speechless. Suddenly, Luke Fu poked his head out and asked, when did Nie Li become a part of the Heavenly God clan? Zujan asked in surprise, when did you arrive? Hochlin paused for a moment, then said, our chaos. Origin Divine Sect is willing to follow Neep Sect Master's orders. If Neep Sect Master has a way to deal with the Saint Emperor, we are willing to do our best to cooperate. Votuong Divine Sect is willing to follow the orders of Sect Leader Niep. Hua Tian Nguyet nods in agreement. The 100 Flowers Divine Sect is willing to follow the orders of Sect Leader Niep. My Heavenly Sound Spirit Sect is the same. If everyone unites and works together, we can surely defeat the Saint Emperor and overcome this great tribulation. Sect Leader Hochlin asked, what should we do next? Niep Tongchu replied solemnly, there are several things we need to do. Please listen carefully to what I am about to say. I need the sect masters to recruit even more disciples. The 6 great sects currently each have hundreds of thousands of disciples, but that's still not enough. We need even more people. I require all the major sects to recruit tens of thousands more disciples. The sect master sighed, noting that each year the most talented individuals from the small worlds are already absorbed into the sects, leaving only a few useless ones, which makes recruitment pointless. Nie Li added, I will provide you with some top-tier cultivation techniques. Just copy them down and pass them on to the other disciples. Moreover, all disciples must definitely cultivate a technique called the Divine Soul Tao technique. VM Anya asked in surprise, what is the Divine Soul Tao technique? Nie Li replied, mastering the Divine Soul. Tao technique is the only way to enter the celestial god Ancestral Land. Entering a different realm, cultivating the Divine Soul Tao technique, also offers another benefit, which is a rapid increase in cultivation speed. If that's the case, then I will follow the arrangements of Sect Leader Niep. During this time, I ask all the sect masters to quickly and properly arrange the matters I have entrusted. The sect masters immediately agreed, saying, please rest assured, Sect Master Niep, everything will be taken care of. A few days later, the cultivation techniques had been thoroughly documented. The sect masters were all amazed and shocked by these techniques, which were even more powerful than the secret techniques of their own sects. This is truly an invaluable item. Nie Li and the others have already packed up and set out. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they happily talked about everything under the sun, sharing all sorts of stories. Then the topic shifted back to the cultivation technique. Nie Li, what exactly is this divine soul technique? If it can speed up cultivation, why not let us practice it? Nie Li sighed and replied, "You are not suited for the Spirit Soul Tao technique. This Spirit Soul Tao technique was created by me. To counter the Saint Emperor, everyone practicing it will indeed accelerate their cultivation, but during the process, a portion of their divine soul power will be separated." Dujan asked in surprise, "Isn't dividing a part of the soul power slowing down the cultivation speed?" Nie Li explained, "This soul power can be absorbed by the soul cultivation technique, and then I will pass on the soul cultivation technique to all of you." "What?" Nie Li continued. "If I tell them the truth, they might doubt and dare not practice. To counter the Saint Emperor, I must gather everyone's strength so we can reach the divine realm as quickly as possible." Dieptuvan also sighed. This cultivation method is truly terrifying and powerful. Dutrak turned back and asked, "If thousands of people from other sects all practiced this divine soul cultivation method, what would happen in the end?" Nie Li replied, "If they all practiced the divine soul Tao technique, then we could reach the martial sect stage in just one day." This statement shocked everyone, and they asked again, "Do these techniques have no side effects?" "That's right, in that case it would be incredibly powerful. The side effects haven't even been mentioned yet, but the effect of the divine soul mind-enhancing technique only lasts for 30 years. After that, the spiritual soul cultivation on our bodies will gradually dissipate." Dutrak asks again, "Nie Li, are you preparing to fight the Holy Emperor for 30 years? Nie Li confirms, "That's right, we only have at most 30 years. This is our only chance." Duanjian firmly said, "I am willing to follow my master and fight to the death with the Holy Emperor." Du Jiaoqi added, "Me too." The Luke Few, Tieu Tu Yet, Tieu Nungung Ni, and Diep Tu Van agreed. And so did we. Nie Li looked at his friends once more, and the scene from his past life appeared. Everything was a tragic death. Nie Li thought to herself that in her previous life she could only watch everyone die one by one, but in this life she would absolutely not let that happen again. For everyone's sake, I will definitely win. The scene shifts to Guanghuiqi City, engulfed in flames with smoke billowing into the sky, corpses of monsters and humans scattered across the walls, smoke rising thickly, cracks and destruction appearing all over the city walls, and distant howls of monsters echoing. Master Deep Mak looked at the mountain range ahead and asked, "How many people are left in Guanghuiqi City?" Deep Tu replies, "After months of continuous fighting, there are only more than 300,000 people left." The screams of the monsters ring out again. Howling, howling, howling. Deep Mak clenched his fists as more and more beasts appeared, with several having evolved to legendary levels. Suddenly, a bird flew past, stopping in the air before beginning to chirp. Deep Mak respectfully called out, "Ancestor Water Spirit." Deep Dine told Deep Mak, "I have been traveling through the small spirit realm world, and several places where humans gathered have already been destroyed. The 5 legendary super beasts are likely to target Guanghai City, so I am still watching over this place. The space power keeps fluctuating. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse." Diep Mak told Diep Dian, "I sense that recently the monsters near Guanghuiqi City have been moving around, and the next attack might be stronger than ever before, and if we all fight and die, Master Shui, please find a safe place to hide and wait for Tu Van and the others to return, then give them this key. These children are the last hope of Guanghuiqi City." "Is this the key to the ancestral land of spirit god Guanghui City?" Deep Mak confirms yes, this is the oldest legacy of our Guanghui City. "I heard that the divine soul of Feng Zhuiling Shen is there." At this moment, a sudden dark cloud swirls across the sky with a red beam shooting up into the heavens. The group of magical beasts was startled at once. Then they roared wildly as the red light shot up. Accompanied by thunderous sounds, a giant snake appeared, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! The seal of the little spirit dragon world has finally been broken. I've waited for this moment. Ha ha ha!" Then this one opened its big mouth, and the beasts hundreds of miles away were swept away. They were still confused and stunned when they were pulled up into the sky. The huge snake opened its mouth wide and sucked all the monsters inside. It swallows it down, filling its belly, then bursts into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Before transforming into a human form and saying, I haven't had such a delicious meal in a long time. At this moment, a few demon beasts approached to greet this person. The disciples bowed and saluted Elder Shichmang. Shichmang said nothing, looked at them coldly, then scolded. It's been many years since I left you in the little spirit realm, and I didn't expect your cultivation to still be so poor. Huh. The aura of dominance makes the monsters pee their pants. They scream. Ah. A respectful bird said, Please don't be angry, Elder. A few years ago, Black Abyss War Dragon broke through to the heavenly mandate, and a divine thunder descended from the sky, directly shattering its flesh body. Our cultivation level no longer dares to break through. We can only risk our lives to suppress it. Initially, a powerful expert set up a restriction in the little spirit lung world, causing all the top cultivators under the heavenly mandate to be annihilated. Shichmang told them. This time the formation suddenly opened, so I had no choice but to come in. I need to leave before it closes, so from now on you must follow my arrangements. The beast with a mouth full of teeth firmly declared, We will only obey the orders of the old ancestor. Shichmang ordered, I want you to capture all the humans of the little Linglung world, not a single one left behind. If you let even one escape, you know the consequences. After Shichmang gave the order, the monsters immediately obeyed. Yes, old patriarch. Shichmang angrily shouted, Hurry up and go already. After hearing that, the beasts shrank back in fear and then sped away. As they flew, they asked each other, Where is the human race now? The bird replied, I didn't expect the seal of the little spirit lung world to be broken. This time we are in big trouble. The worm asked again, How do you say that? The bird replied, Think about it. In the world of little spirit lung, there are no humans breaking through to the heavenly fate, so with our strength we can act arrogantly. And since the people from the Long Dust realm haven't come here, the demon god sect definitely needs us to control the humans. This statement made the worm panic. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The bird shouted angrily. If all the humans are dead, do you think the demon god sect still needs us? The worm then asked, Is this the reason you have not taken action to destroy the human race all these years? The bird immediately confirmed, That's right. As long as the human race exists, we still have value to exploit for the old ancestor. Otherwise, don't expect the demon god sect. We might have already been swallowed by the old ancestor himself. The worm asked anxiously, So what should we do now? Of course, we must obey the old ancestor, find the remaining members of the human race, and then decide what to do next. Then the two of them sped off toward Quang Hui City. On the wall, Deep Mac also spotted the two demon beasts. Deep 2 called out to Lord Deep Mac. Deep Mac reminds that there are two top-tier legendary beasts. Deep 2, hurry and activate the 10,000 demons, demon spirit, great array. Deep 2 obeyed and flew away. Deep Mac looked up at the sky, where two bright spots were approaching. He has made his judgment and then transformed, merging with the demon spirit Bok Long, becoming a massive, muscular dragon, roaring loudly. Deep Mac firmly said, Quang Hui Chi City is behind us, this is our last line of defense. If we die in this fight, it's just our fate. With that, Deep Mac leapt forward. He charged at the two beasts with lightning speed. The angry bird said, Well, there's still a human wanting to fight us to the death, how interesting. Then it also sped up and charged straight at Deep Mac. A loud bang echoed, a powerful shockwave erupted, and the ground beneath was torn into a huge, deep pit. Watching the tremor, Diep 2 sighed. The whole world was shaking. Is this the ultimate showdown of legends? Lord Deep Mac. A series of explosions erupted one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Deep Mac and the beast clash head to see whose will is stronger. They exchange moves dozens of times. The bird angrily shouted, Annoying, just a tiny human, yet able to fight me to such an extent. Then it opened its beak and shot a burst of black fire at Deep Mac. The fire hit Deep Mac's back, causing him to cry out and then form a blue fireball with both hands. The bird saw the fireball approaching and spread its wings to block, but the fireball burned its feathers, making it scream, Too hot! Seeing this, the worm immediately shouted, Let me help you. Then it rushed forward. While still busy spewing fire to roast the bird, Deep Mac was struck by the worm. His body was immediately thrown back. Deep Mac was struck, coughing up blood. It seems like internal injuries, huh? Deep Mac thought. I won't be able to hold out much longer. Behind Deep Mac, the great demon spirit array had already been activated. The demon spirit array of 10,000 demons has been activated, so he swiftly flew towards the 10,000 demons demon spirit array. The bird glared angrily as it saw Deep Mac fly away. What? Running away? Chase after them for me. So the bird and the worm flew straight into the great formation. As their shadows flew across the sky, the villagers all screamed in panic. The giant beast is really impressive. Don't look anymore, hurry through the secret path to the city lord's mansion. The two beasts continue to charge wildly, but soon they are blocked by the barrier of the 10,000 demonic spirit great array, smashing their heads and making a cheerful noise. The angry bird asked, "What kind of formation is this?" The worm also bared its teeth and shouted, "Ah, I see a swarm of black gold spirit beasts rushing out of the great formation," the bird exclaimed. "There are thousands of them." Then it and the worm fought together to destroy the spirit beasts. The worm cursed loudly. "Damn it, why can't we kill them all?" The bird sneered mockingly. "Daring to use spirit beasts against us? I'll show you the true power of the beast realm." Then it opened its beak wide and shouted, "Crack, crack, crack." From the distant mountain range, a swarm of icy beasts appeared, black as ants, heading toward Kwang Hui Chi City. The group of monsters in front of us are of all sizes, young and old, big and small. Seeing this scene, Deep Dian marvels that they have mobilized the entire array of monsters in the mountain, with billions of them. It seems that the bloodline of Kwang Hui Chi City has been cut off after so many years. The bird and the worm laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. Then it approaches the barrier. The beast tide attack. "I'm afraid we won't be able to get out of here anymore." Loud rumbling sounds echoed as he looked at the wreckage inside the city, and the innocent villagers were forced to hide in the secret passages of Kwang Hui City. Deep Mac glanced over, sighed, and patted a boy on the head, asking, "Are you afraid, little one?" The child replied, "I am not afraid, Grandpa Deep Mac." Deep Two, controlling the great formation, said to Deep Mac, "If there is a chance, we will cover your escape from here. You are a legendary spirit master. If you give your all, maybe you can find a way to survive." Deep Mac replied, "Everyone else has already died. Even if I run away, what good does it do? In the end, I will just grow old and die in this vast mountain." Deep Two hesitated before replying, "I'd rather fight and die for Kwang Hui City than live on in weakness." The children resolutely told Deep Mac, "Grandpa Deep Mac, since they were young, their father told them that you are the war god of Kwang Hui Chi City. As long as you are here, we fear nothing." The others also agreed. "Yes." Deep Mac silently felt helpless. "If we die fighting today for the people, it will be a death without regrets." The monsters are fiercely attacking the barrier. Yulin is fighting back with all her might, and the two sides are clashing chaotically. Deep Two was shaken and let out a cry. The battle between the spirit beast and the monsters grew more fierce. The monsters keep rushing from one layer to the next, with one dying as another charges in. The scene of monsters crashing into the barrier grows more and more tragic. The beams of light are already showing signs of cracking, and the bird happily laughs out loud. "Ha ha ha! This barrier will be broken very soon, and then I want to see where you can run to." The monsters are still frantically biting and tearing at the barrier, the worm opening its toothy mouth with a wicked grin. "By then, I will devour all of you, leaving not even a corpse behind." The barrier here has already cracked. Deep Two trembled violently, repeatedly shouting, "Hoo, hoo, hoo," while the soldiers inside the barrier trembled as the ferocious beast continued to attack the barrier. The sound of water breaking echoes loudly as the ferocious beasts scream and rush into the great formation. The cracks spread wider and wider, and desperate screams fill the air. Screaming. Deep inside the great formation, the makeshift trenches have been built, and everyone with weapons has already taken them out. Yang Han stepped forward to distribute the elixirs to everyone and then gave the order. Everyone quickly took out their elixirs and left. After distributing the pills, Yang Han bowed her head and clenched the pills tightly in her hand. She thought to herself that when her spirit is exhausted and her strength runs out, she can only take this spirit-nourishing pill to unleash power 10 times greater, but her soul will gradually fade away. All the clan masters are holding their pills tightly. This is also their final contribution. As an alchemist, I can help make Kwang Hui Chi City flourish. Nie Li, if you don't come back soon, the only place we can meet is at the 9 Springs. Nie Vu, exhausted, gasped for breath in the team. Ha! I am the #1 genius of Kwanghui City. I also promised to protect everyone. Big Brother watched the monsters prepare to rush in from the crack. The mischievous worm laughed loudly. Ha! It's broken now. 5,000 years ago, the human race had this kind of formation, and wasn't it also destroyed by us? Do you think a great formation like that can stop us? Then, it opened its mouth again and spat out a fierce flame into the barrier. The barrier was quickly pierced by the flames, and from within, the horde of monsters charged straight inside. Everyone was ready to fight as they entered, and the ferocious beasts howled loudly. Soon, the monsters had advanced into the trenches, and a fierce battle was underway. Everyone fights bravely, the worm laughs happily. Ha! Struggle and scream. You will all be eaten. Your flesh is gone. The people inside shout out, the warriors protect the civilians while the spirit masters block in front. So, the transformed hybrid spirit-beast attacks. Seeing this, the worm angrily hisses. Then it stretched its neck high and let out a loud roar. Roar! Several purple beams shot up into the sky from inside the mountain. Deep Mac sighed. There are legendary demon beasts in the mountain. The horde of demon beasts is rushing out from inside the mountain, each one howling loudly. Diep Tu's eyes lit up. He snorted, and the Fong Tu Yet Lin Thayan was summoned before rushing into the horde of monsters to attack. The bird concluded that humans are basically unbeatable unless they are kept alive for some use. 5,000 years ago, the human race was already destroyed. Among the monsters, Feng Shuling Shen, Diep Mac, Diep Tu, and Nie Vu are all fighting with all their might, taking down many monsters around them. The group around Yang Han is in grave danger. Seeing the situation, she decided it was only possible to do this now, extending her hand to put the pill into her mouth. Suddenly, a streak of light shot across the sky. Duong Han was stunned, and with a loud bang, a huge pillar of light shot out, blasting the monsters away as they howled in agony. The bird, witnessing this scene, screamed. What the hell are those shorts? From the dissipating smoke, a handsome and imposing figure appears. None other than Dotrak himself, he declares confidently. Pham Quang Hoi's faction leader is dead. After saying that, he swung his palm to attack. The horde of monsters is still howling wildly. How far does Dotrak's palm force reach? The magical beasts vanish there. The bird screams, its power truly terrifying. Even the worm screamed in horror. No, this is the power of that other world. At this moment, the sky darkened suddenly. A bright light burst forth from above, and beams of light fiercely struck down on the demon beast army. It turned out to be Liu Piao, Xiaoning Ni, Diezi Yuan, and their companions appearing. Those little monsters really can't handle a single strike. The power of the genius rebel disciples from the sects wiped out the nearby monsters. Then, a beam of light shot out again, sweeping across the mountains, causing the birds and worms to scream in fear. The sword segment is the most efficient cleanup tool. With a single move, all the monsters were wiped out. The sword segment glared coldly at the two leading monsters, and this icy gaze made their fur stand on end as they screamed in terror. Diep Mac looked up at the sky and said, "Opening the barrier of the little spirit world is not just the demon god sect." Then he gasped for breath and finally separated from the fusion with the demon spirit. Dep Mac looked at the smoky dust ahead, suddenly eyes filled with tears, and Deep Tuvan also looked towards Deep Mac and called out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Then she quickly hugged Deep Mac. Deep Mac knelt down, holding his little granddaughter in his arms, moved and said, "Thank goodness you finally came back. Miss Deep, you finally arrived." The crowd grew noisy as everyone looked at each other in confusion. "It's over." Nie Li stepped forward and assessed, "They're all still here. Luckily we arrived just in time." Then he looked at the group of monsters pushed back from the city wall, fleeing as the black flame swords swung through the air. The battlefield is cleared of monsters. The two birds and the worm at the front are pecking at each other. "Is it over?" Nie Li ordered his subordinates. "Those two can still be useful to me, so I'll keep them alive," Duanjian said respectfully. "Yes, master." Then, without any unnecessary movement, Duanjian swiftly passed by a bird and a worm staring at each other in confusion. A second later, they realized they had been cut dozens of times. They spat blood and screamed loudly. Huh. Nie Li has already landed and approached Deep Mac to greet him, but Deep Mac spoke first. Nie Li hurriedly asked, Deep Mac, Grandpa, how is everyone now? It's not a big problem. Luckily, the 10,000 demonic spirit array helped us hold on for a while. If you guys had come back a little later, Guanghui City would have really been destroyed. Luckily, everyone is safe. That's what matters most. Deep Dian praised, Nie Li, I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. It really opened my eyes. You probably came back from a higher dimension, right? Nie Li replied, that's correct, a higher dimension called Long Yu Realm. Long Ku Jioi Vus. I will have to take you to see soon. Nie Li replied, I will bring the life spring back soon, not only to save the respected father-in-law, but also to restore your body. After hearing that, Diep Dien's eyes immediately lit up as he asked, Huh? Nie Li sighed, it's been a long time since we last met. Is that true? My older sister has aged a lot, but I, Nie Li, have become so outstanding. Nie Li happily said, You're joking, sister. I will always stay young. After speaking, Nie Li threw a pill bottle to Duong Han. She was surprised and asked, This pill, is this Nie Li's advertisement? Not only does it increase cultivation, but it can also help the elder sister maintain eternal youth and stay forever beautiful. Duong Han asked in amazement, Is eternal youth real or fake? Nie Li confirmed immediately. Of course it's true. Duong Han happily replied, Thank you, Nie Li. If brother Nie Li wants to repay anything, he can always tell his sister. Nie Li chuckled. You're too polite, sister. What are you afraid of? Could it be that big sister still wants to eat you? Well, the days are still long. Now that you've returned, I won't bother you anymore. Then she turned and walked away. Nie Li looked at Duong Han's figure, then suddenly turned to Nie Min and said, Tu Van, mother, I am unfilial, I am late. Hearing that, Nie Min happily replied, It's not too late. On the other side, Nie Vu also rushed over shouting, Brother. Seeing that, the others all shouted excitedly, Nie Li, Nie Li. At this moment, Nie Hai couldn't help but praise, Xiao Li truly has a bright future. Nie Min smiled brightly and replied, Yes, if it weren't for little Lai, the entire Guanghui Chicheng might have been destroyed. Nie Hai asked in surprise, Little Lai, what level are you at now? So you're already at the legendary stage? Hearing the question, Nie Li smiled politely in response. Yes, I am now at the legendary stage. I secretly think that I have finally changed the fate of Guanghui City and everyone is still alive. Nie Hai turned to Nie An and said, The young generation of the transcendent stage like Xiao Li is truly impressive. Our Tiangen clan has finally produced a transcendent powerhouse. Nie Li happily looked at Duja and Liu Piao, reuniting with their families, muttering to himself, It's time to settle the debt from my previous life. Then he glared at the two demon beasts bowing in front of him. They were so scared they bristled with fear and squealed loudly. Nie Li flew up and asked the two, What's wrong? Want to run away again? Then what? Who told you to come here? The worm opened its mouth and replied, It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor forced us. It has nothing to do with us. The bird nervously continued, We never dared to invade the Bright Haze City before, but the elder ordered us to come here, so we had no choice but to obey. Nie Li also exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Du Trak appeared and told his friend, Nie Li, don't waste words on them, just kill them. Then he glared fiercely, releasing a pressure that made them tremble and scream. Nie Li asked back, Is this old ancestor of yours from the Long Ku realm? What cultivation level does he have? The bird replied, Our ancestor has already broken through to the legendary heavenly mandate realm. Liu Piao was startled and exclaimed, Really? Ha, heavenly mandate. I thought he was some expert. Let's see if I can catch him here or not. This made the two damn beast monsters stupid. Siechman in the distance also looked dumbfounded. Siechman was about to stand up when he heard the noise and looked up to ask who it was. Then he couldn't make a sound anymore. The worm and the bird are now opening their mouths wide. Both are silent, crying, and unable to speak. Duja carrying the Siechman over and asking the two creatures, Is your ancestor the insect this small? The worm shouted, Why has your ancestor become so tiny? Siechman painfully replied, Of course, it's because this hero captured me. Luke Few happily laughed out loud. Ha! Li remained silent for a moment before pointing his finger. Two beams of light shot into the heads of the two demon beasts, and the dumbfounded bird asked, "So this is Nie Li explaining. I have already cast a divine mind seal within your bodies. From now on, you must stay here to protect Quanghoi City for me. If you have any thoughts of betraying me in your hearts, I can sense it. As long as I move my mind, this divine spell seal will explode, and you will be blown to pieces. Not even a corpse will remain. Do you understand?" The two, hearing this, answered in fear, "Yes, we will stay here and not move an inch to protect Quanghuichi City." Luke Fu told the two creatures, "If you behave well and protect Quanghuichi City, it will also benefit you." Nie Li turned to Sichman and asked, "Who sent you here?" Sichman shouted in fear, Ah, I report to the great elders. I was sent by the demon god sect." Nie Li's face darkened and asked, "What did the demon god sect do?" "You then Tong sent me to destroy all the humans of the Xiaolin Lung world." Destroy all humans? If we hadn't come back, wouldn't Quanghuichi City have been completely wiped out? Then he turned to his friend and asked, Nie Li, the demon god sect is relentless in their pursuit. Let's work together to eliminate them. Dutrak ran over and said, Nie Li, we will follow your lead. Nie Li replied, "Dealing with the demon god sect is inevitable, but right now they still have a few martial saint-level experts, possibly even the divine envoy of the Holy Emperor, so we currently have no way to confront them." "So, what should we do then?" Nie Li paused for a moment and replied, "We will gradually move everyone from Quanghuichi City to Wuthen Tong." Dujia asked in surprise, "Move to the martial god sect?" Deep Tuvan said, "I think this is a very good suggestion." Nie Li turned back and called Tuvan, and Tio Nongni also agreed. He continued, "I also agree with Nie Li's method. On one hand, it is the people of Quanghuichi City not to be threatened by monsters. On the other hand, they can taste holy medicine, practice the cultivation method of Longku realm. Maybe they can become great helpers for us." "That's right. The people of Quanghuichi City are definitely the most trustworthy allies we've ever had. We've faced many dangers together, and they are the most united team." The people in Quanghui City looked at each other in confusion, asking what kind of place the Longku realm really was. Duonghan sighed. "Quanghuichi City is the homeland we've protected and survived in all our lives. The city has fallen, but you are still here, and there is still hope." Nie Li made a decision saying, "Then everyone will be brought to the Wushan sect, and I will also go to deal with the demon god sect." He then looked at Zichman and thought, "This is the breakthrough point. I will strike at the demon god sect." Seeing Nie Li's hostile gaze, Sichman swallowed nervously and cleared his throat. He asked in fear, "Who exactly are you?" "It has nothing to do with you. I ask you, what is your position in the demon god sect?" "Guardian, I am just a gatekeeper sent by the demon spirit sect to guard the entrance to the little spirit world. Recently, the entrance suddenly opened, and I accidentally encountered some great deities. Please, forgive me." Luke Fu angrily shouted, "Do a gatekeeper dare to be so arrogant towards our little spirit world?" "Huh? Ha ha ha. So I just casually squeezed this one until he spat blood." Nie Li here is closing his eyes and muttering something. Two beams of light appear beside Jichman. This one thinks to himself, overwhelmed by a powerful will. Then he begged, "Please, great God, have mercy and strike lightly." Nie Li replied, "I will not kill you today, but since you brought monsters to attack my people, this debt must be paid. Next, I will extract your primordial memory from within your body." Upon hearing this, Zichman shouted, "Huh, ah. A stream of light is being pulled out from this person's mouth by Nie Li. Dutrak asked in surprise, Nie Li, what exactly is this primordial memory?" Nie Li explains, "The memories of each of us exist within our primordial spirit. Once I take its primordial spirit, it will forget everything that happened before, and I can learn everything he knows and also transform into his appearance." "No one can tell the difference." Luke Fu asked in surprise, "Does the primordial spirit still have such an effect?" "So, if we capture a master from the demon god sect, we can fully understand the sect, right?" Nie Li replied with disappointment. "To obtain the opponent's primordial spirit, your strength must be at least 3 major stages higher than theirs." Old Master Shichman is also not well informed, so Lu Piao asked, "So you plan to transform into its appearance and sneak into the demon god sect?" Nie Li confirmed, yes, there are some intelligence that can only be obtained by going inside. Yuthan Tong is full of experts, and some may even know old ancestor Shichman. Sneaking in alone is too dangerous, and Diep Tuvan agrees. Nie Li reassured, it's okay, I have its memories, its scent is the same, maybe its parents won't recognize it. Ha ha, Lu Piao has a bad idea on this side. Nie Li, do you think this snake has a wife or not? Maybe it even keeps a bunch of little demons at home, so you might be able to handle it. But Xiaoxue hit Liu Piao really hard on the head. Nie Li grabbed her dress. In the end, everyone doesn't need to worry. If I am discovered, I have ways to escape, and if I run back, there will be no problem at all. Luke Fu nodded and responded. I believe Nie Li wants to escape. No one can stop him. Nie Li then turned to his next wife, Zi Yuan, and said that he could do what he promised her. Deep Tuvan was moved and asked, Nie Li, is that possible? Nie Li firmly replied, I will save my father-in-law in the coming days. Then he turned to order his subordinates. Duanjian respectfully reports to the master. There are also a few legendary peak demon beasts. Deal with them all. Hearing this, the two demon beasts screamed in fear. I'm about to be killed, Dejin's sword continued. Master, since you rarely return, I want to go back and pay respects to my parents. Nie Li happily agreed. Go ahead with your task. With your current strength, the Black Abyss world poses no danger. Duanjian respectfully bowed, thanking the master for giving him this opportunity, then shot off into the distance. Nie Li looked after his subordinate, while Diep Mak asked his son-in-law, Can we really save lives? Nie Li confirmed, Yes, as long as there is a life source, my father-in-law's soul contract is also preserved. It's just a pity there's only one life source. Otherwise, more people could be saved, Diep Mak exclaimed in shock. Grandpa, if Nie Li says it can be done, then it definitely can be. So, Diep Mak confirmed that Deep Dian always praised him, and that little Deep Tong could survive, which is really great. Nie Li happily told the bird, Grandmaster Deep Dian, to keep this part of the life spring for the respected father-in-law to use, and he would find a part for you later. Deep Dian laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, little Nie Li, I'm very happy that you remember me, but I've grown accustomed to this body. Becoming a spiritual block isn't bad either. Whether I revive sooner or later doesn't matter. I should still save Deep Tong first. Nie Li nodded. And the scene shifts to somewhere in the Lord's mansion, inside the secret chamber where the heavy stone door has closed. Diep Mak and Diep Tuvan stand outside, both with expectant expressions. Nie Li sat in the secret chamber drawing many runes on the wall, his face extremely focused. He took out the soul mirror and looked down at it intently. The figure of Diep Tong appeared, and Nie Li sighed. Master father-in-law. Nie Li let out a deep breath, then performed a spell, focusing all his soul power. The soul mirror glowed as he took out the life essence, and the water inside spun in a circle, swirling outward before gradually condensing as Diep Tong's soul emerged from the mirror and merged into the water. A shadow slowly appeared, time passing as the sun rose high. Deep Mak stands outside with Deep Tuvan, worried, and asks, Why isn't it finished yet? It's already been 5 days. Grandpa, the resurrection ritual Nie Li mentioned takes 5 or 6 days. He can definitely do it. We have to trust him. Deep Tong asked in surprise. What is going on here? Is this the underworld? Nie Li is still panting heavily like a dog. Deep Tong has now been revived, but he's just a child and still without clothes. He asked his son-in-law, Nie Li, are you also dead? Nie Li looked at Diep Tong and was so stunned he couldn't say a word. After a moment, he finally spoke and replied, Father-in-law, to save your life, all my soul power has been drained. Diep Tong asked in confusion, Save your life. Is it really possible to die and come back to life in this world? Then, looking at his tiny hand, Diep Tong angrily asked his son-in-law, What did you do, Nie Li? Nie Li sneered and replied, It's not my fault. This is a reformation of the flesh body. Your clone body is formed from the condensation of the life essence. The life essence in my hand is only this much. Just use it for now. If you can condense it into a small body like that, I've already exhausted all my strength. Deep Tong angrily glared at his son-in-law and shouted, You all are so unreasonable. Nie Li sighed bitterly. Father-in-law, I don't want you to look at me like that. I still have to call you father-in-law. This is in true hardship. Deep Tong angrily asked, so when exactly can I return to my original form? Master father-in-law, you really got a great deal. The body you condensed using this life essence is not only rejuvenated, but also a pure yang body. I don't want this pure yang body. Tell me when I can return to my original form. Nie Li replied. That might be possible once you reach the realm of Wutong, because Wutong experts can change their appearance at will. Deep Tong asked again, what is the realm of the martial sovereign, and is there a higher realm beyond the legend? Nie Li confirmed that, of course, the legend is just the beginning of cultivation. Above the legend are the heavenly mandate, the heavenly spirit, the heavenly transformation, and the dragon path, and beyond that is the martial ancestor. Don't worry, it will be very soon, Deep Tong shouted in anger. Huh? It takes me tens of years to reach the black gold level, and to cultivate to the martial sovereign realm, isn't it supposed to take hundreds of years? I don't care. Just let me grow up now. Nie Li replied to his father-in-law with a bitter smile. I can't do this either, I can only rely on myself. Actually, it's very quick. Respected father-in-law, no need to be discouraged. Deep Tong shouted again. You. Time passes. Nie Li opens the door to find Deep Mak and Deep Tuvan outside, both silent. Deep Mak asks, Nie Li, did the ceremony fail? Deep Tuvan also widened his eyes and asked, Nie Li? Nie Li happily replies, it's a success. Deep Mak wonders, then why are you the only one coming out? Then looking inside, Deep Tuvan also wondered, so where is my father? Nie Li replied, Lord Father-in-law, he has indeed come back to life, but he just feels he has no face to meet everyone. Deep Mak wondered what it meant that he had no face to meet us. At this moment, Diep Tong, still a young boy, stepped out from the secret chamber looking quite pitiful. Diep Mak widened his eyes in surprise and asked, who is he? Why are you in the secret chamber? Deep Tong respectfully said, Father, I am Deep Tong. Deep Mak, surprised, asked Deep Tong, then turned to his son-in-law and asked, Nie Li, are you trying to trick me with a child? Nie Li shrugged and replied, of course not. How dare you deceive someone? You probably still remember what your childhood appearance looked like, right? Deep Mak stared in shock. Deep Tuvan thought to himself, what should we do now? Do I really have to call this 3-year-old child my father? Nie Li said with a bitter smile. I'm out of options now. The body of the respected father-in-law was formed using the life essence, but the material is limited. However, once he cultivates to the warlord realm, he will naturally be able to change his appearance at will. Deep Tong agrees that this is correct. Nie Li added, this is also understandable. The demon lord can possess others' bodies through the spiritual tether technique, and Master Na Fu entered the body formed by the life essence spring. I wonder if everyone understands what I mean. Deep Mak replied disappointedly, I can understand, but I still can't believe that you are Deep Tong in front of me. Meanwhile, Deep Tong sighed heavily. Nie Li looked again and chuckled. Diep Tong angrily shouted, Kid, are you still happy about this? So Nie Li immediately shut up. Deep Tuvan also spoke up to defend Nie Li. Grandpa, Nie Li probably isn't joking about this, so let's check if he's really our great father. When Deep Tuvan asked his old man what was the keepsake his mother gave him when he was young, Deep Tong answered immediately, To Lin Deep Hoa. Deep Mak raised a finger and asked, This question must be known by many people. I will ask something others do not know. If you can answer correctly, I will acknowledge you as Diep Tong. Diep Tong bowed his head and replied, Please ask, father. Deep Tong replied, When I was 13, you hit me once, so what was the reason? Hearing this, Deep Tong's face flushed with anger. Then he shamefully responded, Father, why do you have to ask that question? Of course, because only you and I know about this. Father, can you ask a different question? Deep Mak plainly objects. No. Deep Tong hesitated. This. Deep Mak replied disappointedly, I really hoped you weren't the Deep Tong I know. Yep. Lie. I know you have good intentions to comfort me, but I also know you can't bring the dead back to life. It's a pity for the old man to send the young to their graves. Nie Li replied no, and then asked Diep Tong, Why didn't you say anything? Father-in-law? If you don't tell him, how can Lord Deep Mak confirm it? You clearly know. Deep Mak and Deep Tu. Van both looked down sadly. Deep Tong hesitated, saying, If I reveal it at 13, where would my face be then? Does reputation really matter that much? Are you really so heartless to let Lord Nakong be so hurt? All right, wasn't it me who wet my pants back then? Nie Li asked in surprise. You peed your pants? You're still peeing your pants at 13? Deep Tuvan blushed shyly. Deep Tong also wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. Deep Mac orders, keep going. Nephew Li here chuckles mischievously. You don't need to be so embarrassed. Being 13 might be a bit old after all. Who didn't wet their pants when they were little? Deep Tong was about to bang his head to death to end Quach's misery, but Deep Mac just looked on expectantly. Deep Tong sweatily explained, At 13, I accidentally saw Tuvan's mother bathing and almost got caught, so I hid in the built-in wall cupboard for 3 hours before I couldn't hold it anymore. Deep Tuvan exclaimed in shock, Father, Nie Li praised you. You're quite quick. Deep Tong just pointed and said, That was just my carelessness. Nie Li pretended to tease. Oh, so you hid in the built-in wall cabinet and stayed there for 3 watch shifts because of carelessness. Deep Tuvan giggles and covers his mouth. Deep Mac confirms, Are you really Deep Tong? Deep Tong was startled and stiffened. Deep Mac had lifted him up suddenly, and he hurriedly shouted, Father! Deep Tuvan also moved and called Deep Tong father. Deep Tong said to Deep Mac, Let me down. Deep Mac calls his son, Deep Tong. Deep Tong calls his father, Father. Niece Li here says to her father-in-law, Esteemed father-in-law, it's been many years, and Lord Diep Mac has never elevated anyone like this before. Today is a good opportunity to experience it. Diep Tong angrily says, You little brat. Then I felt something poke my face, and Diep Tong thought to himself, a sharp point. So it turns out Diep Mac had kissed his cheek with a quick peck. Deep Tong shouts in horror, Deep Mac happily says, I didn't expect my son to really come back to life. That's great. Deep Tong silently thought, Father, during the time I was dead, you must have endured a lot. Then Deep Tong reached out his small hand to touch Deep Mac's hair. After so many years, my father and I rarely met, and that encounter unexpectedly became a parting of life and death. Returning to the mortal world, I can't just say it's a feeling. Perhaps I would cherish the person in front of me even more. But lifting it up like that feels a bit strange. Deep Mac happily asked, Do you want to eat candy, Deep Tong? Ha, I will arrange for someone to prepare it. That's right, Dad. I remember you liked Indy's candy on the corner of the street the most. Yes, I forgot. Indy is over 120 years old now. She hasn't been making candy for a long time. It really is a strange feeling. Deep Tong lowered his head and then glanced at his son-in-law. Niece Li, you little brat, you've ruined me so I look like this. I will punish you by not letting you see Tuvan for half a month. Nie Li sat down and said to Diep Tong, If you just reincarnated and your body is still too weak, you might really wet your pants in the middle of the night. I have a special method to treat bedwetting. Do you want to try it? Old Master Deep shouted angrily, Do you dare insult me, you little brat? Nie Li replied seriously, I'm not joking, sir. If you really wet the bed in the middle of the night, it could affect your reputation. And then the whole Guanghui Chi city would know, which would be very bad. Nie Li explains, Your physical body is formed from the condensation of the life essence, and as it gradually gathers into a true form, there will be many water components that need to be expelled. It might be unavoidable to urinate in bed while sleeping. Deep Tong asked again, So, what is your method then? Nie Li grinned without answering and asked back, So what about you and Tuvan? Diep Tong asked angrily. Are you daring to threaten me now? Nie Li chuckled mischievously and replied, I dare not. I dare not. I just want to help the respected father-in-law, Diep Tong angrily retorted. As long as I don't interfere, that's fine. Nie Li then handed over a thick book and said, This is the Heavenly Origin Divine Technique, best suited for the flesh body condensed from the life essence selection. The current body of the person with the heavenly primordial power is very strong, and their cultivation speed surpasses that of ordinary people. With this cultivation technique, Master Father said you might be able to reach martial sect quickly, and then change your appearance to restore your original look. Deep Tong asked curiously, Is it really possible to recover to the original state? Nie Li calmly replied, Not even the original appearance. Turning into a woman is also fine. After hearing that, Diep Tong widened his eyes and glared at his son-in-law. Nie Li stood up and said, "No need to be polite. Consider it a small gift from me to your esteemed father-in-law." Deep Tong angrily asked, "What did you say?" Nie Li sneered and replied, "Ha ha ha ha, just kidding. Your father-in-law should focus on practicing." Right now, Doja entered and said, "I've arranged some people to gradually move the residents of Guanghui City to the martial god sect." Nie Li asked curiously, "How did you find this secret chamber?" Dutrak replied, "Kuong, call me here." Nie Li asked again, "Who is it?" Moving the scene to above the city wall, Diep Mak looked down below and then sighed heavily. Diep Li comforted him, saying, "Musician, there's no need to feel regretful. Leaving Quang Hui Chi City, we will go to a better place. If we want to return later, of course we still can. By then beasts won't threaten us anymore." Deep Mak replied, "We used to think that Quang Hui Chi City was the only human nation, and our ancestors fought for generations just to survive here. Now I understand that Quang Hui Chi City in this world is just a tiny piece of land." Nie Li replied, "That's right. Outside is an endless vast heaven and earth. Only by going out can we realize that Guanghui City is just a tiny fortress in the world of Little Lin Lung, and the world of Little Lin Lung is just one of the 3 small worlds. The Longu realm above is just one of the 3 great worlds beyond this place, is an endless vast domain." Deep Mak sighs. We in the past really were like frogs at the bottom of a well. But as soon as he finished speaking, a terrible explosion occurred. Deep Mak wondered what it was, and Hiep Lai identified it as the direction of the Lord's mansion. Nep Lai waved his hand. The explosion on the other side was stopped, and then the shock wave was absorbed. Deep Tavan asked curiously, "Nep Lai, what's going on?" "It seems that I have already sensed it. The formation has been triggered on the way to the Black Abyss world." Neepli then asked, "Could that formation be the sword breaker?" After saying that, the mad old man's image reappears. Nie Li rushes forward and says, "Let's go see." When Neep Li's group arrived, everyone was stunned. Deep Mak also looked surprised. Nie Li looked down into the pit and said, "The formation is destroyed." Duja and Luke Fu both shouted with their swords, then jumped down. Niep Li carefully observes and then says, "Wait a moment." The dust is gradually clearing, and a figure appears inside, gasping for breath. The sword fragment crashes down, and both hands support themselves on the ground. He groaned a few times before falling face down on the ground. Dutrak and Luke Fieu shouted together for the sword, then the 2 jumped down. Neep Li widened her eyes and suddenly felt a murderous aura, then shouted loudly to alert her companions, "Something's wrong, be careful." The 2 of them, Dutrak and Luke Fieu, looked at each other in confusion. "What? Huh. Be careful, Little Lin Lung, there's still more to this world." But Luke Fieu's eyes turned bloodshot, then both Dutrak and Luke Fieu were blasted into the sky. Luke Fieu and Dutrak fell to the ground, screaming in agony. "Ah. Nisli nervously turned to ask, "Dutrak and Luke Fieu, are you both okay? I secretly think there is an extremely terrifying aura nearby." Zujan replied, "I am fine," but secretly thought that with one strike he could have injured Long Dao Jing, who is me. Luke Fieu here screams like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah!" The old man strolled out crazily, huffing and puffing. Nie Li suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Deep Tuvan, worried, called Neep Li. Neep Li thought to himself, "He only locked onto me with his aura. I absolutely cannot move. The old man announced that the black prison world was created by me, and you are destroying its rules. Grandpa, are we misunderstanding something? Did we break any rules?" The old man replied, "All those who leave the Black Abyss world cannot return. That is its rule." Neely looked at the sword and said to the old man, "We don't know this rule, so if you don't know, you're not at fault." The old man replied calmly, "So he is still alive, but this no longer matters. I came for you." Niepli was stunned and said, "So that's how it is." The old man calmly told Nie Li, "Maybe you already know I want to kill you." Luke Fieu shouted in horror, "Ah, this is bad." Niep Li calmly approached the old man and said, "The boundless origin has no limits, no beginning, no end. You and I are both inheritors of Emperor Kongming. We must fight each other to gain each other's strength. Am I right?" Niep Li said that, but inside he was terrified and couldn't gauge his opponent's strength at all, only feeling that he was no match for him. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, then he shook his head and said to Nie Li, "If only you were stronger now. Killing you wouldn't help me level up much." Nie Li replied, "Senior, that cultivation method might be a trap, just trying to make us slaughter each other." The old man asked again, "Is that so?" "It's a pity. I have already experienced that. I have killed 2 inheritors of the non-Ming emperor, one of whom came from the celestial god temple. Are you my brother as well?" "Heh heh heh." Nie Li asked further, "So have you obtained their power yet?" The old man replied, "Not only have I taken their power, but under the stimulation of our bloodline, my strength has increased by more than just a few levels. On this side, Yeziun is enlightening Xiaoning Shu about not being Emperor Ming, and I, Nie Li, previously found his hideout, but I have never heard that Nie Li is the heir of Emperor Kong Ming, nor about this kind of rule." The old man said to Nie Li, "Now only you and I remain as the heirs of Emperor Kong Ming." Coughing to myself, I think he's too weak to kill. Nie Li silently observes that this old man is so crazy, yet when it comes to his brother, his face turns cold. Perhaps he's always haunted by the hand he used to kill. Nie Li then asked, "Why did you kill your own brother Senior? Is cultivation really that important?" The old man coldly replied, Under the guidance of fate, my brother and I can only keep moving forward. Since practicing the 10 Crosses true spell, my brother and I have been relentlessly hunting other heirs, eventually killing the heavenly god ancestor, but my brother was also severely wounded, and in the end, he sacrificed himself for me. Whether it's worth it or not to lose your loved ones for the sake of cultivation, I have never known. I have been like a wandering ghost for over 3,000 years now. Now that you are the last heir, there must finally be a battle between you and me." Nie Li calmly replied, "I don't think so. I believe the senior has already had doubts in his heart. Why did Emperor Wu Ming keep the stone stele? We are like trapped in a cage, fighting each other, while the people outside are still watching us. That is why you, senior, haven't attacked me yet. Waiting until only you are left, then it's time for those outside to step in." The old man crazily praised, "You are very clever. I have only understood this after many years of contemplation. Emperor Bu Ming is not dead. I have also cultivated this principle myself." Nie Li asked in surprise, "If the senior understood, then why didn't we join forces?" The old man sneered and asked back, "Join forces? Ha ha ha! Do you really think your current strength is enough? Kid, you might need 100 more years of training to catch up with me today." Nie Li replied, "Well, that's not certain either. Emperor Wu Ming has extraordinary talent and has trained for countless years. His cultivation level is already beyond measure, so relying solely on strength to fight might not guarantee victory." The old man responded, If strength isn't enough to ensure victory, then what method do you think should be used?" Nie Li replied, "On the martial sect, the divine level is the highest, and divine beings hold the rules. First, we need to understand what rule Emperor Wu Ming holds." The old man asked again, "Do you know?" Nie Li replied, "What he holds is one of the strongest laws in the world, which is life and death." The old man paused for a moment and then asked, "Why do you know?" Nie Li explains, "To make disciples slaughter each other to gain the strength of their opponents, this is one of the rules of the death and life law." The old man asks, "So how can this death and life law be broken?" Nie Li firmly replied, "If there is a chance, Senior must fight a life and death battle with Emperor Kong Ming, but at least not now. To defeat Emperor Kong Ming, you must find another type, at least a law that can be on par with the law of life and death." The old man asked again, "A law on par?" Nie Li confirms, "Yes, there are only a few laws in this world that can be comparable to the law of life and death, such as the laws of time and space, light and darkness. Think about it. If you always cultivate martial arts like Emperor Wu Ming, how can you possibly defeat him?" The old man asked again, "So where can we find these laws?" Nie Li didn't answer but asked another question, "Senior, have you been to the Longqiu border realm?" The old man confirms he has been there, but he still hasn't found any trace of Emperor Kong Ming, so he returned. Nie Li continued, "What about the holy demon ancestral land? Have you gone through it or not?" The old man replied, "No." Nie Li raised a question. In the Long Ku universe, the demon path has a 1,000-year cycle to reach the heavenly demon realm and the holy demon realm, and now the time for their opening has arrived. This caused the old man to be stunned. Nie Li continued, Senior, why not go to the Longyu region to search? If I can enter the holy demon ancestral land and defeat the heavenly demon there, I might be able to obtain a law. As for how to acquire the law, it depends on the fate of my senior. The old man looked suspicious and asked, "Do you really not mean to deceive me, kid?" Nie Li replied, "I would never dare to lie to you, senior." After hearing that, the old man performed a sword gesture and then shot a stream of power directly into Nie Li's forehead, causing him to scream in pain. Ah. Nie Li recoiled in horror, still crying out in pain. Ah, 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 while the old man beside him swallowed nervously, gulping. Diep Tu Van and Tu Nung Ni, run over to support Nie Li and cheer. Nie Li, Nie Li, Nie Li, calm down, I'm fine. The elder has used the heavenly reason tracking seal on me. The old man confirms, "That's right, kid, you can recognize the heavenly reason tracking seal again." "Of course I recognize it, senior. You don't need to worry that I will run away. I won't seek other rules. I will still die at the hands of Emperor Kongming as before. If I find out you lied to me, you already know what the outcome will be the next time I catch you," Nie Li respectfully said. "I do not dare to deceive the senior. I hope we can join forces to defeat Emperor Kongming together." The old man agreed. "All right, I will trust you this once. I will go to the Longyu realm to see how to enter the Saint Demon's ancestral land." Nie Li said with a flattering smile to the old man, "Take your time, senior, for a safe journey. Next time, let's have tea together." The old man patted Nie Li on the shoulder with a knowing look and said in a stern voice, "All right, you'd better not be lying to me." As he finished, the old man's figure suddenly vanished, leaving Nie Li trembling with fear, exclaiming in horror, "Ah, ah, 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 this murderous aura." Looking down into the deep pit below, he hurriedly urged his companions, "Quick, check on Duanjian." Two figures, Zhou Zhan and Liu Fei, immediately rushed down, calling out repeatedly, "Duanjian, Duanjian." Luke Fio quickly helped the person up, took out a medicinal pill and urged, "Eat quickly." As Don Kiem's battered arm gradually recovered, he opened his eyes wide and stared at everything around him. Nie Li gently asked, "How are you, Duanjian?" The other replied, "I'm fine. Duanjian has caused trouble for my master." Nie Li pretended to be angry and scolded, "Take good care of your injuries. If we meet again, it won't be that easy. If you dare to touch my people, he will definitely pay the price." Hearing that, Duanjian advised, "Master, his strength is too great, even stronger than the martial saint of the great divine sex." Nie Li calmly replied, "Old debts have been paid, and future ones will be paid as well. Take good care of your injuries and don't lose so badly next time." Duanjian obediently listened and said yes. Seeing your friend's confidence, Lu Piao wondered, "Nie Li, did you really tell that old man the method to obtain the law? If he obtains the power of the law, wouldn't it be even harder to deal with him?" Nie Li nodded in confirmation. "That's right," Lu Piao asked in horror. "Huh." Heap Li calmly explained, "That old man is our enemy. The Saint Demon clan is also our enemy. Isn't it good for us to let them fight each other? If both sides are injured, we might as well sit back and profit from the chaos." Luke Fio nodded in agreement. "That also makes sense. So, the death law is actually what?" Nie Li sighed with a bitter smile and admitted, "I don't know how could I possibly know what rule the Dark Lord of Nothing has. It's all just made up." Diep Tu Van asked in surprise, "Did you make that up?" "I also haven't met Emperor Kongming. If it weren't for what you just said to scare that old man, he would have already made his move." Diep Tu Van sighed in frustration, saying, "You can turn death into life just by talking." Nie Li hurried to justify himself. "Things are too cruel in this world. Honest people will die quickly. I am also helpless. Even an honest person like me can only be a little more cunning." This statement left the two wives speechless. In the following period, Nie Li's group began their search in the world of Little Ling Lung. As he soared through the sky, Nie Li pondered that the world of Shaolin Lung was sealed by a powerful expert. Outsiders couldn't enter, and without special means there was no way back. This place hid many treasures, allowing his consciousness to advance rapidly, but he still couldn't find where the Love Spirit Book of Time and Space was ultimately located. Flying in the sky, looking down at the desolate land, there's nothing but a few reptiles. Nie Li looked surprised. Don't tell me the Time Spirit Book and even the Desert Divine Palace can't be found." With his current strength, searching the entire desert is just a matter of a moment. Sensing something unusual, he vanished and entered the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram. Vu Diem, also training inside, sensed his presence and slowly opened her eyes. Nie Li looked at Vu Diem and quietly assessed the increasing strength of the goddess's aura around her. With this recovery speed, I could even fight a martial ancestor. He spoke. Oh, Sister Vu Diem. She asked about that. I have a request. Vu Diem replied, go ahead. Nie Li explained, I previously asked you to go back to the little spirit world to search for the time and space love spirit Chitu, but I still couldn't find it, so I want to invite you to help me search the little spirit world and see if there are any treasures here that can help us. Vu Diem agreed after hearing this. All right, I will use my divine sense to search a bit. Then she clasped her hands together and performed a spell. Kim Dan, who was bored of sleeping, also woke up. Vu Diem kept releasing her divine sense and said to Nie Li, I will pass on the information I obtained through my divine sense to you. Nie Li nodded and accepted the news, saying, yes. I didn't expect the world of Little Ling Lung to still contain so many divine-grade treasures. Vu Diem confirmed that was natural. The world of Little Ling Lung before it was sealed was once a battleground of gods. Nie Li was surprised, the land of war gods. Vu Diem explained, that's right, this world is where a great war among the gods took place. Nie Li finally realized, so that's how it is, but after so many years, why hasn't anyone come to take these treasures? Vu Diem explained it to him. You don't understand, divine objects with souls will choose their own owners. If their spirit and the law of power are not in harmony, even if you find them, they might not belong to you. Nie Li then understood a bit, and as time passed, he gathered his close friends and told them, that's how it is. I will tell you the location of the treasure. Each of you, go find your luck. Luke Fu happily asked, do we really have a chance to find divine objects? Nie Li confirmed, yes, the world of Shaolin Lung definitely has the most divine objects, but to gain their recognition, you must also show a new demeanor. Duja asked confusedly, I don't quite understand how to show off my demeanor. Nie Li replied, I believe that the way to gain the recognition of divine objects is perhaps a pure heart always directed forward, combined with understanding of the heavenly way, trying to resonate with the divine object. After hearing this, Vu Diem wondered for himself about the concept of a pure heart, always directed forward. Nie Li put her hand on her forehead, then said, I will pass on the exact location to you all. Let's go, we will meet again in 10 days, Lu Pu cheerfully shouted. Then I'll go ahead. After finishing, he shot off quickly. Detrak turned to Vainam and said, we're leaving now. Vainam replied, next time we meet, the team gradually disperses, leaving only Nie Li, Diep Tu Van, and Tiu Nagyung Ni. Nie Li said to the two women, the members of Quang Hui's branch can finish moving very quickly, so we might as well go find our luck. Jing Noi and Diep Tu Van nodded together. All three of them flew out over the sea and stopped above a small island. Nie Li said, this is the place. He narrowed his eyes and looked down, sensing the strange energy emanating from the island, then shouted, the barrier. Diep Tu Van looked down and asked, is that divine artifact inside this small island? Tu Nung He also wondered what was hidden on the island, and Nie Li asked Vu Diem beside her, Vu Diem, sister, the divine object you sensed is right here. But this barrier is quite strong, probably divine level, and with our strength, we probably can't break through it. Vu Diem observed for a moment, then replied, yes, it's a divine level barrier. Nie Li sighed, no wonder these divine artifacts have always remained undisturbed. Vu Diem added, I can feel that the divine object below is extremely powerful. Nie Li looked curious, not knowing what it was, and went to check it out. After saying that, he shot down, touched the barrier, and muttered, this barrier, I don't know what kind of law it was formed by. Vu Diem begins casting a spell and warns, Nie Li, step back and let me try to see if I can break this barrier. Nie Li looks on in surprise as lightning suddenly appears over the calm sea. Tu Nguyen He and Diep Tu Van stared in shock as suddenly a streak of meteor fire shot across the sky. Vu Diem waved her hand, and the meteor flame crashed into the barrier, causing a shock wave that knocked Nie Li back. He sighed. Wow, the meteor fire is really powerful. Has the goddess's strength reached this level? The smoke billows thickly, but when the island appears, it remains intact as before. Vu Diem exclaimed, "Huh, this barrier seems to have no damage at all." Nie Li was stunned. What exactly is this barrier? Vu Diem explains that the divine artifact on the central island below is extremely powerful, and its divine power is still holding up the barrier. Nie Li recognizes it as the power of the divine artifact and decides to sense it again. Then Nie Li placed his hand on the barrier. A wave of starry energy rippled out, and he was stunned for a moment before saying, "This is temporal and spatial energy." Vu Diem ran over and asked, "Temporal and spatial energy?" Nie Li confirms that it is the most mysterious time-space power among all divine powers. Then he reaches into his chest to pull out 2 pages from the Time-Space Love Spirit book. The 2 pages of the book floated up. Nie Li retreated, burning his soul energy, and shouted, "A!" He gathered his soul energy into his arms, swung his fists at the barrier. "I understand now. The 2 missing pages of the Time-Space Spirit book emit time-space energy. An explosion appears, shattering the time-space barrier. Nie Li reaches into the air, and the 2 pages fly back. He quickly flies into the crack in the barrier. Vu Diem saw this and immediately flew after them. The barrier gradually closed again, and then restored to its original state. Tiun Ngun He was stunned into silence, while Diep Tu Van sighed. The barrier has recovered. Nie Li remembers he previously transmitted many locations of treasures to us. Let's split up and check it out. Tiun Ngun He nodded vigorously. Then the 2 girls flew in different directions. On this side, Nie Li had landed, looked around the forest, and asked in surprise, "Is this a time-space deer?" Vu Diem wondered, "Is this the time deer? I heard very few people can see them." Nie Li explained that the barrier outside is a time-space barrier that remains open, which is why these time-space deer are kept here. These deer can cross through time and space, and seeing even one before was considered lucky. I never expected to encounter a whole herd like this. Suddenly, Nie Li felt dizzy and overwhelmed, clutching his head and shouting loudly, "Ah!" Vu Diem anxiously called out his name. Vu Diem channels his spiritual power into Nie Li's head to soothe him, saying, "Are you okay? Let me treat you." Nie Li was still groaning in pain when suddenly he fainted and collapsed face down on the ground, causing Vu Diem to panic and shout, "Nie Li! Nie Li!" A while later, all Nie Li could see was darkness. Haktumomatra, but he found himself in the desert. He dazedly crawled up, saw the grand divine palace ahead, and wondered, "This is the divine palace desert, huh?" But then a familiar figure appeared before her, and Nie Li wondered, "Is that not myself? What am I doing? Is my past life really here?" Nie Li pinches her arm wildly and asks, "Is this a dream? It hurts so much." The Nie Li from the past placed his hand on the heavy door. Nie Li looked over blankly and called out, "Hello." But the other person didn't respond, as if they didn't hear. In the previous life, Heap Li opened the door, and then Heap Li on this side looked on blankly before continuing into the divine palace, walking between 2 statues of gods. The previous Heap Li stopped on the stone platform, reaching out with surprise and exclaiming, "That is..." I saw the previous life holding the time-forbidden spirit leaf book and flipping through its pages rapidly. Nie Li stepped forward, climbed the stairs, stared at the bookshelf with the time and space spirit leaf book, touched the book, and sighed. So that's how it was. The desert divine palace has always been there, but it has never truly existed. This is truly the wonder of time and space. The time and space, love spirit, leaf book only exists in the void of time and space. In my past life, I was able to meet it only at a certain point in time and space, like a temporal deer, existing in one moment and gone the next. This is the true wonder of time and space. At this moment, the divine palace gradually disappears. Nie Li appears outside holding a book of the void spirit time book, then suddenly collapses face down into the sand. The island surrounded by a barrier suddenly loses it, and the lush green trees also vanish. Nie Li still lies on the ground with her face down. After a moment of silence, Vu Diem quietly says, "The barrier is gone. The aura of the divine object has disappeared. It seems we are still not destined. We cannot obtain that divine item. Nie Li suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, that's not quite right. Huh? Nie Li, have you already obtained the divine object? But you only fainted. Nie Li stood up, stretched, and replied, because I have comprehended the mysteries and laws of the time and space, I obtained the Time and Space Love Spirit book. Vudium asked in surprise, I didn't see you take any book. Nie Li explains that because the time and space spirit leaf exists within the fabric of time and space, as long as one comprehends the laws of the time and space, they can obtain it at any moment. Then, a purple book appears in Nie Li's hand, which he affirms is the time and space spirit leaf. Did you succeed? Vu Diem confirmed. That's right, this is the strongest treasure in the world. Vu Diem exclaimed in surprise. Actually, I don't understand this. Nie Li explained further, the strongest things in this world are time and space. Time can make everything vanish into smoke, and space can tear everything apart. With this time and space spirit leaf, we will have the power to oppose the Holy Emperor. How do you plan to use the time and space spirit leaf book to oppose the Holy Emperor? Nie Li flew up and replied, you will see soon enough. Let's gather everyone first. Time passes, Lu Piao has obtained a dragon-headed spear. He twirls it effortlessly, then declares, Nie Li, I finally found you. See what I've managed to get. Nie Li asked in surprise, is this the Chaos Divine Dragon Spear? Liu Piao was also astonished. Do you know it? It seems I was drawn to it at a volcano entrance where I found it. It possesses divine power that never ceases and is very close to my own breath. It really seems like it was born for me. Not bad at all. Xiu Chen took out a gem and said, I found a glass bead that might be able to activate the spiritual energy within my body. Nie Li was surprised. This is probably the Thuong Lam Bao Chao, which can greatly accelerate your cultivation speed. Tu Nung Hia shyly said, I got a piece of inner armor. Nie Li looked at Tu Nung Ni and commented, inner armor. It's not very convenient here tonight, I will help her. But Diep Tu Van's hand suddenly slapped this guy's face, making Nie Li scream out loud. Van, what did you get this time? Deep Tu Van replied, I found a necklace that contains a very powerful storm and lightning divine power. It seems to be something left by my ancestors. After wearing it all, my secret techniques have doubled. Nie Li asked in surprise, is it the thing I gave you in the ancient tomb? Diep Tu Van replied, I moved to a different environment. Luke Fu asked his friend, Nie Li, what about you? What did you manage to get? I myself? Ha ha. So he used the Time Love Spirit book and then performed the hand seal. The time and space around Lin Chi Thu spun in circles above them. Then the book kept opening on its own. Lu Piao and his friends stared in amazement, and in front of them was an enormous library. Truong Min asked in surprise, where is this place and why did we suddenly arrive here? Nie Li replied, this is an infinite universe of time and space. Millions of secret manuals are stored here, and all the strongest cultivation techniques in the world are here. Duja asked in amazement, an infinite universe of time and space? Vu Diem also asked in amazement, are all the books here secret manuals then? Then looked in awe at a book and said, this is the Heavenly Fire Sacred Scripture, an ancient lost manual said to grant world-destroying power when mastered to the extreme. Nie Li confirms, yes, there are many lost secret manuals here. Luke Fio praises your treasure. Nie Li, it's incredibly powerful, with many secret manuals we can learn from. Detrak reminds him, if Luke Fio tries to take too much, he'll choke himself to death. The cultivation techniques we practice have been carefully chosen by Nie Li to suit us. Reaching the limit would take a lifetime. Nie Li added, these things here are much better than we imagined because they have an extremely powerful ability which is to lock down time and space. Diep Tu Van asked in surprise, what is that time and space lock? Nie Li explains, in this endless time and space, a few decades here are only like 1 hour outside, so if you're interested, you can cultivate all the secret scriptures here. The group of Vei Nam Truong Min all exclaimed in shock. What? Detrak asked in surprise. Is this Time and Space Love Spirit Leaf book really that powerful? Nie Li replied, it is the strongest magic treasure in the world, and it can also be divided into independent spaces. He sighed and said, unfortunately, only up to 10 people can be here. Otherwise, I would let everyone in. Vu also said, even so, it is already very powerful. Nie Li confirms everyone should quickly cultivate and strive to break through to the Dragon Dao realm and martial sovereign. Luke Fio tells everyone that time here passes very slowly, so there's no need to rush. If we practice some secret techniques here and learn a few more soul skills when we go out, then we will be invincible in the world. Nie Li reminded him you can't have been wrong and then become more wrong. Luke Fio looked blankly and asked, yeah, Nie Li added, our opponent is the Holy Emperor. Even with the Time Spirit book, it's not easy to deal with him. Luke Fio sweatfully asked again, no way, is the Saint Emperor really that strong? Nie Li confirmed. That's right, he is the strongest person in the world. The Holy Emperor is not only the strongest, but he also has a group of disciples who are very powerful. We have to do our best to stand a chance against them. Detrak also said, Nie Li, we must become stronger. I believe that with our strength we can defeat him. Lu Piao also agreed, saying, I don't believe that with so many of us we can't beat him. Nie Li agreed, yes, we can definitely do it. The Lord of Guanghui City. Nie Li suddenly appeared here, looking down and seeing the group of people packing up and leaving. When Du Troc ran out and asked, Nie Li, is this the last group? Now all the people of Guanghui City have moved to Wu Tantong. I've already arranged powerful guardians from Thantong along the way, and Lord Deep Mak, Lord Than Chu, as well as Diep Dien Thuito are also heading there. Wu Thantong has also arranged many resources and treasures. I believe their strength can quickly improve. He replied, Guanghui City is the final battleground where humans confront the demon beasts. Demon spirit masters who can survive here are the most determined people. In the Longku realm, they will grow stronger. Dutrech, you've worked hard these 2 days. Luke Few and the others are still training. You should also seize the chance to step into the martial sect realm soon. These 2 days outside are equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation inside. Zhao Zhucheng, for the sake of Guanghui's success, these are all things that need to be done. Moreover, breakthroughs require opportunities. Relying solely on effort won't suffice. On the contrary, Nie Li, you yourself must also be very careful. I think our actions in the little spirit world might have attracted some attention. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Dutrac confirms, if you are prepared, then I am also at ease. Come here. Then Dutrac re-enters the Time Spirit book of the demonic spirit. Nie Li on this side closes the Time Spirit tree, and then quietly observes the empty radiant city below before disappearing. Inside the Time Spirit tree, Nie Li just poked his head in and saw several independent spaces, one of which belonged to Lu Piao. His eyes shining brightly, the man raised his spear joyfully, shouting, Ha ha! Behold my invincible divine dragon spear. Then unleashed a powerful move, each spear emitting golden light, culminating in a faintly visible dragon. The dragon charged straight into the mountain wall, instantly blasting away a section of the mountain, and Luke Few stared in shock before breaking into a joyful laugh. Ha ha ha! Lu Shu, I am truly a genius. I have quickly mastered the Chaos Primordial Divine Dragon Spear, a martial arts master of the Void Realm. Don't even think about being disrespectful in front of me. It's a pity that little niece Lai is not here, otherwise he would definitely be defeated by my talent. Nie Li also ran out of words. Vu Diem said to him, Nie Li, this time-space love spirit herb is truly miraculous. Maybe not long from now they will all step into the martial saint realm. Nie Li replied, yes, but perhaps my cultivation level is still not enough to fully unleash the power of the time and space spirit leaf. The time here stopping is actually shorter than I expected. Then he looked into another independent space, realizing that Diep Tuvan was training inside, surrounded by the power of frost wind. Nie Li sighed. With this upgrade to the necklace, Zivan is probably just one step away from becoming a martial king. Then he turned his gaze to another independent space where Tu Nung Ni was sitting, staring at her own body and muttering, the Tai Ko armor is really strange. It seems I can't activate it using the power of the love spirit. How exactly can I activate it? If only Nie Li were here, he would definitely know. Then she remembered what he said earlier, the divine armor. I guess it's not very convenient here. Tonight, I will help you. Tu Dengung He blushed shyly. Suddenly Nie Li appeared behind her and said, I am here. Tu Dengung He jumped in surprise and shouted, Nie Li. I see this divine soul armor might have been left behind by a powerful expert. Using the power of the spirit beast is obviously useless. You need to activate it with soul force. After hearing this, Tiu Nung Ni muttered, "Soul force," then activating it with soul force. But there was no result. So she said nothing in response. Nie Li explained, activating the divine soul armor requires a unique soul technique. Using ordinary elemental power like that obviously won't activate it. All right, let me teach you. Then he reached out and tapped her forehead. A sharp sound echoed, and Tiu Nung Ni began to moan softly. Then Van Chu appeared in her mind. Tio Ngung Ni thought this was a soul technique. Nie Li reminded her, "Try again." Tiu Nung Ni happily agreed. Then she raised her hand to seal the spell, and the inscriptions on her inner armor began to glow before being activated. Tiu Ngung Ni's armor lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, the wind and thunder dragon wings technique. It's activating itself." Then a pillar of light burst forth, shining straight into the sky, and lightning appeared behind Tiu Ngung Ni, followed by the growth of a pair of wings. Nie Li clicked his tongue, humming, "Powerful soul force indeed." Vu Diem also reached out and said, "This level of soul attack might even be unstoppable by a martial saint." Seeing Nie Li staring at her intently, Xiaoyuni's face turned red, and she quickly put her shirt back on. "Come on, there's nothing to be shy about anymore." Then Xiaoning Ni changed the subject. "Are the people from Bright Haze City all moved away?" Nie Li replied, "Of course, it's been a long time since then." With them, one day the strength of the martial god sect can definitely be greatly increased, but to oppose the demon god sect and the Holy Emperor, more powerful experts are still needed to join in. Tio Ngung He wonders, where else could she find so many strong fighters? Nie Li replies, "Actually, the Xiaolin Lung world has another place with many martial artists. If we bring them to the Longku world to train, we will have enough powerful fighters." Is there still another place in the world of Little Spirit Lung? Are you saying that Vu Diem here interrupted to ask about Min Vuk? Nie Li confirmed that it is indeed Min Vuch, but we should make the most of the time. The barrier of the Shaolin Lung world might close at any moment, and we won't be able to bring anyone along. Vu Diem's sister said, "Come with me on a trip, Ngi Ni. You stay here to continue your cultivation, and break through to the martial sovereign realm soon." After saying that, Nie Li and Vu Diem disappeared without a trace. Tiu Ngung Ni stayed behind, whispering to herself, "I will definitely break through quickly." At the same time, in the demon realm, Nie Li and Vu Diem appeared here. Nie Li looked around in surprise and asked, "What's going on?" There is no sign of anyone's aura in the entire Min Vuk. What is happening? The dark spirit beasts here are very enthusiastic. Let's go check out Blackstone City. When Nie Li arrived here with Vu Diem, he saw that it was an abandoned city. After searching for a while, they found no one. Nie Li asked in surprise, "Where is there no one in Hoithatch City everywhere? Even the base of the three great clans is deserted. Could something have happened to Min Vuch? In my previous life, Quang Huichi City was destroyed by a beast tide, and my master never took action in the end. Could something have happened to my master now? Let's go quickly to the 9th Trenchland." While flying, Nie Li looked around. Even the 15 fortresses of the Ming realm are empty. Not a single person can be seen even outside in the wilderness. Nie Li grew worried, recalling his old master Min, then sped up and flew off, transitioning to the 8th layer of the ninefold dead zone. There are many people sitting cross-legged underneath, supplying spiritual power to the formation. This formation centers around the Black Flame Tower, with a layer of protective barrier around it, and outside the barrier a horde of demon tribes is fiercely attacking. The barrier continues to hold despite the relentless increase in attacks. Just then, Truk Long appeared, looking quite displeased, probably because he couldn't figure out this final barrier. Truk Long snorted coldly. "Humph, this guy is using the Black Flame Tower to protect the last 3 layers of the 9 layers of the Dead Land. Truly interesting." Humans right now, a man appears beside Truk Long. This is Diep Han, Diep Tong's adopted son. Truk Long, looking angry, says, Min, your persistence is useless. Although I don't know where you got such a treasure, under our demon race's attack, Min Vuk will eventually be destroyed, and your fate will only be more tragic." So what if that's the case? Truk Long, a warrior of Minvuk's, I will never take a step back. Why should it be like that? To considering we've fought together for so many years, if you surrender Minvuk and submit to me, I can spare your life. Although my demon race has been a lifelong enemy of humanity, anyone willing to submit to me, Truk Long, I will still let them follow. I have always admired your talents, enough to make you my trusted allies. Then Truk Long turned to ask Diephan, do you agree? Diephan respectfully replied, being able to serve the great lord. Truk Long is a blessing that I, Diephan, have earned over 3 lifetimes. Min, after hearing these shameless words, immediately turned to curse the traitor. You despicable traitor, you must die. Diephan sneered and asked mockingly, ha ha ha. You cowardly scoundrel, this is originally a world where the strong devour the weak. That year, I was pursued by that young brat and fell into the 9-layer abyss of the Death Valley. As the chief controller of Minvuk, you could have saved me, but you chose to stand by and watch. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel joke on you. I not only survived falling into the abyss, but also obtained a fragment of the Ondon Linthan's divine shard. Because I am of the human race, I willingly took the fragment of the divine path and the inheritance, but he didn't know that I used the fragment to open the human race's primordial world, slaughtering the Hongyun family he inherited from, which allowed me to obtain supreme divine power. The people below, struck by the attack, immediately spat blood. Ugh, ugh, cough, cough, cough. Then, among the coughing crowd, a person stood up. It was Lakiem. He angrily shouted at Diephan, You, ungrateful traitor, you're worse than a beast. Diephan asked in surprise. Well, I recognize you. The sword of the Jade Seal clan you once helped. Nhipely, once this turtle shell is broken, all of your Jade Seal clan members will have to die. Lakiem retorted, what's there to fear about Mangacan clan? Then the pressure continued to bear down on the people below, and their screams of agony echoed once more. You, Truk Long contemptuously said, if you insist on seeking death, Min, I will make sure you get what you want. Then a ice dragon appeared beside Truk Long, who waved his hand, causing the ice dragon to turn into countless icy rays rushing toward the barrier. Below the barrier, the people screamed in agony. Truk Long's ice dragon frantically strikes the barrier. The constant cracking sounds echoed as Min watched the scene before him and sighed. What? The black flames within this ice dragon invading the barrier, Min sighed. The law of deep mystery and the law of molten lava, then turned to ask Truk Long, have you already devoured the divine position of the deep mystery spirit god and the molten lava spirit god? Truk Long burst into laughter. Ha ha, you guessed right. After obtaining the chaotic divine force of that old man, the worlds of Tamuyen and the human race's magma world can no longer stop me. Now that I have destroyed this remaining secondary world, as long as I eliminate Minvuk Truk Long, I will become the ruler of the strongest Manhwa world, holding all the laws of power. By then, with the unique nature of the little spirit dragon world, even if I return to the demon god sect, I will rise to a high position, and become an elder of the sect and hold supreme authority. Lava continuously pours from Truk Long's hand, crashing down with thunderous roars that cause everyone here to cry out in pain. Min sighed. This time it's trouble. I didn't expect Truk Long to devour so many of the spirit god's laws, all because of that Diephan. If he hadn't betrayed the human race, Truk Long would never have been able to grasp even a part of the laws of the chaos spirit god. If it weren't for Truk Long's strength, how could he have broken through the stronghold of the chaotic clan? Protected by the clone of Tu Huyen Truk, those primal worlds wouldn't have been so easily shattered. Min raised his hand to perform a spell, then let out a groan, H, as black mist emanated from him. Min laughed loudly as the black flame tower continued to absorb, and a loud voice said, quickly, add more energy to the black flame tower. Fire dragons flew out from the black flame tower, quickly repairing the cracks in the barrier. The barrier quickly repaired itself after cracking. Min thought to himself that if Nie Li hadn't told him about the origin of the Black Flame Tower so he could control his realm, he might have already stepped into the back of that dimensional world. If Truk Long keeps attacking like this, the Black Flame Great Array probably won't hold out much longer. As Truk Long continues his assault, he angrily says, "This turtle shell is really hard to break. I want to see how much longer you can hold on." Huh. Truk Long suddenly released his pressure, causing a shock wave that even made Diephan tremble. Truk Long's eye lit up, his oppressive aura pressing down on the barrier, causing some to vomit blood and scream in agony. Ah. A few of them gritted their teeth and endured. Truk Long was silent at this moment without saying a word, and then Diephan suddenly stepped forward, beginning to curse at them. "A bunch of fools, what's the point of persevering? This battle is only a matter of time to be broken, and then all of you will become food for the countless monsters under Lord Truk Long's command. My Lord Diephan is generous and may give you a chance to survive." He glanced down at the crowd below, then looked at the people underneath with a cold snort. The Vu Ghost Clan," Diephan called out, "Vu Vu." This Vu Vu groaned softly. "Vu Vu. Considering how you took me in all those years ago, if your Vu Kwai family is willing to turn over a new leaf and dismantle this great formation, I could spare your Vu Kwai family a life." Vu Vu and the clan leader asked in surprise, "Can we survive?" Lakiem glared. Vu Vu only softly called out, "Who you?" Diephan provoked again. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? Don't disappoint my sincere efforts." Chief Vu angrily said, "Diephan, don't even think about talking nonsense. Although my Vu Ghost clan is not exactly a good person, I would never betray the Min realm," Diephan asked in surprise. Diephan, how could I not see the loyalty of your Vu demon clan?" Humph. Isn't this the Dragon Slaughter demon? Why don't you two just rely on me? You attacked Kwanghui City back then, causing serious damage. After destroying Minvuk, the first thing I need to do is destroy Kwanghui City. I want them to realize how wrong it was to chase me out of the Deep family all those years ago. Long Sat Kwai Sat remained silent. Diephan continued. "The dark guilds in Kwanghui City are enemies. Cooperating with me is in your best interest." Long Sat shouted, "Don't listen to him. That Diephan is just trying to shake our resolve." The Demon Lord Master from back then apprenticed under the fake leader of Minvux to enter a broader heaven and earth. The sounds of gulping continued to echo from the barrier as the top discarded Han said with disdain, "A bunch of fools." His sharp gaze swept across and suddenly stopped when he spotted a familiar figure hiding in the shadows. Realizing the identity of the other person, he couldn't help but mock with a hint of sarcasm. He kept glancing again, until suddenly he noticed someone. "Isn't this young Master Thien Lin from the Beiming family? Back then, you were a super genius of Minvush, along with the Wound Spirit of the Hunvu family and Moya of the Ling Tu family. Now they have all been chosen to go to the Longhu realm and join the major sects there, but you are left alone in Minvuk." Tsk, tsk, tsk. That's truly pitiful. The Beiming family is a top-tier clan in the Minvuk world. If you can secretly sabotage the Black Flame Array and finish the job, I can recommend you to join the Demon God sect in the Longhu realm. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the Demon God sect is the strongest sect in the Longhu realm, much more powerful than those who joined the 6 great divine sects. The bold proposal caused the crowd below to start whispering and discussing. Diephan sneered as he saw the enemy's hesitation. "So, are you feeling a bit moved? You don't need to directly destroy this Black Flame Great Array, just cause chaos quietly." However, all that greeted him was deadly silence as a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from above, weighing down on the entire space. It turns out the divine envoy in the golden armor has appeared, with a cold gaze looking down. But Diephan not only isn't afraid, he laughs arrogantly. Ha, Tianling, it seems even the divine envoy of the Minvuk Master Controller doesn't trust you very much. Everyone, do not let this person disturb your morale. The reason the world of Minvuk has persisted until now is because of the united efforts of many people. If they hadn't pulled together as one, Minvuk would have been destroyed long ago, and we will not let the enemy gain more ground. Min turned to the leader of the opposing side, Long, but the old man looked surprised and asked, "Huh?" Min charged forward and said, "If you want to fight, then fight." As he finished, the old man shouted loudly to intimidate the heavens. The battle erupts immediately, with countless streams of black aura shooting straight at the opponent. Truklong saw this and laughed loudly. "Let's fight." Ha ha ha! Just in time, then a series of ice dragons roared out from his body, attacking and tearing apart the black mist. Explosions echoed across the sky and earth. The ground cracked open, revealing flowing lava that buried everything in a sea of flames. The weaker ones below scream in terror. Is this what spirit god combat looks like? If it weren't for the black flame great array, we would all be reduced to dust by the bombardment. Our gods in front of the master controller Minvu and Truklong, we are truly like ants. In rage, Min roared in pain. Ah, ah, ah. His body is now surrounded by ice and snow, with one side blazing lava and the other icy cold, forming a yin-yang diagram. Truklong sneers proudly. Ha ha ha. Min, wasn't it true last time that you were no match for me, and isn't it the same this time? Two terrifying powers clash, causing a fierce shockwave. Suddenly, Truklong looked around in surprise as he sensed something unusual. Huh. Where are those two assistants of yours? How did you manage to dodge this time? Were you scared into abandoning your companions and fleeing back to the Long Void realm? In response to that arrogance, 5 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Spirit Chi and the elders had secretly arranged the battle formation long ago. Who said we ran away? Do you really think Truklong can't punish you? Brother Min, set the formation. Min nodded firmly. Immediately, the 5 of them, along with Min Dongthan, shouted the 9-5 heroic seal incantation. A pentagram and a giant star appeared in the sky, activating the formation right on top of the Black Flame Tower. The tower blazed brightly, unleashing a torrent of fiery flames directly at Min. Facing this destructive force, Min cried out in pain but still tried to absorb the dark energy, channeling the flames upward like a giant sword, then swung it fiercely at Truklong's head. Facing the destructive attack, Truklong still kept his crazy smile. Ha ha ha, this is very timely. His face and body quickly turned into ice as he coldly asked, "Is this your trump card?" Min finished speaking, then exhaled a blast of extreme cold that froze everything like salt in water, completely neutralizing the black flame. A deafening explosion sounded as Truklong's body disappeared into the smoke. Min fell from above, badly wounded. Lin Van hurriedly rushed to catch Mr. Min. Min weakly replied, "I'm fine. Where is Truklong? Is he dead?" The dust settles, and Daihan's wild laughter echoes, shattering everyone's fragile hope. Ha 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 ha! I didn't expect Minvuk's master manipulator to have such tricks. No wonder the Lord previously didn't go all out. If I had gone to block the attack just now, I might have turned to dust long ago. I wonder how the Lord is doing. If the Lord has fallen, then I, from within the smoke, a figure, still stands firm. That is, Ju Long. Ha ha ha. Min opened his eyes in surprise and shouted, "What?" he sneered, raising his hand with only a few small scratches, showing that Truklong was unharmed. Maybe just his hand was smoking, with only a few tiny scratches on it. Truklong looked at Min with a mixture of pity and contempt. Min couldn't help but admit, this move wasn't bad, yet it still managed to hurt me. The elders below are in utter panic, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? The Black Flame Ring has already merged with the power of 6 great destiny experts, and trying to unleash its support through the Black Flame Tower has far surpassed the power of destiny. So why still can't kill Truklong? Min struggled to get up, bitterly reminding everyone of the cruel truth. He not only failed to kill him, but also bore no wounds. Truklong, you have already surpassed the celestial spirit realm. Truklong proudly admits, yes, I have condensed the 8 lotus and entered the celestial spirit realm, but now I wonder if it's a bit too late. Deep Han saw the situation turning and quickly ran out to flatter him. Your Excellency is mighty and invincible. Back then, the strongest divine spirit of the human race was only at the peak of destiny. In front of the great master, we are like ants. Truklong proudly revealed a shocking secret, hiding his true strength only to lure you out. And unexpectedly, the 6 great divine sects have all sent experts to the world of Little Spirit Lung, truly underestimating me. Truklong, if that's the case, then all of you go die. He waved his hand, and the icy cold immediately enveloped the Black Flame Tower's barrier, freezing all hope. Can the heavenly spirit realm really be reached? How could Truk Long possibly break through to the heavenly spirit realm in the world of Little Spirit Dragon? The heavenly spirit realm, even if we all join forces, we cannot win. Panic screams echo everywhere as the barrier shatters. All of the Black Flame's barrier has been frozen. Is the Min realm truly lost? Min fell silent for a moment before decisively giving the order to open the Long Ku gate quickly. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Min began casting a spell, with green and black energies blending together. Truk Long frowned upon seeing this, recognizing it as the power of the law of magic. The elders below were shocked as they realized Min's intention. He was still burning his own law of magic. Ming, are you crazy? Doing this, even if you stop Truk Long, you'll die too. Min resolutely responded. I was born in Min realm, apart from the 5 victorious cultivators training at the martial god sect. I have spent my entire life in this Min realm world. Dying here is where I belong. Quickly move the people away. Min charged straight at the ice pillar. Truk Long raised his hand to stop him, coldly judging whether alive or dead. Min shouted in despair, "What can't move?" Truk Long laughed loudly. "Ha ha! And you guys, I've waited so long, how could I let you escape?" He turned his hand elsewhere, and Lin Van hurriedly realized that something was wrong. The passage couldn't be opened. The mystical ice, lava, and the entire world had already been covered by Truk Long's law. Truk Long laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha!" Huyen shot out 2 beams of light from this guy's eyes, hitting the barrier and causing the frozen barrier to shatter instantly. The people below are in utter despair. Deep Han frantically shouted, "Kill them all!" The monsters rampaged through the chaos, slaughtering indiscriminately and blood flowing like rivers. Vuvu screamed in fury. "This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. What are you joking about?" Amid the chaos, a traitor from the Demon Ghost Clan flattered and spoke. "Lord Deep Han, our Demon Ghost Clan is willing to follow you." Deep Han mercilessly struck and killed him on the spot. Vu Kwai Clan you. So the Vu Kwai Clan's forces began to riot and kill. Diep Han sneered maliciously. "Ha ha ha! Huyen, a bunch of fools. Diep Han, what use do I have for you now?" He clenched his fist and crushed the space, freezing the Vu Kwai crowd, then turned to threaten the Ngosh An clan. "Ha ha ha! Huyen, the Ngokan family, your turn will come next," Lakiem shouted angrily. "What are you joking about? With one move, you wiped out the Vu Kwai clan. He's here. Min is also panicking. This is bad. Truk Long has seized the opportunity. It took quite some time. Kutrung Tudia has been sealed off by me. Min, now is not the time to worry about others. Wait for me to devour your law of enlightenment. Truk Long, I am truly worthy of being the ruler of this little spiritual world. Farewell." As he spoke, he unleashed a palm strike of ice towards himself. Just as at a critical moment, a blazing golden beam shot from afar at terrifying speed. Min was surprised by the golden flame, and Truk Long also wondered. What's happening? The golden flames are falling from the sky like rain. The horde of monsters below was burned to pieces by the golden flames, howling. "Ah!" everyone shouted. "It's raining fire from the sky. The monsters are all dead." Deep Han hurriedly dodged in fear. Who could it be after all? Sang the boss brushed past Truk Long so quickly he couldn't react. What? It had already flown past in the blink of an eye. This speed left me no time to react. This is Nie Li in person, catching Min and asking Hanan kindly if your master is okay. Shulung wondered, who is this person? Lasword shouted out in recognition, Brother Nie Li. Nie Li takes out a medicine bottle and hands it to Min. Master, this is the holy soul elixir. Use it quickly. Min was stunned to realize it. Nie Li Lin Van looked up blankly, and Dayapan was also shocked. It's this young man. He quickly turned and ran toward Truk Long. Truk Long's face darkened as he looked at the woman who just appeared before him, sneering, "Ha ha ah, I thought I was someone important. Turns out it's Vu Diem. Really not much effort to find her. Waiting for the moment to devour you and Min's divine path so I can gather all the laws of this world and become a true god of the Xiaolin Lung world. Ha ha." Truk Long felt guilty in front of that girl's aura, but Vu Diem had already shattered his law power with a single strike. It seems that after so many years, her strength has also improved a lot. He swallowed hard. Deep Han arrogantly asked here, while Truk Long burst out laughing. Ha, ha, ha. He thought to himself that he was really overthinking it. The divine spirits of the little spirit realm are equivalent to the realm of destiny. Now that I have entered the celestial star realm, even if Wu Diem trains to the limit, how can she be my opponent? Min kept moaning in pain from his wounds, but suddenly he was amazed to realize his body was healing at an incredible speed. Huh. What is this? The wounds I burned with my law of fire healed completely in an instant, he marveled. Then he asked his disciple, Nie Li, why are you back here? Hurry back to the Long Ku realm, Nie Li confidently replied. Master, with disciples here, no one can hurt anyone today. Ming looked surprised, and, He looked down to see the people below helping each other to stand up, and Nie Li silently reflected on the past. So that's how it was. When Guanghui City was destroyed in the past, why didn't the protector of Minvuk intervene? And in the end, I finally understand. He glared at the two bastards Zhu Long and Deep Han. Deep Han saw this and forced a laugh. Ha ha ha, Nie Li, you really have a big mouth. Deep Han's mind was once again calculating old matters. For years, only heaven knew how deep my hatred for Nie Li was, every day wishing I could devour him alive. Who would have thought that Nie Li would leave the world of little spirit lung? Now he's coming to my door himself, Ye Li coldly judges. Deep Han, you betrayed the Kwang Hui sect and then betrayed the Min Vuk. As a human, don't you feel any shame? Deep Han asked back hesitantly, embarrassed. What is that thing? Ha ha ha, Nie Li, you have destroyed everything of mine. If it weren't for you, how could I, Deep Han, have fallen into this situation? You arrived just in time. Today, the grudges between you and me should come to an end. Then, Deep Han threw off his cloak and rushed to attack Nie Li. The crowd below shouted warnings. Ah, the space is about to crack apart. Lakim warns, Nie Li, be careful. Though Deep Han has broken through to the heavenly destiny realm, quickly dodge away. Min also shouts urgently. Nie Li, move fast. But Nie Li remains motionless like a statue. Min shouted, this is bad. Deep Han threw a punch at Nie Li's face, but Lin Van covered her mouth in shock. Stop it. A desperate cry echoed out, and the shockwave shook the space. But surprisingly, Nie Li was unharmed, merely gently catching Deep Han's punch with one finger, causing Deep Han to stumble back in shock. You can't do this, he roared wildly. Impossible. I devoured the shattered divine fragment of the old man of chaos spirit god. With so many powerful secret realm experts hunted and killed, your cultivation level should have already reached the peak of destiny. How can you block my attack? What is this? So you threw out even more punches again? Nie Li responded casually while dodging. So Deep Han, is this your breakthrough in recent years? You're too weak. The crowd below, clutching their heads, lamented it's over. There's no way to dodge this move. But Nie Li simply raised his hand lightly and calmly, sent all the chaotic spirit orbs into the sky, causing them to explode like fireworks. The shockwave rippling down leaves everyone stunned. Nie Li stomps the air and says loudly, Deep Han, is this all the strength you have? You've killed so many people, is it just because of the insignificant power on your body? Deep Han shouted, what right do you have to talk about me like that? That old chaotic spirit god has been dead for many years, and yet he still monopolizes the chaos law. Shouldn't I devour him as well, and these parasitic insects too? Deep Han frantically unleashes the chaotic spiritual explosion, throwing the sphere at Nie Li. He laughs triumphantly, saying their purpose in life is to become my nourishment. Ha ha, let's see how you dodge this. I will crush you and the 9 layers of the earth together. Die. Nie Li watched the chaotic sphere rush toward him, marveling at its unpredictability. He spat, and the chaotic sphere was instantly pushed back, crashing straight into Deep Han. Deep Han shouted in horror, What? No, the chaotic sphere has already rushed at Deep Han. Master Truk Long, save me, save me. Deep Han's body was pushed up into the sky. Truk Long watched in shock, not understanding what was happening. After dealing with Deep Han, Nie Li thought to himself that kindness to enemies is actually cruelty to oneself. For everyone in the world of little spirit lung, I should not show mercy. He turned to look at Truk Long, who, frightened, quickly transformed into a flame and fled. Vu Diem now appears as a blazing fire, chasing after him, coldly saying, "Truk Long, didn't you say you would devour my divine rank? Why are you running away now that you see me? Miss Vu Diem, I didn't expect you to dare appear before me alone. Good. As long as I devour you, my cultivation will surely increase greatly. That little brat, even at the celestial spirit realm, is no match for me." He transforms into a dragon, spewing out a stream of purple gas. Vu Diem is quickly enveloped by this aura. Truk Long laughs loudly, "Ha ha ha." But then the light within the smoke ignites, and Vu Diem appears with a blazing figure. Truk Long stared blankly in surprise. Then she looked at Truk Long with disgust and lightly flicked her finger, causing flames to burst forth and burn Truk Long. Truk Long screamed in pain. "No, how can you become so strong? I am the mighty celestial spirit realm expert, the true king of the little spiritual dragon world." Vu Diem waved her hand, and Truk Long was instantly burned to ash, her screams echoing before fading away. Then rays of light shot out, and the others exclaimed in surprise, "The laws of the little spiritual dragon world have returned." After Truk Long's death, all the laws of the world returned to heaven and earth until someone could comprehend them again and become a new divine spirit. Seeing these laws, Vu Diem said, "I have avenged you all. Now I should find myself." Then Vu Diem appeared in front of Min. Min asked in surprise, "Vu Diem, what cultivation level are you at now?" Vu Diem replied, "I'm only at the martial sovereign stage. Now my memories have partially returned, and I can feel the strength of the Holy Emperor. To oppose the Holy Emperor, the level of martial sovereign is still a long way off." The elders were surprised only at the level of martial ancestor. Then Ling Van asked Nie Li beside her, "What level are you at now?" Nie Li replied, "I am still far from Sister Vu Diem, just at the Dragon Path stage." "Well then, Master, let's go down and continue talking." Min also agreed, yes. Under the Black Flame Tower, the flames still burned fiercely, and the father and son La cheered out loud. "Ah, Nie Li," happily greeting each other with joy. Brother Lajian, Uncle La, everyone has worked hard, and the others are all as happy as if it's New Year. Nie Li asked Min and the elders, "Are you all still okay, Master?" Luckily, with the silk pouch you gave me back then to hold the Black Flame Tower, we were able to persevere until now. Aside from the annihilated demon clan, the casualties among others were not significant. An elder spoke up, not knowing what the origins of the Black Flame Tower were, but it possessed such terrifying power. Nie Li replied, "This Black Flame Tower might be a treasure left behind by Emperor Wu Ming." Min was surprised. "Isn't the Black Flame Tower of the legendary rumors the one left behind by the two powerful beings who fought in the ancient era of the Void?" Nie Li explained, "Those two are probably his disciples practicing his cultivation method. This time, returning to the Min realm, the Black Flame Tower is also one of my targets." Min then asked, "That's right, Nie Li, how did your strength level up so quickly?" "Me? On the contrary, I forgot about this." He then raised his hand and looked at Luke Fieu riding on his spear, while Nie Li's friends also emerged from the time-space of Lin Chi Thu. The old men looked at them and immediately asked in surprise, "Huh?" Luke Fieu lowered the Chaos Divine Dragon Spear and asked, "So how come I can go out?" Suddenly he saw Min here, so he respectfully bowed and said, "Hello, Master." Master Duja also ran to his teacher to bow and greet. "That old master is really strong." Liu Fei looked around and said, "So this is the 9-layered death zone. Nixli, why are we in the Ming realm? Is there a battle here? Where is the enemy? Where are they? Hand it over to me." Then this guy jumped up wildly, swinging his spear everywhere. "Oh no, I'm still upset about not having a place to train." Min, overwhelmed, shouted out. "Ah, I can't breathe." The people below also said, "Don't come here anymore." Nie Li reminds him, "Luke Fieu, come down quickly. Diepan just led a demon beast to attack here, but I already took care of it." "What? That damn bastard Diepan?" Lie. Why didn't you call me out earlier? He dared to attack my master. Let me see if I can kill him or not, to show him the power of my Chaos Divine Dragon Blade." Min asked again, "All right, Lu Piao, what cultivation level are you all at now?" Lu Piao jumped down and said, "Master, right now, I am only at the peak of the Dragon Path stage. Although it's just one step away from becoming a martial sovereign, the chance to break through is extremely rare and might take a few more days before entering the martial sovereign realm." As for them, they probably aren't much behind the disciples. He, the old men asked in surprise. What did they ultimately go through to reach the peak of the Longdao? That peak is only second to the 5 great elders. Nie Li added, Master, the entrance to the little spirit realm has now opened, and the demon god sect has already targeted it. The people from Bright Haze City have all moved to the martial god sect. The disciple plans to move everyone from Minvuk there as well. Min asked in surprise, can we manage to arrange so many people being sent to the Longku realm? Moving so many people from Minvuk will also require great effort from Vuthan Tong. Moreover, everyone will need to cultivate after entering Longkugioivuks. The resource consumption is astronomical. How could Vuthan Tong possibly bear it? Min asked worriedly. Nie Li, the 6 great divine sects only managed to recruit a few geniuses from the small worlds every few years. Bringing so many people at once is unmanageable. Even if you are geniuses of the divine sect, the elders won't agree. Luke Few then said, Master, you don't know, do you? Nie Li is now the sect master of the martial god sect and no longer needs others' approval. Moreover, besides the martial god sect obeying Nie Li's commands, the Huyan Yuan divine sect, Wu Tuong divine sect, Tian'an divine sect, and the 5 great divine sects also regard Nie Li as the enlightened leader. Min Huang looked anxiously at this guy. Nie Li, I will respond to this. Master, I am now truly the sect master of the martial god sect, and the other divine sects are just cooperating with me. But if the disciple gives the order, they will probably all obey. In the end, Master only needs to arrange everything, and the rest can be left to the disciple. Nie Li turned to look at those people. A group like that entering the long desert realm, and under my guidance, a group of strong fighters will surely emerge in the future. They are all support for us to oppose the Holy Emperor. Suddenly Nie Li recognized someone. The 2 of them lowered their heads and looked at the ground, and Nie Li asked again, Long Demon Slayer. After hearing that, everyone immediately kept their distance from these 2 guys. Liu Piao shouted, Huh? Trash from the Dark Guild. Yes, an aura of intimidation radiates. So these 2 immediately, upon seeing Longsat and Kwisat, Lu Fu seethed like minced meat in a stew. Nie Li, let me go kill them. Nie Li holds her friend and says, Forget it, these 2 guys may be annoying, but in the end they didn't betray Minvu. It's fine to spare their lives, but death sentences can be forgiven. Escaping a life sentence is hard. You started with many evil deeds, leave 1 arm behind. Then he swung his hand and destroyed the arms of these 2 guys. Longsat and Kwisat kowtowed together gratefully. Luke Fio raised the Chaos Divine Dragon Spear and said, I'll make things easier for you 2. Then he retracted the spear. And Nie Li told Min, Master, you should go prepare. I will take back the Black Flame Tower first. To absorb it? So, Nie Li flew into the sky. The others, in shock, asked, Nie Li is going to take back the Black Flame Tower. Let's get out of the way. Min warned, Nie Li, this Black Flame Tower is too big. Maybe we should help you. Nie Li stopped and laughed loudly. Ha, thank you, Master. It's just a small tower. It doesn't take any effort to store it. The words left Min and the others speechless. Then Nie Li took out a divine stone, held it up immediately. The divine stone shattered into pieces. Then these pieces floated around the Black Flame Tower. Nie Li shouted loudly, Charge! Immediately, the shards of divine stone glowed, and then a force of attraction appeared. Then the Black Flame Tower trembled violently, leaving everyone below stunned and speechless, truly pulled inside. But this Black Flame Tower is so huge, how could Nie Li possibly have pulled it back? Nie Li smiled softly, then drew the 10,000 miles mountain and river map from his sleeve, and in an instant the Black Flame Tower was pulled inside and disappeared, without a trace. The others looked at each other in confusion, asking, where did the Black Flame Tower go? Did you see that? The illusion of the divine palace inside the 1,000 miles mountain map shouts. What did this little brat put in again? Where did he find such a treasure? If that little brat has already directly taken this item, he probably hasn't refined it yet. Truly reckless. This treasure will belong to me. That guy happily ran into the Black Flame Tower, laughing triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. If there's no beginning, there's no end. What kind of sound is this guy making? The shock has shattered my thoughts. Then he rolled around inside the tower, shouting, "Ah! Ah, what is this? It hurts so much. Ah! Ah!" Then he ran out of the Black Flame Tower, activating the Phantom God Bow and the Phantom God Array, and the flames on his body also disappeared. Haha, it's out. What exactly is this Black Tower? Even my intangible and invisible soul consciousness can be set on fire. Luckily I ran fast, or I would have been burned to ashes. I must quickly cultivate. At the same time, in the Long Ku realm, the crazy old man suddenly stopped flying, suspicious. The Black Flame Tower has disappeared. It's the young man from Kwanghui City. It seems he has comprehended the way of no light and has advanced quite a bit. Not bad. When that guy matures, I can devour him to become stronger. So this guy flew away. A few days later, a barrier formed in the Min realm and everyone looked at each other. Min looked at the people below and then said, "The Minvuk world is my lifelong passion. I will stay and protect Minvuk together with those willing to fight. After so many years of battle, Minvuk is also my only memory. If there is anything else," Nie Li said to Min, "Master, please." Then Min also entered the 10,000 miles mountain and river map. Seeing Xiaoyu inside, Min sighed and thought that when he took her in that year, she was just a child. Who would have thought that she would bear such a destiny? But I hope Tiong'u will be an ordinary person. Nie Li, from now on I'm entrusting her to you. You must take good care of her. If she has to suffer any hardship, I will definitely not forgive you, Nie Li replied. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of her. Min praised, "If you dare to bully her, I will make sure you regret it." Nie Li asked in surprise, "Huh? Of course I understand. You two are alone in a space together." Nie Li thought to himself that Sutan had completely misunderstood. Min told Nie Li that the major forces had already moved and that they could leave tomorrow. Very quickly the sun rose. Tomorrow has arrived, the 9th floor of the 9 middle burial ground. It's a sunny day. How wonderful. Nie Li happily greets Master. Goodbye. Master, whenever you want to return, you can use the teleportation array at any time to go directly to the Vuthan Tong. After the divine sect finished speaking, he disappeared. Min returned to his room and he chuckled softly. There's still a bit of charm here. I'm getting old too. At the same time, in the Longku realm, Vuthan Tong, Diep Tu Van, and Tiongung Nihi held that person's hand and called out to Nie Li together. Luke Fu peeked in and asked, "You want to go to the Yuthan Tong alone? That's too dangerous, I'll go with you." Nie Li replied, "Don't worry, I will use the primordial memory of the Sichmang Elder to transform directly into its form and sneak in." Diep Tu Van advised, "You must be absolutely careful." Tu Nyung Nihi also confirmed. "That's right," Nie Li agreed. "Don't worry, and moreover, the goddess Vu Diem is coming with me. She is a martial saint." Luke Fu Shu sneered and said, "I'm not worried about the others. I'm worried that you might get soul captured by the little demon of the demon god sect." As he finished speaking, a shadow appeared behind him, revealing it to be his lion. "Then I'll be on my way." After saying that, he shot off at full speed. Diep Tu Van and Tio Nguyen Nhi called out to Nie Li together. The demon god sect is the strongest and most powerful sect of the 3 demonic sects, with 6 great spiritual temples and many mountain ranges, each spiritual temple being extremely powerful, even rivaling other divine sects. Nie Li arrived here and concluded that this sect's front gate is actually the outer sect of the Fire Spirit Temple. Then he turned to Vu Diem and said, "Sister Goddess, hide in the painting for now." Nie Li then muttered a spell, shouted out, and launched himself, transforming into a crimson serpent. Nie Li transformed into a snake and climbed the stairs. The stairs seemed endless, and as Nie Li reached the top, a voice echoed, "Who dares to break into my Fire Spirit Palace without permission?" Nie Li looked up to the sky as 2 dark shadows flew towards him. Suddenly, 2 dark figures appeared, blocking the way, revealing a pig and a chicken, both snorting loudly. "So what? Do you two not recognize me?" He thought to himself that with 2 levels of heavenly decree, those 2 remained silent, and Nie Li also stayed quiet before transforming into the form of Sichmang. Then the pig asked, "Are you Sichmang? Weren't you sent to guard some small world gate?" The chicken asked further, "Are you back on duty now? Do you have the order?" Nie Li thought to himself, "Do I still need an order?" And then he released his aura and asked, "Do I need an order at all?" My sect has important matters to report. You two should leave quickly and not delay everything. Can you handle the responsibility? At this moment, those two are already terrified. Aha! The pig immediately asked, have you broken through to the celestial spirit realm? Nie Li sneered and said, that's right. The two others screamed. Oh, Lord Sichmang, we were blind. Please forgive us this time. Nie Li snorted and jumped over their heads. After scaring the pig and the chicken, she flew straight ahead. The pig told the chicken, it's over. We've met a ghost. Sichmang has been guarding the outer town for hundreds of years and has broken through. Who knows? Maybe he stepped on some dog poop. The chicken reminds you that he even said he doesn't need a life anymore. In our demon god sect, outer sect disciples with the heavenly mandate realm are the weakest and can only be bullied. But after breaking through to the celestial star, his future could either be entering the inner sect or becoming an elder, with vastly different statuses. Now, under the order of the Crimson Serpent, we have no idea how we will die. The pig heard that and immediately burst into tears. Over here, Vu Diem asked Nie Li. Nie Li, we managed to come back in here so easily. Rumors say the demon god sect is on high alert. Disciples follow the strong to swallow the weak, and both sides are fighting in a dangerous land. Nie Li replied, that's because I now possess the body of Elder Red Dragon, with his aura and memories. If an outsider tried to break in, it would have already disturbed the main formation here. When the formation opens, even a martial saint would find it difficult to enter, and Vu Diem immediately realized this. So there is a scorching aura between the sky and the majestic mountains that makes anyone afraid. She asked curiously, if you've already come in here, what are you planning to do? First, I will go to the Fire Spirit Hall market to gather information. I heard that the Fire Spirit Hall is the top-tier existence among the 6 great spirit halls of the demon god sect. There must be quite a few good things. I won't forget. In the previous life, Li Hothan Tu led the Yu Than Tong to attack Vu Than Tong, directly destroying the soul temple of Vu Than Tong. Despite being young, he has already demonstrated the strength of a top-tier expert. Rumors say that Li Hothan Tu became the most dazzling genius of the demon god sect, and even took on the role of sect leader by relying on many treasures from the Fire Spirit Palace. This lifetime I can't let him rise again, and I might as well take the treasures while I'm at it. As soon as Nie Li arrived, he heard the excited chatter coming from the crowd. Did you hear what they said? This time, only Shen VM will open it, and geniuses from the other 5 sects will also get a chance. A demon race member spoke out in protest. Isn't Divine Yuan just the secret realm of our Fire Spirit Palace? On what basis are they allowed to enter? A frog agrees. That's right, our Fire Spirit Palace's output isn't enough. Even the duck next to us confirms it. That's right, but a frog pretends to understand. You wouldn't know about this. I heard that the 6 great divine sects of the human race suddenly increased their strength significantly for some unknown reason. The higher-ups, in order to prevent our demon god sect from falling behind, have even arranged for the major spiritual temples to hold exchanges, and even the secret realms that were previously closed off to outsiders are now open. Hearing this, Nie Li stepped in and asked, the divine flame finger? He thought deeply, this is a very good place. The rumor is that it can activate the ancestral source within the body of the demon race, allowing them to unleash their full potential. Most importantly, it is effective against demon spirits as well. In my previous life, I only heard about it, but never saw it myself. If I could undergo the purification ritual of the divine flame pillar, it would be very beneficial for my 3 demon spirits. To blend in, Nie Li cleared his throat a few times to draw the surprised attention of the surrounding demons before speaking. You're not wrong. The divine flame pond is the sacred place of our Fire Spirit sect. On what basis could others from the spirit sect take it away? Especially Vu Lin Dien and Loi Lin Dien often clash with us. If they awaken their ancestral power, wouldn't that be a benefit for them? The other demon tribes looked at Nie Li with curiosity. Oh, who are you, sir? I am Elder Sichmang, an outsider disciple of the Fire Spirit Palace. After hearing that, the others looked disdainful. What could an outer disciple do to stir up trouble? Can you also gaze upon the divine flame pool? We are all chosen by heaven. Nie Li replied confidently, even though Icy Mang is only an outer disciple, I also understand that the sect has its difficulties and everyone has responsibilities. This statement was met with the approval of the crowd. Very reasonable, never heard of before. I didn't expect an outer disciple to be so intelligent. Then I will tell you that the Divine Flame Pond is located deep within the mountain range of the Fire Spirit Palace, and is an important support for our Fire Spirit Palace. The reason why someone can become the leader of the 6 great spirit palaces is because of the existence of the Divine Flame Pond, which allows top-tier geniuses to continuously emerge and suppress the other spirit palaces. But this time, the Divine Flame only allowed other spirit temples to send out disciples, which isn't just about giving others an easy advantage, Nie Li wondered in surprise. Huh? That turtle added. This time, although not many are sent to other spirit temples, those who can enter the Divine Flame Pond are all top geniuses from other spirit temples. If we let them grow up, they might threaten the position of our holy fire saint child. Nie Li thought to himself, is there really such a good thing? In his previous life, the saint of Lihoa seemed to have obtained a certain inheritance, namely the flame blood ancestor soul, during a secret realm opening, eventually accepting Mo Yue and becoming the new sect master of the demon god sect, defeating the Vuthan sect. Could it be that this is the same event happening now? You need to find a way to prevent the holy child of fire from awakening, so Nie Li asked them, when will the fire god realm open again? A mouse replied, it's been open for a month now. A cat then added to Nie Li, just so you know. The Divine Flame Pool usually opens every 3 months, so there are only 2 months left, but it's not your turn yet. Nie Li fell back into thought. What use is it for me to enter as a human? But I do indeed possess a blood of the demon race. Then he spoke, realizing that the Divine Flame Pill could only be opened for a month, and Li Hoa Saint Child probably has almost obtained the inheritance of the Divine Flame Pill, so there's no time to wander anymore. Find an excuse and sneak away. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Nie Li's arm. Surprised, he looked over and saw a snake demon girl holding his arm tightly, sweetly saying, "Husband, when did you return to the sect? Why didn't you come home first?" Nie Li quickly pulled his arm away and shouted, What's going on here? Did the female snake demon also get startled?" "My lord, have you married another little demon outside and forgotten about me?" The lord husband spoke, then tightly embraced Nie Li's arm and pressed it against his chest. Nie Li thought to himself that when absorbing memories, the primordial spirit paid no attention to such things. This time, it's really Luke Fu who was right. The house truly does have a spirit. At the same time, the other spirits, upon seeing the wife of Shishmang old ancestor, couldn't help but swallow their saliva nervously. Wow, wow. They are staring intently at the curves of the female demon's body. A tiger roars. Hey, this senior brother, is she your wife? Nie Li confirms. That's right, I thought to myself. I especially didn't return to the Red Mamba Elder's den, and I didn't expect to meet his wife on the road. The tiger pounded his chest loudly. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect your brother not only to be generous with his demon arts, but also to have such good fortune. Brother, we must establish a connection. If you encounter any trouble at the Flower Spirit Hall in the future, just come find me. The other monsters also pounded their chests in agreement. We're the same. We're the same. A small outer disciple with a charming demon like that is truly a waste of heaven's gift. So everyone gathered around Nie Li and called out, Good brother. Nie Li chuckled. Good brother. Ha ha, you're too kind. It's getting late. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he pulled the wife of the red demon elder away and thought to himself, if he didn't leave, he might run into trouble. The female serpent demon was still holding tightly onto Nie Li's arm. The wife gently pressed her hand against his chest. Nie Li glanced down, let out a then soared into the sky. He thought to himself that the atmosphere among the demon race was indeed quite open, especially considering they were still in front of many people. Seeing her husband's unusual behavior, the snake demon asked, My lord, what's wrong? Every time you return, you look forward to seeing me today. Why are you so polite today? Husband, is there really another woman outside? Nie Li clenched her fists and cleared her throat a few times. Cough, cough, that's not true. I just suddenly remembered there's something important I haven't done. You should go back to the residence first, the female demon snake asked angrily. Huh. Is there anything more important than what we need to do between us? Besides, my husband has always worked quickly and won't delay. Then she reached out and grabbed Nie Li's belt strap, causing him to look down in shock. When the female snake demon took off Nie Li's pants, he suddenly shouted loudly and unleashed his cultivation. Ah! The female snake demon was thrown far away. She looked dazed and then shouted, "Husband, you've broken through." Nie Li hurriedly confirmed, "Yes, that's right." This time I returned to the main sect because of my breakthrough in cultivation. I haven't yet gone back to report my mission. Wife, please return to the residence first. I will come find you after I complete my mission. Then Nie Li flew away. The female snake demon happily said, "I didn't expect my husband to have broken through. He said that, so my husband must be much stronger than before. I will go back and prepare first." Then he prepared to return to the great cave for a 3-round battle with Nie Li, while on this side, Nie Li was flying and worried about his little nightingale. That was really close. After living so many years, I almost got my cover blown by it. Vu Diem laughed out loud. "Ha ha, Nie Li, little guy, that snake demon's figure earlier was really not bad. Why didn't you go with the flow? Don't worry, I won't tell Tuvan and the others." I heard that female demons come in all shapes and sizes, changing many forms. Nie Li sighed. "Please, goddess, sister, stop teasing me." Vu Diem still giggled. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." "Do we need to go to Than VM Tree now?" Nie Li confirmed. "That's right. The rumor is that the Divine Flame Pond has extremely powerful effects. The reason why the Holy Child of Fire can break through to Warlord and become the sect master of the Demon God sect is because he inherited the legacy of the Divine Flame Pond. If we find it now, of course we have to stop it," Vu Diem asked anxiously. "But hasn't the Divine Flame Pond already been opened?" Nie Li explained. "The Divine Flame can only be opened for 3 months, and only 1 month has passed, so there's still no news yet. Lai Hoi Saint Sun probably hasn't obtained the inheritance inside yet, but it's almost there," Vu Diem confirms, "so we need to seize the opportunity." Nie Li agrees as well. So we went deep into the Fire Spirit Palace, to a mountain valley where Vu Diem confirmed the strongest fiery aura was here. Nie Li agrees, but from a distance there is no feeling. This ordinary valley is close now, yet there is still a terrifyingly fierce, fiery aura. This aura distorts the void, terrifying beyond measure like a tidal wave attacking, truly intending to tear us apart. Vu Diem marvels the aura of this flame is so extraordinary that even I feel it is beyond the ordinary. Nie Li deduces that divine flame is probably here, suddenly noticing a cave below from which the aura is emanating, while Vu Diem adds that there are many powerful beast guards nearby, making it a bit troublesome to get through. If we fight, it will definitely alert the other experts of the Fire Spirit Temple. Nie Li asked again, "How can we get in?" At this moment, he noticed a monster approaching. What's going on? Someone is coming. Just then, a monster flew over and shouted, "It's him!" A tiger suddenly charged at Nie Li, forcing him to quickly leap up to block its path. The creature let out a meow. "No, Brother Hu, why are you here?" Immediately, his gaze fixed firmly on the tray in the other's hand, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, the beast in your hand is the explanation. This is the fire spirit essence that the Great Formation Divine Flame Barrier only needs. This time, because there are additional disciples from another sect, the consumption of the Fire Spirit Pearl has far exceeded before. Master Huyen Min Than Ton has sent word for me to bring some fire spirits here." Then, the tiger looked around for the female snake and asked, "By the way, Brother Sichmang, why are you here? Where is that person of yours?" Nie Li replied, "Oh, I haven't been back for a long time. I just went out for a walk." "That's right. Now the Divine Flame Seal is also guarded by many experts. Brother Hu, feel free to go over there. Just don't get stopped." Hearing that, the beast burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, I have a token on me. Those guys won't dare to stop me." "Brother Shishmang, I'll go ahead first. Go back to your sect's residence and I'll come find you for a drink." "Ah, he. Nie Li sidestepped to make way. "Yeah." But just as the tiger turned its back, Nie Li struck it unexpectedly on the head, causing it to fall to the ground instantly. The tray and the token also dropped to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Nie Li quickly took both and sped away, soon arriving at the place where the demon beasts were gathering. Seeing Nie Li approaching, everyone jumped out to block the way. One of them asked, "What are you doing?" "I am here on orders from Lord Huyen Min Than Ton to deliver the Fire Spirit Pearl. Look." The gatekeeper saw this and let him pass. "All right, go ahead. Nie Li chuckled happily and flew down. As soon as he landed, he had to lament the intense heat of the flames here. The aura of the flames is really hot. Too hot. He looked up in amazement and saw the fire cloud gradually gathering. Nie Li couldn't help but marvel. The aura emanating from it was enough to make me feel oppressed. Just then, Vu Diem also emerged. She said to Nie Li, "The power of this flame is still affecting me and helping me recover my cultivation." Then Vu Diem placed her hand on the wall, paused for a moment, and then turned to Nie Li. "Nie Li, I feel that the firepower within me is still recovering." Nie Li suddenly saw Vu Diem's dress fluttering and cleared his throat. "Hey, Vu Diem sister, shouldn't you pay more attention to your image?" Vu Diem quickly covers her dress with her hand and mutters to him, "Nie Li, where are you looking?" Nie Li forced a smile and said, "Ha ha, Sister Wu Yan, this is just the outer area of the divine flame pool. If you want to cultivate, we need to go inside quickly." Hearing this, Wu Yan immediately slipped into Nie Li's sleeve. "Yes, let's go in quickly. I'm ready. Let's go." A moment later, Nie Li walked along humming, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." He couldn't help but marvel at the vast space inside, which was so large. The peak of this cave must be 250 jong high. Could the outside of the mountain be that tall? He looked up at the sky and noted that there were more Dungviem patterns here. Then his gaze shifted to the square-shaped stones. This is fire spirit debris. These patterns are connected through fire spirit debris as nodes. What are they still controlling? Nie Li looked at the pond and fell into deep thought. Wow, this is the source of the fiery aura. A giant whirlpool like this is the entrance to the divine flame pond, and above there are many layers of formations like this. This is the power of the divine flame pond dispersing and transforming. Trying to break it with brute force is impossible. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Nie Li's mind to give this fire spirit chaos to the steward and see how they operate. Someone here to see if they recognize it. Then he went deeper inside as the flowing lava kept pouring down. Suddenly, Nie Li's gaze stopped on an old man, making him secretly sigh. "Huyen Min Divine Lord, why are you here in person? This time it's going to be troublesome. The divine barrier is just a protective formation. Huyen Min Thon Ton is the most unreasonable martial sect master of the Yu Thon sect, unpredictable in mood and temper, and right now there's no way he can get inside in front of him. Last time at the Void Shadow Divine Palace I almost got caught by him, and now that I meet the Lord himself, my cultivation seems even stronger than back then. What should I do now? Even if the goddess Vu Diem has now recovered much of her strength and can fight Huyen Min Thon Ton, once her identity is exposed here, there's nowhere to run." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Boy, where are you from?" Nie Li exclaimed in surprise. He thought to himself that there are several other powerful beings in this cave, all at the Transcendence Dragon realm. So he sneered and said, "Oh, little one, you're here to deliver the fire spirit." A monkey immediately responded, "Then come over quickly. What are you doing out there?" Having said that, the monkey grabbed the tray of fire spirit and snorted, "Huyen Min, great lord, the fire spirit has arrived." Huyen Min, divine lord, finally spoke, The old man glared, releasing a bolt of lightning, and the monkey hurriedly flattered him. "Ah, great lord of the divine, brave and mighty." Nie Li thought to himself, "No, that's not right. Compared to the last encounter, his aura is not just a little stronger. How could a martial saint cultivate so quickly?" Huyen Min Divine Lord ordered him to quickly supplement the fire spirit. This time many geniuses entered the divine flame pond, causing the energy of the divine flame pond to erupt violently, and the Fire Yuan Feng Tian Formation's forest movement must not be allowed to operate, or once the energy of the divine flame pond is exposed, the entire fire spirit palace will be in danger. That monkey obediently obeyed and called its companions to come here and help me replenish the fire spirit essence. The others responded, "We're coming, we're coming." Then the monkey turned to Nie Li. "Are you coming too?" Nie Li chuckled maliciously. Then the monkey threw some fire spirit stones to the others, and they all caught them. The monkey instructed, "Everyone, check your own fire spirit stones of the Snow Point Fire Origin Sky Array. Seeing that the fire spirit energy is about to run out, they must replace it immediately to prevent the movement of the Fire Origin Wind Sky Formation from stopping." Nie Li began to pretend, secretly asking Vudium inside his sleeve, Nie Li, what should we do now? Nie Li replied, we can't sneak into the Divine Flame Pond, we can only charge straight in. Vudium asked in surprise, do you want to charge straight in? Nie Li confirms that he is correct, and that they must find a way to break the barrier below. Vudium reminds him that the power of this barrier is extraordinary, and even a martial saint cannot break it, let alone someone guarding it. Nie Li nodded. Seeing the monsters focused on their work, Nie Li looked at Van Hoa and said, there is an opposite way, and we can take advantage of this Hoa Nguyen Fong Thien Tran. So he took a fire spirit stone and attached it to another one. Wu Yan asked, what are you doing? Nie Li, explains that the Fire Origin Peak Sky Array is a top-tier formation guarding the Divine Flame Pond, capable of suppressing the fiery aura emanating from within. Without this formation, the aura would have been continuously leaking out for thousands of years, turning the Fire Spirit Hall into a barren land for miles around. Now, I will borrow a new Fire Spirit Stone and modify the inscription of the Fire Origin Sky Array a little to help me open the barrier of the Divine Flame Pond. Everyone will assist with some minor changes, and no one will notice. Vudium secretly thought this young man Nie Li really knows a lot of things, though I don't know where he learned it from. On this side, Huyan Min Divine Lord was glaring somewhere inside. The sect has been closed off for years, and the chief elder has also gone into seclusion. The Yuthan Tong is still under the management of Lady Fuang Vu and these people, and Huyan Min Divine Lord. Yet he obeys the orders of a woman. It's truly ridiculous. Unfortunately, the last time the illusory Divine Palace opened, it caused me to lose 30 years of cultivation. Relying on Shen VM opening other spiritual temples, I used it to recover part of my cultivation. But this time when Than VM opened it, there was unusual chaos, and the rumored treasure is likely about to emerge. If Lai Hoa can get it, my Hoa Lin Dian will surely suppress the other spiritual palaces and become the strongest force in the demon god sect. By then, I actually want to see how Lady Feng Vu still dares to be arrogant in front of me. Suddenly, Huyan Min Divine Lord looked up and asked, do you know how Li Hoa is doing with his cultivation inside? His gaze suddenly fixed on Nie Li, and upon seeing him moving his hands and feet, he was surprised. Then the old man shouted, what are you doing, kid? The other demon beasts were also surprised. What? Huh? Nie Li shouted in surprise. This is bad. We've been discovered. Furthermore, he no longer pretended to be modest and threw several spirit stones into the formations. Instantly, the cloud fire shone brightly, and the Huyan Min Divine Lord angrily shouted, the Fire Origin. Sky Array is already in motion, yet you dare to act arrogantly in front of me and seek death. Immediately, his cultivation erupted, causing the entire cave to shake violently. The demon beast panicked and shouted, run away! Nie Li blankly said, this is Nie Li, rushing forward headlong and shouting loudly. Huyan Min Tan Tan angrily asked, do you want to directly rush into Than Wiem tree? I don't know if I will live or die. With that, the old man struck out with a palm toward Nie Li. Nie Li's body immediately trembled. Vudium, hidden in Nie Li's clothes, suggested, Nie Li, let me take over and block him for you. Nie Li quickly warned, don't, now is not the time to reveal yourself, I can hold on. Then he grit his teeth and endured the power of the Huyan Min Tan Tan. After the attack, Huyan Min Tan Tan immediately froze in place. He looked at Nie Li with great surprise. Which clan does this little brat belong to? Can there be such a defense to block a strike from my lord again? I wonder Nie Li thought my body is already fused with the heavenly vein, divine thundersword. Huyan Min Tan Tan still managed to wound me. Nie Li suddenly froze, seeing Huyan Min Tan Tan's leader withdraw, and Huyan Min Tan Tan explained, I was just afraid of accidentally destroying the great formation. That's all, just a mere ant, easy as flipping a hand. Then Huyan Min Tan Tan's hand seal grabbed Nie Li. He pouted and shouted, now is the time to open. As he finished speaking, he pointed at the cave's ceiling, and Chuvan immediately lit up, then burst out, and Huyan Min Tan Tan's hand seal was also pierced by a golden beam of light. Damn it, why did the Fire Origin Peak Sky Array suddenly go berserk? Could it be that little brat's doing? You little brat, daring to ruin my Fire Origin Sky Array, you're seeking death. Then he charged towards Nie Li. Vu anxiously calls out, Nie Li? Nie Li wondered to himself, I wonder what Crimson Mongoose is doing right now. Nie Li kept moaning, Suddenly a cracking sound came through. Nie Li froze, then exclaimed with joy, the barrier has opened, so he called out his Yu Lin, the shadow demon. At this moment, the chief seal of the Huyan Min Divine Lord struck, but the shadow demon had already taken effect, causing the force to hit the cave wall and explode with a loud bang. A few careless guys got caught in the crossfire. The Huyan Min Divine Sovereign bitterly said, "This kid has escaped again. Who exactly is this guy? Then let me personally catch you." And he shot up to chase after Nie Li. Nie Li looked back in horror, now at the crack in the barrier. He shouted, "Great! I just managed to run into the barrier. The divine flame of the lake is the place for testing young geniuses, and the Huyan Min Divine Sovereign is a martial arts realm that cannot enter." But Nie Li was suddenly struck by something, making him dumbfounded, and he shouted in panic, "What's going on? Did I get thrown out?" Nie Li suddenly remembered Icy Flame Goddess, that's right. She also has the realm of Warlord. So he said to Icy Flame Goddess, "I don't have time to explain. I will take you into the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram." Huyan Min Divine Sovereign reached out with a swipe, but Nie Li was faster and had already slipped into the lake spirit flame. Huyan Min Divine Sovereign shouted, "Damn it, he's escaped again. So annoying." Then the old man angrily told the nearby guys, "Look at what? Go kill those little brats for me." Hearing that, they were stunned for a moment, then shouted, "Wow, we can enter the lake of divine flame now. Charge." So everyone jumped in, but they were quickly pushed out again. Huyan Min Shintan then said, "Well, too many people are going in. I'm afraid the divine lake flame can't handle it. 2 Dragon Realm experts are enough fools. Don't go in anymore." But then, a bunch of fools got thrown out. At this moment, the formation suddenly changed, and Huyan Min Divine Lord shouted, "Follow me to repair the Fire Origin Sky Formation." Those pig-headed guys immediately bow their heads obediently and listen. Yes, what a pity. Quickly, the damage on the formation was repaired. A respectful voice said, "Lord Divine Sovereign, it's done." Huyan Min Divine. Lord glared and ordered, "Find out who that person was who dared to cause trouble right in front of me." The others obediently bowed and listened. Yes. Huyan Min Divine Lord snorted coldly. Why haven't Mansat and Nam-Am come out yet? Maybe these 2 guys killed that kid and then ran into the Divine Fire Lake to train, right? Damn it, I'll go back and see how to teach you a lesson. At this moment inside the Spirit Flame Lake, Nie Li looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, "Wow!" Nie Li entered the formation. He was stunned and looked around. So, this is the inside of the Divine Flame Pond. A small world within the earth. No wonder the Divine Flame Pond has such a barrier and power. It's not an ordinary secret realm at all. At this moment, 2 beams of light shot down from above. Nie Li turned around and saw 2 demonic beasts rushing toward him. One burly beast said, "Kid, how dare you be arrogant in the Divine Flame Pill? You really don't know how to write your own death. Now let's see where you can run." The skinny one also added, "Luckily with you, the 2 of us can enter the Divine Flame Pond." Even the revered Huyan Min, Divine Lord of the Martial Sect, can use the Divine Flame Pond to recover cultivation. Maybe we can break through while we're here. The big guy said again, "Why bother with him? Let's deal with this little brat first." "Do you really think just the 2 of you are enough? Relying only on us? Kid, I want to see how skilled you really are to have such a big mouth." Then, the burly man clenched his fists and punched toward Nie Li. Nie Li calmly raised his hand to block. That guy shouted in panic, "You managed to block again? One more time." Then he threw dozens of punches at Nie Li. Nie Li calmly raised his hand to block and asked, "Hey, haven't you eaten yet?" The big guy shouted, "What? Annoying." And then he shouted loudly. A beam of light shot out from this guy's mouth, looking like a powerful laser beam. But Nie Li simply waved her hand, pushing the beam aside, and it flew into the vast space and exploded. The big guy shouted in fear, "What? You didn't even let this one speak." Nie Li delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. The guy took the hit, immediately spitting out all the water in his mouth, then weakly falling down below. With a thud, his body sank into the scorching lava and disappeared. Nie Li sighed, Phew, there's one more guy. At this moment, the other one appeared behind Nie Li. The skinny guy charged at Nie Li. Nie Li asked, "Ambush? That guy's using the heavenly yin strike?" Countless deadly attacks from all directions quickly surrounded Nie Li. Nie Li sneered and asked, "Is this called a sneak attack?" Then he easily dodged. His movements are as free and relaxed as drifting clouds and flowing water. They strike back and forth, but not even the edge of Nie Li's robe is touched, causing him to cry out in surprise, "What? My heavenly sound blade is my secret technique and life skill. I can seal off the surrounding void, and its trajectory is like a horned antelope, impossible to track, and it's also a sneak attack. Even a powerhouse at the Dragon Realm can't dodge it. This guy is annoying." Then he threw off his cloak to avoid being hindered, and Nie Li, after dodging, laughed as if he had gained the upper hand. "Ha ha ha, you're too slow." Over there, they are frantically attacking Nie Li again. Nie Li dodged while teasing the other guy. "Too slow. Haven't you eaten yet?" Ha ha. That guy kept missing and suddenly lost his temper. So annoying. He wondered what this guy actually loved so much. Our Spirit Soul Hall has such powerful experts. Now, why didn't I know? With my cultivation and innate divine power, I still couldn't land a hit on his move. Nie Li then asked, "Is that all this change is?" Almost there, but Nie Li had already closed in on him. He shouted in panic, This speed!" Nie Li suddenly kicked him right in the face, probably bored of playing around. Boom, boom. That guy was thrown into the lava pool like his comrades. Nie Li marveled, lucky that years of insight into space allowed him to keep up with this guy's speed. "From that move of yours, I also gained quite a bit of insight. Thanks." Suddenly, a column of lava shot up from the magma lake. The big guy inside jumped out, thought he was dead and turned to ashes, but surprisingly, he was still alive. Nie Li let out a cry of surprise as the big guy transformed into a buffalo, ready to charge at Huck Nie Li. The dream buffalo roared loudly. A. Then it charged at the spot where Nie Li was standing. Nie Li recognized the true form of this creature and concluded that it was a golden buffalo. No wonder it had such great strength. The golden bull roars, but now it's too late to be afraid. "Kid, go die." After saying that, it lunged forward with its horns to fight Nie Li. Nie Li saw it and immediately assumed a defensive stance. He said to the beast, "So you even tore apart the divine flame pond? Now that's somewhat interesting." At this moment, the beast rammed into Nie Li with its horn. Nie Li quickly dodged to the side, causing the yellow bull to miss its charge. He then kicked it hard, and with a loud crash, the yellow bull was sent tumbling into the divine flame pond. That one screams loudly, but Nie Li just sighs and isn't hurt at all. The demon race really has thick skin. My cultivation is too low. The golden ox once again charges forward, and Nie Li quickly dodges to the side. The golden bull roared in anger. "Kid, if you're brave, fight me." Nie Li taunted, "You should come at me instead." Huh. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Nie Li. His hand clenched into a fist, then he transformed into a praying mantis rushing forward. Nie Li was surprised and asked, "Shadow Blade Wolf, no wonder this guy is so fast." Humph. Nie Li sighed, thinking it's only natural that those who follow Huyen Min Than Tan are all outstanding among the beast spirits of Holin Temple. Those two still rush in the fastest. They can't be considered ordinary opponents of the Dragon Path realm. The praying mantis said again, "Mansat, you and I will join forces to destroy that little brat." Then the two of them charged in together. The dream beast was knocked away by Nie Li. It cried out, "Ah, you little brat, just like a fish. Ah." That scorpion also said, "Humph, I don't believe this little brat can keep hiding forever." In the divine flame, there are many disciples of the divine sect still cultivating. If they continue fighting, they will definitely focus on this little guy, and he will surely die. Nie Li thought they weren't wrong, so he confirmed that this was also true. Suddenly, a voice called out from the 10,000 miles mountain and river map, Nie Li, we can't waste any more time." I feel like there's something still being triggered deep inside the divine flame pond, and it seems like someone has been here before. Nie Li confirms, "We need to fight quickly and end it fast." The bull over there notices Nie Li isn't paying attention and calls out his mistake. then charges at him with its sharp horns. What? Are you the holy blood wing? The scorpion recognized, no, this is not the blazing holy blood, this is a fused demon spirit. This little brat is human, and the bull roared again, daring to invade my divine flame. But the bull struggled to pull out its horn, and couldn't, and it bitterly cried out, I can't pull it out, help me. Man Yin, the praying mantis, rushes forward, attacking Nie Li's back repeatedly, but Nie Li, fused with the demon spirit, has become thick-skinned and resilient. That one screams, huh? My attack is enough to seriously wound any powerhouse, so why can't even its armor be broken? This one is the mature divine-level holy blood-winged beast. So it roars, it merges, it is absolutely a mature divine-level holy blood-winged beast. Nie Li shouted and broke off the two horns of the bull. The kid yelled, my horns, I am no longer being cuckolded. So this one rammed into Nie Li with a thud, but it was like a mosquito biting stainless steel. Nie Li angrily punched the bull away. Nie Li throws a thunderous punch. The terrifying power of the blow causes the bull to only manage a desperate cry before a large hole is pierced through its belly. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the remaining beetle could only scream in horror. A. Immediately after, the giant body of the bull lost its life and collapsed onto the divine flame pond below. This time, the deadly fire gave it no chance, turning it into a roasted meal instantly. The mantis was terrified to the extreme, with only one thought in its mind. Not good, run quickly, just find another disciple. Nie Li coldly watched the fleeing demon beast, took a deep breath, then opened his mouth to unleash a stream of blazing spiritual energy. The praying mantis was a bit surprised that Nie Li didn't pursue. It opened its mouth to speak, but before it could finish, a streak of spiritual energy shot out like lightning. With a crack, its body was instantly burned to ash, and the blackened remains fell down into the divine flame altar. Nie Li now breathes a sigh of relief, quickly transforms back into his crimson dragon form, and without hesitation flicks his tail and runs away. Just in case, he also snatches the items dropped by Manam and Mansat. Immediately after, a figure flew in to patrol, stopping right where Nie Li had just fought. The person frowned in confusion and asked, there seemed to be a terrifying energy wave here earlier. Why has it completely disappeared now? He then turned left to sniff, then turned right to investigate, but found no special scent at all. He sighed and said, well, forget it. The saintly air already sent word that they found the mysterious place of the divine flame pendant, so we need to gather quickly. After saying that, he quickly left. Once he was out of sight, Nie Li secretly peeked his head out from the divine flame token and muttered, the divine flame token is also in mysterious place. Inside the Wanli Hashan map, Vu Diem's voice echoes, reminding Nie Li, the direction he's heading is where I previously sensed something activating. There is an extremely terrifying energy restoring in that direction. Nie Li couldn't help but be surprised. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Even the goddess sister could sense the terrifying power. Could it be the inheritance that Li Huathan Tu obtained before? In his previous life, Li Huathan Tu was chosen to enter the divine flame pond, where he awakened the blood flame ancestral soul, and soon after broke through to the martial king realm, becoming the first heir of the demon god sect. He later accepted Mon Guyet and became the grand sect master of the demon god sect. A few years later, leading the Yuthantong to attack Vu Thantong and breaking their soul array, causing Vu Thantong to decline completely. This time, we absolutely cannot let him achieve his wish. Thinking this, Nie Li quickly hid himself and disappeared. He chased after the figure that had just left. At the same time, outside the divine flame pool, Huyan Min Divine Lord was sitting cross-legged playing with water, looking grimaced like he was constipated for days. This guy just keeps sighing, hoo. The divine flame piercer is indeed very powerful. If I keep going, my cultivation will soon advance to the next level. At that moment, the Huidiem Oan Divine Lord also soared into the air, and those nearby, sensing the pressure, shouted in fear, the spiritual pressure is really strong. Suddenly, Huyan Minthan Tan's eyes turned cold as he angrily said, Mansat, Manam, these two actually dared to stay here so long. They're asking for death. But then he suddenly sensed something unusual and exclaimed, "No way." As he finished speaking, he took out a soul jade. The soul fires of his two subordinates suddenly extinguished. The soul fires of Mansat and Manam have been extinguished again. Huyan Min Thon Ton concluded that they both died in the divine flame pool. Mansat and Manam are both experts in the Dragon Path realm. Together they are formidable opponents, so how could they have died? Could it be that they were killed by that young brat in revenge? Who exactly is that little brat? Just then, a subordinate flew over to report, "Master, I have already investigated the identity of that little brat." "Who exactly is that young man?" "Uh-huh." Huyan Mintanton asked in surprise, "What level of cultivation is this Sichmang Lao to, who guards the Tu Lin Lung world?" The guy replied, "According to the records in the hall, he's at the heavenly mandate stage." Hearing this, Huyan Min Thon Ton glared directly at his subordinate. Then he swung his hand, unleashing a powerful force. The upper half of that person immediately exploded, while his lower half fell straight down. The nearby onlookers were so shocked by the bloody scene that they screamed, "Ah!" Huyan Min, divine sovereign, roared in anger, "Do you think I am a fool? A low-level, heaven-mysterious realm. How could a trip to the little spirit world elevate someone to such a level? A useless trash." Then he continued to look into the divine flame pool and said, "I don't believe that little brat can stay inside forever. After the inheritance of the divine flame pool ends, everyone will have to come out at that time. I will definitely peel his skin and cut his tendons into 100 pieces." After finishing, he soared away. At the same time, inside the divine flame finger, Nie Li was also rushing forward at maximum speed. Soon his figure disappeared, and the scene shifted to the 10,000 miles mountain and river map, where Wu Diem was frantically absorbing the flames. She thought to herself that Nie Li was still absorbing the firepower of the divine flame pill, and this strength was incredibly pure and unique. As Nie Li moved forward, he would become increasingly formidable. The chubby chicken beside him is also greedily inhaling flames into its belly, while Nie Li is quietly absorbing the divine flame energy around him. He couldn't help but shiver and sigh. Ah, the breath of this divine flame pond is like molten lava, burning every limb and bone. Thunderbolt within the divine flame pool contains the primordial power, capable of activating the most ancient strength in the bloodlines of the demon spirits and demon race. Let's give it a try. So Nie Li began to absorb a great amount of primordial squirrel power into his body. Instantly, the spiritual energy within him erupted fiercely. Nie Li exclaimed happily, "The ancestral source power of the squirrel truly is extraordinary." The demon spirits inside him also felt a great joy, then they all evolved simultaneously. Thanks to that, Nie Li also broke through to the 4th level of the Dragon Path stage, and he happily said, "I was stuck at the early stage of the Dragon Path stage before, but now with the power of the Divine Flame, I suddenly advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Dragon Path. No wonder the Divine Venerable Huyan Min personally came here. The power of the Divine Flame not only activates the 6 ancient beasts within the demon spirit, but also strengthens the soul sea." At this moment, inside the 10,000 miles river map, spiritual energy kept surging, and the hidden creature inside shouted in fear, "What's going on, huh? Huh. This little guy has broken through again. If he keeps this up, once he fully controls the Van Lai Ha Sundu, I'm afraid even the Phantom Divine Palace won't be able to protect me." It looks extremely displeased. Although it has no face, it then let out a series of grunts and said to Vu Diem, "If there's truly no other way, we can only seize this guy." But then it told itself to wait and see. Maybe there would still be a chance. After saying that, it disappeared. At this moment, the chubby chicken notices something. Its eyes wide as it looks around, but then it ignores it and continues to gulp down the flames. At the same time, a figure is flying around in the divine flame sky. Nie Li wondered to himself, why has the firepower suddenly increased? It's not just double, my hair is about to burn. Nie Li looked at the figure and wondered if it was himself hiding under the divine flame pond, noticing an island crowded with many disciples of the demon god sect. Perhaps they are disciples from different spirit palaces. With so many young experts, once they grow up, they will surely form a formidable fighting force. In my previous life, the Yuthan Tong was led by Li Hoathan II to eliminate the 6 great divine sects, and even the strongest Hoathan Tong ultimately suffered severe losses and could not provide much help to me. Fighting alone, he managed to defeat the Holy Emperor and the 6 great divine beasts under his command. This time, taking advantage of the opportunity to weaken the Yuthan Tong, they absolutely cannot let them rise again. Nie Li quietly wondered, moving a bit closer to see if Li Hoathan II was there, but then he saw a familiar figure, a fox he couldn't forget. Nie Li was surprised and asked himself, "Vonai too, I can meet him here too, what a small world." Then he thought again. That's right, he is a genius of the Blood Spirit Tiger Clan in the Martial Spirit Palace. It's only natural that he earned the right to undergo the purification at the Divine Flame Pond. The group of people around him are also geniuses from the Martial Spirit Palace. You are not few either. Then, several other groups also descended, glaring at each other warily, some even showing signs of fear. Suddenly, a crowd surrounded a monkey, and this foolish one was being dragged along by the others. Nie Li looked confused and asked what these people were doing. Then the factions started arguing and shouting at each other. Tired of arguing, they started fighting with real strength. The thundering sounds never stopped. Nie Li was puzzled and wondered what was going on here. They talk and then fight. These demon clans are all top geniuses of the demon god sect. It seems each one is quite talented. In the demon god sect, they value the big fish swallowing the small fish, and the competition among them is even fiercer than among the 6 great divine sects. Experts from this place showcase their talent, whether in combat experience or brutality, surpassing the 6 great divine sects. Letting them grow stronger will be a disaster for the 6 great divine sects. I must deal with them. Then Nie Li saw them fighting, but holding back, and he angrily thought, they're actually being restrained, not going all out. What are they really up to? A moment later, the battle was over. Some sides had lost, and the victorious group took the monkey away. One of them summoned a magic weapon, enlarged it, and then they all jumped on. Finally, it disappeared into the distance. Nie Li asked in surprise, They flew away, crossed the Golden Sea? So, that's how it is. The Golden Sea before me contains the aura of flames, and its firepower is not just 10 times stronger than the Divine Flame Finger's fire from elsewhere. So these disciples want to fly through the 2 blazing layers of fire cloud above and the Golden Sea. But they won't last long before being burned up. Only fire-type divine artifacts and those of the 7th grade can withstand the corrosive flames of this Golden Sea. But activating 7th grade fire attribute protective artifacts is not simple at all. Ordinary experts using them must surpass this vast sea of gold to launch their attacks. But given the extremely strong control over fire, the disciples of Hoa Lin Dian are well suited to control these fire-type protective artifacts. No wonder they keep fighting over that disciple of Hoa Lin Dian. Nie Li followed them to the island and muttered, "The secret of the divine flame. Pond lies in the yellow bean-gone flower. The holy child of Li fire probably passed there long ago. If that's the case, fire magic practitioners are welcomed by the lower-ranked disciples." As soon as Nie Li approached, someone noticed him. There were people. Nie Li immediately appeared and said, "I am here." A cute cat meowed. "Ah, this aura belongs to someone from the Fire Spirit Hall." The others nearby also burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Now it's our turn from the Wood Spirit sect, right?" Another guy protested. "Farting is our Fong Lin Dian's thing." Seeing Nie Li land, they immediately shouted, "He has come down, hurry up." So everyone grabbed Nie Li. Nie Li shouted in fear, "What are you trying to do?" A large bear then announced, "Brother, don't be tense. You are from the Flower Spirit Palace." Nie Li confirms, "Yes, but I only joined later." You are all from other spirit temples? Are you still serving the disciples of Fire Spirit Temple? No wonder Li Hoa Dan Tu said that your 4 great spiritual sects are all not good." Then Nie Li quickly pulled his hand away. The others asked in shock, "What? Did the Holy Son of Fire Flame really say that?" Nie Li confirms that Lord Li Hoathan II once said that in the demon god sect, only he is the true Saint Son. And the other spiritual temples might have to submit to him, obey his commands, and worship him as a god. But some people still arrogantly vie for the future sect master position, truly unaware of their own limits. The others looked displeased and said, "Huh, that guy really has some strength, but what are our other spiritual halls compared to him? Bowing to him, is he even worthy?" Nie Li continued, "Of course I do not agree with what Lord Lai Hoa Than Tu said. Our 6 great spiritual halls of the demon god sect all share the same origin. Perhaps they are on the same boat, hand in hand towards victory, and should not fight among themselves, treating the other 4 spiritual halls as enemies." They all looked confused and asked, "Who are the other 4 spirit domains?" Someone spoke up. "Yuthan Tong, we have 6 great spirit halls," and that Lai Hoa said which 4 spirit halls. At this moment, when they saw Vo Nai Tu step forward, they all shouted, Vo Nai Tu, and automatically made way. Nie Li asked in surprise, "Are you Vo Nai Tu from Vu Lin Dien?" Vo Nai Tu also looked surprised and asked back, "Huh? Who are you? How do you know me?" Nie Li replied, "I have heard Lord Saint Fire Lai mention you before." "Wow! Vo Nai Tu, big brother, I didn't expect you to be so famous in the demon god sect." Vo Nai Tu laughed happily. "Haha, Thuy Lin's sister is too kind. My older brother Vo Nai Tu is famous every year at the demon god sect, so a little fame is just normal." "That's right. What did Lai Hoa Than Tu say about me?" Nie Li replied, "Lord Lai Hoa Than Tu once said that Vo Nai Tu of Vu Lin Dian is clearly a divine bloodline demon tiger, descended from the ancient celestial bloodline, and has even smaller courage than a mouse. Originally, someone like him could be considered a pioneer in battle and kept under control, but now it seems he can only stay in the back, doing menial tasks." Hearing this, Vo Nai Tu immediately flew into a rage, bullying others excessively. Did he really say that? Nie Li smirked and said, "Li Hoa Than Tu indeed said so, but I also do not acknowledge that our demon god sect has become the top sect in the Long Ku realm today. It is because of the unity and cooperation among our clans, not the credit of any one person. In order for our demon god sect to continue developing well in the Long Yu realm in the future, everyone needs to unite and cooperate, especially a master like Lord Wu Nai Tu, who is also a talent that our demon god sect truly needs." Vo Nai Tu burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, kid, you still have good eyes." Nie Li then asked, "So if you weren't specifically lying in ambush here, then what do those guys think? That little guy like you has some special talent that makes them all want to ambush you alone?" The demon beasts asked Nie Li, "Do you see the golden sea in front of you? We are holding here to cross this sea of gold. The firepower in this sea is extremely dangerous. Only fire attribute demons wielding 7th grade treasure tools can pass through." Nie Li looked at the golden sea and asked, "Why is this fire so powerful?" "Hey kid, be careful. The firepower here is extremely dangerous. Even if you're a fire-type demon without the protection of a 7th grade magic weapon, you'll be burned in an instant." "That's right." Nie Li snorted and huffed. So he reached down into the golden sea, then beckoned, immediately pulling back a flame into Nie Li's hand. The demon beasts were terrified and shouted, "Is this little brat still controlling the golden flame? Does he not want to live anymore?" But then they saw the golden flame burning peacefully in Nie Li's hand. The others exclaimed in surprise, Nie Li secretly thought, "Indeed, this is the Chaos Gold Flame Fire." In his previous life, the Fire Saint Sun used this Chaos Gold Flame Fire to directly burn the soul lamp of the Vuthan sect, causing the sect to fail completely. The Chaos Gold Flame must never fall into the hands of the Saint of Lai Fire again. Then Nie Li clenched his fist, and the Chaos Gold Flame was transferred into the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram. He immediately reminded her, "Vu Diem sister, this is the chaotic gold flame. You are a divine fire spirit. This flame has a great power of the Tao for fire. It will definitely be very beneficial." The demon beasts outside are amazed and ask each other, "Did that flame disappear because that young man absorbed it? We've waited here and met quite a few disciples of the Fire Spirit Palace, and many of them managed to rush into the Golden Sea without injury in a short time. But how can he directly absorb this golden flame? Even Wu Nai Tzu has to marvel. It seems this guy has some skill." Nie Li continued to observe Vu Diem for a while, then she reached out her hand toward the Chaos Gold Flame Fire, which immediately burst into flames, enveloping Vu Diem's body. The golden chicken, now scared stiff, ran away as a whole roasted chicken. It looked up in panic. At the same time, the hidden spirit creature inside was surprised and asked, What's going on? He looked at Vu Diem and sighed, his aura suddenly feeling a bit stronger. If he matures like this, how can I possibly seize Za in the future? Nie Li, this flame seems to be inherently very compatible with me. I can absorb it directly without needing to refine it. Nie Li thought to himself, could it be that there is some other origin of the Chaos Gold Flame Fire and Sister Vu Diem? Although the Chaos Gold Flame Fire is everywhere for now, it's not easy to refine the original fire element from it for Sister Vu Diem to absorb, and I don't have that much time either. Then he had an idea and looked at the people beside him. That's right. I don't have time, but they do. Nie Li silently thought that these disciples of the demon god sect would all help him refine the flames. Seeing his smug expression, the others looked at each other in confusion, while Nie Li continued to consider that rushing into the divine flame pillar had already attracted the attention of Huyan Min Divine Lord. Once the secret realm is closed, it will surely provoke the furious wrath of Huyan Min Than Tan. The higher Vu Diem's strength rises, the safer I will be in the demon god sect. Voanatu then asked, "So what now, little guy?" The others also asked in unison. That's right, what's going on?" Nie Li chuckled and said, "I've investigated and found that the fire in Kim Hai is indeed terrifying, but it's nothing to me." Hearing this, the demon clan here all looked dumbfounded. Nie Li saw their reactions and asked, "What are you all so surprised about?" Then he deliberately looked annoyed and said, "If you don't believe me, do you have a fire-type spiritual tool of the 5th rank? Take it out and I will show you a demonstration." Immediately, a huge cauldron was brought out. Nie Li looked up in surprise and huffed, so Von Hai Tu had really brought out his item. He carefully examined the top for a while and nodded. This was a top-tier fire-type magical artifact. The others shouted, "Oh, Von Hai Tu has taken action. Ah, we don't have a chance anymore, wait for the next person." Now most of the disciples of Fire Spirit Temple have already gone over there. How many people are left for us to wait for? Nie Li urged them. What are you still standing there stunned for? Aren't you supposed to bring out your treasured weapons? With so many of you, could it be that there's only this one fire-type treasure of the 5th rank? They asked again, but isn't there already one piece? Nie Li said again, one piece is not enough. With so many of you, not everyone can fit in one cage. The confused kids asked each other, what does this mean? Do you want to take us all over there? Nie Li asked again, what if not? Do you really want to wait for another disciple from the Fire Spirit Palace? Now that the Divine Flame Pool has been open for so long, there are no other disciples left, so you should go over there. The treasures in this Divine Flame Pool probably won't have a share for you, so hurry up and take out any magic weapons you have. After hearing that, they looked at each other again. He really is taking us over there. But weren't the Fire Spirit Temple disciples only able to control one fire-type magic weapon before? Nie Li patted his chest and said, "They are them. I am me. Let's see what treasures they have." After observing for a while, Nie Li nodded in approval, thinking to himself that these disciples of the demon god sect each had extraordinary cultivation and quite a few treasures on them. Fire attribute magic weapons are almost enough. Do you have any other top-quality forging materials? Take them all out. They asked in surprise, what do you need the refining materials for? Vonatu reached into his shirt and said, I have some. Nie Li nodded, saying, yes, there are spirit chainstones. A guy immediately asked Vonatu, what does he want these forging materials for? Vonatu replied, I don't know either. I'll decide after I see it, and besides, something feels off. His expression and tone remind me of someone I've seen before. The others also said, let's just take ours out too. Then they all piled up in front of Nie Li. Nie Li said to her companions, Vu Diem sister, I need your help with something. Then he performed the hand seal and shouted a word loudly. Nie Li sent their magic treasure into the sky, performed the hand seal again, and shouted loudly. Inside the 10,000 miles mountain and river map, Vu Diem is also casting a spell. Nie Li opens his mouth and exhales a flame. The kids below exclaimed in amazement, wow, the firepower is really strong. Then Nie Li continued to perform the spell, and several stones flew into the flames before instantly melting away. Then the flames flew into the magic weapons, and Nie Li waved his hand again, causing all the magic weapons to ascend into the sky before being pulled back together. Those guys stared blankly up, not believing that he had combined all the treasured weapons into one. Since when did the demon god sect have a forging master capable of refining 7th-grade fire attribute treasured weapons? This is at least a scene of Long Dao, the forging master, practicing his craft. Oh my god, even Wu Naizi looks up with his mouth agape. Nie Li let out a sigh of relief, feeling overwhelmed, and quickly stored the materials. The others looked at Nie Li vest and asked, "Are these materials also used for forging?" Nie Li calmly replied, "No, these are my effort costs." The idiots looked stunned and shouted. What? Nie Li asked irritably. "I worked so hard and sweat for this. Shouldn't these be my rightful achievements?" Vonatu asked with doubt. "Brother, how come you have such skill in forging?" He thought to himself that forging was an absolute domain of humans. Although the demon race also had master smiths, they were still far behind humans. I used to be assigned to oversee the little spirit world for many years, and I learned these forging techniques during that time. You can't deny it, the human smiths still have some skill. So, if you want to learn, I can teach you, but you're not a fire-type martial artist, so the difficulty might be quite high. Vonaitu sighed and said, "So that's how it is. I might as well give up." Nie Li looked up at the merging magic tools and said, "With this thing, it will be easier to handle everything." He said then and there. Nie Li quickly jumped up, stomping on the muddy mess beneath his feet, and said, "Not bad. Quite reliable." Then he looked down below and said to everyone, "What are you all just standing there for? It's too late now. No matter how precious the treasure is, you won't be able to take it. Hurry up." Vu Lin Dian quickly follow. The Vo Nai Tu also follow Nie Li up. The little love demons below saw and hurriedly climbed up, urging each other to go faster and rush forward. It quickly filled everything above, and Nie Li marveled that not a single one was missed. "Ha, we're starting!" With that, he began to activate the bright rune. The magic pattern lit up, enveloping the huge magic tool. Soon, Nie Li's chaotic magic tool soared into the sky. It shot off rapidly, leaving the surprised demon clan in awe. This is really happening. Someone lost their footing because of the speed, feeling like they were dreaming. And yet there are so many fire elemental weapons combined and still stable. Normally, the terrifying flames of the Golden Sea have no effect at all. This guy really is extraordinary. The others started whispering to each other, and suddenly the magic tools stopped, startling everyone. What's going on? Why isn't it moving? The magical artifact no longer moved, shocking everyone. Nie Li turned back and said to the group, "I'm sorry. This protective magic weapon requires a large amount of fire elemental energy, and I can barely manage it alone, so I need your help." But we are not members of the Fire Spirit Temple? If we can control the fire-type magic weapon, shouldn't we just go there ourselves? Nie Li looked down and said, "That's simple. Just look at your feet." So everyone looked down at their feet, and questions arose. Each of you has several luminous points of inscription beneath your feet. Just stand on these points and activate them. The runes will collect the essence of fire from the Golden Sea to help me restore the demonic origin. Vonaitu asked in surprise. Let me try. So this guy goes to check. As they reach the spot, the runes glow brightly, and everyone cheers at the sight of the shining inscriptions beneath their feet. Oh. Vonaitu feels exhausted all over and mutters to himself, "This person can casually write runes. With my strength, I can only control them with all my might." This guy's level of runic writing is really high. The last time I saw such a master of runic writing, it was still him. Then the flames beneath Kim Hai rose up. Wu Naitsu sighed, and the flames followed the Minvan upward. Nie Li took the flame back into her hand and chuckled softly. Nie Li, holding the flame and sighing. Destiny, the fire in Kim Hai, was indeed led here by Vonaitu. After hearing that, they immediately gaped and exclaimed, "Wow, Vonaitu is a genius of Tui Lindian, and he can do that too? It looks pretty simple too." Vonaitu thought to himself, "Are you kidding? With so many people watching, my relaxed appearance is of course just an act. I was already exhausted long ago." He began to ask arrogantly, "The spiritual fire you mentioned is this one?" Nie Li confirms, "Yes, this is the true fire from the Golden Sea. Brother Vonaitu is indeed impressive to have already summoned it in such a short time." Vonaitu proudly said, Of course, I am the young master." But before he could finish speaking, Nie Li interrupted, urging everyone to help activate the divine fire to aid his recovery. Then Nie Li opened his mouth and swallowed the golden flame, startling Vo Nai too. Seeing this guy swallow the blazing fire, everyone gasped and stared in shock. One of them shouted, "This fire contains terrifying power. Even if we are at the dragon realm, getting a little on us would cause serious injuries." So the old Shichmang ancestor just swallowed it directly into his stomach. Vo Nai too also wondered, "Brother Shichmang, aren't you afraid of being burned by this golden flame?" Nie Li quickly tried to cover it up. "So that's how it is. My bloodline of the ferocious fire dragon is indeed recorded in ancient texts. I never expected this guy to have such an ancient bloodline. The Fire Spirit Palace is truly a hidden dragon. Within the 10,000 miles mountain and river map, a golden flame suddenly appears. Vu Diem immediately asked, "This is Nie Li's reminder. Sister Vu Diem, quickly absorb this chaos gold flame fire and level up your cultivation." Vu Diem immediately said, "Of course I don't need you to tell me, I'm still absorbing it myself." Nie Li nodded in agreement. Then he told the entire demon race here, "Please help more. The more of my golden flames I devour, the easier it will be to control the fire attribute treasure, and only then can I fully protect you." After hearing this, a few of them immediately spoke up. "It's a small matter. Leave it to us." But they couldn't get the glyph to light up, no matter how much they tensed their butt muscles. They looked at each other in confusion, asking why controlling this glyph was so difficult. One explains that this Min Van looks very simple, but in reality it is mysterious and difficult to understand, extremely complex and profound. With our Long Dao realm cultivation, activating it also consumes a huge amount of energy. After hearing that, Wu Naizi looked extremely proud. The others immediately felt jealous and annoyed, thinking, "What's so impressive about it? Watch me now. A, Hey, I can do it easily too." Then everyone together unleashed their power, and the mystical symbols shone brightly. Below, the golden sea of flames continues to be pulled upward. In Nie Li's hand, golden flames appear, then ignite into many blazing golden fires. Nie Li praised everyone struggling to show their strength. "Very good, just a little more and the protective spirit can be activated." At this moment, Nie Li's chaotic magic weapon begins to move. The others cheer, they start to act, but only a little, so they forcefully unleash their demon energy. "Hurry up, unleash your power, unleash your power." Inside the 10,000 miles mountain and river map, the golden flames keep appearing. While Vu Diem was still surprised by the pile of golden flames, at the same time, a treasure artifact was carrying a few people flying over Jin Hai, with a disciple of Hoa Lin Dien making a face and a group of other disciples nearby. Not far away, a few guys are talking, and someone is coming to deal with them. Maviam laughs happily. Hehehe. As expected, outsiders are using our Hoa Lin Dien disciples to cross the sea. Don't let them interfere with the grand plan of the Holy Sun. Then this... Maviam ordered his subordinates to attack. The guys from the upper realm shouted when they saw a few people rushing over, immediately realizing they were ambushed by the fire spirit sect. Soon, fireballs rained down on them, with some burning and screaming in agony. A big rabbit shouted loudly, "Stop! This divine flame seal is not exclusive to your fire spirit palace. Why are you trying to stop us?" But the Mawflame guy just grinned mischievously. Hoo-hoo! So he unleashed a barrage of flames on the little rabbit. Seeing the fireball coming, the rabbit quickly dodged. These protective treasures are too small. There's nowhere left to hide. Then, the entire Fire Spirit Temple group continued their attack. Booming, the rabbits fell one after another into the golden sea, leaving only their magical artifacts floating. The rabbit looked at its companions and cried out in despair. "No, Movium here is proud and confident. Huh. All the treasures in the Divine Flame Pond belong to my Fire Spirit sect and the Holy Child of Li Fire. This time, your other spiritual sects still dream of competing for the treasures of the Divine Flame Pond with the Holy Child of Li Fire. They truly don't know their place." He. Boom boom, the last two rabbits have been shattered to pieces. Mongthak saw this and broke out in a cold sweat. Mavayam asked the guy, "What are you just standing there for? Which branch of the Fire Spirit Hall are you from?" "I am Mongthak of Machin Hoa Kui." Maviam said again, "So you are from Mahing? No wonder you arrived so late. You and us will hunt down the other disciples of the temple on this sea. Lord Saint Su will take this opportunity to reform the evil god sect. Do you understand? Mongthak respectfully said, Yes, I understand. Then Mongthak's protective aura shrank back. Ma Wiem ordered everyone to move out. Let's go, don't follow me on patrol. Just then, something was discovered. Huh, Lord Ma Wiem, look over there, Ma Wiem asked again. What's wrong? Tam, so fast, another hunting beast has arrived. But Ma Wiem asked, Why has it come again? Everyone stared blankly at Nie Li's enormous chaotic protective artifact, as Ma Wiem also exclaimed loudly. Nie Li also looked back at Ma Wiem and his companions in confusion. Faced with the giant protective artifact, Ma Ka's group could only stand in shock, one person exclaiming in surprise, So this is someone from the fire spirit sect. Isn't that Mongthak? Why is he with them? Where are the people from Mulin's sect earlier? Wu Nitsu felt something was off and grew suspicious. Something's not right. The other forces are also starting to notice the strange situation and are gathering to discuss excitedly. Seeing the growing crowd like swarms of ants, the disciples of Fire Spirit Temple couldn't help but be amazed. Why are there so many people? Indeed, half of the people have already arrived at the lake of the god of fire. One of them turned to ask the leader, Lord Ma Wiem, what should we do now? Another guy, looking like a pig, eagerly chimes in. Sir, if we deal with them, it will definitely be a great achievement. If the Saint Child Lord finds out, he will surely be upset. But before he could finish speaking, he was struck by a punch from Ma Wiem that made his head spin, followed by a shout, Shut up, are you a pig? With so many people, can you fight back? And Vonai too is also up there. The person next to him looks worried. Sir, let's run away now. But Ma Wiem remained unusually calm. Don't worry, act according to my expression. With that, Ma Wiem flew forward, smiling ingratiatingly. Ha, everyone, what a coincidence. I am Modong Ma Wiem, a fellow cultivator and friend of Saint Li Hoa, and I'm lucky to meet you all here. I have been in the Fire Spirit Hall for many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a magnificent treasure. Hearing this, Wu Naizi directly pointed at Mongthak and questioned him. Mongthak, why are you here? Where are the people who crossed the Golden Sea with you before? Caught off guard, Mongthak stammered for a moment. He then looked to Ma Wiem for help. Ma Wiem immediately burst into loud laughter and said, Those people have already been taken to the center of the Fire Sea. I am waiting for the order from Saint Li Hoa to help you cross the Fire Sea, but in his heart he is secretly plotting a different scheme. There are so many of them. We can't take them all on, so we might as well lead them to Lord Saint Sun, which would make it easier to catch them. Hearing this, the people on the flying carriage were skeptical. Does Saint Sun Li Hoa really have such good intentions? Are you sending someone to pick up the terrors too? At that moment, Nie Li suddenly noticed something unusual and asked, Hey, senior brothers, is that soft armor on that person a wood-type treasure? Why would a disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple wear this kind of magic weapon? Does practicing cultivate twice the power? Nie Li's words hit him like a thunderbolt, and the man in the wooden armor stammered, What did he ask again? Ma Wiem was utterly panic-stricken inside, thinking to himself, This is not good. He just pulled him up, and now he's already putting it on himself. That guy also cursed inwardly, so unlucky, just revealing a horn. I didn't expect that kid to have such sharp eyes. Immediately, Bolo's group realized the problem and shouted, Isn't that soft armor a magic weapon of Bolo? Something's wrong. The Bolo group is in danger. Vonai too immediately ordered to capture them. Following orders, everyone on the flying treasure launched their attack simultaneously against the Fire Spirit Temple disciples. Seeing the situation turn, Ma Wiem roared in anger. Damn it, retreat now. Lao La and his group fled in chaos, shouting, Oh, Lord Ma Wiem, what should we do now? Ma Wiem responded while flying. Their fire-type flying weapons are so large, their speed must definitely be slow. Let's observe from a distance first. At the same time, the people on the flying artifact surrounded Nie Li, forcing him to cry out. Huh? Surrounded by everyone, Nie Li calmly asked, What are you all doing? Brother Crimson Dragon, don't blame us. Something happened to the one Mongthak took away, so we had to be cautious. I understand that you no longer trust the disciples of the Fire Spirit Palace. Although I am also a disciple of Hoa Lin Dien, first and foremost, I am a member of Yuthan Tong. If it weren't for me, you would have already been deceived by Ma Wiem. Suddenly, Vo Nai Tu spoke up to vouch for him. I believe in Brother Ichmang. The fox girl beside her also chimed in. I also believe in Brother Chichmang. Vo Nai Tu continued, analyzing the situation. If he and Ma Wiem are on the same side, they could have escaped earlier, from the very beginning, and kept us trapped here. Nie Li nodded in agreement and said, well, to prove our innocence, it seems we can only catch Ma Wiem and the others. Hearing this, the surrounding monsters couldn't help but gasp in surprise. To prevent them from doubting further, Nie Li immediately performed a spell, muttering incantations under his breath. The massive, chaotic magic tool started moving, pulling the group along at high speed, and in a flash, Nie Li's magic tool accelerated like a jet plane. Seeing the unbelievable scene, Mo Wiem fleeing ahead could only gape with wide eyes in horror before panicking and shouting out, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to accelerate, and then a group of Fire Spirit Temple disciples charged forward at full speed. Seeing them run away, Wu Naizu shouted to his companions, "Why are you just standing there? Quickly help Brother Chimeng activate the magic weapon." Upon hearing the command, everyone froze for a moment and then quickly took their positions, focusing their spiritual energy to activate their protective artifacts. Seeing everyone work together, Nie Li grinned mischievously. As his massive protective artifact closed in, Ma Wiem shouted in terror, "What?" They are accelerating again. Vo Nai Tu saw that the enemy was within range of attack, so he immediately ordered to strike. The continuous spells were cast one after another, and immediately several disciples of the Fire Spirit Temple were hit and fell headfirst into the Golden Sea. Ma Wiem roared in anger. Why are their speeds suddenly so fast? Seeing a few more get hit, a subordinate nervously asked, "What should we do now?" Ma Wiem snarled angrily. "Ah, damn it, with such a large protective aura, their energy must be unmatched, especially since they are all fire element disciples. So what gives?" After some consideration, he ordered his subordinates, "Let's disperse and run. Their protective energy is so strong, their agility must be limited. Let's go." Soon, the disciples of the Fire Spirit Temple scattered in all directions to escape. Nie Li remained calm and said, You few are the only ones left and still want to run." Then he turned back and said to the others, "Please help me out." Immediately, everyone once again focused their energy to unleash their spiritual power. The spiritual energy on the protective weapon is increasing rapidly, forming a series of spiritual energy nets. The Fire Spirit Sect disciples caught in the energy net were panic-stricken. How could this guy still enter the heavenly abyss net? So they all got entangled and then pulled up by Nie Li's chaotic protective artifact. Those monsters have surrounded the others. Seeing this spiritual energy net, Ma Wiem angrily said, "Damn it." They all retreated in an instant. Ma Wiem roars fiercely, swinging his hand back to deliver a powerful strike and shouting, "Get out of here!" After the attack, Ma Wiem activated his magic treasure to fly away. But before he could get far, he saw Nie Li standing firmly in his path. The kids on the flying artifact behind exclaimed in surprise, "When did Brother Sich Ma get up there? He just ran away like that. What should we do?" The kids started to panic. We don't know how to control this flying weapon." In the sky, Ma Wiem swung his fist at Nie Li and shouted, "You little brat, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been exposed. Go to hell myself." Vo Nai Tu below anxiously shouted, "Run away!" But Nie Li simply raised his hand lightly to block Ma Viem's strike. This left Ma Wiem stunned and open-mouthed, while Vo Nai Tu was also quite surprised. The Fire Spirit Palace disciples below couldn't believe their eyes. A single full-force punch from Lord Ma Wiem could blow a disciple of the Dragon Path sect's mind apart. How is that possible? Nie Li smirked faintly and said, "You almost caused a misunderstanding for me, little brat," then kicked Ma Wiem in the face. Ma Viem's body fell straight down into the Golden Sea. Seeing this, Nie Li quickly rushed over to catch him and pull him up, saying, "You stay here." Nie Li didn't let this guy go. Bang Huang kicked him once, then intercepted and delivered another powerful kick. Seeing Ma VM falling towards Kim Hai, Nie Li quickly flew over, grabbed him, and threw him onto his large magic tool. Dust and smoke billowed up. A moment later, the smoke cleared, and Ma VM lay helpless in midair without resistance. Nie Li stepped over to him and said, "It's over. He won't be able to run this time." The kids exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, you caught him so quickly. How fast is this? How strong is this?" The strength of this crimson demon is probably close to the peak of the Dragon Path realm, except for Saint Li Hoa of the Fire Spirit sect. Are there still geniuses like this? Someone else said, Maviem is not a minor character. He is a confidant of Saint Li Hoa, with an extraordinary aura that can easily handle him in the Fire Spirit sect. The strength of this crimson demon is the highest existence in any spiritual temple. Right now, Vo Nai Tu is looking at Nie Li with a complicated expression. Nie Li stomped on Maviem's chest and asked, "What are you doing here guarding for the Holy Sun Li Hoa?" Maviem shouted angrily, "The traitor of Hoa Lin Dian, His Holiness the Holy Sun will not forgive you." Nie Li stroked his chin, appearing to think, then turned to Vo Nai Tu's group and said, "This one is stubborn, so you handle him." So Nie Li stepped aside, and Vo Nai Tu's group behind him had their eyes already burning with fierce energy. The crowd of Mongthak was so frightened they fled in panic. Maviem was startled and turned around. Vo Nai Tu shouted angrily. "Damn it, hit me!" Mongthak shouted in surprise. "Huh?" Then a crowd rushed in to beat each one, fists and kicks flying non-stop. Mongthak quickly crawled out of the raging crowd and knelt down again, searching for Vo Nai Tu. "Tak hai, tak hai." Vo Nai Tu asked sternly, "What happened to the gang of fools?" Mongthak painfully recounted, "I was originally leading the gang of fools along. While flying, the Ma VM people ambushed us here. Then they killed them all." Vo Nai Tu sighed, then glanced at Nie Li and said, "If it weren't for Brother Sikmang's treasured weapon, we might have been buried here." Then this guy went berserk, soaring into the sky before charging straight at the Ma VM. The screams of agony echoed again, and soon everyone was beaten half to death. Ma VM painfully confessed it was the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun ordered us to use the advantage of the Fire Spirit Palace here in Kim Hai to ambush the other spirit palaces. And besides us, there are a few other groups also lying in wait to kill disciples passing through. After hearing this, the monsters here looked confused and asked, "Huh? I didn't expect the Saint Child Li Hoa to be so cruel to send people to ambush us here in Kim Hai. Damn it, if Brother Red Mang hadn't helped us, wouldn't we have been in big trouble? After causing all this, aren't you afraid of being punished by the Grand Elder?" Another one said, "If Ma VM is not lying, then Lord Saint's on lay diet, and the others are probably in danger too." The group became quite restless. The genius of the Six Gods sect has already reached the center of Gold Sea. Vo Nai Tu ordered the Ma VM group to go ahead and lead the way. But Ma VM remained silent and said nothing. Vo Nai Tu also stayed silent, observing him. After a while, he still had no comment. Vo Nai Tu snorted coldly and then sighed. "Why are they so loyal? Are you trying to die without submitting?" But Ma VM muttered to himself, "What are you joking about?" Then he led someone over there to ruin the saint's plan. That would be a death sentence. Vo Nai Tu saw a fox girl step forward. She reached out and tapped Ma VM on the forehead. Then her foxtails appeared. She softly asked, "Where is Saint Child Li Hoa now?" Ma VM's eyes immediately blurred, and he was enchanted. Then this person unconsciously pointed in a direction. Vo Nai Tu also turned his head to look where Nie Li was, seeing the water spirit casting a hypnotic spell, and he couldn't help but marvel. Could it be the bloodline of the nine-tailed spirit fox? This water spirit looks lively and adorable, with no offensive power, but surprisingly it is the bloodline of the nine-tailed spirit fox. The nine-tailed spirit fox is the top bloodline in the Fox clan, on par with Vo Nai Tu's ancient bloodline inheritance. The temptation of the divine soul is extremely terrifying. Opponents of the same level simply cannot resist it. At this moment, Vo Nai Tu here reminds Nie Li brother Shichmang. Nie Li immediately cast a spell clearly and said, "Let's go." In the direction indicated by the demon flame's finger, Nie Li's chaotic magic tool flies away at a lightning-fast speed. After a while, they had gone very deep into the Golden Sea. Soon, they reached a giant whirlpool. Below the whirlpool, deep inside the divine flame pill, is a city of ash. The kids exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, why is there only a city of ash here?" But some others didn't feel as happy, and instead held their chests and sighed, as if a mountain was pressing down on them and making it hard to breathe. Wu Nai-tzu asked in surprise, "What is this exactly?" Shuiling immediately questioned the Maviem, saying, "Tell me, where is this place and where is Lai Huathan Tu?" Maviem, still in a trance, replied, "This is the Divine Flame Pond, the place where Lord Lai Huathan Tu searches for treasures. According to the Lord, this city is the central secret realm of the Divine Flame Pond, and whoever controls this city can wield the power of the entire Divine Flame Pond." Nie Li listened and began to ponder, as the demon clan shouted excitedly, "Wow, the holy child Lai Huathan Tu is inside this city?" Suddenly, Vu Diem transmitted to Nie Li, "Nie Li, I can sense an extremely powerful energy within this divine flame prison, enough to destroy the Heavens Palace." Nie Li also felt surprised. The power was so great that even Sister Vu Diem was frightened. At this moment, some demon beasts became excited, saying, "Hurry up, everyone activate their protective weapons and rush over." Nie Li quickly tried to stop them. "Watch out," but they had already urged their spiritual power to make their protective weapons fly faster. But as they approached the center, they hit the barrier and crashed into it, causing them all to tumble down. Then the inscription above glows, and those caught in the falling embers immediately burst into flames, screaming in agony. Vo Nai-tu and Tui Lin quickly moved aside, with no one casting spells, and Ma Wiem regained consciousness. He was startled and shouted loudly, then saw the burning demon beasts and immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha, a bunch of fools. This is the great formation of the Divine Flame Pond. Only His Excellency the Holy Son of Fire can open it. You think you can steal the precious treasure of my Fire Spirit Temple just based on you guys?" Some members of the group looked at the burning formation that killed their comrades and exclaimed in disappointment, "What? You can't even open the fire magic formation. So, how can we steal the treasure from Saint Firechild Lai?" The kids sighed to each other. But Nie Li has already flown up and said, "Let me do it." Seeing Nie Li fly up, Vo Nai-tu warned, "Brother Sichmung, be careful. Touching this fire is not good." Nie Li stopped a little away from the flame and said, "It's okay, as long as you don't touch it." Then he sighed, "I didn't expect it to be the part of the heavenly fire array." In his previous life, the Holy Fire Saint used this formation to trap the entire martial god sect and caused heavy losses to them. It seems that the secret behind Holy Fire Saint's power in his past life lies within this fortress. Nie Li begins to act. His finger flicks and he shouts, and immediately streams of spiritual energy like divine snakes emerge. Seeing this, the group of idle monks gape with their mouths open, and Ma Wiem sneers, "They don't know what life and death are." But his next move completely shocked him. He saw Nie Li split the flames in two with both hands, secretly thinking that in the previous life, Vu Than Tong was trapped by the Fan Thien Liai fire, causing many disciples to die tragically under this formation. As a disciple of my master, how can I stand by and watch? But unfortunately, by the time I figure out how to break the formation, the Vuthan sect will have already been destroyed. Part of the Skyfire array, I am too familiar with it. At this moment, the formation is continuously pulling and filling in. Nie Li immediately used his hands to tear through the firewall, and the others behind him grew more and more terrified. Nie Li pushed forward forcefully, immediately tearing his upper garment apart. After opening a passage, Nie Li announced, "All right, what is this? Oh my God, is that even possible? The fire from this great formation is deadly just by touching it, yet he managed to tear it apart with his strength. What is this? How powerful could it be? Did he take some medicine?" Nie Li quickly warned, "What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and go inside." So everyone quickly flew in. Hurry up, when some monsters fly to Nie Li, they have to give a thumbs up in admiration. "You really are a strong man," Vo Nai-tu also agrees. "Yeah, haha. Good brother, I rarely admit I can't match someone, but you are one of them." At this moment, the nine-tailed fox has also flown over. Vo Nai-tu sensed something was off, so he glanced at Ma Wiem beside him, then kicked him inside and shouted, "Hurry up and get in now." Nie Li looked back at the divine weapon and saw no one there. He nodded. They've all gone up already." Then he withdrew his hand. When the monsters from the demon god sect had all entered, Nie Li was the last to go in. As he stepped inside, the barrier of flames immediately sealed shut. On this side, Wu Naizu also just landed, and immediately beneath his feet, a blazing flame of divine inscription erupts. This idiot said with a blank face. I stepped on the ground, so it created a fire element law. This is the aura of the Great Way. The others landing also faced the same situation, complaining that the aura of the Great Tao was terrifying. Nie Li also jumped down in front of the Vonai 2 crowd, frowning as he looked at the ground below, where fiery aura was erupting, forming a path. Nie Li stared intently, seeing the flames blaze fiercely and brilliantly. He sighed. The heaven and earth and my aura have merged, containing terrifying laws that shake the soul. Nie Li walked forward, thinking, this place is the origin of the great Tao of the chaos golden flame fire. Each step I take resonates with the primal Tao, transforming into different Tao fields. At this moment, the monsters all focused their attention on Nie Li, all of them stunned. Vonai 2 looked down at his feet, only to see the aura of flames faintly glowing. Then he turned to look at Nie Li engulfed in raging fire. Vonai 2 wondered how many great paths this person had cultivated. The fox spirit Shuling reminded him, Kakavonai 2, the soul power of old ancestor Shichmang is also very strong. I suspect he is not inferior to the top-tier saints in the sect. After hearing that, Wu Nai-tzu was very puzzled. Shuilin is indeed a nine-tailed fox spirit, its sense cannot be wrong. After thinking, he dismissed it and said, anyway, go look around quickly. So, everyone split up to find Saint Child Li Hoa. The kids looked at each other in confusion and asked, in such a big city, how come there's no one around? Suddenly, screams echoed in the distance. Vonai 2 turned around and looked back before giving orders to everyone. There was a sound from afar, so they hurried. At this moment, Demon Vyam was staring blankly, then it turned and ran away. Meanwhile, Vonai 2 was urging everyone to hurry up. Suddenly, Nie Li noticed something and then stopped. Just as Vonai 2 saw him, he looked surprised and asked, hey brother Shichmang, is there a problem here? Nie Li quickly covered, nothing. Seeing that Nie Li didn't want to speak, Vonai 2 nodded and let it go. Just then, a scream rang out. Li Hoa Than 2 let us go. Then a cold snort sounded, followed by desperate screams. Ah, 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 boom, boom, boom. You only see a few of them blown to pieces. Then Li Hoa Than 2's sinister laughter echoes. Ha 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 ha. He stands coldly in place, his eyes blazing with fire as he shouts loudly. At this moment, the monsters scream again, and over there is Li Hoa Than 2. They all looked towards the source of the sound and immediately exclaimed in shock when they saw the people below. It was the Saint Sun Loi Diet of Loi Lin Temple, the Saint Lady Vu Hin of Vu Lin Temple, the Saint Sun Fong Lang of Fong Lin Temple, the Saint Sun Menba of Tho Lin Temple, and the Saint Sun Kim Muk of Mok Lin Temple. All of them were here. At this moment, Vonai 2's group also descended below. The Holy Son of Fire, Li Hoa Than 2, glared over, his eyes meeting the terrified gaze of his subordinates. He asked coldly, Ma Wiem? What happened? Ma Wiem shouted in fear, Your Excellency the Holy Fire Saint. Son, it was these people who captured my subordinates, preventing me from completing my mission. I hope Your Excellency will forgive me. Li Hoa Than 2 gritted his teeth and said, You useless trash. Then he waved his hand to order his subordinates to kill everyone and not let anyone interfere with the plan of this saint's son. Immediately upon hearing, a dark-skinned man grinned and said, Understood. Seeing this guy, the others shouted in fear, Oh no, we're doomed. But before they could run, the blackened one rushed forward and immediately squeezed into the air. A raging fire crushed the head of the one who'd just attacked, and the others from the fire spirit sect rushed in to fight, quickly turning the scene into a brutal massacre with screams echoing loudly. Vonai 2 furrowed his brow and sighed. The people next to Li Hoa Than 2 are all at the peak Long Dao stage. The battle raged on, blood splattering everywhere. But strangely, all the blood flowed toward the stone pillar in the middle. They shouted, Huh? The blood essence of the dead has been absorbed by these pillars and is still glowing. Someone spoke up saying, This time the ones brought by Li Hoa Than 2 are all elites among the elites of Hoa Lin Dien. Both sides in Kim Hai have many divine beasts from Youth and Tong. How could they possibly be a match for Lihoathun Tu? Lihoathun Tu has gone mad and dared to attack us. So annoying. Wait until we leave Thanvayam Tri to report this to the sect master for punishment of the Fire Spirit Hall, but before he could finish speaking, he was beaten to pieces by a kid. That guy sneered disdainfully. Ha, ha. A bunch of ants originally meant to keep you at Kim Hai to give you a way out if you wanted to live. If you want to die, then I will help you kill them all to nourish the saint child for a breakthrough. Immediately, the disciples of Fire Spirit Temple unleashed countless flames. Loi Diet Saint. Sun saw the situation and couldn't hold back anymore, angrily saying, "How can that be justified?" Then he unleashed his ultimate move, 9 Heavens Thunder, and a bolt of lightning struck the pillar. Saintess Wu Hin also unleashed her Sea of Waves attack, and Saintess Fong Lang responded with his ultimate move, Wind Fist Pushing Clouds. The other 2 saints also performed their techniques, Komak Trian Long and Thach Toi Thien Kin, but none could break through the barrier. Lai Hoa Saint Sun scoffed, saying, wasting effort, this is the formation of parting sky fire, the land gathering 10,000 flames of the divine flame pond. Die now, unless you break through the martial saint realm, no matter how united you are, you won't be able to break this formation. After speaking, he waved his hand toward the pillar, causing it to light up. The monsters of the demon god sect cried out in surprise. Ah, ah! These stone pillars are glowing. Light rays emanate from them, wrapping around the monsters. Loi Diet Tantu swung his hand, knocking away the incoming beam of light. His face was extremely grim. A few monsters here were hit by the light beam and immediately started smoking and burning black. Their power was quickly being absorbed. Loi Diet Thantu marvels that the stone pillar's power is absorbing more and more, as lights shine from the stone columns below, forming a 6-pointed star. Next, the entire ground within the formation trembles violently. Saintess Wu Hin sighs. Clearly unharmed, but the power continues to be absorbed, then looks at Lai Hoa Thantu standing in the air and says, "The aura of Lai Hoa Thantu is still rapidly increasing. As expected, it's the Lai Hoa Fei Lin array." Neep Lai stands at an angle looking at the formation and mutters, "The Lai Hoa Fei Lin array is a special formation derived from the Lai Hoa part of the heavenly array, using its unique techniques to devour and absorb the spiritual energy within the bodies of those trapped inside, transforming it into their own power. We absolutely cannot let him achieve his goal." Then he shouted again at the fox on the other side. "Vo Nai Tu, Lihoa Than Tu, plans to use the demon power within other strong fighters to suddenly break through to the martial venerable realm. If he succeeds, everyone here will die, so we must stop him. Right now, Vo Nai Tu is blocking a punch from a Fire Spirit Temple demon, and he asks in surprise, Empress Wu Hin, they have already broken through to the martial lord realm. Vo Nai Tu, hurry and chase Tui Lin and the others out, inform the elders. In the battle, we can't even use half of our strength. Going in is just asking for death." The water spirit demon fox protested, "Wu Hin, you must hold on a little longer. Vo Nai Tu and I will definitely come to save you." After saying that, he immediately used his skills, and the 2 demons from the Fire Spirit Temple were subdued. On this side, Vo Nai Tu kicked fiercely, causing the 2 water spirit-controlled demons to fly away, and he shouted loudly, "I can't just stand by and watch my sister fall into danger without doing anything. Charge forward." At this moment, a contemptuous demon with fallen ears said, "Yeah, trash from wherever you came from. You want to stop the Holy Sun's plan. You're seeking death." After saying that, it swung its fist to hit Vo Nai Tu in the face. Vo Nai Tu saw the punch coming and thought how quick it was. So he was knocked away by a punch. Seeing Vo Nai Tu hit, Tui Lin the fox spirit shouted worriedly, "Ah, Vo Nai Tu big brother." Then he immediately cast his illusion magic on the guy, but he just looked up and stared, and a layer of armor appeared on his body. This is the thing that blocks illusion magic. The spirit water fox saw her magic being blocked and immediately realized she was facing a top-tier treasure weapon of the 8th grade. The other man sneered and asked, "Just a 9-tailed fox spirit who just entered the Dragon Path realm and already trying to seduce me?" Ignoring the water spirit, he charged straight at Vo Nai Tu. The water spirit anxiously shouted, "Ah, Vo Nai Tu ka ka." Then Vo Nai Tu, after knocking one guy away, angrily said, "Huh, who do you think you're looking down on?" After saying that, Vo Nai Tu's body began to sway. Then 4 clones appeared and launched an attack on the enemy. The opponent calmly blocked each of Vo Nai Tu's assaults and said, "Huh, so you're a young one from the ancient bloodline of the divine Blood Fox clan. Killing you might also help Lord Saint 2 break through to the martial saint level." After saying that, he began to fight back. Vonaitu was beaten badly, and Thuilin Yuho anxiously shouted, "Vonaitu, kaka." Vonaitu, while blocking the attack, said, "Don't worry, he still can't deal with me, but I didn't start the fight, so don't expect to save anyone. All of ours will be killed." Then he looked around and asked, "What about Elder Sichmang? Where did Elder Sichmang go? Why did he disappear right after the fight started?" "Over here," Nie Li is muttering inside the Heavenly Li fire array, beginning to draw symbols on it. Saint Li Huathan Tu is watching the overall situation, seeing his side gaining the upper hand, and can't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I just laughed once, but I already felt something was off. There's something wrong with the barrier of the formation." Then he looked confidently at Nie Li, realizing that the disturbance in the force field meant someone was sabotaging the Great Formation. The monster fighting Vo Nai Tu swung his hand to strike him, and asked, "When did that kid start dressing up like that?" Vo Nai Tu glanced over and also wondered when he put on the outfit. At this moment, the guy shouted orders to his subordinates, "Stop fighting, come here quickly and kill him." Seeing that, the whole group rushed toward Nie Li and shouted, "Where did this demon come from? How dare you destroy the great formation of the Holy Child of Lihoa? You're seeking death." The monster, seeing it couldn't hit him, froze in shock, but before it could fully recover, Nie Li clenched its throat with his hand and asked, "Are you worthy of stopping me just because of you?" After saying that, Nie Li suddenly jerked his arm and immediately broke the other's neck. Ugh. A loud sound rang out, and the monster tilted its head to one side, lying still on the ground. The other monsters roared, daring to kill him, then charged straight at Nie Li. Seeing this, Nie Li immediately opened his mouth and shouted, "Come here." Facing the approaching monsters, Nie Li opened his mouth wide, took a deep breath, and then spat out a small flame. The horde of monsters rushing towards him was stunned, unable to understand Nie Li's strange behavior. Soon after, they received an answer. Nie Li's seemingly harmless spark suddenly erupts fiercely, burning the monsters to ash in an instant as they scream in agony before vanishing into smoke. Nie Li took a deep breath again and began to fumble with the formation. Seeing his subordinates turned to ash by the flames, the commander fighting Vo Nai Tu immediately shouted in horror. "What?" He quickly regained his composure and used his hand to form a sword formation to block Vo Nai Tu's punch. Blocked by the attack, Vo Nai Tu stepped back, pulled his fist back, and threw another punch. But the commander quickly leapt into the air, flipped backward, and simultaneously executed a bicycle kick. His kick sent Vo Nai Tu flying through the air. Vo Nai Tu only managed to cry out in pain before crashing into a building, causing it to shatter. Seeing his opponent being knocked away, the commander quickly moved his body and, in the blink of an eye, launched a kick straight at Nie Li, growling fiercely. His aura surged like roaring waves, rushing forward like an arrow shot from a bow. Nie Li just glanced over, one hand raised above his head, and with a gentle flick of his hand he sent the commander flying into the air, about an arm's length above his head. The commander was stunned and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with horror. He asked, "What?" He thought to himself, "My kick is worthy of a vanguard. Even the peak of Longdao Realm wouldn't dare to face it head-on." With that in mind, he decided to attack again. This kid again. He keeps launching more than 10 kicks in a row, but Nie Li remains still and unmoving. The young man uses his hand as a sword, raising and lowering it to block all of his opponent's attacks, while his other hand steadily inscribes the divine symbols on the Heavenly Li fire array. The commander roared in anger, daring to draw symbols again, spinning twice in the air before landing and rushing toward Nie Li. But as before, Nie Li easily blocked his kicks with one hand while continuously drawing symbols with the other. The inscriptions on the formation appeared more and more frequently, causing the commander to panic and shout, "It's a ghost!" At this moment, Wu Naizi finally crawled out of the wreckage, staring in amazement at Nie Li and wondering, how can he be so strong? The onlookers watching Nie Li continuously inscribe runes on the formation concluded that this old man, Shich Mang, might have already reached the level of the saintly heirs, especially since his opponent also wields a top-grade magic weapon. Storm Eagle. Saint Sun feels the pressure on him lessen and cheers happily. The power of the formation is weakening. Wuhan Saint Sun looked at Nie Li and wondered, could it be that this little brat is weakening the formation? At the same time, the six-winged star was gradually disappearing. Saint Li Hoa exclaimed in surprise, "The power of the Li Hoa behemoth array is still weakening." He turned back and shouted to his subordinates, "Li Not Tu, what are you doing? Capture him quickly." Lin Not Tu saw his master was displeased and shrank back in fear, then glared at Nie Li and sighed, then suddenly shouted. A black spear appeared in his hand. Lin Not Tu clenched his spear and charged straight at Nie Li, his speed combined with his strike creating a giant flying dragon in the sky. A top-grade magic weapon? Lin Not Tu sneered from above and replied, "You're lucky I'll let you go. Are you really going to face him empty-handed?" It really is a life-or-death situation. But just as Li Not Tu's spear was about to pierce Nie Li's head, the young man caught it with his bare hands and then forcefully pulled the spear downward. Lin Not Tu shouted in panic, "What?" After a moment of horror, he realized the situation and tried to push the spear tip up. But his strength was completely no match for Nie Li's arm. The spear tip remains tightly gripped by Nie Li, and despite Lin Not Tu exerting all his strength, he is powerless to move. Seeing that force is useless, he unleashes Chiu Viêm Bok from the tip of the spear. A fireball erupts, engulfing Nie Li. Thinking the opponent had been burned, Lin Not Tu burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The group of Wu Nai Tzu watched nervously as Nie Li was engulfed in the flames, but Lin Not Tu quickly realized something was wrong. Inside the fire, Nie Li's figure gradually appeared, his arm still tightly gripping the spear's tip. Lin Not Tu's eyes turned horrified as Nie Li opened his mouth to suck in his fiery core. He froze in terror and shouted, "You!" Nie Li seemed to have lost patience. He snapped his hand and shouted, "Get out of here!" Lin Not Tu's body was thrown into the sky, piercing through several layers of clouds before disappearing. Nie Li looked at the spear in his hand and sighed, "This spear is not bad. I want it." After witnessing, Nie Li directly threw Lin Not Tu into the cycle of reincarnation, causing those around him to freeze in fear. The Vonai-Tu group gaped in shock, whispering among themselves, "Is this person really just an ordinary disciple of the fire spirit sect? His strength already rivals that of saint sons and saint daughters." At this moment, Nie Li only cared about the Lai Hoa Fei Lin formation, and he sighed almost imperceptibly. Then he raised his spear high and immediately made a throwing motion. Nie Li shouted loudly, "Go!" then immediately threw his spear into the Lai Hoa Fei Lin formation's barrier. The formation trembled violently as it was affected, and Saint Child of the Fire Flame was shocked and shouted, "This kid actually managed to destroy the Fire Flame devouring spirit array." He glared at Nie Li and said, "Death awaits you." This guy's whole body is engulfed in flames as he rushes toward Nie Li. Nie Li sees the leader running toward him and says tiredly, "Ugh, what a bother." Then he turned and ran, suddenly appearing among the people of the Fire Spirit Temple. The others shouted in panic, "He's come to our place. Let's run now." Then the whole gang turned around and ran away. Seeing them flee, Nie Li also ran, smirking, too slow. Li Hoa Saint Child waved his hand, releasing a stream of flames and shouted, "Where are you running to?" Nie Li saw the flames heading toward him, pretending to be surprised, but those behind him felt terrified. Shrieks of agony echo as blackened corpses fall, the smell of burnt flesh filling the air. Nie Li exclaims, "Oh, such incredible power!" Vonatu bursts into laughter. "Ha ha! Everyone is attacking their bodies now?" Li Hoa Thun Tu asked in amazement. "Missed?" He immediately flicked his hand and fireballs appeared, which then transformed into spears. With a wave of his hand, the fiery spear shot towards Nie Li. He sighed, "Oh, the fire transformed into spears." Nie Li quickly ran away and charged toward the Fire Spirit Temple disciples. After taking position, he immediately dodged to the side. The fire spears once again attacked the Fire Spirit Temple disciples. They desperately dodged to survive. Over at Vonai-Tu's side, he was also hit by a fire spear. He shouted, "Ah, one is coming this way." So I swatted away a fire spear, but the shock made Vonai-Tu cough blood. He sighed. "Is Lai Hua Thun Tu this strong? It's just a spear." Nie Li was hit in the buttocks by a barrage of fire spears from Lai Hua Thun Tu and hurriedly ran away. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in horror. If so many hits land, even Elder Sheech Meng wouldn't have a single hair left. But Nie Li made a smooth turn and charged straight toward the formation. Li Hua Thun Tu's fire spears followed and were completely devoured by the formation. Everyone here got itchy, and Li Hua Thun Tu also realized Nie Li's goal. This guy shouted that his target was the Great Formation. Then 3 bloods and 6 waves surged up, and Lai Hua Thun Tu roared wildly, "Kid, if you're brave, don't run away." Then he suddenly clenched his buttocks and launched countless fire spears. Seeing the fire spears raining down towards him, Nie Li smiled mischievously. "What are you joking about? Only fools would risk their lives against you." Then he continued to weave and dodge as the fire spear struck the Great Formation. Nie Li dodged while thinking, "I already know the positions of all the formations. Keep attacking." Lai Hua Thun too keeps attacking, but Niep. Lai manages to dodge everything. This guy is starting to feel stupid. How is he so fast? The formation was repeatedly attacked by Lai Hua Thun Tu's fire spears, all aimed at the spots Nie Li deliberately led him to. Soon, cracks began to appear across the entire formation. Everyone was marveling at the Great Formation when someone burst out laughing. "Ha ha, Li Hua Thun Tu is so foolish, his own attack ended up destroying the formation." A moment later, the great fire array of part heaven was shattered in one corner, as the enraged Holy Child of Fire shouted out, "Lai Hua Saint Sun, today I will definitely not spare you." The one shouting is Lord of Thunder Eagle Saint Sun. This person quickly charged forward, eager to fight Lai Hua Thun Tu to the death. Loi Duc Thun Tu's speed kept increasing, and his body was wrapped in an additional layer of lightning. Li Hua Thun Tu went berserk, clenched his fists and shouted, "Get out of here!" Then the scene of their fists colliding erupted in a deafening explosion, shaking everything below into darkness. After exchanging fists with Loi Duc Thun Tu, Li Hua Thun Tu was pushed back but easily stopped himself, while Loi Duc Thun Tu was knocked back several hundred meters. Loi Duc Thun Tu struggles greatly, barely managing to steady himself and stop. He feels a surge of terror as Lai Hua Thun Tu only takes a step back, while he is sent flying hundreds of meters away. Our cultivation levels are clearly on par. Seeing this unfavorable situation, Kim Muk Thun Tu warned everyone. "No, Li Hua Saint Child has leveled up too quickly. Kill him now." So everyone, Saint Girl Vu Han, Saint Manba, Saint Fong Lang, Saint Loi Duc, Saint Kim Muk, and Saint Loi Duc, rushed forward together to fight. Loi Duc San San uses forbidden magic, unleashing a lightning strike with surging electric currents. Feng Ling San San, a wind element user, employs the wind scroll of tattered clouds, summoning a tornado of wind and debris to bury and crush his opponent. However, Holy Fire Saint Sun only sneered dismissively, showing no regard for his opponent's attack. After a contemptuous smile, he raised his hand and struck out with a palm, flames raging wildly, blocking the torrents of earth, stone, and lightning from Saint San Feng Lang and Saint San Lei Duc. Loi Duc Thun Tu and Fong Lang Thun Tu looked extremely grim, their faces turning pale as they exclaimed in horror, "What?" Just then, Li Hua Thun Tu sensed a force approaching, and before he could react, was struck by a bitch high trio sin attack right in the buttocks. Li Hua Thun Tu grit his teeth in pain and looked back, realizing that the attacker was Vu Han Thun Nu. Meanwhile, Manba Thun Tu pressed his hand to the ground, and rocks quickly surged up to envelop his body, revealing a giant earth golem. Li Hua Thun Tu at this moment is using both hands to fight 3 Saint Suns, so he has no free hands to deal with the giant of Manba Thun Tu rushing to tear him apart. But the difficult situation sparks his wit as he opens his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth. But this is not the main point, because he spat out a stream of fire directly at the giant's face, causing the giant to have to stop. The battle begins to tighten as Lai Hua Thun Tu alone holds most of the enemy's formation. The onlookers below, witnessing how the saint sons and daughters of the 6 great spirit temples respect each other, couldn't help but marvel. As each saint son and daughter of the 6 great spirit temples are heirs of the spirit temples, with cultivation levels already reaching high stages, if the fight truly was destructive enough to destroy heaven and earth, Lai Hua Thun Tu fighting 1 against 5 would only be at a disadvantage. Not completely suppressed. No wonder Lai Hua Thun Tu dares to act recklessly, even attacking the great formation. It turns out he doesn't need to at all. Ma Viêm laughed out loud with joy. Ha 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 ha. Now he is using his own strength to monopolize the 5 great saint sons and saint daughters. In the future, the demon god sect will surely belong to Lord Lai Hua Thun Tu. Even the disciples of the 6 great spirit palaces will quickly raise their hands and obey his commands. What are you all shouting about? At this moment, Kim Muk rushed forward and launched a move called Feather Blade. But as he just reached him, Lai Hua Thun Tu struck him down with a punch, sending him flying like a leaf. The man howled in agony. Saint Lai Hoa soared straight into the sky, tearing through wind and lightning. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Fong Lang, Manba, Kim Muk, why do you all have to oppose me together? Just rely on me, the Lai Hoa Saint, and I can guarantee you a place in the Yuthan sect in the future." Loi Duk Thun Tu then waved his hand, releasing a bolt of lightning, and shouted, "Don't be deceived by Lai Hua Thun Tu. This person is wicked. If you rely on him now, you will definitely face punishment in the future." Lai Hua Saint's son snorted coldly, then seized the lightning of Thunder Duke Saint's son and said in a stern voice, Lai Hoa, I will be the sect master in the future, and many people here heard my words. How can I break my promise? If you are still stubborn and blind, I can only kill the chicken to scare the monkey." Immediately, only a shadow remains where Lai Hua Thun Tu was standing. Loi Duk Thun Tu blankly asked, "Where did you go?" At this moment, Lai Hua Thun Tu appeared in front of Fong Lang Thun Tu. Seeing this, he quickly crossed his arms to shield his face, and then used the whirlwind as a jet engine to push himself backward. Seeing this, Lai Hua Thun Tu immediately raised his fire staff and asked. He then unleashed a massive palm strike, engulfing Fong Lang Thun Tu in flames, and the man screamed in agony. Ai! Ai, ai, ai. Then his body was knocked down, smashing several buildings below. After throwing his fire staff to knock away Fong Lang Thun Tu, Lai Hua Thun Tu quickly changed direction and flew off elsewhere. Loi Duk Thun Tu saw this and hurriedly chased after him. "This isn't good. Stop him quickly." Saint Child Kim Muk and Saint Child Manba agree, and Loi Duk Thun Tu, while flying, thinks that Lai Hua Thun Tu wants to defeat each person one by one, and whether he is hypnotized or injures anyone, the balance of power between us will be broken. Seeing Loi Duk Thun Tu catch up, Lai Hua Thun Tu sneered. "Haha, Loi Duk, with just you alone, how can you stop this saint?" He said that and swung his palm to attack, but Loi Duk Thun Tu hurriedly stopped to counter. However, he waited in vain for Lai Hua Thun Tu's attack, and only after the other disappeared did Loi Duk Thun Tu realize it was all a false move. He shouted, "It's a trap!" Lai Hua Thun Tu flew straight to Vu Han Thun Nu, who was startled and exclaimed, "He's coming!" Then he began to strike out. The waves roared wildly, 100 jong tall wave crashing down, but Lai Hua Thun Tu only smirked cunningly and let out a cold snort. Loi Duk Saint's son helplessly shouted, "Vu Han Saint Lady!" With a bang, Lai Hua Saint Tu charged forward regardless of the waves, and he simply passed through. Lai Hua Thun Tu suddenly appears behind the wave and delivers a punch to Vu Han Thun Nu, causing her to spit out a mouthful of syrup. Von Hai Tu helplessly tugged at his ear and shouted, "Sister Vu Han!" Loi Duk Thun Tu shouted for everyone to come together, but Lai Hua Thun Tu had already turned and run away, and Loi Duk helplessly lamented, "Damn it, he's running again." This guy plans to defeat each person. Everyone is focused on him. At this moment, Lai Hua Thun Tu rushes toward Kim Muk Thun Tu and Manba Thun Tu. Kim Muk shouted, "He's coming!" Loi Duk Thun Tu used teleportation, teleporting into the cloud of thunder to continue the fight. Loi Duk Saint San's figure darted forward and suddenly appeared behind Lai Hua Thun Tu. He cheered happily. Got him. Then Kim Muk Thon 2 and Loi Duk Thon 2 attacked Lai Hua Thon 2 one after another. He chuckled softly and said, "That's pretty fast. Loi Duk, I didn't expect you to have this trick." A loud bang echoed as Lai Hua Thon 2's body exploded, and the crowd below stared in shock, saying, "Ah, Lai Hua Thon 2 has been blown up." Kim Muk Thon 2 anxiously asked his companions, "What happened?" "Did you handle him?" But Lai Duk Saint Sun realized something was wrong. It was a fire clone. Everyone be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hoa Thun 2 appeared behind Vu Han Thun Nu. This guy shouted a challenge. "Loi Duk, now let's see how you stop me." Li Hoa Thun 2 used the Holy Sun trick and quickly approached Vu Han Thun Nu, causing her to become extremely panicked. At this moment, a blazing firestorm rushes toward them, moving so fast like a shooting star that everyone is stunned. This fiery blast hit the approaching Lai Hoa Thun 2 unexpectedly, forcing him to retreat hundreds of meters. He quickly braced himself with his hands on the ground to slow down and angrily asked, "Who is it?" Vona Tu and Tuilin are stunned, while the people below gape and shout, "Hey, the Fire Saint Sun has been knocked away." At this moment, Nie Li appeared and asked, "Your Excellency the Holy Sun, weren't you just chasing after me a moment ago? Have you already forgotten me?" Saintess Vu Han looked at Nie Li in shock. Nie Li grinned mischievously and asked, "Are you okay, beautiful lady?" Vu Han stared in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh?" Wu Naitsu cheered happily. "It's the Xichmang old ancestor." Saint Lord Lei Duke asked in surprise, "Xichmang elder?" His previous attack was probably just as powerful as mine. Fire Siant Lai Hua Than Tu roared angrily, "You little brat, it's you again. I see you're also a fire element disciple, but you keep ruining my good deeds. Do you think I, Saint Lai Hua Than Tu, can't kill you?" Niplai calmly replied, "Look at the evil deeds you've committed. I am merely acting on heaven's behalf. Now that you're alone, if you surrender obediently, there might still be a chance to survive." Li Hua Thun 2 just snorted coldly before soaring into the sky. Nhaip Lai looked up after him. Then he also began to ascend. Lai Hua Thun 2 glared down at the people below, their hearts freezing under his gaze. Then he looked up at Nhaip Lai and said, "Kid, you've destroyed my grand plan. Today you will die." Nhaip Lai snapped his fingers, and a black spear appeared, pointing it at Lai Hua Thun 2's face as he said, "Lai Hua Thun 2, do you think relying on the Lai Hua Fei Lin formation will make you invincible? It's truly ridiculous," the Holy Son of Fire scoffed. "How dare even the most vile and filthy creature be arrogant before me?" So he unleashed a move called Heavenly Fire Annihilation. The fire dragon flew out from Lai Hoa Thun 2 and charged straight at Nhaip Lai. The people below exclaimed in horror, "Oh my God, he's using a deadly move now." Nhaip Lai still stood still for a moment before jumping up. He soared into the air, avoiding the dragon's mouth, then swung his spear directly at the fire dragon's head. A terrible explosion occurs, and the fire dragon turns into countless sparks of flame, with those below screaming as the embers fall. Funadu exclaims in shock, "That guy broke Lai Hua Thun 2's heavenly fire with just one spear? No way. Is Brother Sichmang that strong?" Thuilin the fox also starts to tremble. Unexpectedly, Shasa Sichmang makes me feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. "You're so handsome." Loi Duk Thun 2 also starts to feel nervous. This person's abilities probably rival anyone among us. Since when did the Fire Spirit Hall produce such a genius? Nhaip Lai thought to himself, Sister Wu Yan is a martial saint. How could her flames not be powerful enough? This divine flame pool, those above the Tao Heart realm can't enter. And now I am the undefeated. Below, Demon Flame looked at Nhaip Lai in horror and shouted out, "Who exactly is he?" In the previous clash, he probably still concealed his true strength. Nhaip Lai has now swung his black spear to strike. Seeing this, Lai Hua Thun 2 only snorted coldly, secretly thinking that compared to Loi Duk, his speed was nothing special. So he drew a fire sword to confront Nhaip Lai's black spear. After blocking a strike, Li Hoa Thun 2's hand flicked, thrusting his fire sword toward Nhaip Lai. Nhaip Lai spun twice in the air, teasing Li Hoa Thun 2, "I dodge." Li Hoa Than too, seeing his attack miss, immediately sneered and said, "Old Mang, your strength truly matches my prediction. But do you think you can stop this saint's son with just yourself?" Then, flames erupted from his body. The flame's intense heat blinded those below, and Nie Li was pushed back. Von Hai-tu marveled that Li Hoa Than too's firepower had actually increased. Von Hai-tu also worriedly replied, "Li Hoa Than too has already approached the realm of martial monarch. Brother Zeech Mang may be very strong, but facing him head-on is probably still too much of a stretch." Lord Loi Duke too angrily asked, "Who says it's only relying on him? Now we must unite and agree. Sentes Vu Hin supports this. That's right. Li Hoa Than too is very ambitious, and if he succeeds, the youth in Tong will surely fall into chaos." After speaking, the disciples of the 5 great spirit temples all shouted "kill" and charged forward. Lai Hoa, Saint Sun, ordered his subordinates to stop them, and the demon flame group immediately obeyed. Lei Duke Sant Son waved his hand to unleash lightning, shouting loudly for them to get lost. With a single strike, the fire spirit temple disciples were sent flying, screaming in agony. Lai Hoa Saint Sun angrily thought to himself, "Damn it, they are no match, I must finish this quickly." He turned to Nie Li and gritted his teeth, saying, "You forced me, kid." Nie Li glared at him and wondered what he was planning. Li Hoa Than too's eyes shone brightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Li Hoa Lai Long, go ahead. Dying under my move is your honor." Fire erupted from this person's body, then a giant fire dragon appeared. The people below shouted in fear, "What's going on?" The sky is already covered in flames. This aura, I can't get any closer. Von Hai-tu deduced that this was a projection of the true form of the Li Hoa Than tu, the ancient Li dragon. "The aura is too strong. Our demonic energy is being suppressed. Brother Zeech Mang, you're in danger." The fire dragon is closing in on Nie Li now, but he just smirked and asked, "Li Hoa Than tu, do you only have one trump card?" As the fire dragon bit into Nie Li, black flames suddenly appeared. The holy fire dragon king was startled and exclaimed, only to see a black dragon larger than his own fire dragon emerge. Li Hoa Than tu's fire dragon was suppressed by Nie Li's black dragon as soon as it emerged. Loi Duke Than tu exclaimed in shock, "This is the aura of the ancient sacred bloodwing, yet he has merged with the spiritual spirit of the sacred bloodwing." Kim Muk Saint Sun argued, "Our race is different from humans. Unless he has some bloodline of the sacred blood-winged Jiao inside him, he couldn't have integrated the sacred blood-winged Jiao's spirit into himself." Tui Lin also started to speculate. Could it be that the ancestor of Brother Zeech Mang once loved the sacred blood-winged Jiao? Von Hai-tu sighed. How many more secrets does this guy really have? The other demon clan members stood unsteady and sighed. He actually possesses the bloodline of the sacred blood-winged Jiao. How is that possible? Li Hoa Than tu chuckled softly and said, "You think you can defeat me just because you have this trump card?" The people below looked at the fire dragon and asked, "Are those wings?" Von Hai-tu shouted, "Fire flames turn into wings. This is a bloodline reversal. Even Li Hoa Than tu has to resort to this secret technique." Vu Han Saint Lady added, "It seems he has completely risked everything." Nie Li here still confidently shows her personality. "I also have wings. Come on, Li Hoa Saint Child, see if your fiery dragon can stop my sacred blood-winged dragon clash." So the 2 dragons charged at each other. In no time, the 2 had torn each other apart among the flowers and leaves, with flames and oppressive aura dominating the entire area. The demon clan below are all grim-faced. The buildings tremble violently, and the space itself begins to crack apart. What's wrong? Still not feeling it yet? Li Hoa Than tu, you have lost. Nie Li waved his hand, and the sacred blood clashed fiercely to attack. Li Hoa Jiao Long of Li Hoa Than tu was shattered, and he himself was seriously injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "No, how can you do this?" But suddenly the holy son of Li Hoa burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. If you don't know how to live or die, then be buried with us." And then he spat out a bunch of blood soup. Min Van surrounding Li Hoa Than tu blazed brightly as he shouted loudly, causing the heaven-shattering fire array to explode. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," Saint Son of Thunder, Duke shouted anxiously. "This is not good. He wants to blow up the grand formation. Retreat quickly." So the entire group of monsters rushed headlong, dragging their tails and fleeing. "Run, run!" At this moment, two blazing eyes suddenly appeared in the depths of the darkness. Then a brilliant array of runes surged forth, illuminating the area with dazzling light as flames erupted from underground, causing buildings to collapse. Luke Dai Lin Dian's monsters were thrown into the sky by the flames and burned, creating a chaotic and tragic scene. They struggled to fly up, but were pulled down. Desperate cries of despair echoed out. Ah, we can't fly up. We're about to fall. It's the divine flame prison pulling us in. Nie Li also felt that something was wrong. Beneath this divine fire trap there was an aura that instilled fear. When he looked down below and saw everything being pulled into a vortex, he was surprised and asked, "Since when is there a hole?" Suddenly the flames curled up, dragging down countless pieces of broken buildings and monsters from the demon god sect, when Nie Li suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the wreckage. "Big sister." Nie Li looked over and saw Vo Nai Tu struggling among the debris, while Vu Han Thun Nu was carefully holding on to Thui Lin that had just fallen. The flames suddenly flared up again, and Vo Nai Tu was struck hard, despairingly shouting, "Water spirit!" Vu Han Thun Nu and the water spirit had fallen below, and Vo Nai Tu cried out in panic, "It's ruined!" At this moment, Nie Li's figure in the form of the red demon ancestor suddenly rushes past the two female foxes, shouting loudly to warn them, "Hold me tight!" So Nie Li grabbed the two female water foxes and flew away. The flames below surged like waves, quickly surrounding the three of them. Nie Li watched this scene with a bitter smile, as suddenly a pillar of flames erupted in front of him. This pillar of flames was the center of the vortex, drawing all the flames towards it and spinning around it. The three of them, Nie Li, Vu Han Sant Lady, and Tui Lin Love Demon, were all pulled into darkness. Suddenly something awakened Nie Li, and he warned the two female demons. "Hey, hold on tight to me. Don't let go." "Where is this place?" Nie Li explained as he pulled the two girls along. Lai Hoa Saint Sun caused a big formation to explode, seemingly opening an entrance to the divine flame pit below. Looking around for an exit, suddenly Nie Li felt himself being pulled down, and he asked in surprise, "Ah, why is the gravity getting stronger?" Vu Han Holy Maiden now realizes the problem. No, it's not that the force is stronger, but that the demonic energy within us is weakening, and approaching this place seems to seal our powers. Suddenly, a light emanates from the dark space. Nie Li shouted, "Ah, there's light, but the pull is getting stronger, and all three are falling at a rapid pace." Nie Li tries to open his eyes and look down. But in front of him is still a dark, empty space. After a while, he opened his eyes slightly to find a flickering cave in front of him. Vu Han Thun Nu had also regained consciousness and asked, "Where are we now?" Then suddenly she realized something was wrong and angrily asked, "Hey, where are your hands?" It turned out that an extremely awkward scene was unfolding. Vu Han Thun Nu was pinned underneath, with Nie Li lying on top of her and Thui Lin the fox above them. Nie Li's hand was placed right on Vu Han Thun Nu's hips, making him quite embarrassed, so he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, ahem, ahe, ahem. Sorry, it was an emergency earlier. I apologize for the offense. Elder Siechmang, with your strength and bloodline, I should have heard of you at the Demon God sect. Tui Lin also agrees." "That's right, Brother Siechmang. Are you really a disciple of the Fire Spirit Palace? Because I feel like you and the other disciples of the Fire Spirit Palace are different." "Oh, you don't know. I'm pretty normal too, because I just returned to Hoa Lindian. I was previously assigned to guard the Little Spirit Dragon World. The disciples sent to guard the Little Spirit Dragon World are all some disciples with no talent, no future, and cannot have strength like yours." Nie Li explained, "When I was first assigned to guard, I truly only had the realm of destiny. After learning many talismans and formations and gaining some special inheritances, I unexpectedly broke through to my current strength." Saintess Vu Han immediately interrupted and said, "That's nonsense. You can lie to others, but don't even think about fooling me. Do you know that all the disciples sent by my demon god sect to guard the Little Spirit Lung World are granted a divine holy water before they leave?" Nie Li suddenly remembered, "Oh yes, I do have that memory. After using it, my cultivation level indeed increased several ranks." Saintess Vu Han replied that the holy water outwardly boosts their cultivation, but in reality, it seals the bloodline evolution of the demon race within him to prevent him from secretly advancing and stealing resources from the Little Spirit Lung World. Unless you go back to report your work, how could you possibly break through to the Dragondao realm while on guard duty? Nie Li was momentarily stunned and asked, "Oh, is there such a thing?" He secretly thought, "Damn it, the old Shichmang is too weak. There's basically no intelligence in his memory." Wuhan then asked, "So who exactly are you?" In the demon god sect, disciples who can defeat the holy fire saint child cannot remain silent. Nie Li had no choice but to admit, "All right, I really am not an ordinary disciple of the Fire Spirit Palace, but I definitely have no ill intentions towards you." Tui Lin was startled and looked at Nie Li, who at this moment raised his hand, releasing a faint aura. Wuhan asked in surprise, "Is this the bloodline aura of the Divine Blood Demon Fox? Are you a member of the Divine Blood Demon Fox clan?" "No way. The Divine Blood Yao Fox are all disciples of my Wulin temple. You clearly belong to Hoa Lin Dian." Tui Lin then asked, "Shichmang Saksa, are you perhaps a half-brother of Vonai Tukase? No wonder you cared for Vonai Tu and me like that before." Nie Li was stunned and then helplessly said, "Wuhan Than Nu Tui Lin. Whether you believe it or not, I truly concealed my identity for some special reasons. But my origins are connected to the Divine-Blooded Fox clan, and I mean no harm to Wulin Day, and this time I helped, because I just couldn't stand seeing Lai Hoa Than Tu do wrong." Tui Lin then said, "Shichmang, you don't need to explain, I believe you." Wuhan Holy Maiden also had to be speechless and secretly sigh, "Silly girl, why do you believe everything?" Then she asked Nie Li seriously, "If you have no ill intentions, then why do you want to hide your identity? What is your true purpose?" Nie Li quickly tried to avoid it. "I have my own difficulties. I hope the Saintess won't pursue this anymore. This time I am willing to cooperate with you and find a way out together. If you still don't believe me, I will leave here alone." Then Nie Li turned and walked away. Tui Lin sighed, "Please, Kakasich Mang, don't go," and then turned to beg the others. "Big Sister Wuhan, you should quickly call Shichmang to come back. It's very pitiful if he leaves alone." Wuhan asked again. Tui Lin, who carries the bloodline of the nine-tailed demon fox, can distinguish between true and false, good and evil. "Little sister, honestly tell me, do you truly feel that he has no ill intentions?" Tui Lin looked up at Nie Li and then nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I can affirm that Shichmang Saka has no ill intentions. And moreover, you don't know. He has saved us more than once." "All right then. Since this place contains the scent of special flames, following Shichmang will greatly increase our chances of survival." So, the two demon foxes followed Shichmang together and quickly caught up behind him. Tui Lin happily called out to Shichmang Xiasa, "I wonder, Lady Wu Han Than Nu." Wu Han Than Nu still kept her proud expression and replied, "This place is extremely strange. We're afraid you can't handle it alone, so we came to see for ourselves." Nie Li immediately retorted after hearing that, "Really? Is it me or you who can't handle this?" Wuhan the Holy Maiden replied, "No matter what you say. Even if you refuse to reveal your identity, I still respect the fact that you once saved us, so I can temporarily trust you. But if I find out you do anything evil, I will absolutely not show mercy." Nie Li then pretended to ponder deeply, standing still and stroking his beard as he considered the offer. Seeing Nie Li's attitude like that, Tui Lin was very surprised, and Wuhan's face looked a bit grim. But Nie Li smiled wickedly and said, "I appreciate the Saintess's trust. I will do my best to protect you, and I am not interested in either of you." This statement made the Holy Maiden Wu freeze in shock and quickly look over at Tui Lin, asking, could Tui Lin's intuition be wrong? But Tui Lin didn't know when she had grabbed Nie Li's arm happily and said, "Shichmang, big brother, I know you won't hurt us. Let's quickly find a way out." Nie Li replied, "Let's go. There may be more dangers ahead. We need to be careful." After hearing that, Tui Lin happily linked arms with Nie Li and skipped forward. Wuhan was speechless, but still had to follow behind the two in front. The group kept walking deeper and deeper, jumping over chasms and turns. Nie Li said as he walked, "It seems the hot wind inside this cave carries a strange aura, and this strange place doesn't seem to hide anything. The power on our bodies is no longer even half. We must be careful with our actions. You must follow me." Suddenly, Nie Li shouted, Tui Lin's face changed as she hid behind him and shouted, "Follow the path I have taken. It will be safe." Tui Lin nodded in agreement. At this moment, a flame flew directly in front of Wuhan Than Nu. Nie Li quickly swatted away the flames and shouted, "Watch out, these ghost fires can hurt you. Don't touch them." The holy maiden Vu Han sighed in relief and nodded. Heap Lai pulls Tai Lin to keep moving forward. Let's go. So they continued their journey, with Tui Lin chattering away to Nie Li, while Vu Han Thun Nu couldn't hear clearly. After a while, Nie Li reminded everyone that it was getting hotter and hotter. Whether it is an exit or not, there is something ahead. Nie Li's steps became more cautious as a talisman formation appeared in front of them. Vu Han Saintess asked, "This is the city fire? Such a magnificent city fire. What exactly is this relic?" Tui Lin asked anxiously. Big Brother Shich Meng, I feel like these runes are too terrifying. Nie Li deduces that if he's not mistaken, this is the birthplace of the Divine Flame Pond secret realm. Vu Han Than Nu asked again, what would be at the birthplace of the Divine Flame Pond, the highest secret realm of the Demon God sect? Tui Lin exclaimed, could it be a treasure? Nie Li sighed. I don't know if there's a treasure, but I'm afraid we've been trapped by some kind of formation. Nie Li stepped forward to reinforce his guess. After entering, the demon energy in our bodies has been forced to weaken. He looked up, paying close attention to the flaming pattern, as sweat started to drip from all three of them, but quickly evaporated. Vu Han Than Nu concluded that this place is absorbing our life force. If this continues, we will be drained soon. Shich Meng, do you have a way to break this? Nie Li silently observed the fiery pattern, and then realized that the aura of these engravings clearly belonged to Emperor Kong Ming. So he told everyone. The pattern on this emblem is extremely complex. Forcing destruction would only trigger greater danger. I think the only way is to channel the powerful spirit energy of the demon spirit into this pattern to reverse the formation's power. Lady Vu Han sighed. But our demon spirit energy is almost sealed. We can't use it at all, especially when such great strength is needed. With our current situation, there's no way we can do it, right? Nie Li paused for a moment and then said, I have a way. So he took out the magical artifact, leaving Vu Han stunned. But Vu Han also recognized this artifact. Van Lai Sun Ha Do, why do you have such a treasure? Nie Li didn't explain, and only said, I will use the 10,000 miles mountain and river map to pour love energy in a moment to reverse the formation, but this formation's power is extremely strong. I can't guarantee success, and I might even be countered by the formation if things go wrong. Just stay away and don't interfere. Vu Han reminds you, you don't need to be so heroic. We are allies, I will not abandon you, Tui Lin said firmly. Brother Chimang, we won't abandon you, you will definitely succeed. Nie Li silently cast a spell and asked, are they allies? He thought to himself, it was only out of respect for Wu Naizi helping them. Then he loudly said, fine, then let's do it together. The 10,000 miles mountain and river map rises above the cave, then unfolds with mountain ranges continuously shifting within it, and a blazing light shining down on the fiery pattern. Instantly, the pattern begins to change, and Vu Han also senses the shift as the temperature drops. It's really having an effect. At this moment, the inscription on the emblem glowed brightly, and the backlash force radiated out, causing Nie Li to spit out a mouthful of blood. He secretly lamented that the backlash was so strong. Seeing Nie Li's condition, Vu Han was extremely worried and hurriedly ran over to support his collapsing body. Nie Li said again, I am fine, continue. Saintess Vu Han remained silent. Vu Han channeled her remaining demon power into Nie Li and said, I give you my remaining strength. But the demon energy was quickly pushed back, causing her to turn pale. Nie Li warned, no, you can't. The power of this formation is too strong. Your demon spirit chi force cannot get close. Vu Han looked unwilling and asked, do we have to just watch you be countered and reborn? But Nie Li reassured them, trust me. So he cast a spell again, and the demonic energy on the pattern suddenly disappeared, replaced by a light emanating from within the pattern. Vu Han asked in amazement. Suddenly, the oppressive power disappeared, and instead a force was restoring my body. Tui Lin also couldn't believe her eyes and asked, did it work? Nie Li, who had just collected the 10,000 miles mountain and river map into his hand, collapsed weakly. Vu Han quickly caught him and then asked, are you okay? Nie Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, it's nothing, just a little exhausted. Then he also stood firm again. Wuhan shyly said, "It's good that you're fine. It seems this relic is more dangerous than we thought." At this moment, Nie Li was observing Wuhan's expression, and she looked confused. After a while, Nie Li moved to the source of the light and said, "Let's rest up and go. This tunnel in the scar is the only way out." So they all went in together. On the way, the three of them split up to observe their surroundings. Seeing Wuhan stop, Nie Li asked in surprise, "Why did you stop?" Wuhan closed her eyes in thought and said, "I sense a very strong consciousness. It's her, this is the consciousness of the sect master." Both Nie Li and Nie Li were surprised to ask about the sect master of the demon spirit sect. In his heart, he secretly thought that Mangacap, the sect master of the demon spirit sect, was a legendary existence with the power to transform into countless forms. Her whereabouts are probably hard to track. Only a few saint sons and saint daughters can use their special sensing techniques to follow her. Wuhan Saint Daughter is one of the saint daughters of the demon god sect, yet here she can sense her aura. Nie Li asked nervously, how could her aura appear here? Nie Li replied, "Let's go see first, maybe the sect master can help us." So, everyone moved forward together. Suddenly, Nie Li felt the space ahead change, and she nervously asked, "Why does the scene keep getting stranger and stranger?" "Big brother Shichmang, this place is so scary." "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Be careful, I suspect the sect master's consciousness here hides a big secret." Nie Li nodded in agreement and said, "Of course, let's go." Then the group entered a stone house with a fire motif and a crystal block. Nie Li then asked, "Another stone chamber?" Wuhan entered and recognized the crystal, looking surprised and asking, "No way. That is the consciousness of the sect leader's crystal." Nie Li exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Suddenly a voice came from the crystal saying, "Junior brother, you're here." Nie Li stared blankly at the crystal before asking in surprise, "Oh, Your Excellency the sect leader, am I the only man here, the senior disciple you call me?" Mo Yu replied, "No, I am calling you senior disciple." This statement made Wuhan and Nie Li gape with wide eyes, secretly wondering, does Elder Hichmang have this secret too? No way. "Sect leader, why do you call me junior brother? Because you carry the aura of the great emperor of the void. You are also a disciple of the great emperor of the void, so calling you junior brother is correct." After hearing that, Nie Li froze in place and then remembered the mad old man's muttering, "Now, only I and you remain as heirs of the great emperor of the void." Nie Li wondered to himself, why is there another person now? Is that old man deceiving me? Nie Li asked again, "Master sect leader, do you want to kill me?" Mo Yue replied, "If I wanted to kill you, there would be no need to wait until now." "So what is your purpose in seeking me out?" Mo Yue replied, "I've been waiting here for a long time just to meet you. This secret place is the trial ground left by Emperor No Light. Only his successor can enter, and you have passed the preliminary test." Nie Li was stunned after hearing this, then turned to look at the two behind him, who also looked stunned. "If I have passed the test, then what can I do for the sect master?" Mo Yue replied, "I need an assistant, and you are the most suitable person." Nie Li asked again, "What does the sect master mean by a helper?" Monguyet replied, "I need someone to eliminate a threat for me. This person threatens the stability of the demon god sect, but I can't act alone for now." Nie Li suddenly realized and asked, "Is the person the sect master mentioned the holy son of Fire Li?" Monguyet said with an admiring tone, "You are very perceptive." "Yes, it is Lai Hoa Thun Tu." This statement made Shui Lin tremble with fear, but Nie Li said, "Lai Hoa Thun Tu is powerful and noble. How could an inner disciple like me who guards the small world touch him? You don't need to pretend. If you can obtain the inheritance of Emperor Kongming, then why should I risk doing this for you?" Monguyet said impatiently, "You obviously have the ability to deal with Saint Sun Li Hoa. And as for the reason, don't you want to get something from me?" Nie Li stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Well, the Grand Sect Master is indeed perceptive. If that's the case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. What can you give me so I would willingly sell my soul to you?" Monguyet remained silent. Nie Li proposed, "If the sect master knows I am a disciple of the great emperor of the invisible, he would also know that my inheritance is incomplete. If you can give me some treasures to increase my cultivation, like the divine fire core, I will naturally serve you wholeheartedly." After hearing that, Mo Yue looked annoyed and said, "How dare you? The divine fire heart is the treasure of my demon god sect. There's no way I will let you get it easily." Nie Li said again, "Grand Sect Master, this is due to fairness. You give me the spirit fire heart. I will remove the Li fire saint child for you. Each of us gets what we want. Why wouldn't you agree?" Mo Yue paused for a moment, then said, "You're really cunning." "Fine, I'll grant your wish." A gem flew out from the crystal. Nie Li quickly caught it, feeling extremely happy inside. "That's great." Then he said, "Your Majesty, the sect leader, is indeed generous. I accept it." Moon Nguyet warned, "The heart of divine fire can be yours, but if you dare to break your promise, you will face the consequences." Nie Li burst into laughter. "Haha, please rest assured, Tong Chu Dainan, old Master Nipa Sich Mang always keeps his word. But I have one more condition." Mo Nguyet's tone turned angry as she asked, "What more do you want?" "After I complete my mission, I want you to publicly support me in the Demon God sect and not interfere with my actions, because I don't want to be exploited and discarded by others, especially since outside the Divine Flame, I only have Huyan Min Divine Lord as my opponent." Mon Guyet hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. "All right, I promise you, but remember this. If you dare to cause trouble, I will make you pay." Nie Li said happily, "Let's go with that then, Lord Sect Leader. Just wait for my good news." Then Nie Li returned to the two female demons. Wuhan Scientess asked in surprise, "Sich Mang, are you really the sect leader's junior brother?" Nie Li chuckled and said, "Well, let's just say that. But it's only a cooperative relationship, so you don't need to take it to heart." Tui Lin admired Nie Li even more, saying, "Shichmang, brother, you're really impressive. You even manipulate the sect leader." Nie Li patted the female demon's head and said, "Little girl, we still have a lot to do next." At this moment, Wu Han asked, "Where should we go next?" Nie Li replied, "If we have the support of the sect leader, we must make good use of it. Next, we need to find the other saint sons and gauge their attitudes. For me, the Holy Son Lai Hoa is not the only obstacle, but he is indeed the greatest threat." Saintess Wuhan nodded and said, "I will try to cooperate with you." But Nie Li had fallen silent. Tui Lin and Wuhan also looked at him in surprise. Seeing that Nie Li remained still, Wuhan called worriedly, "Shech Mang." But at this moment, Nie Li had already entered the Van Li Son Hadu and was flying straight to the pavilion where Vu Diem was standing, admiring the scenery. Seeing someone flying over, Vu Diem turned to look at Nie Li, who had transformed back into his original form, and happily said, "Vu Diem, sister." Vu Diem greeted Nie Li and then sat on his shoulder, asking, "What strange thing did you bring back this time?" Nie Li slightly smirked proudly, then rummaged in his sleeve and said, "Sister, you'll be amazed by this." Then he took out the heart of divine fire. Vu Diem looked at the crystal in Nie Li's hand and asked in surprise, "Divine fire heart? How did you get this treasure from the demon god sect?" Nie Li happily replied, "I got it from the sect master of the demon god sect. She asked me to eliminate the holy fire saint child for her, so I took the opportunity to squeeze some benefit out of her." Vu Diem reminded Nie Li that the sect master of the demon god sect was not an easy character, her mind deep and unpredictable, and working with her was like playing with a tiger. Nie Li explained that she originally intended to deal with the Lai Hoa Than Tu anyway, and besides, the Divine Fire Core was very beneficial for her sister, wasn't it? "Yes, the Divine Fire Core greatly aids in restoring my divine soul. If I can fully refine it, I might take a step further in the martial sect realm." "That's great, sister. Hurry up and refine it so I can focus on dealing with Lai Ho Than Tu." Vu Diem agreed without hesitation. Vu Diem embraces the heart of divine fire, the flames immediately transforming and engulfing her body. Inside the fire, her face turns grim. Nie Li asked nervously, "Are you okay, sister?" Vu Diem explained, "The power of the divine fire core is more violent than I imagined. I need to concentrate." Nie Li firmly said, "I will protect you." And as time passed, Vu Diem gradually absorbed the divine fire core while Nie Li stood by and protected her. After an unknown amount of time, Nie Li continued to observe Vu Diem's every move as the flames of the divine fire gradually diminished. Then Vu Diem's flames erupted fiercely, and Nie Li watched silently as a giant pillar of fire shot into the sky, causing the space of the Van Lai mountain map to tremble. Vu Diem happily said, "I have absorbed the divine fire core and directly broken through. Now I have taken a step further in the martial sect realm." Nie Li cheered happily. "That's great, sister. Now how do you feel? Trouble?" "I like trouble the most. Sister, what do you think about the matter with the sect master of the Demon Spirit sect? The current pawn will one day become the player. I'm prepared to bet on myself to see who ultimately controls this game." Vu Diem then said, "If you've made up your mind, I can't persuade you. But remember, no matter what, you must leave yourself a way out." Nie Li smiled and said, "Don't worry, sister, I have my limits." Just then, a voice came through. Nie Li looked down and saw her own pet chicken. Kim Dan looked up at Nie Li and chirped. Nie Li stroked its head and asked, "Kim Dan, are you hungry again?" He took some spiritual stones and placed them in front of the chicken, saying these are all good things he scavenged from elsewhere. "I'll give you a little now." Kim Dan kept pecking at the pile of spirit stones. Nie Li looked on in horror, helplessly setting the pile of spiritual stones aside and sighing, "The more it gains, the more it eats. Even divine aid won't be enough to satisfy it." Vu Diem agreed, saying, "Well, with Kim Dan's special physique, ordinary spirit stones are no longer enough. It might be better to give it some leftover power from the heart of divine fire to help it transform further." Nie Li asked in surprise, "Is that a treasure of heaven and earth? Is it really suitable to feed it to it? If elder sister has said so, I won't hold back anymore. Kim Dan, you have to try your best." When the chicken Kim Dan saw Vu Diem approaching, it exclaimed in surprise, "Fireball!" Vu Diem formed a seal with both hands, then opened her palms, sending a fireball soaring toward Kim Dan. Kim Dan brought its beak close to the flames, then happily moved forward, pecking to swallow them. Quickly, the flames were swallowed by Kim Dan. It clutched its full belly with a loud gust of wind, then suddenly its whole body changed color. Kim Dan looked stunned, and a column of flames erupted. Nie Li also jumped back as a pair of wings appeared from the flames, and then Kim Dan's body transformed, with its tail feathers growing longer. Kim Dan's body also changed, and it chirped happily. Looking at the bird in front of him, Nie Li asked in surprise, "Ah, is this the mysterious bird?" Vu Diem explains, the bloodline of Kim Dan secretly contains the power of the ancient mystic bird, and the divine fire core activates its power, causing the Kim Dan chicken to jump onto Nie Li's shoulder and nuzzle his cheek while chirping. Nie Li praises Kim Dan. "You are truly mighty now." Kim Dan happily chirped, "Chirp, chirp!" Vu Diem reminds that Kim Dan's evolution will be a great help to his disciples. Now even martial arts kings dare not underestimate its flames. Nie Li happily looked at Kim Dan and said, "This is really a big gain this time. With Kim Dan, I will be more confident in dealing with Li Hoathan too." Then he returned to his true form, a faint smile on his lips. But his smile had already stiffened. Nie Li was startled by the scene in front of him and asked, where is this?" Seeing Nie Li speak, Vu Han quickly turned her head to look and then ran over to ask, "You finally woke up. What happened to you just now?" Tuo Duong stood still, scaring us half to death. Nie Li hesitated and said, "Of course we are absorbing the divine fire's core, but what is the current situation? Why are we in the forest?" Shui Ling explained, "Brother Chi Mang, when you froze up, we suddenly ended up here. Probably brought by the sect master." Suddenly, Wu Han shouted, "Not good! It's a beast!" Nie Li asked in surprise. "Aren't we also beast spirits?" Wu Han explained. "This isn't an ordinary beast spirit. This aura is almost at the martial saint level, and there are many of them." Nie Li snorted coldly. "Humph. I see now. This is the illusion in the divine flame pond. It seems the Fire Holy Sun has lost patience and is trying to trap us." He kept watch carefully, then a pair of large legs emerged from the bushes, followed by several giant beasts rushing toward them. Vu Han the Saintess asked in surprise, "Why are the monsters from the abyss not sealed in the depths? How can Li Hoathan too summon them?" Nie Li quickly pulled back and ran, warning, "Don't investigate anymore. Run fast." Then all three of them dashed away at full speed. Nie Li said to everyone, "Even this step is prepared. Lai Hoathan Tu's tactics are more sinister than I imagined. These monsters are probably just part of his plan." Wu Han asked again, "How can we deal with Li Hoathan Tu with so many monsters in the abyss?" Nie Li replied, "We don't need to fight now. Let's go deeper into the secret realm first. If we find some treasure, it will help us deal with Li Hoathan Tu." Nie Li is chased by the monsters and runs for his life, leading the way. At this moment, a beast opened its mouth and roared, then quickly circled around Nie Li's group and lunged sideways, opening its mouth to bite directly at Nie Li. Wu Han Holy Maiden quickly warned, "Be careful." Nie Li sighed so fast. Wu Han Thun Nu swung her spear to knock the beast back. Although the beast was pushed away, it was not injured and quickly regained its footing. Wu Han Thun Nu sighs, "Can't do anything to it at all?" The beast immediately charges forward. At this moment, Nie Li drew the heavenly divine thunder sword to strike down, but the beast reacted incredibly quickly, dodging to the side to avoid it. Nie Li was astonished by this scene, and before he could recover, the beast swung its leg and knocked him away. Nie Li flipped in the air and sighed. The monsters beneath the abyss are truly not simple. Shuilin the fox looked at Nie Li with a worried expression and shouted, "Shich Mangage, monsters are coming from all directions." Below, a large herd of various kinds of monsters is approaching together. Nie Li snorts coldly. "I guess I have to deal with them." Shocked, Shuiling asked, "What? Should I deal with them?" Nie Li called out to her chicken, "Come out." Kim Dan immediately responded. Then Nie Li threw Kim Dan out, and it instantly grew larger. Seeing Kim Dan, Saintess Wu Han sighed. "Wow, such a powerful aura. Is this an ancient beast?" Kim Dan opens its beak to inhale air. The group of monsters immediately stopped in unison when they saw Kim Dan, and the water spirit Saintess exclaimed in surprise. They paused then. Kim Dan still opens its mouth to inhale, and the group of monsters begins to worry as Kim Dan starts spewing flames. A terrifying flame erupts from Kim Dan's mouth, turning the entire pack of monsters into living torches. Wherever the blaze spreads, the creatures are reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Tuilin couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "That's really impressive." Not stopping there, Kim Dan soared into the air, opening its mouth to unleash a ring of flames that swept across the ground, causing the remaining monsters to vanish into smoke. After using its move, Kim Dan breathes heavily, looking exhausted. Nie Li observes and says, Kim Dan still hasn't fully matured. Let's go back now." At the command, Kim Dan shrank and lazily rested in Nie Li's hand, chirping softly. The group of monsters behind was blocked by a sea of flames and dared not advance. Wu Han the Saintess quickly reminded, "Let's go now. The beasts behind are still coming." Nie Li nodded in agreement and immediately led the way. "They can't catch up to us for now, but before we could fly far, an invisible barrier suddenly blocked Nie Li's path, forcing the group to retreat quickly. So it turns out a huge barrier is blocking the entire path. Wu Han wondered, is this the Deep Abyss barrier? Li Hoathan Tu actually used this kind of trick. Nie Li sighed. He came to the door himself. It seems he doesn't intend to let us escape alive from here. At this moment, the arrogant laughter of Li Hoathan Tu echoed from afar. "Ha ha ha, you really haven't disappointed me. I didn't expect you to make it this far. Are you the one?" A defeated general, Li Hoathan Tu asked in a stern voice. "Do you think you can defeat me? I admit you have truly made me see you differently, but unfortunately your lives end here." Nie Li turned back and said, "Are the monsters and barriers in the deep abyss all summoned by you from within the abyss? I want to go deeper into the secret realm. You can't stop me." Li Hoa Saint Sun laughs out loud. "Ha ha, the Tamuyen barrier and the Tamuyen beasts? Do you think I will rely on them to stop you from entering the secret realm? My goal is the power of the entire secret realm." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from him. Wu Huan Holy Lady exclaimed in panic, "What? Why do you have the aura of Lightning Dat Saint Sun, as well as the aura of Wind Lang Saint Sun and Goldwood Saint Sun on you? Could it be that you?" "That's right. Their power has become one with mine. The path of martial arts is led by the strong. For my great cause, what is a little sacrifice? Wuhan Sentes said angrily, "You are so cruel to your fellow disciples. They fought alongside you. How can you be so indifferent?" Are you indifferent? Great deeds overlook minor details. Their strength is what truly justifies their existence. Nie Li silently thought that Lai Hoa Thantu's aura was several times stronger than before. Having absorbed the power of other saints and the forces of the deep abyss monsters, Wuhan Thannu warned him to be careful, as his strength had fully surpassed the Longdao realm and we couldn't fight him head-on. Nie Li sneers coldly. So what if he does? Li Hoa Thantu roars arrogantly, then suddenly disappears and reappears to attack Nie Li. Nie Li quickly drew the heavenly echoing thunder sword to block the attack, but the overwhelming force still knocked him back, crashing into a corner of the forest. After the fierce assault, Nie Li struggled to steady himself. Seeing that, Saintess Wu Hin couldn't help but worry and shouted for the chain dragon. But Nie Li quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Don't come over. If you get absorbed by him too, it'll be a disaster. Let me handle him." At that moment, the sacred child of fire rushed right in front of Nie Li, sneering with contempt, like a flea daring to challenge an elephant. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from somewhere onto Lai Hoa Thantu, causing a cloud of black smoke to rise instantly. Holding the heavenly vein divine thunder sword, Nie Li smirked maliciously. Wu Hin Saintess exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of treasure is this?" The water spirit demon fox also sighed, thinking that the attack had been successful, but suddenly, from the smoke, a powerful fist shadow suddenly shot out. "You think you ambushed me? How ridiculous." Nie Li quickly dodged to the side and swung his sword at Li Hoa Thantu. He couldn't help but be shocked. This guy wasn't even hurt. As he struck, Nie Li asked, "So attacking head-on also counts as a sneak attack?" Watch the sword, secretly thinking, "It's a good opportunity to test the power of the 36 Heavenly Vulture Divine Thunder Sword of Emperor Kam Min." Unexpectedly, Li Hoa Thantu reached out and easily caught the sword, causing Nie Li to stare in astonishment. Li Hoa Thantu just sneered coldly, then delivered a powerful punch to Nie Li's stomach, sending him flying backward into the sky, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Even if my body is invincible, this punch still hurts. I must have sustained internal injuries." At the same time, Lai Hoa Thantu had already caught up, launching a series of deadly attacks, and Nie Li could only defend while retreating. "How much longer can you hold on? Just need to refine you completely?" But Nie Li quickly rolled onto the ground, using the momentum to dodge a punch from his opponent, and Lai Hoa Thantu angrily continued the chase without letting up. Nie Li silently calculated that with his current cultivation, he could not defeat him, only lure him into the trap he had set earlier. Thinking this, Nie Li rolled once more, landing on all fours, then immediately summoned the spirit beast Panda. He shouted 10,000 times louder, chasing fiercely, causing Lai Hoa Thantu to suddenly halt in shock. "What is this? What is going on?" But Nie Li managed to unleash the dark light primordial energy just in time. A deafening explosion erupted, even shattering a corner of the barrier. Wu Hin, the saintess, quickly shields the water spirit demon fox, anxiously asking, "What's happening below?" The scene before her leaves her wide-eyed in amazement. Nie Li still focused on the deep pit, his expression becoming extremely serious. Contrary to expectations, that attack didn't seem to weaken Lai Hoa Thantu at all. He chuckled softly and said, "Ah, interesting. You really surprised me, but this level is still far from enough." With that, he tensed his body, and terrifying black flames erupted fiercely from him as he gritted his teeth. "Die." Immediately, the flames burst out fiercely. Nie Li marveled that his aura was still continuously rising. This black flame must be power from the abyss. Before Nie Li could regain his composure, Li Hoa Thantu had already closed in. Nie Li quickly dodged, thinking that the real game was just beginning. Although he avoided the main attack, Lai Hoa Thantu bent down and delivered a kick to Nie Li's face. He was knocked back, flying through the air, and then Li Hoa Thantu delivered another powerful kick. Nie Li was sent flying, hitting the ground hard on his back, then sliding across the ground for hundreds of zhang. Seeing this, Saintess Wu Hin could only worry and exclaim, It's not good, damn it. We can't get involved at all. The water spirit fox also called out anxiously. Brother Sichmang, Nie Li quickly warned, hurry and go. You want to run away? Can you escape? He said, then immediately chased after him. Seeing Li Huathan Tu chasing after him, Nie Li reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out something, feeling a bit anxious. The item he took out was a handful of spirit stones, and immediately the ground lit up with runes appearing. Lai Hoa, Saint Child, has just caught up and roared, Du Jun Hui, do you think you can escape? As he finished speaking, a deadly flame burst forth from him. Nie Li dodged while throwing a spirit stone to the ground, causing the earth to light up continuously, with runes soaring into the air and gathering together. Nie Li quickly cast the 7 formations, smiling confidently as he succeeded. Li Huathan Tu, now inside the array, looked a bit surprised and asked, A formation? You want to rely on it to trap me? Nie Li replied calmly. We'll see after trying. Li Huathan Tu, you are indeed very strong now, but I will not let you succeed. Li Huathan Tu roared, Do a low-level dragon realm and deserve to oppose me? You will die. With a look of utter contempt, Li Huathan Tu shot forward like an arrow toward Nie Li, then swung his fist to strike. Nie Li immediately summoned the Heavenly Raven Divine Thundersword, activating the lightning shield. An electric barrier appeared instantly, blocking Li Huathan Tu's punch. However, Duchan still knocked Nie Li back, causing him to fall behind. Seeing Nie Li in a vulnerable position, Vu Hin the Saintess couldn't just watch and hurriedly rushed over to try to help. Sichmang, we can't care too much. We need to go help him now. Tuilin Yu Ho agreed, and Vu Hin Thun Nu immediately created a water sphere, but unexpectedly a stream of black flames approached her. Lai Hoa Saint. Sun shouted angrily, Don't interfere. As soon as he clenched his fist into the void, Vu Hin Saint Nu and Thui Lin Yu Ho were immediately wrapped in flames. Nie Li anxiously shouted, It's over. Thui Lin the demon fox desperately said, Brother Sichmang, run now, just leave us. Saintess Vu Hin also struggled to say, Run Sichmang quickly. Li Huathan too burst out laughing. Ha ha, you think you can defeat me with a crowd? In front of me there are many people, but they are just a bunch of ants. Seeing how they struggle in pain, do you feel helpless? Anger flared in Nie Li's heart as he roared, raising his sword and shouting loudly, Heavenly Thunder God Sword, 10,000 thunder heavenly lead. Nie Li swung his sword down, unleashing countless lightning bolts, but Lai Hua Saint Sun only waved his hand, and Blackfire shielded him. Tonight he sneered and said, Childish tricks, old ancestor Red Mang. If you have any other skills, just bring them out. Nie Li replied through gritted teeth, This is you forcing me. Then he summoned the demon spirit Panda. Nie Li shouted loudly, rushing forward. On the other side, Santis Vu Hin and the water spirit had been burned by the flames to the point of fainting. The Holy Fire Saint Child shouted, Come on! Immediately, Nie Li launched a giant fireball. However, the Holy Fire Child still smirked mischievously, showing no regard. A deafening explosion rang out, and the ground was carved into a deep trench. However, Li Huathan Tu was only forced back and not actually harmed. He sneered and said, Do you only have this trick? Then you have truly disappointed me. Nie Li quickly performed a spell, his eyes becoming tense, thinking to himself, This is the chance. The 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram opened, and suddenly the Holy Child of Fire was horrified to realize countless inscriptions had surrounded him from somewhere, and he began to feel panic. What is this? I only see the divine symbols gathering in the sky, then the 10,000 miles mountain and river map appears, and then the map pulls the Holy Fire Saint Sun inside. What is this? Nie Li sneered. Ha, finally you, Lai Huathan Tu, have fallen into my trap. The Holy Son of Fire roared in anger. This can't be what is happening. The pulling force from the mountain and river diagram kept increasing, making the Holy Son of Fire unable to resist, only able to scream in agony. Soon, the 10,000 miles mountain and river map was sealed, leaving only a huge smoking crater on the ground. Nie Li sighed bitterly. This time he truly bet everything he had. Amidst the smoke, 2 figures gradually appeared. Saintess Fu Hin and the water spirit demon guided each other out to ask, "Where are Sichmang and the holy son Lai Hoa?" Nie Li made an excuse. It's also because he was careless. I used a ceiling formation to trap him." The water spirit demon fox sighed, thinking how the holy son of the Lai fire sect was hiding such terrifying power. The Saintess Fu Hin then threw out 2 pills and said, "Now is not the time to talk. Sister Thuong, go ahead first. I feel like this won't end as simply as it seems." Nie Li confirmed, "Indeed it is so," then said, "Oh, pills, sorry about that." After saying that, he swallowed it down. "Anyway, if you've come this far into the secret realm, there's no harm in seeing what kind of treasure is really hidden there. Furthermore, there might be a way to save the others." Hearing this, the water spirit fox exclaimed happily, "And Big Brother Vo Nai too." Nie Li reassured him, "Don't worry, I will find a way to save the others." Nai. Lai suddenly sensed a strand of spiritual energy, then extended his hand to catch it, and a jade talisman appeared in his palm. Nie Li deduced that this was a communication jade of the demon god sect. He put it to his ear and was immediately startled. "Worthless, even a junior who hasn't reached the divine level can't handle it. What a waste of my effort in nurturing him. If that's the case, I can only take action myself. The sect master of the demon god sect, yet he dares to betray me. In a month, the demon god sect will be forced to submit, or else the deep sect." Nie Li turned to Wu Hin, the holy maiden, and said, "The sect leader wants to see me." Wu Hin Thon Nu touched the jade talisman and said, "The sect master, let me sense it first." The jade contains a special guiding power, seemingly pointing toward the central area of the secret realm, where it is said the greatest secret of the Long Yu domain lies. Suddenly a bolt of lightning erupted, making everyone in the group jump in shock. Tui Lin the fox asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Nie Li anxiously shouted, "It's a ceiling formation to trap the realm. Someone is planning to catch everyone entering the secret realm." Wu Hin Thon Nu then warned, "We must stop them." Suddenly Wu Hin Thon Nu sensed someone, and everyone turned their eyes to look, only to see that the newcomer was the sect master of the Yuthan Tong, Mo Nungu Yet. When Thui Lin Yuho saw Mo Nungu Yet, she immediately became alert and quickly exclaimed, "Sect master." Then he quickly ran out to shield Nie Li. Mo Nungu Yet saw this and sighed. "The kids don't need to be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, Hatat would have to wait for your reaction. Have you seen? That person has already started moving, and the first one he wants to kill is you." Then she pointed at Nie Li. Nie Li widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh." Mo Yue continued, "It's simple because you've disrupted his plan. He intended to use the Holy Fire Saint Child to bypass the Yushin sect, but Nie Li thought, isn't it you who wants me to do something?" Mo Yue continued, "I want to invite you all to the final feast in the secret realm before it is swallowed whole." After finishing, Mo Yue immediately disappeared. Nie Li exclaimed in surprise, She's gone." His speed is surprisingly fast. The Saintess Fu Hin said, "Usually the sect leader rarely appears, but this time she took the initiative to show herself, so what she said might not be that simple. Is it illusion? No wonder she looks different from the one seen in the previous life. If the sect master of the demon god sect is also a descendant of Emperor Kong Ming." Then he turned to the 2 female demons and asked, "Have you ever heard of the sect master appearing as an old man in human form?" Wu Hin Holy Maiden replied, "The sect leader's whereabouts are unpredictable. It is said that sometimes she appears as a mighty, strong man with overwhelming strength. Other times she transforms into a charming woman that drives people mad, even appearing as a child before the world, making it impossible to distinguish truth from falsehood. But no one has ever seen her appear in the same form twice." Tui Lin the fox demon looked terrified, as rumors say that anyone who sees the sect leader's true face ends up dead. Nie Li thought to herself, this guy really isn't out of options. In that case, we have to follow her. No wonder the deal went so smoothly back then. So he said, "Let's follow the sect leader quickly or we'll be refined first." Then he immediately ran away. After Nie Li and the others ran off, a person appeared amidst the dust and smoke. This person chuckled interestingly, originally intending to deal with a useless person, but didn't expect to lure so many prey instead. The young disciples of the Yuthan sect from Thian'an Pavilion, along with the little one carrying the inheritance of Kong Min, seemed to have gained much more than expected this time. If you all have reached the core of the secret realm, I will be waiting there for you to walk right into my trap." Then he disappeared. "Wait, this area first." She waved her hand and the divine inscription lit up instantly. The water spirit beast exclaimed in shock, "It's the heavenly secret seal." Could this place be Nie Li's judgment, the entrance to the second core secret realm? But someone arrived before us. He observed the surroundings and said, "The aura here shows signs of disturbance, and the energy of the deep abyss remains on the cliff walls. It seems we are on the right track." Nie Li then clenched his sword. At this moment, the spirit stones began to change, and the water spirit beast exclaimed, "The crystal is shining, and the great array is shifting," immediately catching Nie Li's attention, as a line of words appeared above. "You who enter are all sacrifices." Santes Vu Hin, with a serious expression, announced to the group that this was a blood sacrifice grand formation. The water spirit beast immediately said, "Quickly break it." But the water spirit beast immediately suffered a bitter loss. As soon as my water magic left my body, it was absorbed. Nie Li sneered and said, "Yeah, pretending to be gods and demons." At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, shattering the crystal. Suddenly, inside the crystal, someone screams in pain. Oh dear. This made the two female demons stare in surprise. A figure wearing a mask appears inside and says, "Ha ha ha, young master. The sect leader has been waiting for a long time." Nie Li smiles faintly, but at this moment someone is watching her, and she sighs. "Is this time I have to die again?" After saying that, she waved her hand and the mirror began to crack and shatter. She then said, "Even though I predicted this, can I really not change anything?" Then Teo Nungung Ni suddenly sensed someone behind her, immediately swung her sword to attack and asked, "Who is it?" But the other person waved their hand, dispersing the sword energy, and unexpectedly, the person who appeared was Ung Nungju Yit Nu. She praised her, not a bad reaction. Tu Nung Ni happily exclaimed, "Is it you, sister? Last time you pointed out my cultivation in a dream, but I didn't know your name." Ying Yue Ru replied, "That doesn't matter because I am already dead. My current self is just an illusion reflected through a fragment of my remaining soul in the heavenly fate crystal." Tiu Nung Ni exclaimed in surprise, "What? When Yang Li encounters danger and is entwined by the death calamity, I will appear." "What happened to him?" Ying Yue Ru shook her head. "I don't know either. The heavenly mechanism is in chaos. If he makes one wrong move, his soul will be destroyed. I can only continue to interpret the heavenly secret." Tiunguni then said, "I understand now. I have to go save him." You, then, sect. At this moment, Tiunguni suddenly woke up, sat up, got out of bed, and then activated the communication jade pendant. Immediately, streams of spiritual energy shot out, and a slightly anxious Tio Nu Ni said, "Go quickly." These sound transmissions reach Diep Tu Van, Long Vu Am, Luke Phu, and Doan Kiem. Doan Kiem opens his eyes wide and says seriously, "Master is in danger." Then he immediately flew away. Meanwhile, Diep Tu Van turned into ice and soared into the sky. She is extremely anxious. Nie Li, I will come to find you immediately. Long Vu Am also said, "Master, rushing alone to the demon god sect is like courting death." Lu Pu exclaimed in horror, The battle arena is about to be destroyed by you. You're truly a fierce dragon." Long Vu Am glared at Luke Phu, startling him, then immediately ran off. "Let's go now to save Nie Li." Nie Li, I want you to pay the price for humiliating me. If that's the case, let everyone be buried together. Nie Li led everyone inside, but the guide suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving Tui Lin Yu Ho puzzled. Where is he? Where is he taking us? Nie Li waved his hand to stop him and said, "Wait a moment." Fu Hin the Saintess looked surprised and asked, "What's wrong?" Nie Li looked up at the sky and immediately sensed someone. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a familiar face and wondered silently, "Long Tianming, why is he here? Isn't this the young master Long of Wu Than Tong? He usually always has a bunch of followers with him. Why is he here alone now?" Saintess Wu Hin reminded us that this isn't the main point. We suddenly became stronger and opened the divine flame pool to counter Wu Than Tong. Why would the future head of the Long family, affiliated with Wu Than Tong, be inside the secret realm? Long Tianming glanced at the three monsters below and said arrogantly, Hey, you three. The group of Nie Li was all stunned. Long Thien Min continued. Where is the central area of your secret realm? Nie Li casually pointed in one direction and said without hesitation, yes, it's over there, which surprised the holy maiden Vu Hin very much. This gentleman head east through the black dust forest to get there. After speaking, he immediately flew away. Watching Long Tianming's figure, Saintess Vu Hin asked in surprise, Black Vu Grain? Nie Li quickly made an excuse. Ah, the place I was caught is where we just passed through. All black fog, very dangerous. Saintess Vu Hin asked again, Are you crazy? That place is full of soul-devouring demon beasts. He will definitely come back to find us and cause trouble. Tui Lin, the spirit fox, nervously grabs Nie Li's hand, saying, That's right. He doesn't look easy to deal with. Nie Li then grinned mischievously. Hey, his appearance here is too strange. I want to see what he's really up to. I also sprinkled some guiding beasts on him, so we'll have an easier time playing later. Vu Hin. The saintess looked at Nie Li in surprise and asked when. Nie Li calmly replied, and as he turned around, Let's go, there's no barrier formation sealing the realm here. Let's follow Long Thien Min and see. Over here, Long Tianming also arrived at the place Nie Li pointed to, feeling a bit puzzled as he looked at the glowing red eyes in the darkness. He wondered why these beasts kept rushing toward him. He quickly realized there was a problem with his hand. Summoning beast? It's those three playing tricks. Long Thien Min waved his longsword and said coldly, I can't find Nie Li for a moment, so I'll play with you guys. She said that, then swung her sword to cut down the beasts. Vu Hin, the saintly maiden, sighed. This truly is the four extremes sword chi of the Longan family. Those demonic beasts look very unusual. Nie Li sighed. That's right. Demonic beasts should be bloodthirsty and savage. So why are they attacking him in an organized way? Someone is controlling these beasts, not me. It seems this secret realm is more complicated than we thought. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Nie Li and asked, Do you find this amusing? Nie Li exclaimed in horror. How is that possible? With our cultivation, no one should be able to approach without us noticing. Nie Li took out a dart and thought about hidden weapons. Then she turned around all at once and saw Long Vu Am. Long Vu Am glances at Nie Li and asks, Do you want to fight? She then immediately drew the heavenly dragon spear and pointed it at Nie Li's face before threatening her. My newly acquired part-heaven dragon spear just happens to be missing a sacrificial offering to test its power, and Nie Li is a bit surprised. This girl has cultivated dragon flame to this level. Seeing Nie Li being threatened, the water spirit fox didn't hesitate and immediately formed a seal, ready to act. But Saintess Vu Hin shook her head, indicating disapproval. Long Vu Am still had her spear pointed at Nie Li, coldly saying, Don't be hasty, little fox spirit. I like this fox the most. But it was Xiaoban. Nie Li suddenly shot out a dart, but Long Vu Am used flames to deflect it, and she became angry. What do you want to die? Hey, little villainess, I was just joking. Long Vu Am retracted her spear and said, I was just trying to scare you. I'm not someone who can't reason. Lead the way for me, and I won't hold it against you. Nie Li pretended to speak. Miss, we are just passing by monks and don't know the way. Long Vu Am glared and shouted, Stop talking nonsense. I saw you trick Long Thien Min with your beast mount earlier, now you're pretending to be stupid with me. He stomped his foot, and suddenly flames appeared surrounding all three of them. Long Vu Am coldly said, Either lead the way or be roasted, choose one within 3 seconds. Nie Li pretended to be scared and said, I'll lead the way, I'll lead the way. What are you looking for deep inside this dangerous secret realm, a human like you running here for? Long Vu Am replied, I am looking for someone. Nie Li asked again, Who are you looking for? Long Vu Am replied, A person named Nie Li. Why do you want to find someone named Nie Li? Nie Li helplessly asked where he could find Nie Li, and Long Vu Am, out of options, said someone had revealed that he was searching for a treasure deep inside the secret realm, which is why he came after him. Nie Li suddenly felt worried inside and wondered who it could be. Then upon hearing the sound of stones falling, he pretended to be frightened, only to see a violent tremor, as Long Thien Min just cut the serpent in half, sheathing his sword and snorting coldly. At this moment, another giant snake lunged to bite Long Thien Min, but it was already cut in half. Long Thien Min coldly said, "Is that all you've got? I haven't even used a third of my strength yet." Then he let out a wildly arrogant laugh. Ha, ha, ha. Long Thien Min used lightning to transform his wings and soared up. The fog was blown away. He glanced down at Nie Li below and chuckled softly. Ha! What a narrow escape. Right after, Thien Min spoke. "The debt from earlier, we should settle it properly." He then replied, "Esteemed hero, we are merely passing through here. We have no intention of opposing you." But he paid no attention and replied, "Stop wasting words. Dealing with demons and evil spirits is the duty of our righteous disciples. Today, none of you will escape." After finishing, he decisively launched an attack forward, and a beam of light appeared along with it. The attack shot out at the speed of light, reaching the red-haired man in less than a second. But he was not the type to stand still and wait for death. Soon after, the red-haired man prepared to counterattack. A second later, the three people behind could only see a powerful explosion. Even Tian Ming couldn't guess what had just happened. Until suddenly, a strange thing appeared from the thick cloud of dust. Less than 2 seconds later, the young girl suddenly emerged from the heart of the vortex. He was puzzled and asked, "Long Vu Am, why are you here? Why? You want to help the demon race deal with your own people? And I might add with disdain, you've been rolling around all day with Nie Li's demon minions. You truly are spies of the demon god sect. I won't argue with you and will coldly declare, dare to insult my master, die." After finishing, she immediately launched an attack, and the man in purple also charged forward. Another fight broke out, and the creatures around them were affected quite a bit. Then Long Vu Am couldn't resist anymore and fell down, even unable to hold back a painful sound. The man in purple looked pleased, thinking, with such skills, your strength is only this much. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched another attack to end Long Vu Am's life. Faced with this situation, the man with orange hair began to make some calculations. He quickly made a guess and acted at his fastest speed. First, the man with orange hair found a small stone. Then, without hesitation, he kicked straight at the black-haired guy. The seemingly harmless little stone was actually flying at an incredible speed, but Thien Min still managed to dodge easily. Then he coldly said, "You little brat, I'll deal with you again later." Below, the man with orange hair was preparing a bigger attack. Before anyone could react, he kicked it up again. At this point, Thien Min was no longer as calm as before, only trying to dodge without getting hit. Then he also realized something was wrong, as all attacks targeted his vital points, and his spiritual energy flow was disrupted. Just as Tian Ming was getting annoyed and thinking, a familiar laugh suddenly echoed. Then he was also knocked back, just like how Thien Min had done to Long Vu Am, and he shouted in fury, "You bastard, are you tired of living?" The man with orange hair below immediately exclaimed upon realizing the danger, and soon after, he had to face the consequences of provoking the guy in purple. While resisting, the man with orange hair explained, "Young master, I was just careless and kicked a rock. I didn't know it would explode. Still, that guy didn't seem to be moved at all. If you want to die first, I will make it happen for you." They thought the men with orange hair would tremble in fear, but instead they were stunned into silence by the unexpected sounds. Thien Min had no idea until the creature touched his limbs, but he effortlessly shattered them without even glancing, even sneering disdainfully. Lowly and petty, while Thien Min was distracted, he quickly launched his move to see the smoke bomb. At first, Thien Min didn't realize, thinking it was just a regular smoke bomb, until the warning shout from his subordinate sounded, and young Master Long carefully looked beneath his feet. He only then started to notice the unusual things at his feet, but by then it was too late. The grayish-green smoke was gradually rising. While Thien Min was still dazed and wondering about the ice, another attack came straight at him, leaving him no time to react and forcing him to take a hit. And yet the falls kept coming, never seeming to stop. Only then did Long Vu Am coldly ask, "Long Thien Min, do you really think you're invincible? Today I will show you what true Long VM is." Knowing he was seriously injured and couldn't win, Thien Min said, "Wait for me." Then he took out a talisman from his chest, spun around, and found that Thien Min had already slipped away without a trace. Long Vuam watched this scene and didn't bother to chase after him, just snorted, then turned to speak. You know how to seize the opportunity. No, it was just luck. Miss Long, are you hurt? However, Long Vuam was not one to hold back and exposed him. Your recent tactics were no coincidence. The girl behind also spoke up. What should we do next? He pondered and replied, if Long Thien Min has also arrived, it means the secret of this place is more important than we thought. We must speed up. Hearing that, she wondered again, why is everyone going in? The man with orange hair immediately replied, do I even need to ask this? Surely it was all released by the Lord Master. But what should we do about Long Tianming? He's definitely coming to take revenge on us. Then the man with orange hair angrily replied, if he dares to come again, let him suffer again. Then Long Vuam said, let's go. I want to see what secrets are hidden deep inside this mysterious place. So he confidently exclaimed, and the four of them continued to venture deeper inside. By now, the sky was gradually darkening, and it seemed it wouldn't be long before it was completely night. The man with orange hair silently moved forward with caution. Behind him, Long Vuam kept watching his every move, and soon the man with orange hair noticed her gaze. Then he asked with a puzzled tone, Long, young lady, why do you keep staring at me like that? You also think I am extraordinarily handsome, right? Long Vuam suddenly asked, feeling a bit shy and stammering. Why haven't you been beaten to death by others? I just feel like you resemble someone I know. The pink-haired girl guessed, Could it be that they know each other and the person next to her just went along? Very similar. The man with orange hair quickly explained, feeling wronged, I have never met the young lady of the Long family. Creatures like us don't have the chance to know the noble bloodline of the Long clan. But Long Vuam didn't hold back and said, stop pretending. Do you even compare to him? Once we're out of the secret realm, we'll settle the score. At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared, causing the man with orange hair to startle uncontrollably. A mysterious beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but ask, what is this? From within the column of light, a figure and a voice suddenly appeared. Till information. The girl with orange hair saw this and muttered, what? Up there, 4 demons have officially revealed themselves, each looking incredibly fierce. Standing behind without saying a word, he directly ordered the minions of the demon god sect to kill them. As if waiting for this moment, they immediately rushed forward like moths to a flame. Faced with that situation, the orange-haired man still calmly raised a challenge sign, then the scene shifted to another place within the forbidden area of the demon god sect, representing the divine pond. A sharp sword suddenly stabbed into the ground, causing the previously smooth surface to crack visibly, while the pool of blood in the center of the hall continued to spread without any sign of stopping. My patience is running out if you refuse to submit. After finishing, he added, even if you have 3,000 clones, the Holy Emperor will kill all your doppelgangers. However, the white-haired man not only refused to obey, but also let out a sound full of contempt. Then he calmly said, Great Lord of the Divine, why are you in such a hurry? As he finished speaking, the white-haired man immediately summoned strange streams of power. Moreover, more and more red lights are surrounding him. You get attacked unexpectedly from above and angrily shout, you want to die. Then he quickly counterattacked in an attempt to defeat the white-haired man, but he remained unfazed and even decisively ordered an attack. The strange spirits immediately appeared, surrounding the figure above, and not stopping there, they launched powerful assaults. Seeing this scene, he could only comment that it was indeed the 10,000 demons array. You think you can rely on these ancient lingering souls, but before the person above could do anything, they were pierced through by a sword. Then he heard a whisper in his ear. You are mistaken. This is not the 10,000 demons array, but the sacrifice of the gods array, a formation to kill gods. Hearing the white-haired man's words, he immediately looked down to check. As expected, the pool of blood that was previously still now bubbles with strange air, and the surrounding evil spirits grow even stronger. The one above saw this and immediately became angry, questioning, Are you abusing what the sacred emperor gave you? The white-haired man without hesitation replied, That's correct. This divine artifact is originally the signature of your sacred demon ancestor, and for 3,000 years I have been nourishing it daily with my blood, so. Then he paused for a moment before loudly announcing that today was the day. However, less than a second later, the white-haired man realized something was wrong. Immediately after, the person above counterattacked, leaving him no time to dodge. The muscular body of the white-haired man quickly disappeared into the air. Seeing this, he calmly declared war. A mere clone wanting to kill a god. Soon I will find each of your clones. In another place, someone's painful cry suddenly echoed. So, this is where the true body of the white-haired man is. He struggled to conclude. The divine envoy under the Holy Emperor's command is indeed formidable. It seems it's not that simple. Meanwhile, in the blood-cloud ruins of the wilderness, Long Tianming was rushing through the air, muttering in frustration, "Damn it! Why are the space laws here so chaotic? Where exactly is the central area of the secret realm?" At that moment, Long Tianming spotted some monsters wandering outside, so he immediately descended and called out, "Hey, you guys!" As the monsters looked down, Long Tianming continued, "Where is this place? Where is the center of the secret realm?" Strangely, they had no intention of answering, and even activated their combat mode. As soon as he saw this phenomenon, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Too coy. In less than a second, the seemingly useless monsters surrounded Long Tianmin, with the blonde one leading the attack, striking him with incredible force. Long Tianmin also remained undeterred and immediately counterattacked, but it seemed that the balance of strength was leaning more towards the yellow-haired Tukoi, and soon after, the purple-skinned Tukoi made his move. He unleashed a very strange technique, but it was extremely fast, leaving him no time to react. By the time Long Tianmin realized it, perhaps it was already too late. Frustrated after being hit, he muttered, "Even Tukoi team dares to hurt me?" Their attack made Long Tianmin extremely angry, so he also activated his battle mode. Long Tianmin now gathers all his strength and unleashes a move that can be called earth-shaking. Soon after, pieces of clothing are torn apart by the force, flying far away and even hitting the giant rock, causing it to shatter into pieces. But that wasn't all. The massive rock showed signs of collapsing. Then the Death Ghost approached again to attack, but this time Long Tianming managed to block it. Then he immediately counterattacked and coldly ordered them to get out, but was then ambushed from behind by the Crimson Death Ghost. Damn you all, wait for me. However, the four assassins have already caught up, and it seems he's in serious trouble this time. In another corner, continuous shouts echo through the air. However, when looking at the ground, there was nothing unusual, until those similar sounds rang out again. "Oh!" Beneath the magical curtain, Long Vuam coldly asked, "Do you want to die or not?" "Keep your limbs still," the orange-haired man naively replied. "This cloak is really big, but squeezing together makes it hard to avoid touching." "Why are you blaming me? Or maybe you should go fight those death knights yourself and no one will dare to touch you." Hearing that, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. "If it weren't for Nie Li, I wouldn't squeeze in with you guys." The girl with orange hair had to speak up to mediate. All right. Now's not the time for arguing." That's right. The situation in this secret realm keeps changing. We need to be careful in what we do." But he still couldn't help but mutter, clearly she was the one who started it, which made Long Vu Lam instantly furious. "What did you say?" Next, the man with orange hair replied calmly, It's nothing. You saw how miserable Long Tianmin looked just now, right?" After saying that, he sneered. Long Yin's pride as a genius of the Long Yin family was beaten like a dog. Truly embarrassing. Over there, Long Tianmin angrily thought to himself, "If you hurt me this badly and then run away, I won't let you off." At that moment, he was lying helpless in a pit caused by the recent battle. Long Vu Lam whispered, "He deserves it. He's nobody in normal times, and this is his own fault, especially since I heard he's secretly involved with the demon god sect." Unexpectedly, the man with orange hair casually replied, "Now you have one too." Then the blonde girl spoke again, saying the saint children turned deathless seemed to be stronger now. Still, despite Long Tianmin being beaten like this, he can still keep silent. Truly admirable. This makes the pink-haired one worry endlessly. Could he have sneaked away and is now crying his eyes out? Hearing this, the man with orange hair cheerfully guessed that maybe he's hiding somewhere, licking his wounds and cursing under his breath. But Long Vuam thought that if he really had the ability, he should take revenge himself. As soon as she finished speaking, he started to mock. I didn't expect you to speak on his behalf. Do you still have some kind of relationship with him? Long Vu Am immediately corrected upon hearing this. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just stating the facts. I don't understand why the man with orange hair suddenly pressed his face against hers. Oh, this accidentally makes Long Vu Am's lips press firmly against his cheek. Before you can explain, she coldly declares, Shameless man, how dare you molest me? Seeing Long Vu Am's murderous expression, he was terrified and misunderstood. Then it was obvious that the man with orange hair had been kicked out by her. The gang of thugs, caught up in their fight, suddenly noticed something strange below. It immediately crouched lower to get a clearer look at what it was. The man with orange hair saw this and quietly said, Hey, keep fighting. Don't mind us. But these words were like water off a duck's back, and the fighters continued to strike without paying attention. As soon as Long Vu Am approached, he pretended to be serious and advised, Don't cause trouble anymore, they are about to come over here. She coldly retorted, I will kill you today. Soon after, Long Vu Am launched another attack, and he had no choice but to dodge desperately. The girl with orange hair quickly said outside, Don't be like that. The situation is very dangerous now. We must find a way to escape first. And then the pink-haired girl also joined in to mediate. That's right, Brother Zichmang didn't mean to. Stop fighting. But Long Vu Am ignored the warnings and coldly replied, Rain down. However, this time the man with orange hair didn't fight back or dodge, but quickly grabbed her leg and shouted, Hey! Less than a second later, both of them were thrown back by the force of the explosion. As the servant, while they were distracted fighting, the purple death armor launched its attack. At that moment, Long Vu Am understood the sudden action just now. Still, she coldly said, Do not think that will make me forgive you. The man with orange hair calmly replied, Whatever you say is fine, but can we cooperate a little for now? After saying that, he added, Once we deal with these two koi, you can come find me to settle the score later. As she finished speaking, another powerful attack was launched right where the two of them stood. Long Vu Am didn't bother to say a word, immediately rushing in to give Tukoi a blow. Even the Tukoi da Konda dam tagan truck mata. Soon she had driven the Tukoi to the brink of defeat. The man with orange hair could only stand and watch. After a few seconds of hesitation, he decided to rush forward. As soon as he entered the magic cloth, the man with orange hair quickly shouted, Let's get out of here now. The girl with orange hair hesitated but replied, even though she was alone, she was Tsuki but also a holy child. Hearing that, he immediately warned, Are you joking? She is Tianyuan. She's not practicing an ordinary cultivation technique. Two Dragon Dao realm can't trouble her. Then the man with orange hair concluded, Let's not cause any more trouble here. Let's go ahead and wait for her. And so the three of them continued moving forward. At lightning speed, Long Vu Am fought for a while and then noticed something strange. What? That shameless bastard ran away, leaving me behind. Taking advantage of her distraction, the purple death armor launched an attack, but it was quickly shattered by Long Vu Am's fierce counterattack. Get out. Then the two, a death armor and a celestial origin, charged at each other. The man with orange hair kept moving and sighing repeatedly, making the girl with orange hair even more worried. Shichmang, are we really going to ignore her? Yeah. What if she gets hurt too? The pink-haired one? The man with orange hair paid no mind and replied, If anyone can hurt that furious female dragon, they are truly a master. She couldn't help but feel admiration after hearing that. It seems you are very close. Then the scene shifts to another desolate place, no less barren. The stranger with sharp eyes and fierce tone, the third clone, speaks. After finishing, he questioned again, Do you think setting up a forbidden formation can stop my pursuit? He was stunned. You found me again, but I have countless clones, so killing a few won't matter. After finishing, the girl added, Wait until I break through. That will be your day of death. This secret realm belongs to me. The stranger doesn't bother to show respect and mocks arrogantly. The main body hides but sends these weak clones to sacrifice themselves. It's truly ridiculous. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack as if to prove what he just said. After acting, the stranger said, Yuthan Tong Lord, even if you use all your tricks, even if you set up forbidden formations to stop me. He paused for a moment before continuing. Do you think that's enough to protect yourself? You're too naive. I will find all your clones and kill them one by one. A second later, the troublemaker suddenly changed his tone. Letting the ants of the demon god sect sneak in. He soared into the sky, then sneered and muttered, "Even stinky ants dare to peek at my belongings?" As he was flying at full speed with the two girls, the man with orange hair suddenly came to a sudden stop. He suddenly felt something was off and blurted out, "This isn't right." Then the three of them looked up at the sky, where a dark figure was standing tall. The orange-haired girl was stunned and wondered, what kind of pressure is this, that it's even stronger than the sect leader? The pink-haired girl, trembling with a pale face, whispered that he seemed to be able to see us. Now the orange-haired man finally understood everything, so that's why the holy child of Li Hoa is so strong, and why the sect master wants to deal with him. As he activated his combat mode, he confirmed that the deity was behind him, and at the same time, the mysterious figure up there also spoke coldly. "I am not in the mood to play with you now, so go and die." As soon as he finished speaking, he created a vortex that looked extremely mysterious and dangerous. Upon seeing this scene, the man with orange hair exclaimed, "Darkness aura burst." Soon, the small vortex from earlier spread in all directions, and purple filled his eyes, forcing the man with orange hair to activate his attack. Less than 2 seconds later, he used his ultimate move, releasing faint orange smoke that obscured the stranger's view. The person passionately controlling his attack saw this and assessed, "This blood mist can block my vision again. This inheritor isn't bad at all." After using his special move, the man with orange hair returned to his original form without saying a word and quickly moved behind the two girls. Then the man with orange hair pulled the two girls up and whispered, "Let's go." The goddess of disaster, after receiving the order, closed herself off and then spun around a few times. Soon the demon god was nowhere to be seen. By the time the stranger broke the common secret technique, they had already gone far away. He angrily said, "You insects, daring to make a scene in front of me, do you think you can escape?" Then the stranger declared boldly, "No matter where you run, I will find you. I will kill all the demonic god sect." At this moment, what catches Shichmang's eye is the sight of desolate, ruined mountains, accompanied by loud explosions echoing across the sky. At that moment, a pair of blazing phoenix wings suddenly spread wide. It turns out that the owner of those wings is none other than Vu Diem, who is focused on reciting a spell. Seeing this scene, Shichmang and everyone quickly land. What kind of show is this? Even here, there is no peace. Vu Diem hurriedly called out, "Finally, you have arrived. What just happened?" Vu Diem frowned and replied, "Who knows what strange things he's up to? Kim Dan and I can't suppress him." At the same time, Lai Hoa Thang Tu was laughing maniacally. "You think these tricks are enough to be my opponent?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Dan swiftly charged forward to attack him directly. Vu Diem slowly explained that his power seemed endless. Each time he was defeated, a force within him would restore him to peak condition. As she said, Shichmang frowned and admitted, "I can feel it now. And this ancient power also carries a hint of the Saint Emperor's aura." "Wait a moment," he said seriously. "The sect master of the demon god sect asked me to deal with him. So at this moment she was already preparing to resist the holy emperor? This is getting interesting. If Li Hoa Than Tu doesn't control Yu Than Tong, they might still be allies." Suddenly, Li Hoa Than Tu threatened, "Shichmang, if you don't let me out, the divine servant will definitely tear you to pieces. If the divine envoy is so capable, then call him here to fight me." Shuilin whispers in confusion, "Why does he want to harm us?" At this moment, Vu Diem quickly reminds her that his power all comes from the divine fetus inside his body, so it must be destroyed first. Shichmang immediately devised a plan. "Tai and Kim Dan will work with me to control him." In an instant, he, Vu Diem, and Kim Dan shot forward like lightning. Witnessing this scene, the Holy Fire Saint Sun confidently grabs the dark arrow and says, "Your power is not even worth fighting me after I kill you. I can come out myself." Without hesitation, he fiercely throws the sharp object at the enemy. You will die, but unfortunately, in less than 2 seconds, Shichmang easily dodged the deadly arrow. As expected, seeing things not going as he hoped, Li Hoa Than Tu gritted his teeth in frustration. "Did you manage to dodge? Guess why I sealed you here. This is my world." Not stopping there, you now decisively launch a powerful attack. Watching this scene, Lai Hoathan too secretly fears and prepares to defend, his power also increasing. In just under 2 seconds, both devastating moves immediately cause a shockwave that shakes the sky. Now, Sichmang calmly let himself be carried by the wind. Do you only have this much ability, Lai Hoathan too? It seems the great deity of the market hasn't taught you very well. Lai Hoathan too growled fiercely. Sichmang, don't be proud. The power of my divine fetus is endless. You will never be able to kill me. While he was distracted, Sichmang secretly assessed that within the Vanli Hassan map, your strength can also be considered limitless. At the same time, a pure flame suddenly appeared behind Li Huathan too. It was Vu Diem who used Divine Flame Seal to cut off his connection with the divine fetus. At that moment, Lai Hua Saint Sun's triumphant expression gradually turned serious. You all attack now. As soon as he finished speaking, the three forces immediately charged into battle, eventually forming 3 beams of light shooting across the sky. Golden Core, bite him for me. Seeing this scene, Vu Hin standing below began to ponder. The divine power here is truly intense. Tui Lin involuntarily asked, where is this? This is the world of the 10,000 miles mountain and river map. Moreover, there are human martial arts experts here, and Sichmang is quite different from the contemplative appearance of the person beside him. Tui Lin innocently asked, did Sichmang use demon spirits just now? Vu Hin quickly explained, but he used several types. Can humans do that? Returning to the conflict area, Lai Huathan too suddenly raised his hand to conjure a beam of light, while at the same time, Sichmang was equally determined to compete. As if it were a life-and-death battle, their combined strength gradually consumed the entire scene. Tui Lin quickly covers her mouth with her hand and says, Vu Hin, sister, we have to help Brother Sichmang. She replies nervously, we absolutely cannot get involved in the fight right now. Wait until we figure out a way before acting. After a while, the beam of light gradually dissipated. Sichmang started to laugh provocatively. Lai Hoa, Saint Child, your blood fire flames are a bit soft. You've trained for so many years, yet even my flames can't withstand it. Without hesitation, he continued to unleash all his dark, magical power. Seeing this, Sichmang quickly dodged to the side, and at the same time he immediately used a spell to create dozens of endless chains. In an instant, Sichmang could easily turn the tide by tightly binding the opponent. At that moment, Vu Diem hurriedly ran over and landed not far away. In less than 2 seconds, she successfully created a magic array covered with countless spell inscriptions. As a result, numerous magical seals kept appearing all over Lai Hoathan too's body. But unfortunately, before those words could unleash their power, they were suddenly weakened by his command. At that moment, the Holy Child of Fire smirked. Is that all it takes to trap me? The chains suddenly vanish, and he immediately stands up, gripping the Dark Knight sword tightly. Seeing this scene, Vu Diem instinctively stepped back in tension, realizing something was wrong without hesitation, as the dark sword immediately expanded to its maximum size. Vu Diem closed his eyes tightly in fear, his divine fetus power too strong, and my seal was broken. At the same time, Sichmang quickly raised his hand to summon his magic weapon, paused for a few seconds, then clenched the shaft of the spear. It's okay. I have seen the position of the divine fetus. As soon as he finished speaking, Sichmang immediately poured all his strength into dodging straight toward the rapidly flying sword. Under the clear disparity of power, Sichmang's sharp spear successfully pierced directly into Li Hoathan too's abdomen. As expected, with just one powerful charge full of majesty, Sichmang unintentionally caused a shockwave that sent Lai Hoathan too's dark body flying far away. At that moment, he painfully clutched his bleeding wound, while Vu Diem's eyes widened in tension, burning with a fierce red glow. Did I succeed? Unfortunately, Li Hoathan too still manages to unleash a powerful beam of light from his body. In just a moment, the entire ground around was shattered by the immense power of the Holy Fire Saint Child, accompanied by fierce storms that made the trees struggle to survive. At this moment, Lai Hoathan too rushes down and says, You think sealing me away can stop me? Ah, the power granted to me by the Divine Lord is enough to destroy everything. But that's not all. He continues to raise his hand and cast a spell. Today I will show you what true despair is. As soon as he shouted, the holy child of fire released a surge of dark magic toward the enemy. The magic array he cast flew faster and faster toward the Crimson Wolf, and as expected, Sichmang saw this and remained calm, sneering slightly as he gently raised a hand to block the attack. Seeing this scene, the holy fire child opened his mouth in shock. What? I told you this is my world. After a moment, I begin to quietly observe the surroundings. Mountains, rivers, plants, and creatures listen to my command. Through the whispering in the subconscious, Sichmang slowly summons, as if he has merged with all living things. A cleansing aura suddenly emerges from his hand. At this moment, Sumang speaks with great inner strength. Your flame cannot escape the suppression of the 10,000 miles mountain and river diagram, no matter how strong it is. In just a few seconds, that source of light suddenly shone brighter than ever, piercing through countless dark cells, and the radiant energy surged forward with great force. And so, in the blink of an eye, the beam of truth's light successfully appeared right in front of Lai Hoa Than Tu. But it didn't stop there. The light continued to propel Lai Hoa Than Tu forward. Facing overwhelming pressure, he admits defeat. This power, this energy, is completely suppressed. At the right moment, Sichmang decisively performed the sealing action. After a long while, the scene gradually sank into silence, with light dust drifting away. Crimson Dragon quietly cleared his throat a few times, considering even the little power granted by the divine spirit as a treasure, something he had already encountered as a saint king. At this moment, the holy child of Lai Hoa is struggling to move. No, my power. This can't be happening. Why am I losing to an ordinary disciple like you? At this point, he struggled desperately while shouting in rage, "Let me go quickly." Sichmang walked straight up to his face and sneered. "All right, it's my turn now. If you like following the deity, I'll give you a piece of the fruit." In an instant, a glowing rune appeared on Li Hoa Than Tu's forehead. Seeing this, he shook his head in confusion and asked, "What have you done to me?" Sichmang calmly replied, "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." Suddenly, Vu Diem flew over from afar to ask about the situation with your spell, huh? Hold on a moment. She looked at you curiously. What is that? It doesn't look simple. At the same time, Vu Hin and Tui Lin fly over. Exactly what kind of spell is this? Sichmang said with a smug smile. This is a soul control charm I learned from ancient texts. Its effect is simple, allowing me to manipulate the actions of those under its influence. Right now, Sichmang playfully patted his shoulder and said, with this controlling charm, he's no longer a threat but could become our ally. Li Hoa Than Tu gritted his teeth in frustration. No, Sichmang, you can't treat me like this. Lord Tithan will come to save me. He won't forgive you. You really think he would care about you? Still so blind as a pawn, and now you have no right to be a pawn anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Dragon decisively snapped his fingers to cast a spell. In less than 2 seconds, all resistance from the holy child of Lai Hoa was instantly eradicated. At that moment, Vu Hin stood behind and praised, "Cao Min, with this we not only eliminate Lai Hoa Than Tu, but also gain intelligence from the deity through him." Vu Diem still looked uneasy, really wanting to let him go. If Li Hoa Than Tu escapes control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, the power of the soul-binding talisman isn't something he can break free from, especially since I have a bigger plan. So what do we do next? Hide here? Sichmang nodded and replied, "After such a long fight, everyone has exhausted a lot of their energy. The spiritual energy here is dense, so let's rest here for a while. The next part of the journey will be even more dangerous." Vu Diem, hearing this, looked at Kim Dan and said, "That's fine, we really need to recover." "Let's go, Kim Dan!" At this moment, Brother Vu vaguely noticed a few new things. Everything in the sky was divine artifacts. She paused for a moment, frowning as she looked at the person in front of her. "Sichmang, your tactics are getting more and more exaggerated. Even the human martial arts sects are your allies." He casually pointed at Vu Diem and said, "You look at that woman. There's no one as big as a thumb, and she looks like a fat bird." He paused for a few seconds before slowly reminding them. "In short, things are no longer normal now. We need to unite, right?" Tui Lin immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, Brother Sichmang, the one who won't harm us. There's no other choice. Brother Vu has to fly away with the girl." "Yeah, let's find a divine spirit to help regulate our aura." At this moment, Sichmang still stood quietly lost in thought, as this trip to the secret realm was increasingly beyond expectations. And what secrets does this place truly hide? We must find the answer quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately cast a spell. Let's keep going. The 10,000 miles river mountain map ventures deeper into the secret realm, and after a while, a sudden sound breaks the silence. Sichmang quickly moved his hand and performed a few gestures alone as the Van Li Hassan map moved. Suddenly, Wu Hin flew over and asked, Sichmang, do we really have to go deep into the secret realm? I feel that the further we go, the more my strength diminishes. It's better for us to find a way back to the sect first, and then look for reinforcements. Sichmang frowned, looking serious. The sect master wants to deal with St. Lai Hoa, so it's likely they've already fallen out. And is there any stronger reinforcements in the sect besides the sect master? After a few seconds, he continued to glance at the person beside him. The sect master and the steward have already run away, yet they brought us here. There must be some incredible treasure inside. Tui Lin whispered anxiously, but we don't know anything about the secret realm, entering blindly. Could it be too dangerous? Sichmang calmly smiled confidently. It's ridiculous. We've barely gone a distance without narrowly escaping death, and this time is no different. If things go wrong, then hide in the Van Li Hassan map. No one can get in. Wu Hin listened and crossed his arms in agreement. In that case, I suppose we have no other choice left. Hearing this, Sichmang Vo Thuk cast an interested look at you, but unfortunately his joy was short-lived as he suddenly became dizzy. Wu Hin quickly asked, What's wrong with you, your face? In just a moment, Sichmang collapsed helplessly into Wu Hin and Thui Lin's arms. At the same time, Wu Diem anxiously called out, Neep, what's wrong with you? Sichmang struggled to reassure, I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy. It seems something is pulling at my consciousness. But unfortunately, before I could finish speaking, I lost strength and fainted. Seeing this, Wu Hin quickly held on to him. Sichmang has fainted again. It seemed as if a powerful force was desperately holding him down, and Sichmang gradually began to be overwhelmed. In this way, he gradually sank into the dark, ominous sea within his subconscious. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Sichmang regained his senses. At this moment, he gently turns around and steps onto the calm surface of the water. After a moment, Sichmang still keeps a cautious eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise, realizing this is his dream world. Immediately, Sichmang reverted to his true form. What kind of power could pull me in? At that moment, I suddenly noticed a faint mist emanating unexpectedly. No one else, the owner of that smoke is Ying Yueru. Long time no see. Nhip Lai indeed. Sichmang immediately shows a look of amazement. Master, without hesitation, you hurriedly ran towards the person in front of you. Master, you didn't stop there. You lunged forward and embraced the empty space. I miss you so much. The faint figure of Yueru continued to appear, that foolish child, having lived 2 lives, still the same. Stop for a moment, she gently smiles with kindness. The master is no longer here. Getting back to the main point, Nuyet Nu sternly reminded you, Hiep Li, I am communicating with you through a mental link. Time is limited. Listen to what I say. Sichmang, hearing this, was momentarily stunned and widened his eyes. A few seconds later, he quickly adopted a serious expression. Master, what do you mean? Nuyet Nu calmly explained that a very strong consciousness has gradually taken notice of your existence. Your power exceeds your imagination, and if it notices you, the consequences will be unimaginable. Red Wolf immediately kneels, showing curiosity. Master, what is this thought? How do you know? Nuyet Nu patiently replied, I don't know exactly what it is either, but I can use a secret technique to temporarily block its sensing, but I can't hold it for long. You must act quickly. Stop for a moment. She slowly steps forward a few steps. There is a very powerful force beneath this secret realm. This force is connected to the Holy Emperor. If it continues to exist, the entire Long Q universe will face danger. Sichmang clenched his teeth in tension. Could it be the force related to the Holy Emperor? Is that possible? Yueru nodded in agreement. That's right, you must quickly eliminate this force or the consequences will be unpredictable. At the same time, in another area, a pair of glowing eyes was secretly watching. The man with the wrinkled face smirked with amusement. Today's chaos was too much. So many people appearing. Time to clean up the trash. Immediately, he transformed and shot forward like an arrow. Returning to the sea of consciousness, Shichmang nodded and continued. Master, I understand now. I will definitely find the source of this power and eliminate it completely. Yue Ruan gently advised Nie Li, be careful. The master trusts you. And in an instant, she turned into a thin cloud of smoke drifting in the air. Right after the conversation inside Thukai ended, Shichmang immediately opened his eyes. What he saw was everyone asking about him. You're awake. Shichmang, what happened to you just now? Suddenly fainting again, he lay flat and replied, I'm fine, but we must speed up. After a brief pause, Shichmang quickly sat up. There is a very strong force deep inside the secret realm. We must eliminate it. It seems there isn't much time left, so he confidently raised his voice and headed deep into the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the dark and gloomy area filled with thick fog. At this moment, Long Vuam gently glided past, and in an instant, that person was gone. She paused for a moment, frowning in annoyance. You dare to mock me, and with this fog it really irritates me. Now Vuam angrily scolds a few words. Do not let me face the blind disciples of the demon god sect. Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, she saw something unexpected. What caught Vuam's eye at this moment was a black-haired man covered in wounds, stumbling forward through the surrounding smoke and flames that engulfed both of them. Wait a moment. He hesitated as he looked at the still silent opponent. At this point, Tianming hoarsely exclaimed with joy, Long Vuam, why are you here? That's great, this place is very dangerous, we can fight together. But unfortunately, he hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a fist shot straight at him. In an instant, Vuam's spinning punch sent the person in front flying, and Thien Min, witnessing this, grew even angrier. Long Vuam, are you crazy? You're still attacking your own people right now? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly shifted his weight to tilt his body and slow down. At this moment, Thien Min clenched his teeth in fury and said, You dare to kill your own clan members inside the secret realm again? Tell the master when I return, I will make you pay for this. Vuam sneered contemptuously. Report to the master? You have to survive until then first. As expected, upon hearing this, Thien Min unconsciously showed a look of confusion. He paused for a moment before hurriedly stepping back a few paces. Immediately, Thien Min turned and ran away as fast as he could, but unfortunately, with wounds covering his body, he began to gasp in pain. In just under 5 seconds, Thien Min once again looked at the person before him in horror. There was no other way, he hurriedly tried to persuade. Long Vuam, why are you chasing and killing us to the end? We are of the same clan. At that moment, Vuam glared with deep hatred. Do you ever consider me as someone from the same clan for what you did to me at the beginning? As expected, Thien Min quickly showed a guilty expression. As if his anger still hadn't subsided, Vuam decisively kicked straight into his stomach once more. Thus, Thien Min's entire body suddenly turned into an arrow soaring into the sky. In an instant, he unexpectedly became a star reflected against the gloomy sky. Seeing this, Vuam let out a satisfied sigh. Damn it. Stop for a moment, she nervously looked around. Where have you all gone? Damn you, evil spirit sect, you dare to leave me behind, I will definitely find you. At this moment, deep inside the secret realm where the Rocky Mountains are trembling, the surrounding ground also begins to show large cracks, and suddenly, dozens of fierce monsters emerge from the fissures as if they were a mighty empire. The monsters charged forward like swarms of flies and mosquitoes, and not only that, large beasts also ran wildly all at once. At this moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appears in the middle of the monster crowd. It is none other than the messenger god, who laughs wickedly and says, Destroy everything. Let everything be destroyed. At this point, he continued to display an excited expression. This world is rotten. Only by destroying everything can a new life be born. The will of the Holy Emperor is my mission. Suddenly, the Archon excitedly raised both hands high. Your Excellency, the Holy Emperor, have you seen it? For your will, I am willing to destroy everything, including myself. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark aura suddenly burst out from his hands. In less than 5 seconds, that stream of black aura nearly covered the entire sky. At the same time, elsewhere, a passerby exclaimed in surprise, "Why is the sky so dark?" At the same time, suddenly a monster charged towards the group of travelers from afar. Witnessing this, the green-haired boy panicked, opened his mouth to scream, and ran back to the place where the darkness originated. The deity looked around for a moment, then smiled contentedly. After a brief pause, he declared confidently, "Today, everyone inside the secret realm must die. No one will escape. Holy Emperor, this is the final offering I present to you." After a while, the rocky area not far away was also gradually enveloped by darkness. Through the nearby crack, Lihoathantu quickly stood up to observe from above. Seeing this, he immediately silently opened his glowing eyes. In an instant, the mark on his forehead also suddenly emitted a beam of light. As expected, the spell was effective, and the mark on Sichmang's elsewhere also faintly glowed. Throughout, Sichmang kept his focus on Lihoathantu's movements. After a while, he slowly stood up. What does this scene intend to do? Even the unknown monks who appeared out of nowhere in the secret realm are killing. Does he want to destroy the entire secret realm? At the same time, the divine body begins to stride confidently through the dark space. Suddenly, he showed a bewildered expression and stared ahead. It turned out that what caught everyone's attention was Kan Lihoathantu, who was stunned and surprised to be discovered, while Sichmang was momentarily at a loss for words, wide-eyed in shock. Unexpectedly, before you could react, a third force suddenly threw her against the cliff. Seeing this, Wu Hin and Thuy Lin hurriedly shouted, "Sichmang!" Without hesitation, she quickly ran to the bleeding person. "I will help you treat her." At this moment, the divine messenger glared at you angrily, daring to secretly observe the heavenly secrets. After speaking, he immediately relaxed his body and floated into the sky. In less than 5 seconds, the entire darkness suddenly converged into one area and gradually spread across the designated spot. Faced with this scene, Wu Hin immediately trembled with fear. Not stopping there, the divine spirit continued to leisurely point forward. He spoke in a calm voice, "A mortal body cannot withstand a single strike, except divine punishment." Immediately, the monsters and beasts all roared loudly, like a swarm of bees disturbed. They are rushing towards us like a great flood, and Sichmang is coughing painfully. "This is bad. They've found us. Quickly retreat to the Van Li Hassan map." Shuiling ran over and whispered, "What should the Fire Holy Child do now?" "There's no other way." Sichmang decisively opened the Van Li Hassan map, ignoring him. "Life is more important." Immediately, all three of them simultaneously chanted and entered the painting. After confirming, the painting quickly rolled itself up neatly. As soon as you all left, the monsters frantically charged at close range, then relentlessly crashed into the massive rocky cliff. Seeing this scene, the divine messenger snorted in annoyance and disappeared again. Just as his words finished, the holy child of fire suddenly appeared, froze for a few seconds, and then unconsciously muttered suspiciously, "On your body." At this moment, the envoy begins to slowly glance at the person opposite. Realizing the truth, Lihoathantu hurriedly knelt and saluted, "I humbly greet you, Lord." The divine envoy tilted his head slightly, glaring fiercely. "There is an aura on you that makes people feel disgusted." The Holy Son of Lihoa humbly explains, "Lord Mingjiam, perhaps it's because I recently came into contact with the blood of a lower life form, which has affected your divine authority. I am guilty of 1,000 deaths. Please forgive me, Your Excellency." "Get out!" Like a loyal servant, Lihoathantu immediately clasped his hands and withdrew. Yes, yes. In less than 2 seconds, he transformed and left like an arrow. Meanwhile, the city god suddenly frowned, lost in a sea of silence and calculation. In another direction, not far away, Vuam was speaking with a bewildered voice. What exactly is going on? The sky is filled with evil aura. She pauses for a few seconds, sighs wistfully. "No matter what happens, I must find you." After a long while, somewhere within the secret realm among the towering, treacherous cliffs, a scroll slowly appeared amidst the vast forest. Immediately, Sichmang quickly used a teleportation spell to escape from the mysterious painting. He let out a gentle sigh of relief. All right, this time it's a bit farther from the center of the secret realm. As he said this, he suddenly fell silent and tilted his head, looking very alert. Seeing this scene, Vu Hin and Thuy Lin asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Shichmang calmly replied, "I feel like there's a pair of eyes watching us." "Is that the saint's children?" Shichmang tilted his head and observed, unsure. "I feel it exists on a higher level." As expected, just as you said, a girl with blue hair suddenly stepped out of the cave. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the distant area, and Shichmang was startled, eyes wide open. "You!" At the same time, Vu Hin couldn't help but wonder, "Than Tu Yen, why are you here?" Shichmang saw that the person in front of him didn't answer and started to fidget nervously. At this moment, Vu Hin continued to ask, "Than Tu Yen, aren't you in seclusion training right now? The sect leader sent me to assist you. Right now, the sect is in chaos, and a mysterious force is hunting our experts." After a brief pause, she continued in a low voice, "The sect leader is also preoccupied with his own safety, so he sent me to protect you." Vu Hin frowned anxiously and asked, "What exactly is going on with the chaos in the sect?" Than Tu Yen waved her hand and briefly explained, "I don't know the full situation, only that he's very powerful, and his methods are extremely ruthless." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly grew heavy. "Many elders and disciples have been killed. They are very familiar with the demon god sect, and there may be a traitor within the sect." "Stop for a moment," Than Tu Yen continued to remind him. "Vu Hin, you must be careful and not trust strangers easily." After saying that, she suddenly fell silent, glanced at Shichmang a few times with a look of suspicion in her eyes. Than Tu Yen sternly asked. Vu Hin hurriedly stepped forward to introduce, "His name is Shichmang. He is our friend." Upon saying that, she suddenly continued softly and gently, "Earlier at Divine Flame Pond, we almost lost our lives, and it was him who saved us." Than Tu Yen frowned in suspicion. "Shichmang, I have never heard you mention this name before. The situation is complicated now." "Vu Hin, are you sure he's not approaching you for his own purposes?" "Than Tu Yen, Shichmang, he is not that person. He has saved me many times from danger. I trust him completely." At this moment, Shichmang, with a serious expression, crossed his arms and said, "Miss, I can understand your concern, but if you doubt my intentions, you can tell me directly. No need to beat around the bush." Than Tu Yen coldly replied, "I don't care who you are, Shichmang, but if you cause harm to Vu Hin, I will definitely not forgive you." Witnessing this, Thuy Lin stood in a corner, beginning to feel confused and flustered, but Shichmang continued to speak clearly. "Shichmang, I always act openly and honorably, but you suddenly appeared claiming to come to assist. Are you a spy or not?" Than Tu Yen let out a discomforted sound. The conversation grew increasingly tense, and Vu Hin hurried out to intervene. "That's enough, Shichmang, Than Tu Yen. You are all my friends. Let's stop for a moment," she whispered sincerely. "The current situation is critical. We should unite rather than suspect each other." Than Tu Yen helplessly closed her eyes and said, "Vu Hin, I only worry about your safety. If you trust him, I won't say more. But if he dares to make any strange move, I will definitely not hold back." Shichmang calmly smiled and replied, "Miss Than Tu Yen, instead of doubting me here, you might as well consider how to deal with that mysterious force. Because just relying on us few, it's probably impossible to oppose." Hearing this, Than Tu Yen was momentarily speechless and could only silently admit that she had no way to argue. She nodded in agreement, and he made a valid point. At this moment, Than Tu Yen took the initiative to discuss, "We need to find the sect leader to negotiate a strategy. Vu Hin, let's go back to the demon god sect. At least there we have the protection of the sect." "Yes, Shichmang. What do you think?" Shichmang seriously offers his opinion. "I feel we still need to go deeper into the secret realm." Hearing this, Than Tu Yen couldn't help but gape in surprise. Shichmang pointed and explained, "The sect master and the divine beast have long fallen out. You didn't know that. If the spirit god is still inside the secret realm, then the sect master must also be here." Not stopping there, he continued to express his doubts. "Our sect used to rely on the ancestral land. Now that the sect master wants to deal with the demon god, does that mean the demon worship sect also cut ties with the holy emperor?" Than Tu Yen snorted coldly and replied, "How can a servant like you casually speculate about the relationship between the demon worship sect and the holy emperor?" Shichmang calmly deduced, "The sect master asked me to go deeper into the secret realm, clearly hiding something important there. Maybe that's the reason the sect master is opposing the spirit god and also the key to solving our doubts. Wu Hin nervously stepped forward. But the demon god is still inside. Do we really have to go? Shichmang nodded and replied, Of course. He casually continued, The current situation is complicated. Only by uncovering the truth can we take control. If there really is a force inside the secret realm capable of opposing the Holy Emperor, that might be our chance to turn the tide. Thantuyan turned and left. If you insist on going, then suit yourselves. If something really happens, don't blame me for not warning you, Shichmang said with a provocative tilt of his head. If young lady Thantuyan does not want to come along, she can leave on her own. We won't force her. She frowned, snorted coldly. How could I possibly leave Wu Hin behind? You should stop causing division and separation there. Brother Wu is nervously trying to mediate. All right, now is not the time to argue. If we've agreed, then let's act together. But we must be careful in what we do. So after some discussion, Shichmang quickly took the lead and said, Let's go now. After a long while, deep inside the secret realm where black crows hovered over the stone tower and amidst the massive rugged rocks, there was a large altar. Thantuyan exclaimed in surprise, This is the secret sacrificial altar of the demon god sect. Why is it here? Immediately, Shichmang volunteered to run ahead quickly to see for himself. When he arrived, he wondered silently, Could this be the mysterious power that my master mentioned? No, the power of this altar is still far from enough. Stop for a moment. Shichmang continues to step up the stairs. But this pattern is a seal. There might be something important hidden beneath the altar. Suddenly, Wu Hin whispered suspiciously, Shichmang, you don't actually want to jichu it, do you? Shichmang calmly replied, If we have already come this far, how can we turn back to the western void? But I don't know what consequences might come from lifting the seal, so everyone should stay alert. Unlike her initial protests, Thantuyan suddenly spoke up, Stop talking nonsense. Let me break the seal. Without hesitation, she dashed straight toward the illuminated area. Stop for a moment. Thantuyan continues to skillfully raise her hand to recite a spell. In an instant, ancient characters immediately appear on the light dome. Seeing this, Thantuyan thought to herself, As expected, you still found this place. Just as she arrived, she was suddenly startled by a series of strange and unexpected sounds. At the same time, Shichmang, Wu Hin, and Thuy Lin all rushed forward to take control of the situation. And at that moment, the leader of the group, with a relaxed hat covering his face, spoke. You coming here again is surprising, but it was still within my expectations. Really? Thantuyan exclaimed in surprise. It's them. You secretly hunted and killed us. The leader coldly snorted and said, Today you can only stop here. The central area of the secret realm is not a place you can reach. Shichmang irritably pointed directly at their faces. Who are you guys really? Why are you hunting down the disciples of our demon god sect? It can't be the Wuthen Tong that sent them, right? Without bothering to argue, the leader sneered and ordered, attacking without leaving anyone alive. Immediately, the surrounding group loudly charged forward to attack and kill. Witnessing this, Shichmang quickly pulled out a talisman to cast a spell. Be careful. At the same time, Wu Hin quickly creates a protective dome for the water spirit. Meanwhile, Thantuyan, full of energy, rushes out to engage in real combat with each enemy, and as expected, she easily takes down quite a few opponents in just a moment. So what? With just this much strength, you think you can hunt us down? Seeing this scene, the leader still said nothing but stood trembling. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shichmang confidently warned, Be careful. Their leader is not simple. With eyes gradually shining with deep and unpredictable darkness, he secretly assessed that this guy kept showing no signs of weakness. Suddenly, what caught Shichmang's eye was a finger gesture from the leader. As expected, in less than 2 seconds, he suddenly raised his hand and struck out with lightning speed. Seeing this, Shichmang involuntarily widened his eyes in shock. Too fast. Not stopping there, the leader's arm once again swept toward him like a gust of wind, fully deserving of the reputation for deep internal strength. In just 2 seconds, Shichmang anxiously looked at the tear in his shirt. My shirt. The leader sneered, Your strength isn't bad, but you're still far from enough. Shichmang gently lands on the ground now. Who are you really? Why don't you dare to face others with your true appearance? After a brief hesitation, the leader slowly reached out and touched the mask. Then he decisively threw the mask aside. It turns out the leader is actually Tian Yao. He confidently raises his voice. Fine. At least before you die, you can know who killed you. Witnessing this scene, Than Tuyen, confused, mutters a few words. He is human. Meanwhile, Sichmang was gaping in shock. Aren't you the supreme elder of the martial spirit sect? The father of Long Tianming, Long Tianyao? Tuilin whispered in disbelief. Huh? Really? You are from the Wuthan Tong. Tianno tilted his head without avoiding, surprised that you knew him. He paused for a moment and declared clearly, Yes, I am. Long Tiannuo, but now I am one of the generals serving the emperor. It sounded like a slap in the face, and at that moment, Sichmang couldn't help but open his eyes wide with horror.